Stage is set for the best junior surfers from around the world, convening Mona Lisa Point, La Union, Philippines, on another beautiful sunny morning. A big couple days of competition have brought us into day 3, getting some vision on the ocean. A couple of lines out there. There is still some energy. Drew Starling, good morning. How you doing?
Good morning, Paul. I'm doing really well.
What's your vibe this morning? What are you feeling?
Well, we're on, obviously, and I'm excited for it. We had some big heats yesterday, some even bigger heats on the first day, and round of 16 potentially on today as well, so let's see it.
In terms of performances out here, everyone getting a little bit more familiar. We've still got a little bit of work to do with the women's elimination. We've got to finish that round off before we go into round 3.
Yeah, so I feel like everyone's still figuring it out, and now I think day 3 is a day where key lineups start to get solidified. You know, the best waves start to be identified throughout the rest of competition. So, yeah, we're on for a good day surfing.
All smiles this morning. It's a beautiful temperature here before it heats up in the morning. It is a lovely time of day to come and get vision on the ocean. Get waxed up and prepared if you got a heat. Otherwise, just get a nice cup of coffee.
Yep.
Just sort of sip it, look out to sea, think about life. Life in the Philippines is pretty good. We're really enjoying ourselves here this week. Once again, delighted to be back here in the Philippines. We'll check out some highlights of what went down yesterday. But as we're expecting, these are the best surfers in the world, and they absolutely tore it apart.
They really did. And I feel like we had some huge moments yesterday, particularly that 9 from Isla Huppets. That was huge.
Let's get into some of these highlights and see how it all went down. So reminding ourselves of some clutch moments yesterday. We ran through quite a few heats. Got a bit more to do as well before we really settle things down and get some indications on who are the front runners, who's making a mark out here. Let's get down to Jessie Starling on the beach. Morning, Jessie.
Morning, Paul. Morning, True. I've got Miss 9 Point Ride herself right next to me, Isla Huppets. Isla, you had a free surf this morning. It's a little bit smaller, but still looks pretty fun on this reef.
Yeah, there's definitely a couple. It's a lot smaller and slower than yesterday, but definitely will be a fun day.
All right, you've got the call. Let us know what it is.
Well, we're starting off at 8:05 with the last 2 heats of the girls' elimination, and then into the men's round of 16, and then the women's round of 16's on standby.
Before we let you go, let's talk about that 9 Point Ride yesterday. What was that?
I don't really know. I just got a big end section in front of me and thought I'd smack it.
Forever humble, Isla Huppets. Well, that's the call for today. We've got a big day of action again, day number 3. Take it away, guys.
Love it. Let's go. We're on.
Yeah, we're on. Let's see it. Round of 16, that's a big round.
Yeah, getting that big number like Isla did. Put a bit of a marker on yourself as well. A lot of people talking about her. Kind of like a lot of attention on her.
Yeah, target on her back is huge now. It's big. I mean,
a statement from her.
It really is. The heat, and as well, that heat was so stacked with Reed Van Wagner and also Sierra Kerr. And then for Isla to just go out there with a 9 was just pretty much on her second wave was insane.
Setting up our first heat of the day will be that heat 7 from women's elimination rounds. Vahiti Mahana Inso taking on Stella Green. And as you mentioned, a little smaller today out there. Not quite as much height on the wave. There are sets with multiple waves. What are we looking at? What's it going to take to get a couple of scores out here this morning?
Yeah, that's a really tricky question, Paul, because it is smaller. I feel like it's going to change a lot from what we've seen the last couple of days in regards to, you know, those critical sections. I think finding those mid-size ones, it's really just hitting the reef well and has at least 2 good bowly sections would be ideal. otherwise, making the most of those one big turners would be, where you're kind of thinking.
Saw a little bit as well throughout the afternoon yesterday when things did slow up a bit. Some of that sort of mental game coming into it, maybe sitting with priority for a long time and having to make decisions. Just kind of stay cool and calm. That's going to be all part of it as well. So these two calm at the start of this heat as they'll just look to kick things off on the inside. Inso. How do you think they sorted that out? Is that rock, scissors, paper?
I'd like to say yes, but that's a definite tactic there. Maybe Vahiti Mahana got herself out there a little bit later than Stella and was like, I'm going to get this inside. It's so, it's a little 1%ers, moments like that when you're getting the inside at the start of the heat that really, get you in front of that 8 ball.
Green just having a little look at a wave and quickly identifying those smaller ones, just going to sort of slip inside and not do much. So we'll see just how tricky this lineup proves to be to read today. But already you can see these extended flat spells, and then they do come. We saw sets of 3 to 5 waves even this morning. There are waves when they come.
Yeah, there definitely are waves when they come. It's just being in the spot and being, really prepared to hit the sections when they're in front of you. I feel like today it's really going to come down to, identifying that there's going to be sit and wait moments and capitalizing when you're on your feet. You can't really make too many mistakes once you're up and riding.
We heard from Isla Huppets this morning. Who else has impressed you yesterday or even day one? What sort of standout performances for you?
That's a really interesting one. I feel like yesterday there was lots going on. I was really impressed by Yanire Gonzalez-Extubari. For some reason, I'm feeling like there's something going on there with her. There's more to give. Isla, of course, as well. And Laura Raup, the very first of the women's opening round. She was one to watch for me.
What about names that you were maybe expecting something from and haven't quite shown it yet? Anyone there that you're still...
Yes.
waiting to sort of stamp a bit of authority on this event?
Yeah, Sierra Kerr in my mind. She had a good heat yesterday, but we haven't really seen her lift that level just yet. I know that she's been not feeling too great, so progressing through that elimination round is a big weight off her shoulders, and a day to rest today would be nice. What about you, Paul? Tell me. What are your thoughts and feelings about the rest of the day?
Yeah, definitely sort of echoing you with Sierra Kerr. I think, I fancy her chances in terms of just building that momentum, as you mentioned, not feeling great, but with a little bit of a rest and then maybe trying to come strong into finals. She's already won one of these events. For me, she's definitely one of the favourites here. In terms of the boys from yesterday, people that impressed me, I mean, it's probably not going to surprise you that much. I'm going to go with Lucas Skinner.
Yep.
Yeah.
Love that.
Yeah, I was really impressed with him. Not surprised to see what he did. Otherwise, it was one of those days with that men's elimination round yesterday where everyone that you kind of expected to do well kind of did. There weren't really upsets as such, maybe kind of a few sort of slightly raised eyebrows at some of the names that were in the elimination round, but in the end, the way it went down was kind of with the form book. We saw some good performances from some of our local wildcards as well, but ultimately against like the very best in the world, you kind of did sort of see a little bit of that sort of golf maybe in sort of class, but it's really cool to see, particularly some of the younger ones, and this is under 20, but some pretty young surfers in the draw here as well, so it's really cool to see that, and you'd be thinking pretty bright future as well for Filipino surfing, so that's really, really cool. But this stage, you can't win the event, can you? Kind of Monday or Tuesday, it's all about sort of staying alive and coming back for the weekends.
It's a full marathon, isn't it? You can start off really strong and then have, a heat 3 days later, 2 days later. And we're looking even at the opening round heats of people that surfed on the very first day, didn't get to surf yesterday. So they're putting themselves back in Arashi today. And even just looking at some of these round of 16 heats, they are stacked. That first one, to me, just screams excitement. Lennox Smith and Lucas Skinner. That is going to be a crazy heat. They're both super talented, real different approaches. Lucas has that real fast, whippy kind of style, whereas Lennox, he's a little bit smoother but has definitely more power behind him. And there's so many. Heat 5, Winter Vincent and Huey Vaughan. That's going to be pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a final
that really
there,
is.
Isn't it? You look at the kind of form guide coming into that, you're thinking, that'd be a worthy final.
Yeah.
Well, it's not going to be. It's going to be round 3.
I know.
Cannot wait for that matchup.
How crazy is that? So much going on. There's so many heats, and so much surfing to get through. But when you're seeing big names like that in round 3 already.
What about, with these smaller conditions that we got, anyone that you think might kind of favour, who like really excels, or anyone where you think, maybe, I don't know, maybe it's a surfer that's bigger in stature? Someone like Winter, for example.
Yes.
Maybe you think, I mean, he's great in small waves, but obviously he would prefer a bit more size out there.
Yeah, definitely. I was just about to say that as well, because Winter, he's tall, he's like 6'2". You know, he's so tall, he's a man. And you're looking at that heat with him and Huey. Huey, he's a little bit shorter, he's, you know, a little bit skinnier, I would say, and he's definitely more electric on his feet. He's obviously really good in the air. But finding those moments between those two, I think it's going to be really interesting, their approaches.
What about shred sticks today? We're going to see a bit of a change, raping equipment?
For sure. We saw some longer boards, PUs, round tails, you know, maybe different fins compared to what we're going to see today. Feeling like we'll be seeing epoxies, maybe swallowtails, you know, fins that are really allowing them to kind of get that extra pop and that extra kind of fizz off the bottom as well. So there's a lot that goes into it. Equipment is such a huge thing. Even comes down to the leg rope, you know, finding the leg rope that's just as thin so it creates less drag. Some people are really into it. Some people don't really care and they have that superstitious lucky leg rope. So there's a lot that goes into it. But yeah, I think equipment today, we'll see a massive change.
So we've lost a few minutes off the clock here. 7 gone. No waves, no real paddles as yet. So quiet start to the morning. Let's hope this heat kind of finds a bit of rhythm, some energy pulsing through. Looks like right on cue. Here goes Inso, and she's up the goofy. Nice little shiny opening to this one. Displacing some water, a couple of quick turns. She'll get a third here. Important to finish that, which I'm not really convinced she did. So a little combo out the back for her. It's going to feel pretty good to get a wave nevertheless.
Yeah, she started, she's up on her feet, and yeah, she's, you know, applying that pressure already. And I feel like sometimes when you get the first wave, it's good to just surf the nerves out. Particularly in these elimination round heats. You want to be into that round of 16, that round 3. So for Inso, she started it and she waited 8 minutes, so a full finish would have been really nice. But
we're back here for World Juniors once again this year, but the fun doesn't stop there. After this is another event.
Yep.
Longboard event.
Yeah.
That's exciting. You're going to be here for it?
Yep, I'll be here for about another 2 weeks, I think, in beautiful La Union.
What I learned yesterday was my mate Lucas, that I was talking about, who impressed me. He's entering the longboard event.
Get out of
How
town.
good is that?
That is awesome.
Can we make a new rule that everyone has to stay and enter it from the World Juniors?
I think
How
we should.
good would that be?
I really think we should do
like
that.
a biathlon where you have to do the 2 disciplines.
I back that.
I think there's a big swell coming as well they're talking about. It's actually going to be, might be quite large for that.
Yeah, I think it's going to be, solid. So let's see. I think also all commentators have to stay as well, Paul.
What if they've got really, really pressing engagements elsewhere? People need them.
People need them.
Yeah.
Need it all over the globe.
But you guys should definitely stay for that.
Yeah, well, we are.
Yeah.
You know, we're holding down the fort.
So you're here in town for a couple of weeks?
Couple of weeks, yep.
How good's that?
I know.
A couple of weeks of Philippines to kick off the year.
Well, I feel like it's just standard for Jessie and I. We're always in the Philippines and we love it. Keep coming back.
Yeah, it's a beautiful place to be. Really good vibes up and down, everyone real welcoming. They are morning people as well, aren't there? There's a lot of people on the beach. When we got a nice commute to work. We're just walking down the beach here.
Yeah.
It's kind of busy in the morning, like 7 a.m. Even before that, there's crew down. Quite a lot of people taking selfies and making videos and themselves sort of dancing at 6:30 a.m. on the beach.
Yes.
I'm into it.
Yeah, I love that morning energy.
I mean, that was just Stace, but there were some other people as well doing that.
Yeah, I thought we were going to keep it under wraps for Stace, but we'll throw him under the bus. It's all good.
Yeah.
No, I love it. I actually had to maneuver around him this morning because I was like, didn't want to ruin the shot.
Yeah. Yeah, he will stay until he gets it as well. He makes sure he nails it.
That's why he's not here.
All right, so the number in for Inso, it's just a modest one, 283 for her. But she does manage to draw first blood in this. What can we expect from Stella Green?
Hopefully a good answer back. We know Stella's from the Sunshine Coast of Australia. So
Tell me more.
I will, okay. The sunny coast, it kind of doesn't get a lot of swell. So it's usually small, it's usually a little bit fickle, doesn't have much power. So I feel like for Stella, maybe she's feeling really comfortable out there right now in the sense of finding those ones and being really light on your feet as well. When it's small, I feel like that's such a key thing to be, approaching in heats, is to feel light on your feet. You almost want to go out there and pretend you've had, an energy drink or 4 coffees and just have that real sporadic energy.
Pretty quiet on the peak at the moment. And it is the patience required in surfing. You do generally more sitting than you do surfing or even paddling. And when you get to this stage, at this level, you'll be well versed in surfing quieter heats and really trying to pick the eyes out of it. Does seem to be the name of the game here this morning. We've lost quite a bit of energy from the swell, but I think decision's been made really looking at the forecast and what we've got. We do have waves out there. We did see, in the warm-ups, it's a full lineup, so you've got quite a lot of people out there. All sorts of waves being ridden this morning, almost until this heat started, and someone's turned the surf off.
Yeah, ocean needs a minute. Everyone needs a rest, so I think that's happening as well. There was also a lot of longboarders out there too this morning, so they make it look, a lot more different than what it actually is when you're on a shortboard. So let's see what Stella can do here.
Here goes Stella, paddle, and she's up and swinging. It's just a touch sticky on the opening section, but she's light on her feet. She'll stay with it. Just trying to keep the board moving. And the wave just sort of went out with a bit of a whimper, didn't it? Went into a hole. So she blinked, facing it wasn't a great choice.
Yeah, I think she had to do it, though. She had to try her luck and see if that one was going to stand up on the bank. Now she's in a good position to just sit on the inside and try and find some under the priority of Inso, and that's probably the best tactic for right now.
Yeah, almost happened right on cue there. She showed a bit of interest on the inside. It's probably the first one of those insiders we've seen really a surfer have a look at. It does seem sometimes easy when you are in motion, when you're paddling back. You just kind of see stuff. Doesn't seem to come to you when you're sitting out there on the peak. It will be a pretty small number that drops in for her, 1.5. So not a lot to get excited about in terms of scores in the early parts of this heat. More energy and line standing up now, though. This could be a bit more of a legit set. It will be Inso in the spot, and she'll go from a deeper position with a little bit of a wall on the backhand to build up towards. First turn, nice rhythm to it, doesn't push too hard. A little slash back into a steep section, gives it a good crack, so the best of the action for sure. It's going to be a decent number for her.
Yeah, that was a really well-surfed wave, really smart surfing. I feel like, she was in the zone with priority to be able to get that wave. And then, as you said, she didn't try and push it. She didn't try and force the turn. She was like, you know what, I'm just going to match this wave's power and not try and outrun it. And, she'll get really well rewarded for that. 3 really clean consecutive turns. It was a really, smart for Vahiti with almost 15 or 16 minutes to go. We're almost halfway down this heat.
All right, so if you're Stella Green at this stage, are you thinking that should have been mine?
Yeah, you're looking at it not feeling happy that she's paddled into this one for Stella, but Vahiti is just loving it. That was a good first turn. She still has that energy and that kind of excitement to her surfing, and then to be able to just link that last turn up was really strong. That first turn was so nice. Just kind of sets herself up here. To be honest, these first 2 turns, they were really smooth, but they put her in a great position for this last one, deep off the bottom, and just tags it once again. Doesn't do anything too special, but she gets the job done. And in conditions like this, when it's small, sometimes all you have to do is just make up the numbers, get the 5s, get the 6s, and then you're looking at progressing.
Yeah, it's actually really impressive surfing. All right, here comes Stella Green with an opportunity to get involved here. Got a better wave herself. She's got some speed and a section. Slashes off the top. Gives it a little tickle on the white water to finish. So it's going to compare unfavorably with that last wave. For Inso, you would say the number in is actually pretty good. For Vahiti Mahana, it's 6.5. So that's actually a huge number for today. We'll get a reply for Stella Green, but I don't think it's going to be quite that good. Just that one turn of significance, really.
Yeah, and the wave, you could see it was smaller. It didn't have that kind of cleaner, more kind of critical face that we saw from Vahiti. So, yeah, I mean, Stella's is going to come in well. It's going to lower that requirement of a 7.83 that she needs. But, yeah, she's still going to be chasing the tail of Vahiti. Let's take a look at it. You can see as she paddles in, it has that fat section at the start, which is already different comparing it to Vahiti's. But she does really, really well here. That was a good connection, adds a bit of flair to it, and then just, yeah, taps it to kind of get a third turn in. I feel like bulk of the points coming off that second turn. But you can see the wave height here. It's really going to let her down, unfortunately. And this is where the judges really be critical on moments like this, particularly when it's small. That was nice. She did so well to kick that tail out. Her boards are looking really connected to her feet and has that speed. But I think now for Stella, she just needs to go out there and find herself on one of those bigger waves.
Yeah, 2.93 in for Stella. So a bit of a lead for Inso. Well done to her for being in the spot and then taking that opportunity. Not easy to do. We'll be crowning our first world champions of the year, of the 2026 season here in the Philippines. Once again this year. That's good. Have I had your picks for winners here? Have we done that? Did we do that yesterday?
No, I don't think you
What
and
have
I
you got
did
for me?
this.
What are you feeling?
Well, are you just give it just one, or can I have a couple?
No.
Okay.
I just need a name for men's and women.
That's a tough one because I actually had three deciders for myself. I am going to go with Dane Henry for the men's. We'll get back to it for the women's. I'll have a think.
Goes Stella Green, trying to come back and just chip away at the scoreboard. That was nice. Gives it a good hit on the closeout. Wants to come around and get another one. Won't quite get there. There's a little look down the line just to see if she could maybe have connected with that, but did get one good turn away. Showed some energy. It's going to improve her position somewhat. She's chasing down 6-4-1 at the moment. It's not going to be that number. But she'll chip away if she improves on a high score of a 2.93. Who do you like for the boys?
Dane Henry for the boys.
Yep.
For sure.
Girls?
This is where I've got two picks for this one, and I'm trying not to be, too Aussie, but
Don't overthink it.
Okay.
Just say it.
Isla.
Okay.
Huppets for the women. But if not, I'm really, really loving Yanire. We watched her go to victory in the ISA World Surfing Games last year, and I was loving that. And
Yeah. She's on fire.
She's on fire. They're my two picks for the women, but I'm going to back Isla.
3.5 in for Stella Green. It's going to help her campaign. It'll bring that requirement down. It's under a 6 now. 5.8 for the number. 11.5 on the clock. What about Big Tour?
Winter.
Fully grown.
Big Tour.
Yeah. Fully grown surfers.
Fully grown surfers.
Who are your world title picks? What have you got? I mean, let's look ahead to the year.
Okay.
This is something quite
I'm
nice
going to have
do
to
in
remind
January.
myself
Yeah.
who's actually
Who
on tour.
are you liking for that? And then we'll get in some of the other just general forecasts for the year, what you expect in kind of
Well, Paul,
fashion
who's your pick, though, to win this event? Because I don't even know yours.
Oh, I don't have to say if I don't want to.
Oh, mate.
Do I?
I knew that you were going to do that. Okay. World title.
Yeah. So I'll just remind you what happened last year. So your defending world champions are Molly Peckham of Australia and Iago Dora, the skinny goat of Brazil. So they're your defending world champions.
I am going to go with Katie. I don't know why.
Okay. Well, because
Feeling like-
she won a world title already probably, and she's quite good at surfing.
Yeah.
That'll be
Yeah.
why. Yep.
I'm thinking that.
I
and
like it.
Ethan. Is that a road call?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Yeah, nice picks.
What about you?
I'm going with Molly. She's going to win again.
Yep.
Yep.
Definite possibility.
Yeah, I like Jack Robinson this year. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he's going to do well.
Yeah. Change up in his equipment. It's a definite possibility there.
Yeah.
What's the rest of the forecast, Paul, for your year? Any
Overall,
other thoughts?
in fashion,
In fashion?
Alien Core. Do you know about Alien Core?
No.
It's really big. It's going to be big.
Enlighten
It's already
me.
a little bit big, but it's going to be bigger.
Where is it big? Because it's definitely not in Australia.
Oh, you'll find some alien core in ours for sure.
What
I
is
think you
alien
need
core?
to go into more like the urban centres maybe than in the bush.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't exactly know what it is. It's just alien core. It's like
Dressing like an
sort of
alien?
futuristic sort of stuff
Oh,
from
futuristic,
space.
okay.
Kind of. I think maybe some shapes that are like him and her. They're kind of like interchangeable. It's like a bit more that sort of style.
Yeah.
Maybe some of those long coats.
Okay.
Like a collar up.
Collar up. Are we thinking like metallics?
For sure, shiny gear.
Sparklies.
Exactly right. Here we go, live action. Here's Inso on the backhands with speed. And with a nice hit off the top. She's so smooth. Just love this. Smaller waves. Nice, really clean style. Great control. And she'll work on the back up here. She'll improve that. You'd have to think 2.83. Not sure she'll threaten the 6.5. She's in rhythm.
She really is. She's found herself on the 2 best waves of this heat, and she's just done so well. I mean, the 6.5 has already set herself up for 1 foot into that next round, and that last wave feels like it might even tie the bow. It looks like maybe Stella has a score to lock in as well, or she's going to put herself back into that priority rotation. But I feel like for Vahiti, she's been on the 2 best waves of this heat. Let's take another look at it. You can see she's taking off behind the peak, which really is allowing her to find these steep sections and be really tight in the pocket. She doesn't do too much, but what she does is a lot, and it makes an impact. That last turn there was really smooth as well. So backing up the 6.5 really, really nicely. I mean, she's doing exactly what needs to be done when we talk about small wave surfing in heats. And you can see, I love how she took off behind the peak and just surfed into it and behind the sections, because it's not running off this wave. You can catch up with it, and you can see it's just putting herself in these tight pockets to just find a little bit of extra excellence on her turns.
All right, 7 minutes 30 on the clock. We went for that last score, a drop in for our surfer out of Hawaii, Inso. She's in a good spot here. Someone else in a good spot. Jessie Starling is down the beach for an update. Jessie, come in.
Yeah, SMC infrastructure update. We've got a surf conditions report for you guys. As you can tell, we've lost a bit of swell here this morning. We've seen a bit of strength die in that period. Good news is it's a straight north swell, so this is perfect for this reef. It really starts to wrap in around the point, hence why we're seeing these really fun little inside sections. Wind is great for the day. We've got light offshore winds all day, and we've got great surfers. We've got the world's best surfers here, so let's see it get it done a little bit smaller, but at least we get to see the entire variety of surfing here. So consider yourself updated, guys.
Love that positive
Thank
approach
you,
from
Jessie.
JJ.
She's loving it.
When she says it like that, it sounds really good.
Yeah.
Let's get out there.
You know why she's saying that? Because she's got a pretty good-looking twinny sitting back in her room. Actually, so do I.
Good day for the twin.
Yeah, good day for the
Do you
twin.
think we might see any of that from this slot?
Probably not.
Probably not.
No.
Fun though, wouldn't it?
It would be cool.
Score in 5.67, a really useful number. I'll tell you what, I'm so impressed. 12.17 is a big score to get in these conditions. So really well surfed for Vahiti Mahana. That's super impressive. She is blazing out there. She's just got the right amount of push on the wave to be aggressive and be incisive, but at the same time not kind of force it and do too much. So a bit of work to do for Stella Green right now. She's on the wrong end of 8.67. That feels huge. Best not to think about that. Think of a couple of scores, a couple of high 5s, 6s will get you there. She's in second priority. She's just ridden away. It wasn't a good one. So this one just kind of ebbing away from her a little bit. Alien core. Yeah, so some shiny stuff as well. Do you know other big looks that I foresee for the season? Poet core.
Okay.
You had a poet core?
No.
That's big as well.
What? You need to explain.
Yeah,
because I'm not into this fashion.
It's a different look.
Okay.
I'm
seeing Shakespeare.
Well, there's some
frilly.
there's some roll necks, like turtlenecks.
Okay.
Fountain pens are part of it.
Yeah.
Maybe kind of a trench coat type thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm intrigued. I'm
That's-
feeling like that could
that's
be
big.
maybe my realm.
Yeah.
Maybe not alien.
I think you could run poet core.
Okay.
Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you.
Feel free to like look it up. Maybe
Yeah. Just to like
start
correct.
a Pinterest
Start
board.
a Pinterest board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get
Just
some
get
ideas
get
together.
some ideas.
All right, getting ready for the next heat. We'll see Maria Salgado of Portugal and Catalina Zadiki. And she just steps lightly. It's some sharp gear just as you get into the water, and then it's a little sand here as well. So just taking her time. Don't want to rush things on the entry and really just sizing up those conditions. Here goes Stella Green into it here. She needs to get her skates on. Nice little hit off the top from her, but once again a wave, just a bit of crumble, and it's a real contrast in the waves that she's ridden. Just every time she gets that wall in front of her, the lip line's just a little bit sluggish and crumbly by comparison to Inso, has been able to go much more top to bottom, and it's reflected in the scoreline.
Yeah, it has. It's just been the wave selection right now. Vahiti's been on the best two, but this turn, that was really nice. If that wave kept going, Stella could have put herself in a position to be breaking into the fives and above. Just the one turn was really, really smooth, but yeah, it's not going to go into the top two, unfortunately, for Stella. But Paul, I'm intrigued. Do you have like an event that you're most looking forward to watching this year?
Surfing event?
Yeah.
Other than this one?
Other than this one.
I just think sort of the first one, it's been quite a while for the CT, hasn't it? It's been a long wait. Just the way we finished in September,
Yeah.
Fiji, was it?
Yep.
A long time ago, and it's going to be April, end of
Yep.
March,
Bells.
when Bells kicks off. So weirdly, I'd say Bells, which is not something I always say that I'm most looking forward
Yeah.
to. But yeah, at this stage, I just want the CT back in my life,
Yeah.
back in my heart. So I'm really looking forward to that.
Yeah.
I think the Aussie leg in general is going to be pretty cool.
I think so
It's
too.
nice to have
It's always pretty good.
3 events in one location. It's pretty sick. They're all quite varied. The Gold Coast is coming back.
Yep.
It's Championship Tour. That's
We're
good.
back at Snapper.
But that's going to be the last of the 3, right? So that's actually going to be sort of
Yes.
May time.
Yeah, we'll go Bells, Margs, and then back to the Goldie. I'm actually looking forward to watching the Pipe Challenger series.
That's in 2 weeks.
Yeah. Mainly because Jesse's going to be commentating it, but I'm also I hope it's really big. And it's just,
Good time of year.
yeah.
Here we go, live action. Inso doing really well in this seat. Super impressed with her. The wave selection has been pretty incredible, really. And look at this rhythm through an inside section, relentlessly just tagging it. And to be able to get that sort of mojo going with this ocean that is a little bit sluggish. Very impressive. She's already got big totals posted. 12.17's healthy. Let's see if she can attack and improve that. Final couple of minutes here. But she has just been in such good rhythm with the ocean. How do you even do that? And it's small like this. I mean, it looks like she's kind of surfing a different heat.
Yeah, she's got the wave magnet on for sure. And it's just, even just taking off on that one a little bit late, but she's going, I'm just going to stick with it. You can see it has a little bit of extra height to it on this inside section as well. Her board's looking smooth. She's just connecting those turns so well. It's quite clear she's maybe had a lot of time practicing on the smaller waves. But that flow in between turns is really just accentuating each moment on this wave. And a 6.5 and a 5.67, she might even just throw away this wave. She throws so much spray on her turns, and she's so strong. You can see how low she gets off the bottom. Yeah, Vahiti, she surfed a really, really smart heat because it is slow, and you have to make the most of those moments, and she identified that early on.
Yeah, we talked about the equipment as well. Hers just looks like no kind of sticky patches at all. Just really, really good. Effortless generation of speed as soon as she gets to her feet, which always looks good. She's not fighting with sections, everything connected. Very impressive indeed. Final 30 seconds here. She's going to get another good number. She likely will improve and just make things that much more difficult for Stella Green. Good news for her. She's got priority. Bad news, she needs an excellent score, and there's like 15 seconds to go. It's a 6.03 for Inso. She's been on a bit of a clinic here this morning. If you are a surfer coming up, well, next heat particularly, but just at any point really throughout this morning in these kind of conditions, she sort of put a good demonstration on how to get it done. Well done to her.
Yeah, that was a really smart heat, and to start your day off like that is it's pretty lovely.
She'll bring it in with a left. This is always nice for the goofies. Miserations for Stella Green, who's just really not had many opportunities hasn't been able to find the rhythm out there, and that will be a story, a bit of a theme this morning in these slightly underpowered conditions. There are opportunities out there, but there aren't loads, and you don't have much of a chance to make mistakes. We'll keep it rolling here. The next heat, Maria Salgado against Catalina Zadiki. We're going to get a quick break. When we come back, more live action from the World Junior Championships from the Philippines.
Di mabilang ang bonding na nabuo. Kasama ng tamang tamis sa asim sarap na Magnolia Real Mayonnaise. Magnolia, 100 taon na at hihigit pa.
Sit, roll over. Your fur baby deserves delicious and nutritious treats. Give them Nutri-Chunks. Nutri-Chunks milk sticks or Nutri-Chunks beef sticks. Fortified with essential nutrients. Nutri-Chunks dog treats. Love in every meal.
Oh my! Deep one for West and West. She comes out. She comes out. She needs a 10.
Welcome back to the action here. Beautiful morning in La Union, Philippines. Mona Lisa Point plays host to the best in the world. Two of them in the water. Maria Salgado of Portugal taking on Catalina Zadiki of Peru. I'm Paul Evans, joined this morning
for the surface, but it's just inconsistent, that's all.
We saw that in the last heat, didn't we? And it all went to our surfer out of Hawaii. It's amazing how that happens. It's like every rotation in the priority, it's that same surfer that gets that one wave that has the size on it, that has the power, and it all just went her way. And I guess the question is, like, how do you make that you? How do you become that person that just gets all of that energy from the ocean? It's something that surfers at any level are always trying to figure out.
Wow, it's a quick start from Catalina.
Bang! Oof. Pushing hard, which we like to see, but we talked about it just at the end of that last heat. How many opportunities are you going to get to make mistakes here and fall? You will really need to try and grasp everything. So Catalina pushing, with the board getting away, and she goes incomplete on the inside. Maria Salgado, she's an intense competitor. Been really impressed with her career already. Surfer out of Santa Cruz in Portugal. And she likes surfing heats, she likes winning heats. She's super focused with her approach to everything. She'll be ready to go here this morning. She'll have had a look from early at this ocean and realized what we're doing today, because it's really different from yesterday.
Definitely. You know, these ladies surfed on a day one, and they haven't surfed with these smaller conditions, so definitely it'll be tricky for them. But you know, they are the good surfers in their region, so they have to adjust in the 30-minute heat.
Let's get some fresh insights from the lineup. Winner of the last heat is with Jessie Starling.
Thanks, guys. By unreal heat to start off the morning. Not looking phased by this surf change at all.
Yeah, no, I've been here for a couple days, and I've been kind of confused by the wave, and it's just nice to have this elimination round and kind of get the first, heat jitters out and kind of just have more one-on-one time with the waves. So yeah, it's still fun. It's lining up. It's a little bit slow, but still fun.
In the booth, we've been talking a lot about knowing your lineups here at this wave, especially when the tide changes. It does really start to shift a little bit. You're traveling here by yourself this year, so it would have been pretty hard to figure that out on your own.
Yeah, no, I've been kind of confused just here by myself, but it's so nice. Everyone here has kind of just been like family to me, and everyone's been helping me out, so I just am so grateful to have everyone here helping me. And yeah, it changes so much. It kind of reminds me of like this wave at home that we all practice at for heats, and kind of the closest thing to like a beach break, point break, and it kind of reminds me a little bit of home. But even just the vibes over here and having everyone around here, just feeling really comfortable.
Speaking of home, you're heading back there soon for a big Challenger Series event at Pipeline, but this is a pretty big focus of yours. I mean, what would it mean to be the World Junior Champion?
Yeah, I haven't had the best run at the Challengers this year. I haven't actually recalled for the Challenger either, so winning this would, of course, just mean just so much just to have a world title under your name, especially the juniors. This is my first year competing at it, and it's just, I've watched it the last couple of years, and I've always wanted to be a part of it, so I'm just super grateful to be here.
Well, you're definitely one of the front runners. You're looking very sharp on your equipment. We obviously know you got a big support crew back at home. Feel free to say hi.
Yeah, thank you so much, everyone at home who's watching. Love you guys, and also just thank you, Matt, for the boards out here. They're feeling really good here, and also just at home, and I'm excited to compete at Pipe in a couple weeks.
All right, well, best of luck for everything. Thanks, bye. Thanks, guys.
Love it. Thanks, Jess. Incredible performer. She should be really, really stoked with the way she put together a heat out there. Found great rhythm with the Ocean. Just picking up on some action that we saw, and another mistake there. Maria Salgado will be kicking herself a little bit. She was on her way to a number, fell at the end.
Definitely, you don't really want to make mistakes here because, like you said, there's a few chances that turn things, around in this heat. I mean, today's conditions, so you don't really want to make mistakes here. But there's still 24 minutes left. There's plenty of time left, so I'm just hoping to see a lot more sets rolling through the lineup because we are just reaching the low tide of the day, and the Ocean will push the tide in. With that, hopefully more energy to it.
Yeah, we've seen a little bit more. I think the last 10 minutes of the previous heat, and even the opening exchanges in this one, we're seeing a little bit more life out there. Here's a replay of Maria. What went wrong for her?
Nice first turn to generate the speed, and really loved the second turn as well. She was just eyeing for the last section probably too early on the carving turn. I love the first turn and the second turn, so she just timed it really well. But on this third turn, probably she was eyeing for the last section too early, so that catching the, she was just catching the rail.
Gets a 3-5 for her efforts. Nevertheless, it puts her in the lead. She'll win the opening exchange, and really, you got to be thinking about these kind of marginal gains and try and win every little battle out there. Each exchange that goes down, you can keep that momentum with you. On the inside now, Salgado down the line with speed. Got a little bit of a wall to work with here. Makes some space for herself. Banks off the top. And then kind of thought about squaring up for another turn. That's the wave went soft. Kind of pulled out of it. She's in motion. It will be more points her way. I think she's got plenty more in the tank than what she was able to show us there. Just sort of feeling her way into the heat here this morning.
This was just one of the inside ones there, but there's still potential on the inside breaks. Nice first turn and second turn. She was just trying to get one more turn, and this is the second wave for Zaffa in green, blue, Catalina. But unfortunately, couldn't really stick the landing there.
Yeah, it's a sort of similar thing to what happened on her first one. Just didn't quite have the speed, did she, to execute that maneuver? So a bit of a false start from her. The good news is she's got priority, and it will be another number in for Salgado of Portugal with 3. So kind of a modest number for her, but nevertheless building up a bit of momentum and a bit of a lead. So next wave for Catalina, she's going to have to try, obviously, and go complete with her turns. Just find a bit of that momentum. We'll fly high. Absolutely dreamy scene. So that blue sky, the ocean looking really beautiful on the west coast here.
Super beautiful morning, glassy. Every day walking, on the beach to the contest venue is a good routine for me. It's just temperature is really nice. It's not as hot as we have during the day. It was nice and chill in the morning, and just walking on the beach with a lot of crowd. Actually,
it's a lovely temperature for drinking a cup of coffee, isn't it?
Yeah, and then you can drink coffee outside. Actually, it's not too hot.
Love that, mate. Are you a morning person? Like to get up early?
Sometimes I do, but sometimes not a problem.
What is dawn patrol? Are you the kind of dawn patrol warrior, or maybe just prefer that kind of after breakfast sesh?
Yeah, more of the kind of person. But definitely when I'm traveling, I'll be trying to up early and just feel the morning energy. And yeah, especially place like this, La Union, definitely you want to get up early and just go for a walk, cup of coffee with your hand.
Surfing's, I suppose, quite rare for that. There aren't many sports that you associate with kind of like dawn.
Right.
Like sport normally happens up in the afternoon, doesn't it, generally speaking? Like when's the sport? 3 o'clock. Like it's in the arvo, usually. Surfing, you sort of have to be used to kind of getting up in the dark, don't you?
Yeah,
it's
definitely.
It's one of the quirks of our sport.
Yeah, it's a different sports, compared to the others. Like you said, they play at night time or like late afternoon, but we get up early, and I'm loving about that surfing though.
Yeah. Beautiful place to be up early and looking at the ocean here this morning. What we're seeing is sort of smaller conditions than what we had the last couple of days. We've still seen some decent numbers go down. A strong performance for our surfer, Atar White, in that last heat. Inso, she absolutely blazed out there, really. Didn't put a foot wrong. We've seen a little bit more nervy type of surf. A couple of mistakes in this one. Just feeling the pressure and realizing, facing elimination here. All right, important way for Catalina, the Peruvian. What's she got? She'll open up using the rail and then just being patient, looking down the line, seeing a setup. She's got a bit of glide going into an inside section, but the white water just breaking next to the board and unable to get onto the face. So it will be her best score. It's going to be a pretty low number though.
Right. That was if there's a wave in front of you, then probably in this kind of condition, you have to go for it. See if it's going to turn into a good wave, but that wave really didn't offer too much of the walls or like steeper sections for her to just hit. But she was doing great, she was engaging the rail and just maintain the speed really well. She was just trying to be in the power source of the wave and just eyeing for the section to stand up, but just, this wave really shut down on her and unable to generate the speed and come around. But definitely there's a surfing that's there, so that was just a wave selection. But there's still 18 minutes left on the clock, and hopefully more waves with a lot of steep sections coming through the lineup.
Yeah, she's definitely got the right approach. I think rolling the dice, good idea. Just take opportunities when they come. It's very hard to tell at the moment when the wave stands up on the peak what it's going to do through the inside, so you kind of have to speculate and just go. And I like the approach from her. The number, it's not bad, 367. So I tell you what, in terms of what the wave had, I think she's got to maximise that. It's the high score of the heat this morning. So that puts her in a reasonable position here. It's actually a really low number for now that she needs. We won't get too caught up on those numbers for the moment. I think we expect these to improve significantly. Salgado really want to get involved. I mentioned just quite a lot of fire as a competitor. There's some surfers that you see around venues, training, prepping, they look quite intense, like intense concentration. I'll definitely put Maria in that category. She loves to surf heats.
Definitely, I can see her surfing, and then yeah, great job for Catalina, getting 367 on the wave. Even though she didn't have the big finish on that wave, still getting the highest score in this heat. And 3.67 is small score, but I think in this kind of condition, 3.67 is a good number to keep.
Yeah, does feel kind of solid just in terms of what's come through. What we've got in motion here, Catalina from under the priority of Maria Salgado from deep. First turn, it's kind of stylish, but there's not loads of power in it. This wave is soft, but she's got an inside. It's kind of steep, and she'll just about get up there and give it a hit. Sustain busy. We talked about that approach. That's what she's doing. I think it's a right call.
Yes, I totally agree with that. Great call for her, just staying busy, just capitalizing the under priority there and get on the one of the smaller size waves. And she was just approaching every section right. 2 turns and then 1 big turn in the end. So I think that was the kind of way that she was looking for on the first couple of waves, and definitely she's getting those, good rhythm in the ocean.
A few more lines coming through here, getting down towards that midway point in the heat. Be another number of sort of similar order of magnitude, 293 in for Catalina. So into the lead right now, and that is exactly what you want to do, getting away from the scoreboard, but just thinking about the heat. You don't have priority. If you can get yourself back into first. Meanwhile, Salgado, a closeout really, just the one section. Interesting that she went that, pushed quite hard. She will surrender priority here.
Mike liked it though. Just one single maneuver, but definitely it hurt a steeper wall, and she hit it really hard. Really bit of little bit of a tail release there, but this is a replay of last of Catalina on a smaller size base. A little bit hang up on the first one, check down on the second, and it gets the vertical off the top in the end. So great combination, and she found this wave under priority. So great job.
Yeah, good hustle from her. It's interesting just to contrast the styles, isn't it? Lighter on her feet. Bit of a smoother sort of approach to it. She's really polished. By comparison, I love the power and aggression from Maria, but she hasn't been able to unleash it yet. And do you sort of have that feeling that's kind of building up in her, a bit of that tension? That's going to go a couple of ways. Either she gets a big section and hits it really hard, it'd be a big number. If that doesn't happen, things can unravel a bit. But you're really interested to see how it plays out. She'll get the improvement. She'll go back to first just for that one close-out turn, gets a 4-5. You liked it when we watched it live. The judges enjoyed it as well. And she's back in first place. She does have a little bit of extra power, and at the moment, it gives her a slight lead. She's catching better waves as well. Just over 13.5 minutes to go. More live action from the WSL World Junior Championship, live from the Philippines, right after this.
Di mabilang ang umagang pinasigla, kasama ng Magnolia Pure Fresh Milk at Magnolia Chocolate. Magnolia, 100 taon na at hihigit pa.
Oh my! Deep one for West and away. She comes out. She comes out. She needs a 10.
Di mabilang ang mabuting asal na itinuro. Sulit sarap sustansya, Magnolia Cheesy. Magnolia, 100 taon na at hihigit.
Welcome back to the action here as we'll pick up our second heat of the day. We're wrapping up women's elimination round in the water out of Portugal. Maria Salgado taking on Catalina Zadiki of Peru. And a bit of activity. Seen some busier action in the lineup last 5 minutes or so. This just happened during the break, Dai.
One of the small size waves, but that opening turn was beautiful, and it sets up for the second turn, tags it with a lot of sprays, a lot of power, and still going to get the third turn in. So definitely it'll be a best performance for Catalina in this heat. And then there was another wave for Maria as well. Actually, this was a 4.50 where she hit it and with a single maneuver. So that was a great turn, and I think there's another wave for Maria coming as well. So it's gonna be interesting to see what they're gonna get. But looks like healthy numbers are on the way.
Yeah, Lennox Smith watching on men's round 3, hitting the water real soon. That's going to be an amazing first heat as we'll see him take on Lucas Skinner, Great Britain.
Yeah, that's going to be a stacked heat in a round of 16.
I mean, they're just all amazing heats, aren't they, at this level in this round. Really looking forward to that. Just wonder about the approach going through here with these smaller conditions. What these two have got planned. Preparation. Lennox takes in some final instructions. I think he's got a pretty clear idea in his own mind as well about the sort of surfing he wants to do. Meanwhile, back in the present moment, Maria Salgado built up some momentum here. That number did drop in we were waiting for. We've seen improvements from both of our surfers. Not really surprised to see that, though, given their quality. 5.83 for Salgado. So a decent number to go into a 4-5, gets her into double figures. That in itself will feel pretty good. And then a move made from Catalina, 5.33. So both of these two adding a point onto their best number. A little more than that in the case of Catalina. So definitely the quality ramping up here. It's exactly what we expected as they surf their way into form. We've still got over 10 minutes to go now.
Great answer back from Catalina. She got the inside wave and got a 5.33, but Maria's last wave, 5.83. That is a healthy number on the bigger set, actually.
Yeah, we felt like it was coming, didn't we? Here we go, late takeoff for Catalina. Can she come around a section here? She's going to have to be patient. Doing a little bit of snowboarding as she just kind of waits for this. Here we go. Nice steep section to bank off. And a clean, precision, carving snap in the pocket. Couple of those. And then off the bottom. If she can pull this down, nice finish. So everything real critical. Check the speed, though, from Salgado. She's flying down the line. A great looking wave. Really nice rhythm to this. Opens up. Gets a little caught, but does well to clean it up and recover. Tries to snap out the tail for a finish. Just overcooking it a little bit on the end, but really nice rhythm in the early part of that ride.
Interesting, exchange between red and blue, Definitely different approach. Let's take another look on the Catalina's last wave. There was a little bit of downtime in the first section, but she did well to just hold on to it, just waiting for the section, and a beautiful carve, and another beautiful carve, just setting up for the next turn here. This was a money turn. It was one of the big turns in this heat. Really loving the performance from Catalina. But this is Maria up and riding one of the smaller size waves. A lot of speed. Love the check down there, just setting up for this action there. And another big turn. So completely different approach from Maria and Catalina. But both of them did a great job.
Yeah, impressed with the drive that Salgado's able to get. Going top to bottom through that middle part, that critical section. Decent number for her, a 5.27. So she's going pretty well here. We're waiting for the number to come in for Catalina, 5.78.
Ooh.
Is the requirement? What are you feeling?
That was a good three-turn combo, but there's a downtime at the back, so I'm not too sure what judges going to think about that.
The
But
finish was super critical, wasn't it? Think
critical.
about that end section, how steep it was. I tell you what, the number's really good. She goes to the lead, a 7.33. So this thing's really fired up right now, and it looks like Salgado will get priority, and she'll need a number. Here comes that quality we were expecting. We look at both of these two, and we think how they can perform, and they're showing it right now in conditions that they've had to kind of just feel their way into, and then the ocean has pulsed for us. Let's get another look at this high score. The high score of the morning so far, this is the 7.33.
Definitely, she did a great job to just stick to the wave. Love the first turn, beautifully nice setting up down there, and this was money turn. To me, all the points coming from that last turn. It was one of the biggest turns here, but this is important wave for Maria.
Live action. Maria Salgado takes a wave. Didn't really take her very far. Meanwhile, here goes Zadiki. Hit off the top. Sort of very similar waves for both of those surfers right there. Not sure we're gonna see the kind of numbers that we just saw in the last two previous exchanges. They've really lit this heat up, and they've stayed pretty evenly poised. There's about a 1.5 in it at the moment, though. It is our Peruvian in the lead. Here's Lennox Smith making his way down the beach. All right, this equipment, we expected maybe kind of step down stuff, a little wider, a little shorter. Looks like what we're seeing from Lennox.
All right, this is an important wave for Maria, needing 6.84, just waiting for the section to stand up. Nice slash turn, throwing it back in some sprays, gets the second turn in, trying to get one more turn in. Unfortunately, didn't have the steeper walls. But this is another wave from Catalina. One of the smaller size waves, trying to stick to the wave. And she managed well and able to get the last turn in. So a lot of actions in the last half of the heat.
Yeah, really enjoyed the way this one's fired up. 5 minutes 40 on the clock. As we see men's round 3 hitting the water. Really stacked first heats. Lennox Smith taking on Lucas Skinner. And there's Lucas making his way down the beach. Be ready to have at this. Good performance from him yesterday in the elimination. Lennox as well. Had a fun interview with Hughie Vaughan as well afterwards. Really enjoying their time over here. Not taking anything too seriously as yet, but make no doubt about it. They're both absolutely here to win this World Junior title. As we'll go inside 5 minutes here. And It's still the Peruvian in the lead. Maria Salgado, that requirement 6.84.
It is a big number for this condition, 6.84. But also, Catalina got a 7.33 in this heat. So I think there's a, potential on the way.
Yeah, what the judge is telling us there, I guess, because that way, no turns at all out the back. She sort of stood up and had to wait a long time. I think what they're saying is those combos that she did on the end, there are still big points available. You can go right up through the scale. That's a really good number, and it's encouraging for surfers. You don't necessarily need to go crazy all the way down the wave. If there's just that one moment, it will get rewarded.
Definitely one moment that you only need to get a good score. But looks like there's some energy at the back.
All right, bring it on. Here goes Zadiki off the bottom. Really nice drivey turn and loads of spray. I think that's her biggest carve that we've seen. And then, just wobbles herself off, pushed too hard. A mistake from her. Salgado out the back with priority. Kind of a late entry into a wave, and I'm not real sure what happened there. Looked like we saw a quality set wave. She didn't find one.
There's still 3 minutes and 30 seconds, but the last wave for Catalina, she was on the way to another great score. Loved the first turn and loved this, second turn, but unfortunately she was kind of catching the rail, broke the rail, and goes down. But she was on the way to get rid of the 5.33. This one, loved the first time, throwing a lot of sprays and setting up for this little bit of tail release there. Unfortunately, catching the rail in the end, but loving that first opening carve there.
Really dynamic, wasn't it? Great technique from her. Just kind of skidded out here, didn't she? Got that slide in, and then just couldn't quite bring the fins back underneath that back foot to get the drive going into the bottom turn. But I love the way that she's really opening up the last few waves. And it's amazing what getting a 7.33 can do as well for your own confidence and just get you to push that much harder, surf with more freedom.
Definitely, just like you said, she's starting to open up right now. It's exciting, the end of the heat, 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So it's a crunch time for Maria as well, needing big score, but still, she's capable of getting those 6-point range. And, the conditions are showing that there's a potential to get those 6 and 7-point range.
Yeah, what an interesting heat this has been. They're really evenly matched. Like, they've both ridden 8 waves, and almost every moment between the two of them throughout has been really, really close, with the exception just that one exchange, and it was that 7.33 that's really been the difference between these two. It has put that requirement up there close to the 7, and Maria's mind, she's thinking of a wave up in the 7s or better, under 2 minutes to try and find it. The good news, she does have first priority. She will need to find a quality set waves. Bit of motion here. We see a couple of lines. There might be 3 waves coming through. Let's see which one she goes to take. Didn't find anything significant in that last set. This might be the opportunity. 90 on the clock. Salgado, bit of a crease in the wave in the opening section. Not what she wanted, and you can see the strain on her face and some of the stress she's feeling. Meanwhile, Catalina, an awkward wave of her own.
That was really unfortunate for Maria. It was one of the sets, but the wave didn't really cooperate at offering the opportunities for Maria to just actually hit the section. But Catalina did a great job to pull out really early on that last wave.
Okay, what do you do here if you're Maria Salgado? If you paddle all the way back to the peak, you won't have priority, and Catalina can control it. Do you kind of hang on the inside a little bit?
Probably, I would say just hang on the inside area and maybe slowly paddling towards a lineup, and then just see if there's going to be a little inside ones. But looks like there's another one at the back.
Here we go. Zadiki once again up on a wave. And she'll open up with that first turn. And again, off the top. And goes with that slide of the tail for a finish. Not sure it's going to add significantly. It will be a wave that Maria Salgado can't ride. We're going to count down from 5 seconds. I'm not sure Maria's going to find herself another wave here, and we're all wrapped up for women's elimination rounds. Very impressive. Catalina Zadiki, the Peruvian, really blazing her way to big numbers. Disappointment for Maria Salgado. Just couldn't quite get hold of it. Got a little bit lost at the end as well. A really entertaining heat. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, men's round of 16. Lennox Smith of Australia, Lucas Skinner of the UK. We'll be right back.
Switch na tayo to Nutri-Chocs for small breeds like you. Small bone shakeables para easy to chew. And for easy digestion for your teeny tiny tummy. Fortified with essential nutrients. Nutri-Chocs for small breeds. Love in every meal.
Di mabilang ang uwian na naging kabang-abang. Kasama ang pambansang manok. Magnolia, 100 taon na at hihigit pa.
Welcome back to the World Junior Championships here at Mona Lisa Point, San Juan Union in the beautiful Philippines, and we are into men's action. This is around a 16 heat number 1. Lennox Smith out of Australia taking on Lucas Skinner from Great Britain, and what a matchup this is. We've seen this one on paper for a few days now, and everyone has been absolutely fanging for it. Stace Galbraith in the booth with none other than Di Wacko. Good morning, Di.
Good morning, Stace. Beautiful morning again.
Beautiful morning. Yeah, I've been up early. I feel like I've just been waiting to get into things. Thanks for having me in here.
You've been filming this morning?
Yeah,
again?
went for a little walk, filmed a few waves this morning. Good to see everyone warming up.
How's the surf looking right now?
To be honest, when we first got down here, I thought no chance. I thought I was starting to look at some options for what else we're going to do today. But just before we had to make the call, a couple of nice sets started coming through and thought, you know what, there's enough waves out there. And I think we saw that in that last heat.
Definitely.
Yeah.
It was really slow in the first heat, but that second heat, he had a lot of sets coming through the lineup, actually.
Yeah,
so
for sure. Yeah, so we're going to hear what it was like in the water down on the sideline with Jessie Starling. Morning, Jess.
Yeah, morning, Stace. Nice to hear your voice in that booth this morning. Catalina, incredible back and forth heat between you and Maria. I feel like those heats, they're kind of what you look for when you get a really solid competitor.
Yeah, I'm super happy to have made a heat. It was really hard. I felt like in almost all my waves. I was kind of nervous, and it was a really hard heat. But yeah, we were going back to back in like every wave, and I'm just happy I got the better waves in that exchange and to make it to the next round.
Feels like you're a bit of a momentum surfer. You know, the more times you're on your feet, you kept improving all the way through. Is this going to be that same sort of strategy we'll see you continue through the entire of the event?
I think so, because the waves are really small, so I'm just trying to like get the most waves in the heat and like get better scorch each wave. And yeah, that just...
Give us the insight. Did you have a board change with this drop and swell? Also, love the design on this board. It's really nice.
I've been using this board the whole event. When it was big, I also used this board. So I'm just going to keep using it. It's a really good board, and yeah, I'm feeling confident.
How good's a magic board? We love it. We also know you have a lot of family, friends back at home. Feel free to take it away.
Bueno, quiero saludar a mi mamá, a mi hermano que probablemente están viendo, a mi hermana también. Agradecer a todos mis auspiciadores y a todos mis amigos que me están viendo.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Enjoy, Stace and Di.
Yeah, thanks, Jess, and congratulations, Catalina. Great heat there. And like you said, Di, the first heat of the morning was pretty tricky. A little bit harder to figure out the lineup, but yeah, the second heat, the girls got going and got some good scores, good battle.
Definitely. And then, you know, exactly what she did was to just keep the momentum going, and then that strategy is really working well in the second heat. And do you think it's gonna be like that in the men's side as well?
Yeah, I think we'll see the men get pretty active. I don't think they'll be too selective. The main reason for that is I think there's the waves that come through out the back. They actually don't look that good. The shape is pretty flat, but actually down the line, they're hitting the inside really nice. And I think we saw that in the last heat. I know that Lennox and Lucas would have identified that. Pretty nice to be like the third heat of the day.
Definitely.
And they got a few little tester heats. They got to see what's going on out there. I think when you get those little double ups down the line, I actually think there's some really good scoring potential. But you have to try a few times, I think, to figure out exactly where that is on the reef. And I don't know exactly where these boys are sitting right now, but when they first paddled out from the keyhole, none of them wanted to come over. They were both like holding each other really, really deep. So now that Lucas has got a wave and Lennox has got priority, I think it's good that they look like they have moved over, and they're definitely on the better part of the bank for sure.
Yeah, that's right. You know, you don't always have to be waiting for the wave at the back. You know, there's always waves and potentials on the inside area, and that's exactly where Catalina got the 7-point ride. She didn't anything at the back. She was just holding on to it and just waiting for the section to stand up, and actually she did a 3-turn combo on the inside area. So there's definitely at the opportunities on the inside.
Yeah, no, for sure. And we kind of saw that yesterday, didn't we? But when it was bigger, it was harder to identify those waves. You know, they kind of, every wave looked the same. Whereas now that it's smaller, I think it's actually lining up a bit better, and was really consistent at the end of that heat. So hopefully we see that continue, and it hasn't, you know, sucked the air out of it for the start of this heat.
Definitely, you know, always it's hard to be in the first heat of the day, always, because in the morning there's a lot of people surfing, and you don't really know where to sit, and you kind of want to go deeper and deeper so that you can get a wave in the lineup. So it's always hard to be in a first heat of the day. But like you said, it's great to have watched a couple of heats before their heat.
What about you this morning? Did you go for a surf, or you just got a coffee and watched?
I just got a coffee and watched, and I had a nice walk on the beach. So
yeah, it is a nice walk to work, isn't it?
I always like walking to the to the contest venue in the morning, especially in La Union, this area. It's nice temperature in the morning, nice and chilly.
Yeah, exactly. The sun hasn't quite hit yet, so it's always nice and cool in the morning, and then by the afternoon it's absolutely scorching. So you've only got one male left in the draw from Japan.
Iko Watanabe. You know, he was really nervous in the first run, and I talked to him yesterday when I was surfing after the comp, and he's ready. He said he was ready. He just shaked off all the nerves now, so he's probably be ready, and he's gonna have a great heat today. Yeah,
as we come down to 22 minutes on the clock, Lennox Smith with priority yet to get his account underway here. It's one of those events where Lennox did really well here last year. He got an equal third, and had a bunch of different heats. He had some buzzer beaters. He had some heats where he was really good from start to finish. And this event so far has kind of been same again. First heat didn't really go his way. Second heat through the repechage round, he was on fire. And so today with different conditions, I must admit I don't really know what to expect out of Lennox. He's a pretty wild card type of character.
Right.
Looks like he's got a good board under his feet there. I think a few of the lads opted for that, either an epoxy type construction or maybe a PU with like epoxy resin, something a bit lighter today. But
definitely, the equipment choice is coming into the play today's condition, right? You kind of have to have, because 2 days ago it was big, 3 foot or solid 4 foot. Definitely you need a bigger boards, but today's condition probably, carbons and EPS will do the job
for sure.
And that's exactly Nick Smith was was surfing in this heat. But there's all the 8 heats are
stacked.
Super stacked. Look at the heat 4 and heat 5, 2 Australians up against each other in a row.
Yeah, everyone else will be happy with that. 2 will get through and 2 will go home, and it's just the way it goes. Obviously, a couple of Australians getting the wild cards into this event, and so obviously qualifying through the region as well was Dane and Willem. That's actually kind of funny to see them. They're number 1 and 2 from the Australian region up against each other in round 3. Which is a bummer, Australia's obviously a really strong region, as are all the regions, but obviously
definitely
Australia's had that name on the title a few times. There's any male Japanese winners?
I don't think we have Japanese male winner, but Amuro
won the
obviously
women's.
Won the women's back in not sure when, but in Taiwan.
Okay, in Taiwan,
But she's now in Hawaii, just preparing for the CS event next month.
How's she going on the World the Challenger Series this year?
Oh, she's doing great.
Awesome.
She's just out of the qualification line. I
Yep.
think coming 8th or
Okay.
9th.
Yep.
But she has a good chance to
Yep.
just get on the CT tour again. And then also Hiroto Ohara is in a good position as
That'd
well.
be amazing.
And,
He's been so close so many times.
I think this year he's very, very focused and really dedicated to the surfing more than ever. So I'm really, excited to watch the pipeline in a CS event.
Yeah, big time. Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see the Challenger Series go there on January the 29th. And a lot of competitors in this draw on the Challenger Series. Lennox will be on the Challenger Series next year. He's had a really strong QS showing this year, and this is his last year in the World Juniors. And that's the case for a lot of the guys. Winter Vincent as well. You see a lot of the surfers and on the women's side as well doing the 2 tours, and it just goes to show the level of where everything's at, and also how much this event means that they would take their time out of their schedule to come here and compete in this event. You know, it still means a lot, a World Junior title, and it's a name, it's a trophy, that you want to get your name on for sure.
Definitely, you get your name next to Andy Ayans, Joe Parkinson, Gabriel Medina, all the legend, all the world champions on the CT level.
Yeah.
So definitely you want to put your name next to their names.
Yeah, it's a good company. Yeah, pretty slow start here for this heat, unfortunately. Lucas Skinner, the only score at the moment that sort of resembles anything, a 3.5, but that's sort of not something that I think he'll keep in his scoreline at the end of this heat, as we see a little bit of motion here. And this has sort of been the case throughout the day, that the biggest waves aren't always the best. It's these smaller waves that sort of double up, that don't break on the outside, and Lucas Skinner will take this wave with second priority, loose out of the top there. Heaps of squirt in that surfboard, but unfortunately falling off there, not able to capitalise, and 2 for 1. That's one of the best feelings in surfing, I reckon, when you blow one and another wave pops right up, and let's see if it happens a third time.
Wow, really unfortunate for Lucas Skinner. Just like you said, there's great opportunities on the inside area, and that's exactly what he was looking for. And that wave actually looked really good. Good-looking waves. Unfortunately, maybe pushing too much because it's kind of fatter out the back. It kind of hollows through the inside area. So maybe he should have just waited for the section to stand up. But that was a great speedy surfing.
So he looks like he's riding an epoxy, or at least a stringed epoxy there, or something along those lines. What is the difference between, say, a carbon construction or an epoxy construction versus just a regular PU? Like, what are some things that you've got that do really well, and what's some things that maybe they can be a bit tricky with?
Maybe, with the APS, it's really light, so it's easy to just swing around, and that actually makes it really hard to just engage in the rail really nicely. And then on the carbon surfboard, you can push really hard, and so that you can get more drive through the turns. So if I were in the comp, I would rather using carbon surfboard, because I like pushing the surfboard really hard. Have you ever had the carbon?
I have. Yeah, I've been lucky to have a couple actually. Yeah, you're right. They're really stiff, so you can push really, really hard. They are obviously really light though, and I found that they're really, really responsive. So you have to be really focused. Like what you saw there with Lucas, really nice turn. He pretty much made it, but it just had that extra 10% of kind of release. And PU just doesn't do that. It sits in the water a bit heavier and kind of that more traditional kind of carving and fin, throw maneuvers, whereas the EPSs, they sometimes, what I don't like about them is they can have a bit of a mind of their own. You think the turn is finished and your board is still going,
Definitely.
But that is also the beauty of them. They carry their speed. You don't have to work as hard to get going. But yeah, it all comes down to personal preference too. Like I know some people that will just always stick to a PU. They might just go a bit thicker or a bit wider. Maybe use bigger fins or something like that to try and help generate speed. But if you love an EPS, I know a lot of people love like a wooden stringed board with EPS resin, so it's kind of not as heavy. It's not as heavy on the glass, but yeah, the surfboard technology these days is so crazy. And
so crazy.
Yeah.
Like every year, there's gonna be a like a new surfboard system, and then everyone uses everything, and it's a time of the era that it's so hard to pick surfboards for every condition. You kind of have to have like 10 surfboard for every contest.
Well, we have a little pause in the action here. We're going to take a break at the World Junior Championships presented by Purefoods and Magnolia. Stay right up. Lennox Smith will get his account open, I promise you.
Di mabilang ang araw na naging espesyal. With the best tasting Magnolia Gold Label Vanilla Ice Cream. Magnolia, 100 taon na at hihigit pa. Di mabilang ang bonding na nabuo. Kasama ng tamang tamis sa asim sarap na Magnolia Real Mayonnaise. Magnolia, 100 taon na at hihigit pa.
Welcome back to the WSL World Junior Championships. This is heat number 1 of the round of 16s of the men's division. We wrapped up the ladies division this morning and by finishing the elimination round. So 8 servers have been eliminated from the draw on the women's side, 8 servers have been eliminated from the draw on the men's side, and we're starting to get into the business end of the event now. It'll be mono, one-on-one competition all the way to the final. So we have man-on-man here, Lennox Smith from Australia versus Lucas Skinner out of Great Britain. We had a massive cricket match in Australia recently where it was these two countries playing against one another.
Who won?
Big rivalry. Australia, according to the English media, had the worst team they'd ever seen. Ever.
So there's
Wiped
another.
the floor with them, beat them 4-1.
So there's another great matchup here. Then.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of an Ashes rivalry here. Well, at least I hope so. But at this point in time, there's no rivalry to speak of because we haven't really seen a whole lot of action from either lad. A couple of falls from Lucas, and as we see Lennox here on his first opportunity, we're talking about different constructions and boards, and you can see there Lennox opting for the carbon fibre this morning. Looks really good going down the line, holding his speed really well. Beautiful carve, staying tight in the pocket, big slash there. It's a really well surfed wave after waiting nearly 18 minutes for this ride. You always wonder how a surfer's going to perform after they've been sitting on their legs for that long, and you've got to give that one a round of applause. A very, very well surfed wave, and I think in today's conditions, when you get those opportunities, you absolutely have to execute. There cannot be any stumbles, and Lennox has just done that to perfection there.
Definitely, you don't really want to be making mistakes. But Lennox Smith, that was a great combination. But just like you said, he was waiting for the wave for over 15 minutes, but beautiful wave. It was one of the set that, breaking beautifully along the reef. A beautiful couple of hits, throwing buckets of sprays. That board looks really, really working well under his feet right there. And he was surfing all the way to the inside section there. A lot of sprays coming off from the surfboard and into this last section. Little bit of fin release there. So beautiful surfing.
Yeah, beautiful surfing and just nice tempo. Didn't try too hard at the start here and just kept his speed going down the line. As we've seen from the difference between today and yesterday, you can kind of chase the wave down the line onto this next part of the reef where it stands up. Whereas yesterday, if you chased it off, it was just going into the channel. And we have seen some really nice double ups here. And again, Lennox just, I think the most impressive part of this wave for me was the turns where he didn't push too hard. He just let the board do the work. And then when the wave got steep, he really gave it his best. And you see even with that finish turn there, in conditions like this, like small wave surfing is one of the hardest things you can do well. And to finish a wave like that strong with that much speed is just an indication of how dialed in Lennox is at the moment. A really well surfed wave and a great start to the heat. He's going to go straight to the lead with a 7.33, and now he's put young Lucas under immense pressure. There's 10 minutes remaining, and he essentially hasn't started his heat yet. So it's all up, looking up for Lennox at the moment, and he will have priority. So this is huge.
This is a huge heat. It's been over 19 minutes now. 7.33 to start his campaign. That is a good, healthy number for Lennox Smith. And just like you said, on the smaller waves, you have to keep the momentum going. You you don't really want to be waiting for a section to stand up. Just you kind of have to create your moment right there. But this is the last wave from Lucas. Nice first turn, keep the momentum going. A lot of speed, beautiful slashing down there, and floats the section. I love this beautiful curve, engaging the rail, using upper body to just swing around and all the way to the inside. So another beautiful surfing from Lucas Skinner.
Oh, great replay there. And this wave is something we caught off air, and a wave he absolutely needed. And it's going to be a really good score that puts him right back in this heat. So great timing. He didn't want to wait another minute to get himself into this heat die. And there it is, a 5.5 for this ride, where he looked amazing. Just coming off the bottom, he had so much spark. He kind of felt like this wave was going to give him a bit more down the line, but unfortunately for him, it just didn't give him that finish. I think if it did, you would see a score similar to Lennox's, because the surfing at the start was really, really nice.
Definitely, yeah. Totally agree with you. He wanted to have the big finish there, even without a finishing time, 5.50. So definitely, like you said, with the finishing time, he would have get the pretty much the same range with the Lennox Smith.
Yep. Which is, you kind of feel like a lot of the heats today could go the way of like Lennox right now with the 7.33. He could easily, win this heat with, say, a really high score and just a score that gets the total to 10 points, you know what I mean? And so now, and Lucas has kind of got himself in a really good position here where he could almost do the opposite. He could just have the two scores in the middle. You know, like he doesn't need to get an 8 to win this heat. I know that the boys haven't really got their second score yet, but these are the kind of things you have to think about with 8 minutes left. What total do I need to get to make sure that my competitor is out of action? And Lennox can do it both ways. He could just wait for the very next big set and just close it out, or with the clock counting down, he could just pull the trigger on an in-between wave and also get the job done. So it's these are the mind games. This is what's going through Lennox's head right now. Like, how do I win this heat? How do I close it out? Because he is in the box seat for sure, although he's in second. He does have the highest score. He does have priority. And it's like that wave there from Lucas is keeping Lennox, it's keeping him honest. It's keeping him sharp. It's that number to him is like, he's still in. He knows he's still well and truly in this heat.
Definitely. With a 7-point ride, you don't really feeling safe right now, because
not at all.
Lucas is on the way to the good score on the last wave, and this is an important wave for Lucas. Beautiful first turn, and just like mentioned, keep the momentum going all the way to the inside. Beautiful second turn, throwing back a spray. Here comes the last section, turning into the air reverse, kick reverse, I would say, and there's a bonus section, another one, so
one more.
Maybe one more in the end. But beautiful surfing again from Lucas, needing a score, important wave for him.
We're hearing whistles there. I could hear from the crowd. I don't know if that was for blue or for red, but we did see Lennox there finishing the end of her ride, so we'll catch you up there in a minute. This is the first time we're seeing Lennox Smith's wave here. Nice check turn down the line. Wow, this wave's standing up beautifully. Nice snap in the lip there. Didn't overcommit to it, just sort of let the size of the wave do the talking.
That was a great surfing, great wave selection as well. So it's gonna be a great exchange between Lennox and Lucas's last waves. What do you think?
I think it's purely just on the wave selection for Lennox. Like, I think Lucas looked a lot more sort of lively and sparky, and he was doing some great surfing, but he had to work really hard to get the points out of that wave, whereas Lennox's wave just had that beautiful flow. We are on a point, so the judges, they are looking for that as a big part of the criteria. Obviously, it's in every part of the criteria everywhere we go, but when you're on the right-hand point, they want to see you stringing your turns together with no downtime, and Lennox definitely got that done on that wave. So I'd be saying that just on the size of the wave and the flow is what's going to take Lennox's up there.
Lucas is what he could do on this wave, because before Lennox's wave, he only needs a small score on this one. So probably he knows that he needs to get another 5-point range or 6, and that's exactly what he did. 2 air reverses in the end. So he was on the way to the requirement, but he didn't know that there's another wave at the back.
And with second priority, you can understand why Lucas went that wave. It was a nice wave, and he's probably going to get his best score of the heat so far. But unfortunately for him, he's kicked out and just seen Lennox out the back on a real quality wave. And Lennox did some awesome surfing himself. So it's a great wave here for Lucas. I wouldn't say he did anything wrong on the wave. It's just the wave itself was quite small. And there it is, a 6.43 for that ride. And he'll be stoked to hear that. But once he hears Lennox score get read out behind him, I think he's going to realise he's going to be in a world of hurt.
Well, beautiful surfing from Lucas, though. 2 air reverses in the end. Looks like Lennox got a sick wave for the second.
There it is, an 8.33, which is essentially just a dream heat right there. He did really well not to freak out and chase Lucas into that little double up. He let him have it with first priority, and the reward was 30 seconds later, and it paid off greatly for him.
Wow, great wave selection from Lennox Smith. So now, Lennox has first priority and Lucas has second. What's the mental game right here? So,
to be honest, you're looking at flights. It's like on a wave. Chopu, different story. Pipeline, different story. You could be comboed in 90 seconds, like get it sorted, no worries. But as good as a surfer as Lucas is, I'm not taking anything away from his talent. He's an amazing surfer, absolutely charges. It's just this wave is a wave where to get 9 points plus, you need the wave as well as the talent to get the score. And I don't think that we've even seen a 9-point wave today. As good as you could surf it, I don't think that there's much more out there that these boys could be doing. I think the judges will be really critical of that today. I think obviously we just seen an 8.33 there, but you look at how good that wave was and how good that surfing was. It's a 9.23 is a huge score, and particularly without priority. I mean, he's still in it. I'm not counting him out, but the question was, what are you thinking about? At this point in the heat, you're just going, damn.
Yeah, especially when the time is winding down.
Yeah.
3 minutes and 20 seconds. And, last 25 minutes, there weren't many sets with the potential. So just like you said, it's really big requirement for Lucas. 9.23 has to be the highest score of the event.
Yeah, highest score of the event so far. And he has the talent to do it. He would just need the perfect wave.
Right.
And unfortunately for him, if the perfect wave came through, Lennox will be on it because of this requirement of what he needs. Lucas can try to sell Lennox on a wave, but you very rarely do you see someone sell someone on a wave when they need a 9. You know what a 9 looks like, and Lennox won't go unless it looks like a wave that probably would look like J-Bay. Just a perfect wall all the way down into the cove. That Lennox will just put himself on that wave. Like Lucas can try to go this wave here, but I can't see Lennox blocking him. Up and riding here, 9.23. There's 2 minutes on the clock. Probably just enough time to do it in 2 waves, but unfortunately not the case. And also, too, just really mature decision-making there from Lennox, which is, as you know, Di, being a competitor yourself, it's a hard thing to do. You look at every wave and you just think, maybe he could do a backflip and get a 9. But you have to be realistic. You have to try to think calm and just, no, there's not 9 points in that wave. I'm not going anywhere near it. I don't need to be on that wave. I'm just going to hold priority until this heat ends, and that's what Lennox is doing really well at the moment.
Definitely, Lennox is doing really well to manage his emotion. He really want to have a win here, make it to the next round. He's doing a great job, like you said. But this is World Junior Championships, and you need to have that a high level over decision making.
Totally, yeah.
Well, it looks like some sets rolling through.
So this is good for Lennox. Like Lucas is paddling himself deeper up the point. Lennox will be fine with this. He'll just chase him up the point and either block him on this wave or just happily sit him a bit deeper. All right, so Lennox is opting to use priority. Good news is for Lucas, there does look like there's a wave out the back. Lennox is looking to better a 7.33 here. Plenty of speed as he comes around the line. That's probably the turn of the heat so far. Plenty of power, plenty of style as he comes through to the inside and the reverse. Len has absolutely activated here.
Wow. He started just open up now. Looks like Lucas was on that wave. But definitely, Lennox.
I think I said that the 8.33 was going to be the highest score of, that we'd see probably for the day. I think I'm about to be very wrong.
That was a beautiful
That was a beautifully
surfing,
surfed wave and just beautiful use of strategy. Like, there was 9 points in that wave. And he did so well to use it and better his score. And I dare say that Lucas now is going to find himself probably in a situation that he can't come back from. I think it'll be a 2-wave total after that score comes in.
Definitely, Lennox pushes really hard on that wave, unleashed his skills. He ticked every boxes, so definitely it's going to be a great number for Lennox Smith.
Yeah. Do you like it better than the 833?
Close.
Yeah.
I think 8.33 wave had a bigger size, so but definitely surfing was there.
As we see Lucas Skinner here, this will be his last attempt for this event. Tell he's got plenty of spark in that surfboard. He's fantastic surfer when he gets the opportunities. Just hasn't been able to find himself on the best pieces of ocean today. We are waiting for a score from Lennox Smith. A huge Larry, incomplete there for the young surfer from Great Britain. We'll assume that's all said and done. We are still waiting for a score here from Lennox Smith. We'll take a quick break and bring you back to the live action. Heat number 2 coming right up. Don't go anywhere.
Di mabilang ang araw na naging espesyal. With the best tasting Magnolia Gold Label Vanilla Ice Cream. Magnolia, 100 taon na at hihigit pa. Di mabilang ang bonding na nabuo. Kasama ng tamang tamis sa asim sarap na Magnolia Real Mayonnaise. Magnolia, 100 taon na at hihigit pa.
Welcome back to the WSL World Junior Championships at Mona Lisa Point in San Juan in the Philippines. This is heat number 2 of the round of 16. Rickson Falcao taking on Ryan Carnalo. We've seen a lot of double ups in round number 3 here. It's the 2 Brazilians taking on one another. Stace Galbraith in the booth with True Starling. Morning, True.
Good morning, Stace.
How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good.
How's the heart rate? It's pumping out there. Plenty of action.
Yeah, lots going on. We've had some that last heat, Lennox, went to town.
Wowee. Yeah, that was a tale of 2 heats, really. There was, not a lot of waves. When they came, they were really fun. And Lennox certainly got a hold of a couple of really strong rides there. And, it was a lot different at the start of the day. The first heat of the day looked really tricky. I think everyone was kind of scratching their heads going, where are the waves at? Are we going to be able to get through a few heats? But the ladies and the men have since sort of figured out their positioning, figured out the lineup, and there's plenty of fun opportunities out there.
Yeah, sometimes when it's smaller along here, maybe it hits the bank a little bit better, offers some better connections. But that I just feel like some huge scores in surfing going down in the last one with Lennox and Lucas.
You see getting underway here, not wasting any time. Rickson Falcao out of Brazil. He had a couple of nice turns yesterday. Had to work really hard for his scores. I think you can see he's got a lot of firepower there. He just wants to try and find himself a good piece of ocean. And I think, it's going to be a real tricky one today for the surfers and figuring out, okay, do I just try and get going and work my way into this heat, or do I do the Lennox Smith route and just drop the anchor and wait for the waves when they come? And as we see Rickson here just getting things going, he's made his intentions pretty clear. He's going to look to try and ride a bunch of waves and just surf his way into this heat, which is very typical of our friends from Brazil. They even on the tour, they love to ride a lot of waves. They love to sort of build their own momentum and put the pressure on. And, it's sort of taken that Ethan Ewing and Griffin Colapinto and Jack Robinson to really sort of show them the other side of strategy, which is just sit and wait. Sometimes, obviously, it pays off. Other times, it blows up in your face. But I think this wave today is going to have both of those stories unfolding all day here today. But while we're waiting for Ryan to open up his account, Jessie, you've got the Beagle.
I do have the Beagle. Lennox Smith, that was always going to be a huge heat between you and Lucas. Been a little bit gassed, though, right now.
Yeah. Mate, I'm actually cooked. Oh, no good.
But you got a big win. I mean, I love when you see a heat between you and a competitor and you guys just keep pushing each other to lift, start to grow. And it felt like you and Lucas, it was that energy from the get-go.
Yeah, 100%. Lucas is such a freak. And, that's why I'm so gassed, because I freaking had to use all my energy out there.
What happens if you got to surf 2 heats in one day, mate?
I'm going to have to tell him to call it off. I won't be able to be crawling out there.
Will, if you're listening, 1 heat per day for this guy just here. Thinking about last year, had a couple big buzzer beater finishes. Not the same strategy this year, which we're loving to see. You're just kind of rolling with the momentum here.
Yeah, just, taking it heat by heat. I'm just enjoying my time here, with all my mates. And I was actually vomiting this morning before I surfed. I was like walking out with Huey, I was like, dude, I'm going to vomit. Had to do a quick tacky in the free surf and straight back into it. So yeah, just rolling with emotions,
I hope no one was eating watching this interview here. Lennox Smith through to the quarterfinals.
Oh, Jesse, sorry, I just had one there.
One more.
Can you get Lennox to clarify what a tacky is?
Lennox, Stace would like you to clarify what a tacky is. Actually, let's not. There might be a couple of children watching back. Anyways, let's wrap it. Wrap it here, guys.
DM him. He'll tell you.
Oh, he's a funny guy. He actually sounded gassed.
I reckon he's bunging it on.
Do you reckon?
Yep.
Okay, this was during the interview. Ryan got this first wave. It's so small, but these Brazilian surfers, they just, enter these waves with so much excitement and energy, and you can really see that flair showcased on that last turn. Lots of spray and different equipment choice, it looks like today, maybe on the epoxy for him to just get a little bit of extra spark and pizzazz out of these turns. I feel like this one here, really nice, maybe setting it up for this last one where he was really able to open up and get more vertical in that critical section. That was smooth.
Yeah, 5 points. I'd say the majority of that score came from that last turn there. Beautiful projection through the lip, driving right through that turn. Plenty of spray. It's one of his hallmarks. He's definitely got that turn on lock. But it is one of those days where you do have to be really, as you saw at the start of that wave, really light at the start and heavy when it matters. And I think for Ryan and for Rickson, they're both big kids, so that they're not gonna waste their time on anything that doesn't sort of look like they can have the wave kind of help them out a bit.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like even Stace, looking at the rest of this round of 16 for the men's, there is so many heats. I'm particularly interested in heat number 5.
Yeah, I think a lot of us are. There's there's two of our brightest stars out of Australia. Unfortunately matching up against one another. Huey coming in as a wild card, so he's seed number 24.
Yeah.
And Winter's seed number 1, came second here last year, and he's the one that everyone's kind of touted as the one to take it out, and rightly so. He's been warming up really well in his free surfs and in his heats. His one heat that he's surfed, he's looked really solid. So, yeah, it's going to be a big heat.
And I feel like the beauty of having such a long waiting period as well is we're going to get so many different, conditions, and we're going to see so many different personalities of this wave.
Yep, definitely.
And I'm really intrigued to see how Winter is going to approach it out here. He's obviously a lot taller than Huey. He's a man. He's like 6'2", whereas Huey's a little bit more sprightly. He's a fair bit shorter than Winter, as is everyone else basically in the draw.
Except for Geordie Smith is probably the only surfer that's taller than him.
Yeah, exactly. So I feel like it's going to be, I think it'll be a cool heat to kind of see the different approaches. But also this last one, I think you and I were watching that heat with Lucas Cassidy.
Yeah.
And Nadav Atar. I think that's going to be a good heat too, because they're both quite passionate surfers.
Yeah, exactly. You'll see the flare come out, and we saw a couple of come-on claims yesterday, but not too many. I think that now that we're getting into the the real pointy end of the draw here, you can kind of start to see the draw kind of collapse once we get out of this round. It's into the quarters, and all of a sudden the final's in sight. So. Yeah, I think this is where we'll start to see the tensions flare. And we haven't seen too much hassling this morning. Lucas and Lennox in that first heat were pretty civil. They kind of sat a little deeper for a bit, and then came over with plenty of time remaining. It was just the ocean went kind of flat, unfortunately. But worked out well for Lennox in the end. But as we see Ryan taking a look at that wave there, I think these boys would have to take notice of that last heat and sort of see how the rhythm played out, and notice that there wasn't a lot of waves, but when they did come, they were really good. So you don't want to be riding a wave that you're not going to keep, and then find yourself on the inside with the set out the back. It's a big danger today.
Yeah, I agree.
You can see here with first priority, Rickson, Falcao. This wave's got some magic down the line. He's going to want to have to really work hard here on this one. And a nicely put together their wave, but with this amount of time on the clock and with first priority, I doubt he'll be holding that score at the end of this heat.
And it's really interesting as well, these two surfers, they're first and second in their region. but they tied. I think you and Jesse might have been talking about it.
Yeah.
They tied on points and then won opposing events in the South American junior season this year. So I guess it's a bit of a decider to see who's better.
Yeah, we were talking about this yesterday. I didn't know they were going to match up though. So this is it. Who's the king of South America in the junior series on the regional titles? This will decide it. We've got another matchup like that too. Heat 4, Dane Henry, Willem Watson. That's 1 and 2 from Australia as well. Those boys didn't tie though, but it's cool to see 1 and 2 linked up against one another.
Yeah.
And this wave here from Rickson, look, I'm going to say that's just a massive mistake. Like with 21 minutes on the clock, there's some really nice surfing here. You can see how talented he is, but there's a lot of waves that you'd hope are going to come that are a lot taller.
Yeah.
And he's a big kid. He's got lots of power. I think his skill set would be better utilised on a bigger wave for sure. He's got great technique. There's nothing wrong with this surfing at all.
Yeah.
It's just the wave height that you just got to be careful with. The judges are never going to reward you too high if the wave height doesn't give you that kind of critical canvas to play with. So. Yeah, I hope that doesn't come back to bite him, but he'd be hoping now that there's not like a perfect wave that comes out the back and then he's not on it.
Wow, he's being busy.
Nice first snap there in the pocket. Beautiful bottom turn. He's got, for a bigger kid, he's got great technique. You can see that through his board and through his surfing.
I think as well, Stace, back to that. We'll come back because Ryan
Carnalo up and riding. Check turn out of the start there. A lot of the characteristics of the waves today have been similar to yesterday, but they've been a lot better through the inside. They haven't run off the reef. They've stood up a lot more, and we'll see that here. Nice big snap there for Ryan, and a big finish there. Might actually give him a little bit more to work with here, a bit more vertical face. And he'll be stoked to kick out of that ride to get in a few major turns.
I feel like for Rickson on that second wave that he got, I agree with you. Like it comes in at a 5, so it's great for him for right now. He's got another score to come through. But when you're looking at the heats in the previous moments, particularly in that first heat, the men's round of 16, there's those waves coming through.
Yeah.
And it's just, that really comes down to that sit and wait. And if you are actually comfortable to play that patience card.
Yeah, totally. And you just saw like a minute later, the wave came through for Ryan, which will no doubt be the best score of the heat. And look, now he's going to try to fight himself out of that rhythm. He did well to match Ryan on his first wave, actually. I didn't think that was actually going to be the case. So the judges haven't really split it there. There's 2 5s out there. So now it's kind of this next exchange that has a lot of importance on it. And it's this wave here that Ryan managed to get some nice turns on out the back.
Yeah, he did really well. It's this inside connection that's really going to be where the money's at. That was a strong connection, just setting it up for this one. 2 good back-to-back turns, and then gets a bonus section here. I feel like that's where the sit and wait really pays off. And then you can see the patience on the wave as well from Ryan Kainalo. He just put himself in the best parts of and the best moments of this wave. Really tight in the pocket there. Just throws so much spray as well. But then to finish it with that, like nothing too crazy like we were seeing from him in the earlier days, but he does just enough to be like, okay, that is going to be the best wave of the heat.
Yep.
There's just enough exclamation on there to know that it's going to be a keeper.
Exactly. Just had enough to work with as we see a nice looking ride here. We're talking about the passion. We knew it was coming.
Absolutely.
And there it is there for Rickson. Excited to see that wave. We know he's a great surfer, and it looks like he's found himself a great ride.
Okay. Replay, let's go. Let's see what the passion was all about. Quick on his feet to start. Bit of patience, not much going on just yet. He's going to start to open up, winding up through to the inside. I'm wondering what's going on because potential for a good section. This is where he's gaining some speed, opens up really nice there, gets a good strong connection. Wow, and a finish. Okay, those last 3 turns were pretty good.
How's the sequence of turns there?
I liked it.
That was crazy, yeah.
The start, I was like, okay, what's going on?
Yeah, where's the passion? I want to see some passion.
I was like, where is this happening?
Pretty crazy 3-piece feed it there at the end of that wave. Like to get that surfing done in that tight of a section and keep his speed through all those turns. It's insane small wave surfing as we see the slow-mo replay here, True.
Yeah, the start of this wave, I was thinking, okay, what's going on? But then it really links up and bowls up on that inside, and that's where he gets a lot of the work done. 2 really different approaches from both Ryan and Rickson. That was smooth. You can see how tight he's getting in the pocket, so vertical there for our Brazilian surfer, and I liked it. I liked those last 3 turns. They had that kind of extra oomph to it. They had that extra spice, and you can see as well the personality shining at the end.
Oh, big time. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one for the judges to dissect there. You know, Ryan sort of, like you said, he throws a lot of spray with his turns, but the direction of the surfboard is a lot more... There's a lot more going on with Rickson's surfing.
Yeah.
Like how much he's all over the wave. And, yeah, the judges really appreciating that there. 7.5, which is now the highest score of the heat. So he's stoked. And he's finally got a good wave under his belt. I've seen him surfing all week. He's had to work so hard to get his scores. And that wave there actually let him kind of do the surfing that he wanted to do. And it was beautiful to watch.
It's nice when you're on your feet and you find a wave that actually allows you to open up.
Yeah, not having to pump your board through every section.
Yeah, you find that flow, that one gorgeous line. And I feel like no matter, you know, who you are, what heat you're in, as soon as you open up and find that, it's like, okay, yeah, I already know this is going to be a good score.
Yeah, no, for sure. And like you saw there at the end, he was really confident with himself. And that's the best wave he's ridden all comp. And that's a really good feeling. And now... this is where he can have some fun. He's got second priority. He's got the single highest score of the heat. Now he can look to kind of be that sort of, you know, keep asking questions of Ryan. You know, if you don't go, I will. You know, and that as with first priority can be, that's the biggest test. You know, can you remain focused on the wave that you want and not
fall
sort
into
of
that trap.
not sort of buckle at every time you get asked the question. And like, look at where he's sitting. That's not a mistake. He's doing that on purpose. Just underneath him, just inside him.
Yeah.
And, he's going to have to, you're making the surfer make a decision.
How is that as well? You know, you're looking at their second scores, they're both the same, and then you're having a look at, you know, where their highest scores are ranked and even how they're going throughout the heat, the trajectory of their scores. It feels like they're just matching each other and asking more of each other. I feel like this could be a really cool battle. I mean, a 5.84 for Ryan Kainalo. He can get that in his sleep.
Totally. He can get that with one turn. You saw the 5. It was essentially one turn.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you're right. He doesn't need, a perfect wave to get that kind of a score. But as we wait here for the next half of this heat to unfold, we're going to take a break here at the World Junior Championships presented by Purefoods and Magnolia. Stay tuned.
Di mabilang ang bonding na nabuo. Kasama ng tamang tamis sa asim sarap na Magnolia Real Mayonnaise. Magnolia, 100 taon na at hihigit pa.
Sit, roll over. Your fur baby deserves delicious and nutritious treats. Give them Nutri-Chunks. Nutri-Chunks milk sticks or Nutri-Chunks beef sticks. Fortified with essential nutrients. Nutri-Chunks dog treats. Love in every meal.
Oh my! Deep one for Western Web. She comes out. She needs a 10.
Welcome back to the WSL World Junior Championships. This week we are going to be crowning our World Junior titleists for the 2025 season. Out in the water at the moment, it's the number 1 and 2 surfers that qualified out of the South America region, both representing Brazil. Rickson Falcao taking on Ryan Carnalo. Both had good starts this heat. They both got some numbers. Ryan, first priority here, is going to look to execute. We've seen a decrease in wave size here today, but these waves have been doubling up down the line beautifully, and Ryan's identified that great start to that wave. Throws a ton of spray out the back there. Good sequence of turns on the outside, but he will need this wave to give him a bit more magic if he wants to get the 5.84. We've seen some long rides today with multiple scoring opportunities. Stacey Galbraith in the booth with True Starling. True, what did you make of this one?
Loving the takeoff. That fade to just come from behind the section really allows him to go tag on that first turn and then gets even more vertical on the second. It was a good wave, but then you can just see it lacking the power on that inside, you know, losing that kind of momentum that we've seen on the last few waves. But I like the start. I thought it was cool. He needs a 5.84. Unfortunately, just doesn't quite get it. But, you know, I like how he identified that he had to kind of fade through it and hopefully come behind to go a little bit crazy on it.
Yeah, like what we were talking about earlier, like the small wave surfing is probably not the first thing you think about, but it's definitely the skill that you have to have the most if you want to be on the World Tour. Like to qualify, you're going to have to get through some conditions that might not be perfect, and then days like today, the waves are really fun, but they are not as much power as yesterday. So it's those little things like you identified that, like fading the takeoff and standing up a bit later, and changing your board and changing your fins, and all of those things come into it. It's most of these guys are pretty comfortable standing up and getting barreled. It's pretty easy. You just need a board that goes straight, and that's you do that a lot on the World Tour. But then when you get, before you get there, you have to really learn about your equipment and get really good at kind of all those sort of minor details. And we saw that there from the big fella. Because when these two lads are big units, you need to do the little things right when the waves are small, because your mistakes are really highlighted. If like you catch a rail, or you kind of don't pick the right wave, or you pick the wrong turn for the section, it's sort of, in small waves, it stands out like a sore thumb. So
yeah. It's crazy how, those 1%ers, those small little details in your board or in your, your feet placement or whatever, how your entry into the wave, those 1%ers make such a big difference.
Yep.
And it's like you see the people that are just so in tune with those small waves, dialed into it. And then, unfortunately, when you're not, it really stands out.
Yeah, exactly. And it doesn't, most people just think, smaller surfers are better small wave surfers. It's not always the case. There's some big units out there that are fantastic small wave surfers, and we're seeing that here. Look at like Rickson 7.5 through the inside there. That sequence of manoeuvres is just flawless.
Yeah.
I don't think he could have surfed that wave any better. And it's not an easy thing to do. And he certainly deserves to be out in the lead now, and he's got himself in a pretty good position, because unfortunately Ryan didn't get the score on that last wave. It was only a 4.17 as we expected it to come in under, and so now he's got first priority, less than 10 minutes to go, and he's got the single highest score of the heat. So he's sitting in a fantastic position as we see Keone Lasser warming up there with the Bass crew. His father Julian on the side, been working with everyone, and everyone out of that part of the world's been doing a great job. So we see Ryan out the back here. This was second priority, so he's been creative here, trying to find a wave under Rickson. A couple of nice turns here. He's got some good speed down the line. He'll look to go to the air. He's got that air reverse on lock. It looks like there's some ocean moving out the back. This is Rickson on the outside, and he's got a reverse of his own. You called it true. These boys are just going one for one.
How is that? It is just crazy. They're so, it's like they're preempting what each other are going to do. This is really a really interesting heat, and it's super exciting, because it's like one does something, the other one wants to do it better. And they're both really evenly matched right now, and less than a point separating them in the scoreboard. So I wonder what Rickson did out the back, but I feel like for Ryan, we've seen that air that he's got. It's on lock, as you said, stays. Didn't quite have the height, but we'll see. They haven't really been going too big with those airs this event just yet that he's had, but we'll see how it goes. That first turn, super whippy, really sprightly. It's like he's so light on his feet in this wave, and you have to be when it's small like this, and then we see him do that stock standard air that he's just got on lock. So it will go into his top two. I'm such a traditional surfer. I really love those first three turns that he did, but love the variety that he brings, something different, and identifying that end section as well. 5.84 is what he was looking for, so it's not a big ask. It'll probably be right there. Gets a completion. He knows exactly how to do that. He does it with his eyes closed, and then you could see here for Rickson, you knew what he was going to do. Widens that stance, gets a backhand air rev, but feeling like that won't really touch his top two score lines.
Well, look, it won't, and neither will Ryan's. It will touch it, but it won't matter, because it doesn't improve his situation. It doesn't lower the requirement, and he didn't quite get it, so it was a 5.77. So unfortunately, as exciting as that exchange was, it meant absolutely nothing other than Ryan now has priority.
Yeah.
So unfortunately for Rickson, a bit of a mistake there, not being able to further increase his lead. Thankfully, he is still in the lead for his case.
Yeah.
But he has handed over priority now to Ryan, who, the positive out of that, he got a completion on the board. He'd be feeling good about himself. He just needs to find a better wave. So now with first priority, he can do that. And he's got, pick of the lineup now with 7 minutes to go. It's been an interesting heat. The first heat of the round, we had Lennox Smith, who the time in between his waves was enough to wait for those individual three higher scores that he had.
Yeah.
Whereas this heat, the 6 6-7 and the 7-5, they basically came like one behind each other. So that
Yeah.
you could have never been on both of those waves. You you either had priority for the first one or the second one. And lucky enough for Rickson, it worked out in his favour that the second wave in that set was actually better. And that's why he's in front now. He did some good surfing on that wave. But other than that, like you said, it's been a real battle. Every score's been really similar. And as far as backup's concerned, no one's really differentiated themselves until now. Nice third turn on that wave. Beautiful small wave surfing. He does need to better a 5. And if he can do that, he'll push the requirement out. The requirement for Ryan here is a 5.84. A couple of nice turns down the line. It's the big finish that we're used to him seeing. But again, true, just a lot of waves that are really similar. None of them super convincing that they'll break into the good range. Everything's kind of just sitting in that, 4 to 6 bracket. It's really up to the judges now to decide sort of where that sits.
It's so tough because the waves that these two are getting, they're good. They're surfing it really well, but there's no point of difference. They're almost carbon copies of every wave. Some are a little bit better. Some have, different moments. But there's nothing where you're going, oh, okay, that was it. That was a turning point in this heat. The 7.5, of course, was the best wave of the heat and had some really great moments at the end. But since then, everything feels very, very similar. And it's like, okay, how are you going to make yourself stand out? You're hearing that you're getting 5.77s or 5s and you're still going to, surf the wave the same. What are you going to do different? You're going to tweak out the turn a little bit more, and I think for Rickson right now, super great. He's gone back out there with first priority. I thought taking that his 5th wave where he did that backhand air was a mistake. But now he's put himself back in a commanding position.
Yeah, exactly. But it's just by way of the boys being probably a little bit too edgy. And it's just product of their environment, Like you look at the waves they grew up surfing, you look at these small fun beaches, you ride a lot of waves. Lennox Smith's from the south coast of New South Wales. He's happy to sit in a long period swell and not stand up for 30 minutes. So, it is. It's just sort of what we're used to seeing, and that's the reason for it. It's not they're doing bad surfing or like what you said, how do we get bigger scores? It just comes down to wave selection. And on a day like today, it's so hard to be like that patient. You just want to surf.
You just want to surf and be on your feet, particularly if you're a momentum surfer like these two obviously are. I mean, Ryan, he's chasing a 6.04 now because that last one of Rickson was a 5.2. So this needs to be his best wave. And it's looking like it might not be what he's looking for. So I just feel like, however you can make yourself stand out, whatever you can do as a point of difference is so important. I mean, those 2 turns were huge. He probably would have got the score if he wasn't needing a 6.04 now. So they're just slowly creeping out in front of each other.
Yeah, well, like you said, the scores are almost identical because the surfing is too. It was a 5.77 on the second last, a 5.8 here, and I agree with the judges. It's just there was nothing in there that made me think, oh, this is half a point better, or this is a point better. It's just very, very similar. So, he's... Again, now he's back to second priority, and he's tried to sniff out a wave under prior, didn't work. He tried to get one with priority, that didn't work. He's going to need a bit of luck here. He's going to need a really good 2-wave set, or he's going to need Rickson to make a mistake.
Yeah, it's never nice when you're relying on anything but yourself.
No, exactly. Yep.
And it's so tough. I mean, Ryan, his surfing has been really good this whole heat. He's up and riding, so let's see what he can do.
Yeah, it's not the first turn he would have been hoping for. I think he probably needs to cut his losses here. He's had some really nice turns at the start of a few different waves, and there still hasn't been enough, so he's got to start to think about that. Unless the wave offers you, this beautiful double up down the line, I don't really think he can be having any kind of hiccups or bobbles on the wave face. I think he needs to be really clean from the get-go.
Yeah, I agree, and the judges are obviously being quite critical on that, and he needs to just level up on a good wave, and his surfing's there. It's all good. I feel like he's just been so unlucky in regards to that. The 7.5 for Rickson has really just been the biggest leg up for him in this heat. Finding that inside little double up.
There's an interesting equation here for Rickson. Does he go the wave or does he hold priority and sit out the back? The answer is he goes the wave. He's looking to better a 5. 2 beautiful first turns there. He's definitely done that so far, and now he can just look to add points from here on out. Great surfing on this wave, and an amazing decision to go the wave in the first place and execute like that and push the score line further out, because now leaving Ryan out the back with priority, I wouldn't have been surprised if he just wanted to let that wave go. You do see that a lot in heats on the World Tour, where they just sort of, unless you're going to go, I don't have to. He's got his total now. He's in the lead, 2 minutes on the clock. The good thing without that wave is I think he will improve his scoreline substantially and put even more pressure on Ryan.
It's pretty important that he does too, because, you know, taking a wave like that with 2 minutes to go, like you said, Stace, it really opens up the door for Ryan. It really gives him the opportunity to go, yeah, if a good set comes through, I'm going to go. We know he's good in the air. He's been surfing really smooth. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah, always an interesting sign when a surfer looks out the back before they've stood up on the wave they paddle for. But this wave does look like it has a nice double up on the inside. 3 really nice turns. Very similar to the 2 prior waves that we have seen. Just need a bigger finish here, and he gets it. We will see an improvement, though, on Rickson Falcao's scoreline. So now the requirement for Ryan Carnello is a 7.31, and here was the last wave of Rickson True.
Yeah, 6.47 for this one for Rickson. So he just has that quality of turns. I really liked it, those first opening ones. You can feel that he liked it as well with that claim. And Ryan Carnello, he needs a 7.31 on this. I don't know if it's going to be that. I mean, he had some really good connections, tagging it there once again. Pretty similar, hit to carve, and then gets that hit again to finish. So really, really good surfing, but don't know if it's a 7.31.
Yeah, it was probably his cleanest effort so far, but I know what you mean. Is it enough to get up into the 7s? It's a big question. We'll see if he's answered it. With 30 seconds left on the clock, it looks like Rickson is calling it a day. He's going to leave it in the hands of the judges. The requirement for Ryan is a 7.31. He's had multiple attempts, multiple scores, getting close to turning the heat, but not quite. His previous rides have been a 5.77, a 5.80. And now that requirement getting pushed out, he's going to need the judges to really appreciate his surfing.
Oof, this is going to be really tight.
We won't see another wave getting ridden here in heat number 2 of the round of 16. Some catch up here. I think this is just a little victory lap potentially for Hickson on the way in.
This is a tricky kind of situation. A 7.31, it's... Yeah, he's out of this event if he doesn't make this heat.
That's
for
it.
Ryan.
It's super crucial. His 4th time competing at this event. He wants a World Junior title more than anyone. And that number comes in there. 6.27. It was not enough for Ryan Carnello. Rickson Falcao wins the Battle of Brazil, and he progresses through to the quarterfinals. Don't go anywhere and take a short break at the World Junior Championships presented by Purefoods and Magnolia. Heat number 3, round of 16 of the men's action coming right up.
Start right, grow right. For my 4-legged bundles of joy, Nutri-Chunks. High-protein puppy dog food with active boost, prebiotics, and goodness of real meat. Fortified with essential nutrients. Nutri-Chunks for puppies. Love in every meal.
Di mabilang ang umagang pinasigla. Kasama ng Magnolia Pure Fresh Milk at Magnolia Chocolate. Magnolia, 100 taon na at hihigit pa.
Keeping it rolling here at the World Junior Championships 2026, live from the Philippines. We'll have a look out of Euskadi, the Basque Country. Keone Lassa taking on Gabriel Clausner from Brazil. Another heavy hitting heat. Couple of surfers put their hands up in elimination round yesterday and said, keep me alive in competition. I want a world title. Let's see how they go now in round 3. True Starling, what are you making of what we've just seen? Opening couple of heats from the men. Where are we at? Have they moved the needle a little bit performance-wise?
Absolutely. We've seen 8s and 7s drop. That first heat with Lennox Smith and Lucas Skinner, huge. Big scores. Lennox was pretty gassed after the end of it, but happy to get the win. That last one between the Brazilians was huge.
Speaking of which, let's go down to JJ Starling. She's with winner of the last heat.
Rickson, a huge heat win there. Us commentators were calling that the decider between you and Ryan. You guys obviously tied on points in your region. Pretty cool rivalry brewing between you guys, but you got the job done.
Yeah, I'm so happy to make this hit. When me and Ryan is on the hit, always firing. And Ryan's a great athlete. and I'm so happy to made it. My boards are incredible. Thankful my all sponsors, my all family, my all friends is watching in Brazil now. Now it's so late in Brazil. I'm so happy to make this into the quarterfinals. And hit by hit, made good scores, improving my surf, and that's it, so happy.
A lot of passion when you surf as well. We love when we see that emotion really come out of you. It feels like you're really starting to lift every single heat. Do you have a bit more in the tank to keep lifting in those bigger quarterfinal rounds?
Yeah, I feel amazing. Just improving scores, just improving my surf. Surf calm, competing calm, and go to the quarterfinals. I love surf backside. This wave today is small but so good. It is. Go already.
Quarterfinals, a big heat coming up. You're going to be coming up against one of the best juniors in the world, probably not from your region. There's going to be a couple of people you have your eye on that you'd love to surf a heat against. Is there any big names that you want to come up against?
Yeah, thank you. This competition is so incredible with great athletes. My first time here, first time in the World Junior, first time in the Philippines. I'm liking too much this place. I like too much this competition. So happy to make this. And yeah, surf calm, competition calm. Go ready.
He's ready, guys. Feel free to say something back home.
Beijo para todo mundo que está no Brasil torcendo. Foi mais uma bateria difícil ali. Não sabia as notas, então saí surfando, soltando surf. E amarradão que os juízes gostaram do meu surf e me valorizaram. Muito feliz por isso. Minha prancha tá mágica. Beijo para todo mundo que está torcendo no Brasil e é isso. Vamos para a próxima. Valeu!
Awesome. Thank you so much, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Jess. Great job for Hiki-san. He's delighted to be through the quarters, picking it up live here. We'll see his compatriot, Clausner. He's got a bit between his teeth. He's got a section. Nice loft and lift to that punt. Gets the recovery done and the cheetah 5. Lassa on the backhand tools. Check the whip that he gets. Really nice rhythmic surfing from the Basque. Recovers a little stumble. So 2 different approaches, different ways of doing it.
Different ways of doing it, different personalities shining through. You've got Keone, who's sticking to the rail, the Brazilian kind of electric spice coming through as well for Gabrielle. So this is interesting.
Can be quite tough to wear the baggy white trunk.
Yeah.
It's not an easy look sometimes. Can look a little bit like a nappy, can't it? Which you don't want, I don't think. But it keeps you
Is it
cool.
fitting into the alien core, or
no,
are we poet
it,
core?
Neither, not at all, no. Right, let's check this replay of Gabrielle.
Yeah, it's a smaller wave to start, but he does really well to identify that, hey, I can maybe get a hit off the top here. He has to, meet this with a lot of power, a lot of spice, but he does it. I'm feeling like this wave height is really going to cap the score. It's not going to be of much consequence in the end of this heat, but cool to go for it. Keone goes left, one of the very few that we've seen this event, gets a reverse and nails it, 4.33 to start. I definitely question going left on the right point, but it could help him out towards the end of this heat. Not too high in that reverse, but does get the tweak, gets tail around as well. Clean finish for Keone, and then really love his backhand. I love when he opens up on it. You can see he's just like a coil. He's low to high, and it gives him so much speed out of those turns. Good recovery, but yeah, feeling like these first wave exchanges probably won't stick around by the end of this heat. Maybe the 5-5 of Gabrielle's, but
yeah, numbers kind of filling in. 2 ways apiece. We're actually pretty close on the scoreboards. We're in the 8s, half a point on it. By the way, the Brazilian Clausner right now, he's got second priority, so the next move, if Keone decides he wants to go, will be his, and he'll just sort of settle on where he is with his numbers and what he got for his left. Does he want to do that again? Is that plan A? I'm not sure it is. I think sometimes surf on field, see a little left pop up. Why not? If he does a really big air, for example, he gets huge. I think go up the scale. Probably want to stick to the backhand tools.
yeah, I think that's plan E or F. That's the last plan that you go to if you really need it. With those lefts, we saw that happen, on one of the first days of competition. People going left, it didn't really work out in their favour by the end of the heat. And I think Keone, he has such a strong backhand, and he's looking really in form and in tune at the moment. So I do feel like sticking to that should be, the only plan that he's got.
Yeah. Part of a strong team to come out of Spain and the Basque Country. Real deep talent in the junior ranks. Once again here this year. Good representation for them at World Juniors. And you would love to go really deep into competition. Well, maybe not one of the sort of out-and-out favourites, but definitely the kind of dark horse energy from Keone Lassa. Some experience on the Challenger Series over this past season, which I'm not so sure maybe wasn't necessarily one of those names that people were expecting. The amount of quality there is in Europe from all around, and he got that done maybe just a little bit earlier than people were thinking.
Yeah.
And he's gone all right, actually. He's not had a mega consistent type of year, but some of his performances, he definitely looks capable on the big stage. Got a lot of power. That's sort of coming season on season as well as he grows. He's always had the sparks, but sort of cheeky energy in some of his early days to his heats, and now very much getting the game face on. Been really cool to see his development.
Yeah, I love that cheeky kind of, I guess, Grom energy that you see coming out of a lot of the competitors on the Challenger Series. I feel like it brings, a different sort of vibe, a little bit of a fun edge to it. Keone, I know that he, works with his dad, Julian, who also coaches the Extabare sisters, as well as Teresa Bonvalot, Leilani McGonigal, and those 4 women are full of spice and sass, and they're definitely very, very focused, and they want to win. And I think that also is kind of rubbing off on Keone as well. You can see that personality shine through. You can see how important it is for him to do well in these events, and it's definitely helping him to get those, bigger results.
How big is the World Junior title? Where does that sit, you think, in terms of sort of prestige?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not up there with a full world title.
I reckon it's just below it, though. Number 2, I'm thinking. World Junior Champ.
It's massive.
World
It's
Junior
huge.
Champ, it's gold. That and a gold medal is amazing.
Pretty big. It's sort of, your name is there forever. You look down the list, some of the greats, and you see them, and you're really saying from a very early age, well, I'm number 1, best in the world. Let's see who it's going to be this week. We'll be crowning champions here. And we will obviously have new winners compared to last year. There's a lot of surfing yet to come before we get there, and part of putting a campaign together is dealing with some days where maybe conditions not exactly ideal. That's all part of it. You've got to manage that, just surf to what the ocean provides. We have seen some pulses actually, a little bit more height on the waves. The early part of this heat, maybe the back end of the last one. Here's a smaller wave. Clausner driving down the line on the wave. Never quite got hold of it, just went real soft. Just having a push from under priority from that deeper position. That's sort of been something we've seen quite a lot. Surfers in second prior, they'll go a little deeper. Try and find something now. He's on the inside. He'll have a sniff in here. Here goes the Brazilian into it through the gears, picking up speed. And he just opens up, displaces some water in that morning sunshine. There's another slashing turn for him. And as it shoulders off, he's out with some speed. Keep it in motion. It's buzzing around. A narrow lead for him at the moment. But in terms of the high number, it's got about a point on it. So trying to work on that back up, the 3.33.
Yeah, and it's so important to be doing that nice and early, getting that pressure in, edging out a little bit more in front, making that 4.51 into a 5 or whatever that is, And I think when it's small like this, the further out in front you can get, the better. It's one of those really tricky decisions. I was talking about it with Stacey in that last heat. Do you sit and wait for those big ones, or do you catch waves like we're seeing of Gabrielle? And that's that real kind of differing style with the Brazilian surfers who love to be busy, love to be on their feet, catching lots of waves. It was good connections. He's obviously, really working on his small wave surfing because he's still bringing that power. And you can see that board a little bit smaller, a little bit wider in the nose, which is allowing him to kind of go through those sections with that speed and, real ease. Love that he's being on rail, that sharp eye is looking smooth, but it's just a wave height for me. It's really going to be a big difference here.
Are you getting any Leo Fioravanti energy?
For sure.
You seeing a little bit of that?
I am, yeah. Is it the Quicksilver? from back in the day.
Maybe, yeah. I don't know.
I like
There's
it,
something
though.
sort of similar.
There
his
is.
body position.
Yeah, the height, but also, yeah, structure.
Claw. 17.5 on the clock here. It is Gabriel Clausner, the Brazilian, with that high score, with a little bit of a lead over the Basque Keone Lassa out of Zarauts, which has been a hotbed of surf talent throughout the years. Surfers having great careers on the championship tour. Role models like Aritz Anamburu representing that region really, really well. Still surfing amazing and charging. It's been an incredible winter. Unbelievable days down the coast at Mundaka this season. Just relentless. Been real big and busy in the Atlantic. It's balmy and warm right now in the tropical Pacific region in the Philippines. And here's Keone Lassa just slicing really. Super busy, light on his feet, adjusts the feet. Gets back on the tail block to go up into the lip and gets a nice finish. And after a long wait, bit of a hold in the lineup. Good call to go. Well served.
Yep, I liked that. He waited for it. He was coming from behind in the sections when he had to get nice and vertical. I said this to Jesse the other day, and I'll say it again. He's giving me shades of Cowley Vast. It's really reminded me that back arm kind of like hook as well into it. I feel like I'm really loving it. The style, the whippiness that he's got in his surfing. You can see right now he's just top to bottom, smooth, seamless with speed. I'm loving this from Keone Lassa. This end turn as well. He just timed it so smooth. It's really tricky to do this on a small wave, to adjust your feet, to be in time, because you have to be super reactive. You have to go, oh, okay, that's a section there. Oh, okay, maybe it's not. It's sort of dying off a little bit, but Keone's been in tune, in form, and yeah, really just seamless surfing through those parts. Gets a little bit of a fumble there, and you can see that in the slow-mo, but love how he just draws off the bottom, releases the tail a little bit, and yeah, I'm feeling it's given me, I don't know why, but Cowley Vast in Bolito.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, I'm with you. I like it. Let's see if the judges like it. Number's going to come home for him. It gets him to first, 4.93. Just about gets there. I tell you what, there's very little in this. Hello, what's happening here?
Yeah, Stace. I think that's one of Huey Vaughan's boards. DHD Juliet, I think that is.
I mean,
Bit of board talk.
He just can't get off camera, can he?
Yeah.
Loves it.
Yep. He loves it. That is definitely one of Huey's boards. He's just like, yep, this is the board that he's riding later today in Heat 5, 2 heats time. Well, this is that last one of Gabriel. Whoa, big numbers coming through. Nice opening turn. Oh, this one is really starting to open up. Look at the wall ahead of him. Belts it there for the Brazilian surfer and gets a drift. Okay, that was smooth. That was really good surfing. This wave just built through to the inside, Paul.
It wasn't really good. It was excellent surfing. A big number in for Gabriel Clausner. He's gone 8-1-7. He's gone absolutely ham on this thing. The finish with a little drift right in Lassa's face on the end as well. And right now he's wrested control of this. He's in a really commanding position. It was super tight. There was 0.02 of a point between them prior to Gabriel Clausner just grabbing hold of the heat, smashing out multiple turns for the 817. And right now in the lineup, a chance to exhale for him.
Yeah. Yep. He gets a little bit of time to breathe.
That feels good.
It does. Hearing you've got an excellent score on a day like today is like, ooh, that's a 10. That's highlight reel moment.
Okay, what does Lassa do? What's he feeling? Where is he emotionally?
I feel like he needs to really find those big steep sections and just go to absolute town. Bring something electric to it.
He knows what he needs to do. He needs to go big. Just over 13 minutes remaining. It's heat number 3 of the round of 16 for the men. More live action from the Philippines real soon.
Di mabilang ang araw na naging espesyal. With the best tasting Magnolia Gold Label Vanilla Ice Cream. Magnolia, 100 taon na at hihigit pa. mabilang ang bonding na nabuo. Kasama ng tamang tamis sa asim sarap na Magnolia Real Mayonnaise. Magnolia, 100 taon na at hihigit pa.
Let's go. Welcome back to the action here. Our surfer out of the Basque Country, Keone Lassa, having a swing. He needs to make something happen. He's got 12 on the clock. That's not the way to do it. A little frustration, understandably, from him. The wave fizzles out. This isn't good. He's not happy.
It's not what we want to see from Keone right now. I mean, hearing that you need an 8.74, never the best thing to be hearing this early on in the day, as particularly with 11 minutes 45 seconds to go. But I do feel like for Keone, he's got the ability to get an excellent score. It's just this wave he needs to find it and make it count. He's going, what, how did this happen? He's going, what is going on right now? It's, 10:25 in the morning and in 8.74.
He needs a change for sure.
How did this happen?
Yeah, he needs just this heat to go differently, and there's still plenty of time for that. It really would just take one wave, actually. Make a big connection with some solid energy out here, and he can completely turn the heat. But right now, he's just in a bit of rhythm on sluggish waves that are just fading in that midsection. And he needs to find something that runs and goes for a big finish. Basically exactly what Clausner got. The surfing is there. It's really about finding that wave, unpicking the lock here. We'll fly over the coast. Have a look. You can still see a bit of white water fringing this coastline, which means there is still swell energy out there, but definitely on the dip a little bit from what we've had the last few days.
Yeah.
I think we're making the most of it here. Still seeing, obviously, excellent scores going down in this one. Good performances throughout this round.
It's always hard to walk away when there's waves, isn't it? You know, and particularly, I think, looking for the forecast and for the rest of the event, I think it's only supposed to get a little bit smaller. Hopefully an increase by the end of the period, but it's just making the most of what we got in front of us right now. I think the best is behind us.
Really entertaining heat here. Two different stories playing out. The heat leader, the momentum with him. He's got this wave. It's standing up in front of him. He'll deal with some bumps pretty well. Deeper water on the outsides. Just joining up the dots now. A little double up section for Clausner. He'll snap the tail and release. Some more carving work for him. Been real busy, kind of twitching, everything moving around quite a lot. Thinking of 5.5 as the backup number. Will this finish be enough to improve or replace on that? He's pretty much right in the shallows there. Then he'll go starfish to go flat. What do we reckon?
How's the confidence you're seeing off him after that 8.17? You're seeing that confidence just shining through on that wave, and then you're seeing the frustration a little bit different from Keone. That was a good, strong first turn for Keone, but wave selection, super important. Unfortunately, this one let him down a little bit, and you can see he's noticing that now. And for Keone, it's important for him to just not let this rattle him.
I think it's early to fall apart.
There's
plenty of time. Just one wave will do it. I mean, Gabrielle found that thing, bashed out an 8. You don't need to kind of get too bummed on yourself at this stage.
Right now, it's just take that pressure off. Don't worry about it. You know, at the end of the day, a wave is going to come through, and you just need to surf. And that, I think he's putting too much pressure on himself. A wave will come, and he will get that opportunity. But this one from Gabrielle, he's looking smooth, he's looking sparky, and it's tricky to kind of battle and get someone who seems to be in rhythm with these good ones. That was a nice turn, just kicks that tail out. I really love when he goes on rail like that, though. Looks like he's riding a swallowtail sharp eye there, so you can see that swallowtail gives him a little bit of extra squirt off those turns, and it's really working for him. Goes into the top 2, 5.77 as well, so he's just getting better each wave. And unfortunately for Keone, he's getting left behind a little bit. He needs a 9.01 now, and that's a pretty decent score. Yeah, it's a tough one. 8 minutes to go. There's still plenty of time. Keone's been working really hard for it, but these last 2 waves of Gabrielle, you've been seeing that excitement from him, that, you know, really electrifying surfing. He's obviously really light on his feet as well, so everything's working in his favour right now.
I mean, you've got to try and flip that from Keone's point of view and stay positive in his own mind. The judges are throwing excellent numbers in these conditions, and the surfing that we saw for that 8.17, it was great, but it wasn't life-changing.
Yes.
You know, so Keone Lasser's got to think, I need an excellent number myself. I just need a set wave, need to belt it.
Fully.
He kind of smashes it 3 or 4 times on the back and on a decent set wave. I think he's right up there and he's back in the game. He's got to try and kind of think like that at the moment because he's getting a little rattled. It's
almost like the excellent scores are actually easy to get because you know what you have to do.
Here he goes, trying to find one right now. 7:20 on the clock, a little whip on the outsides and some speed and momentum. Can he find clean water? It's crumbly business and he doesn't like it. And he kicks the board away in frustration, really at the rhythm, because you can see from his surf and he's really sprightly, he's on edge, he's quick, whippy, but the waves are crumbly around him and it's falling apart a little bit here.
Yeah, unfortunate for Keone. He was trying so hard to get up and vertical into it, but those down the line floats was all that wave was really offering. Ooh, dream team right here. Dane Henry, Adam Dufner. We saw them go gold twice back to back in El Salvador. Can they do it here? Thoughts?
Yep.
Okay, loving it. That's huge. Bit of energy. They look pretty laid back. How is that?
Let's have a giggle.
Have a giggle. You know what? It can't be so, hardcore all the time. You got to be a little bit lighthearted every now and then.
Yeah. Also, I think if you win quite a lot, that's generally quite good for your mood, isn't it?
For sure.
I mean, I'm just assuming.
Assuming.
Yeah.
You haven't experienced that yourself?
I just walk around with a cloud over me wherever I go. Yeah. No, not at all. I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do. I think in terms of not loading up too much pressure on yourself as well, I think that's a good call. I think even by now, these are juniors, but they've been competing a long time. They know kind of emotionally what the right levers are to pull before they paddle out as well, where the headspace needs to be, how much kind of fire they want to bring, how much levity. Speaking of which, Clausner is enjoying himself. It's 5.5 on the clock. He's got a massive lead in the heat, and he's through the motions and swinging and just opening up and expressing himself. Once again, connecting with the wave, which has got clean water in front. He'll come from behind a crumbly section. Get a little tentative finish. Nothing particularly emphatic about the final turn, but some sprightly stuff with speed done out the back.
Yep. Don't really think it'll go into the top 2. I don't know. I feel like that was a blocking kind of tactic there for Gabrielle.
Okay, all right. How do we surf good angry? You can only lasso, you're rattled. You splash in the water, you're peed off. You're not happy. How do you turn that into good anger, positive aggression?
There's so many different ways you can. I feel like maybe for Keone, it's that visualization. Visualizing, hitting the lip as hard as you can. Using that for the better is there's so many different ways that you can do it. But I think just you've got to stay focused on the end goal. What is the end goal in this heat for Keone? It's to progress through to the quarterfinals. And I think for him, maybe, visualizing himself before he takes off, going to town, getting a 9.01, that can always help. Breathing, whatever that is, you can visually see the anger.
At the moment, he's fighting 2 enemies. He's battling Clausner, but he's battling the ocean a bit.
Yeah.
And he needs to just make one enemy. He needs to consolidate all of that emotion against Clausner and go with the ocean. I think, you know what? You're with me.
Yeah.
Please. I hope you are. Give me an opportunity.
I don't want Paul's dark cloud. Okay, stay over there.
Nah, he's gone. Yeah.
I just think, like you said, Paul, you don't want to be fighting too many demons in these heats. And I think for Keone, the most important thing is don't let it get to you. Just use everything, use whatever you can for good. And he's had so many heats where he has been able to change the tides. And I think he's got time right now.
Yep.
It's just, not letting it get the better of him.
He's got priority. The lineup is his. He's got 3.5 minutes. He's going left. He'll open up the stance and he'll go for a punt. He'll click the reverse. We've sort of speculated on where that kind of gear was going to go points-wise. Just feel the criteria on those lefts. He's sort of almost like the score's kind of reduced by a couple of points, maybe. I mean, Well, let's see where it goes. I'll have another look at it. It's nicely done.
Yeah, I love it. I like to see, you know, the difference and what he's got in his arsenal. It was a good air. He did well to make it. And I'm loving how he's like, yep, cool, I'm going to try and do something different. Might be his best wave and lower that requirement. But I just think, yeah, like we said earlier, lefts aren't offering those high, you know, excellent scores, but maybe he'll put himself in a better position.
It's the use of priority as well, though, isn't it? And that maybe even more than the score, he's going to get a marginal improvement. He has brought the number down a bit, but he's basically still needs an excellence. He kind of needs the same way, but similar sort of stuff. But what he doesn't have anymore is priority.
Yeah, it's tough. It's so tough to make those decisions and go, yeah, I'm going to go left when it's clearly a right. You know, and I like that he's, you know, trying his luck, showing us what he's got. That air was really good, but unfortunately we're not at a beachy. It's Mona Lisa point, it's a right point, and there is those odd lefts, but the rights is where those bulk of the points it's going to come from. And an 8.47, he basically needs an 8.5, and he has the ability to, but now he just doesn't have the priority and the time isn't on his side.
Been really entertaining battles so far in the round of 16 for the men, who we send into quarterfinals. It looks like another Brazilian, Gabriel Clausner, who's made a good fist of this heat. He's gone into the excellent range. I still feel like he's actually got plenty more surfing as well. He's not surfed at his absolute best by any stretch as well. He's just surfed smart. He's made good decisions. A little bit of the rub of the green as well. You've got to be a bit lucky when conditions are smaller, and he has paddled into waves with good energy. And that's part of the story. You've also got to make the most of them. And he's absolutely done that. And I think he'd be feeling pretty good about life with a minute to go and a big, big lead.
Yeah, that's when you're thinking, yeah, I'm sweet. I've got priority, 1 minute left, under a minute now, and my opponent needs an excellent score. It means that the plan's worked. You know, you've surfed to the plan, you've done exactly what you have to do, and you're controlling the last 45 seconds. And for, you know, Team Klausner on the beach, they're thinking, yep, thank you very much. Buzzer, please go. Whereas Keone's team is thinking, oh, let him have this one.
All right, he'll use priority, and just to block it, move for Keone really is a smaller wave for Gabriel. But he's got some speeds, and he's looking down the line. He's focusing in on a section, a little pop over it, and a spin in front of the white water to finish. And again, good decision making from him, just identifying. There was a kind of a glimmer of hope at that excellent number. Keone could have done something really sensational on that wave. A good decision. You have to look out the back as well, kind of think, is there one behind it? Didn't seem to be much happening. And a frustrating heat for Keone Lasso, who's in really good form. The rhythm of the ocean wasn't there, and you won't be able to get through these heats without that. So he'll be out of competition. Well done to Gabriel Klausner. Those look good, and I think his confidence will just swell in a very competitive field. The heats are absolutely stacked, and all Aussie clash coming up next. More live action from the Philippines right after the break.
Switch na tayo to Nutri-Chunks for small breeds like you. Small bone shakeables para easy to chew. And for easy digestion for your teeny tiny tummy. Fortified with essential nutrients. Nutri-Chunks for small breeds. Love in every meal.
Di mabilang ang uwian na naging kabang-abang. Kasama ang pambansak manok. Magnolia, 100 taon na at hihigit pa.
Welcome back to the action here. Mona Lisa Point plays host to the world's best. A couple of them in the water, both from Australia. Dane Henry, a lot of people's pre-event favourite. Doing big, big things at the moment in his career. Taking on Willem Watson, another highly rated Aussie. I'm Paul Evans, joined now by Dai Wacko. How do we like this matchup, mate?
Wow, it's a big heat, and it's a sad moment for Team Australia to up against, and one of them getting through to the quarterfinals. But it's a great matchup. You know, Dan Henry is one of the standout surfers in the draw at Western, you know, and William Watson is another great surfer from Australia.
Yeah, we got Another clash coming up as well. Next, Winter Vincent taking on Huey Vaughan. Another All-Australian affair. We had a great performance from Lennox Smith, who made pretty short work, actually, of Lucas Skinner first thing this morning. Absolutely ripped in the opening heat of this round of 16. He's through to quarters. So that strong Aussie contingent definitely being represented. And right now in the middle part of the draw, we're looking at some real quality. This one at the moment. Just a patient start to it, as they're just kind of sussing out the lineup, figuring it out. Someone that did that in the last heat out of Brazil, Gabriel Clausner. He's with Jesse.
Yeah, pretty convincing win that last one from Gabriel. Excellent surfing, an 8-1-7. You are now a quarter finalist in the World Junior Championships. That's going to be an incredible feeling.
Yeah, I'm super happy to make this heat and make the excellent score. And the waves are kind of hard to find a good one, but I'm glad I find the 8 and it was doing okay during the heat.
Looking really strong. We were just talking about your equipment. You've got an all carbon board under your feet. Give us a little breakdown on what you're riding.
That's a 5.8 Flip Torero model 7.7 from Sharp Eye. This board's been amazing. I have her for more than a year. Feels pretty good. I already have some good results with this board. So yeah, that's my best board.
Bit of a magic stick here in the Philippines. Obviously, we mentioned you're into the quarterfinals now. Going all the way, taking that trophy back to Brazil, that's obviously the goal here. What do you think it's going to take for you to get to that trophy?
Step by step, and a heat win is a heat win, but need to reset because the next heat will probably be against Dane or Hugh Vong, and they are both incredible surfers. And just reset and just keep the vibe.
We look forward to seeing that vibe. Obviously, a lot of fans back at home. It's pretty late over in Brazil, but feel free to take it away.
Yeah, eu quero agradecer a todos meus amigos que vêm me dando suporte, me ligando, mandando energia boa. E é isso, amarradão de estar passando mais uma bateria. É isso, estou muito feliz. Obrigadão pela torcida.
Awesome, thank you so much. Thanks, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, nice work from Gabriel. And you can see a mixture of he's delighted, but also just kind of relieved as well. It's a tough battle out there in conditions. They're really asking a lot of questions of our surfers. Well done to him. He's going to have to keep that going. So, during that, we saw this, mate. Good start from Willem.
Definitely good start. One of the smaller size waves that actually peeling nicely along the reef on the inside. Great whippy turns there, and another beautiful vertical off the top here. And there's actually another one throwing buckets of spray. I really enjoyed watching this performance from Willem Watson. Great start.
Timing from him crucial here, wasn't it? Really well connected as he goes into the lip. Just kind of slaps it a little bit with the board. And because the timing's so good, displaces plenty of water. It's nice and critical. And Henry watches on from out the back. He doesn't get a crazy finish, but just the rhythm of those turns.
Keeping it really tight in the section. Really love this vertical off the top. All the fins out the back, throwing buckets of spray, but this is Dane Henry.
All right, here we go. Setting himself up. And look how loose that board looks for him as he's able just to tweak these turns, and then the acceleration from behind the pocket. Not much on the inside for Dane. It is a first wave for him. He's waited a little while, over 5 minutes, just wanted to get involved. The 6.5 has dropped in for Willem Watson, which is a really good way to start their heat. I think Dane Henry just realising there's an opportunity there to post a reply. He'll make the paddle back out, a little bit of energy starting to show out on the peak. Willem Watson with the early running here. He'll have priority as well. This was Dane's way from the start.
Great answer back from Dane Henry. A little bit of a downtime at first. From here, generating so much speed of the white water and left the lava turn there and trying to get one more in. So it wasn't as long as the previous wave from Willem Watson, but definitely he did a great job on that wave. Maintain the speed, just staying in the pockets of the wave, and this time generating so much speed and straight into this Levick slashing turns. Beautiful combination from Dang Henry. Nice answer back.
Yeah, just sort of serving a little bit of notice of what he can do on a wave. It just didn't offer a lot of power or juice for him, but you can just see in those turns, even as he kind of swings into them, just how loose that board looks, how crisp. There's a lot of motion, that movement in the hips from him. It just looks like everything's available each turn. Any turn, you don't know exactly what's coming, which always looks dynamic and exciting. And you'll get a mid-range number. It'll definitely keep him in contention here. It's a 5-8-3, so it's sort of similar to Willem. But overall, the better of that opening exchange is with Watson. He'll feel good about that. He's got priority as well, and as is often the case, Dane will go deeper under second prio, see if he can make something happen.
Wow, great answer back from Dang Henry. But just like you said, you know, William got the better of the last exchange. But like you said, it's a similar scoring so far. It's nice and balanced in the 8. But it's interesting how Dang Henry took the position up the point a little bit further, creating space between them. And yesterday when I was surfing this point, Dan was practicing here, and he was surfing up the point, way up the point, and probably he sees something at the point.
Yeah, this will be something I think he's thought about and he's planned before going into the water, where he wants to be in the lineup exactly. All of this mapped out, not leaving much due to chance or just kind of vibing it. This is a heat strategy and everything kind of dialed in at this level. That preparation, particularly positioning out here, and particularly on today where the opportunities have come through. There's not loads of them. I want to maximise that when it comes. So he's sitting deep and he's ready to go and really continue with a bit of momentum, which has kicked him with that exchange. If you think about the way the last couple of heats are gone, it's down towards that midway point in the heat, really, where someone puts a stamp on it. It's similar in this, but already that opening exchange has been a bit higher quality. And I think that's not really surprised anyone, given the caliber of talent that we're watching right now. Cannot wait to see these two get involved with a legit set and a good exchange. Really looking forward to seeing exactly what this can do. And ask a different question here of our competitors in terms of their small wave game. Trying to maximize energy, surf up the potential of waves.
And interesting to see the equipment change from the older surfers. Some of them using, stick to the PU, but some of them using EPS. Dan Henry in this heat, he's using carbon surfboard, and it makes totally difference. When you creating the speed, especially on those carbon surfboard, you push it and you get more speed. So definitely the equipment choice is coming into play right now, especially in this smaller condition.
Just under 20 minutes on the clock here. A period of calm for these two. Think about where they are in the heat and what's coming next for Willem Watson. That priority. And will give him some decision making in terms of quality. He'll want to use it on something. He'll certainly be aiming for something a little higher. He's already got that 6.5. He'll think high sixes into sevens. A wave that's offering at least that will be something that he'll pull the trigger on. There's no point really up against a surfer of Dane Henry's caliber and just throwing a kind of back up and throwing away that priority. At the same time, without priority, Dane, he'll just look for anything really at this stage.
And then I can see he's just aiming for the section to take it to the sky probably. But each heat, from heat 1 to heat 3, we've seen 8s and 7s at least one way. So definitely there's still potential to get those excellent range in that order.
Official merch, WSLstore.com. That's available. Looking forward to the CT firing up, aren't we? We were talking a little bit about it yesterday. That start over in Bells is going to kick off the season. It's been a long while since we've seen the very best in the world. And I just wonder, you think about surfers like Dane Henry, how long is it before we see someone like him and others in competition here on the CT full time? Not long, is my guess.
Definitely not long. In a couple of years, we'll be watching they're surfing on the CT tour. It's exciting new seasons coming up, right, for the CT tours. A lot of legends are coming back to the tour.
A lot of world titles coming back, a lot of experience. Obviously the format and where we're going and how it's going to work as well. Going back to a familiar theme, starting in Australia, finishing at Pipe in December. No cut. Right now we're watching the best juniors try and get their first world title. Here's Dane Henry with glide from deep under the priority of Willem Watson. Flying over a section, and he'll reverse that. And just gliding past whitewater, squeezing the juice. Sprightly snaps from him, displacing water. And just pushing it, really just trying to maximize at this stage. And this thing's ran the whole way. Wow. And when you don't have priority and you go deep, that's exactly the wave you're hoping for.
Wow, that was exactly the wave he was looking for. He took off really deep, but he generated speed so much through the turn and off the whitewater, and did an air reverse, and then surfing all the way to the inside. So that was great wave selection, great surfing from Dane Henry.
Yeah, a lot of content on this, wasn't there? There's a lot for the judges to think about as well, and where exactly this goes score-wise. It's going to be kind of a crucial number. It's sort of setting the tone. So let's see exactly where they go with it. Watson there in the lineup, just waiting, sitting with that priority. Henry going to town really on that, just sort of covering everything. And the variety in the maneuvers, that'll be significant. It's definitely a part of our criteria that's been key. It's a really good number for him. It's going to help him a lot. 7.67 for Dane Henry. So into the lead.
That is a healthy number to have. His second wave, 7.67. A lot of pressures now for Willem Watson, though. Has first priority.
Well, a couple of questions is, was he unable to get that wave? Was it just too deep? Could he have not gotten towards it?
Well, definitely. It's hard to explain, but probably Willem Watson has a different strategy in the water. Probably stick to the original plan, just getting those waves, breaking along the reef. I don't think he has the strategies to go deep. But just like I mentioned before, Dang has been surfing up the point quite a lot last couple of days, so probably he knows where to sit. But that was under priority, and he got that wave, 7.67. So it was a great decision from Dane Henry.
It's going to be really interesting to see the response here from Willem Watson. Just over 15 minutes on the clock. Bit of energy pulsing onto the peak. Watson says no. Henry says, yep, I'll go. Little crumble, bit of a ramp, but it'll just come around it, actually, and it will be a kick out. That's the reason why Willem Watson quite prudently decided not to go. And he sat for a while with that priority. And what you don't want to hear when your opponent goes deep,
right,
is them snuffle up a score close to excellent, a high 7. So he's taking a bit of a blow, Willem Watson. How's he going to respond?
Yeah, I'm wondering if he's going to go up the point and sit in the deep. But this is the wave. He took off really deep of the whitewater. Well, that was the last wave, actually. It was only 1.50. But Dan Henry is going to sit up the point again, trying to get exact the same wave.
Got some lines coming through here. We've got some energy. Willem Watson just holding down that position on the apex of the peak here. Once again, Dane Henry going deep. Second priority for Dane, and that means he'll go and try and find something from further up. Let's get another look here. The glide, the way he's able to cover ground, come from behind sections is so impressive, as well as maneuvers like this.
It was clean landing on the kick reverse and straight into the next section, and he found this a bonus steeper section through the all the way to the inside, and even he got the bonus section right here and gets the finish. So definitely a great surfing and a lot of variety on that wave. I love how he pushes the tail so that he can throw a lot of sprays at the back, and he's just continuing his surfing all the way to the inside. It's hard to link through that section, the further section, but managed to well And we're getting those finishing down there, so great surfing again.
All right, picking up vision of Willem Watson on the inside. He's ridden a wave, he's pulled the trigger, he's had to wait a while, he's decided to go. And he's making his way back out now, having used that priority. Let's see how he went and where it's going to put him in the context of this. Inside that 13-minute mark now to go. Dane Henry with a bit of a lead, 7-0 the requirement for Willem. Here's his last wave.
One of the smaller side, medium set waves. Love that layback turn, a lot of flares. A little bit of form climb there, and try to link through to the inside section. So this is where the wave sends up and it gets a whippy down there, throwing buckets of spray. Beautiful combination from Willem Watson, needing a big score. I love this layback turn here. This is a money turn. All the fins at the back. A nice, connection of the whitewater. He was just eyeing for the last section.
Really enjoying his nonchalant style. At times he looks a little disinterested between sections, and you think, this, he's going to kick out. Then all of a sudden another section pops up, and from nowhere he smashes it. So let's see where this number goes. But that really smooth, composed, kind of upright style, everything pretty quiet about the body, and then that just frames those major maneuvers when they do come. He suddenly flares up. Really, really entertaining surfing going down from each of these. Loving this heat. It's tense at the moment. This wave from Willem Watson's going to put him right back in contention here, though, bring these scores a lot closer. 7-0-1, the requirement at the moment to go to first for Willem. It's going to be under that, but it's going to be a crucial wave just for keeping him in step. It's going to be sort of a similar number, I think, to Dane Henry's first wave. It drops in. It's real similar. 5-5-7. And whereas we were actually overall in terms of the requirement for him, because he doesn't improve on his high score, we'll need to find a bit more of that. And you got to say, with the benefit of hindsight, that use of priority, not a great one.
Yeah, it wasn't not a great one, as he pulled the trigger with the first priority, but still, his surfing was there. It was just a wave-wise, I think, wave selection. Probably he needs to have better wave to get 7.01. If he can put everything together on the better looking wave, then definitely he's surfing there for the requirement 7.01.
Right, yeah. Dane's with him now, just kind of tracking him with that priority, just sort of sitting on Willem a bit. And he'll let him have a look at this. If he wants to go, Willem will do, and he'll take it small away. What's he got here? He needs to find a bit of energy, build some momentum. He won't do it on this wave. It's a crumbly, smaller wave. That's exactly why Dane Henry just let him have that. Didn't even really look at it twice. Meanwhile, out the back, a little more texture on the lineup. A little wind ruffling through.
So he's not going to take that first one, but there's another line coming through the lineup. Looks like Dane's going to get on this one. Didn't like the look of it.
Live action right now. Willem Watson in
I'm
motion.
with my
9.5 on the clock. And he'll flare up. He'll blow the tail, and he'll reverse and click and swing again. Carving snap to finish on the insides. He's going to have to get involved, just roll up the sleeves and do that kind of stuff. Be busy, find energy, get these sections and link them together. I think part of the reason on that 5-5-7, that kind of disjointed the fact that the wave had a bit of a soft period midway through, kept the score down. Meanwhile, Henry again gets the grab, lands the air reverse, and slashes, throws up spray in this sunshine. Once again, just burying the boards a little on that turn. Good enough for a finish. Might get a paddle battle here. We're having another look at this replay of Dane Henry. What do you think, Dai?
Really enjoy watching that. Put the different approach, especially the air reverse. He grabbed it this time, so showing that he's got a lot of variety in the surfing.
Let's see where the judges go with this. In the meantime, time to get down to True Starling on the beach with an update.
Paul, thank you. I'm here for the SMC infrastructure conditions update, and we've got an update on the call as well. But first, the most important thing is the surf. Now, we've got a little bit of puff up of this wind, but there's still plenty of opportunity out there for the surfers. So with that, we are actually going to go straight into the women's round of 16. The plan is to run all 8 heats of the women's round of 16 as well at 30 minutes. So there's plenty more action to come for day 3. Heaps of beanbags, heaps of umbrellas down on the beach. So if you're around here at beautiful El Union and Mona Lisa Point, why not get down here?
Love it. Thanks, True. Great update as we look out to that ocean and we think, yeah, still opportunity, still good numbers coming through. Great numbers coming through. A lot of excellent scores in this round. And then we will have women as well right after this. That's the official update there as the drone from above takes it all in. Priority with Willem Watson. After that last exchange, he improved his numbers overall, but not really his position because his low score was the one he worked on. That means the requirement's the same still, 7-0-1. We're going to get number in for Dane Henry. Let's see if he can improve as well on his backup. Don't think he's going to threaten the high score. Let's see exactly where this goes. That's tense heat, this one, isn't it? You can feel this tension.
It is a really tense heat. 6.40 for the Williams last wave. You know, it is a backup score, but he did a great job on that wave. This is Huey Vaughan getting ready for the next big matchup in heat number 5 of the round of 16.
Yeah, crazy matchup, that one. Winter Vincent, another surfer. A lot of people marking last year's finalist for glory here to take out that World Junior title. If he's going to do it, he's going to have to get past Huey Vaughan there with his dad, taking it all in, making their preps. All right, numbers in. Dane Henry, 5.83. Same score, actually, to his first wave, so it doesn't improve. It's as we were. Still the 7-0-1 for Willem Watson. Good news from his point of view. Priority is with him.
Right, so this is a previous, last wave from William. Nice second turn, and he gets it in the air. Beautiful reverse there. A lot of variety on this wave, so definitely great surfing from William Watson, but probably, getting the 7-point range, definitely you need to have a better looking wave, better shape and better steeper sections, but definitely that second turn, throwing a lot of sprays and great off the top and straight into this kick reverse. Beautiful combination. 2 turns, 6-4 is really good actually. There's not many, other turns, but still locks in 6-4, so he is capable of getting 7.01.
Winter Vincent making his final preparations for a tough heat with Huey Vaughan. Can't wait to see that go down. He's been impressive over the last couple of years, really, of his career. He's been surfing brilliantly. Really amazing performances in a variety of conditions out here last year. Kicked off 2025 season in pro surfing with an amazing final with Bronson Mady, and it was Bronson that got the better of him. If you just look at Winter Vincent's numbers from that final, he would have won pretty much every heat in the contest. Just that Bronson almost surfed that perfect heat, so it was a crazy final, entertaining. He'll take some key learnings from that. And look to go out and deliver against Huey Vaughan. They would have surfed together a bit. They would know each other quite well.
Definitely. Well, it's going to be a great matchup in between them, Winter and Huey. Winter is back, so definitely he's hungry for the win, the title next to his name. Run up in 2025 World Junior Championships.
Yeah, it's got this stage. Can't really thinking too much about that. It's got to get past Huey Vaughan. One of them's bowing out here, which will be, something of an upset. Whoever goes out competition. Meanwhile, Dane Henry here. Bit of a bigger wave, but some crumble and some bump. And with second prio, why not have a look from when you're on your feet, see what the wave's offering? The answer is not a lot, actually, but some time's ticked away. 3:45 to go here. Willem Watson with a little bit to do, 7-0-1. He's sort of come close to that with both of his scores, but he hasn't quite got there. Interesting to see a little bit of a spread on our score screen for that last wave for Willem Watson. So one judge going as low as 5.8 and one going as high as 7. So a bit of a spread there from him. And the crucial part of that, I guess, is if he had improved of his high score, it was just like 0.1 off that, would have brought the requirement down into the 6s, which just feels like a much sort of a lower number.
Oh, yeah.
In terms of what he needs to get. It's still that 7-0-1, but the picture in his own mind is kind of quite clear what he needs to do. So he needs his best wave, essentially. A couple of things you can take away from that. It is the task ahead of him. He can sort of size up. He knows what he needs to do. But also it just feels with 3 minutes to go, I need to do something that I haven't been able to do yet, which always just makes it feel a little bigger. Let's see how we'll go about dealing with that. I think he served really well in this. I've been really impressed with him. I like his style. I think it makes his turns look big. Just how cruisy he is in between them. Here he goes, in action. Couple on the clock. First turn, a stinging hit with loads of spray, and then he gets tangled. And then not a lot happening for him. Meanwhile, here's Henry. Quick in and out for him. I think from deeper, he'll look where Willem is, and he'll look to get priority here. I think he'll do that.
Well, definitely Dan trying to, gain the first priority, but this last wave, the first turn, it was massive, and he was on the way to the great score, but that wave didn't really offer. And then Dan did a great call there, great decision, and then just pull out and quick in and out to gain the first priority in the last 2 minutes. So that is a great, smart competition surfing from Dan Henry. Now he's gonna sit with, William. No, actually not.
Henry's up. Yeah, here he goes. Double pump, bottom turn, a slash off the top wave. A little sluggish, so he has to kind of regather now. He's got plenty of speed down the line. He'll open up and lay it back and just deal with an inside runner section. We know what's coming here. Nice punt above the lip. Getting it done with the rotation. And then trying to go for a finishing maneuver. Meanwhile, out the back, quick in and out, a kick out for Watson. He'll have time to get in the lineup and find a wave. We're going to get a score for Dane Henry.
Wow, a great decision making from Dane Henry. I thought he was going to sit with William, but just pull the trigger, trying to get rid of the 5-8-3.
Yeah, do we see an improvement here, Dai?
I'm going to say yes, because the, on the inside section, that Layvik turn was huge, throwing buckets of spray. And then, that's not only it, there is another air reverse. Little bit time in the air. Didn't get the last section to ride out of it, but still, there is a great combination.
All right, let's see where that number goes and how it changes the situation, if at all, for Willem Watson, who, well, the number's in. It is an improvement, 6-4-7. He's added a bit. So it's now a 7-6-5. You know what? Doesn't really change all that much. It's half a point more that Willem needs to find, but really still needs a similar kind of wave. He needs a really, really good wave. Close to excellent now. Here he'll go. He's found an opportunity. Had to take this. It's a bigger wave. It's a bit fat out the back. Now it's steeper. That was nice. Into the lip. Just snapping in it. And again, nice rhythm. He'll need an inside finish as well. What's he got for us here? Picking up some speed as the wave closes out. He tagged it a couple of times. Did it have that moment to get up there into the high sevens?
I'm not too sure if it's going to be a 7.65, but definitely great start. But unfortunately, I don't see that wave, meeting the requirement.
We've seen some real high-quality surfing in this heat. It's been really entertaining. Nice tussle between these two. Willem Watson just looks great, doesn't he? The style so composed, real precise. The timing's impeccable from him. But it feels like he's just come up against someone. Just had a little bit too much on this occasion. Dane Henry getting the best of most of the, well, all of the exchanges really that came through. A little moment for the two Aussies down there on the inside. But it looks like, well, we'll wait for these scores to come through. See exactly where it puts us. Did feel like a bit of a big number that Willem was chasing down ultimately. And at this stage of competition, we are seeing heats that really are just absolutely stacked with talent. The numbers in for Willem Watson. It's not going to be enough for him. Dane Henry through to quarterfinals here. And Willem Watson just not quite finding the opportunities, but he shouldn't be disappointed really with the way he's performed. Just didn't quite have the waves. He had a chance to Dane Henry just to relax now, think about quarters, take the rest of the day off as well, get out the sun, And just enjoy the fact that he's through the quarterfinals. We'll keep it rolling here. An absolutely stacked heat about to hit the water. Winter Vincent taking on Huey Vaughan. An all Aussie affair. We'll bring Stace back in for the call. Stay tuned.
Di mabilang ang bonding na nabuo. Kasama ng tamang tamis sa asim sarap na Magnolia Real Mayonnaise. Magnolia, 100 taon na at hihigit pa.
Sit, roll over. Your fur baby deserves delicious and nutritious treats. Give them Nutri-Chunks. Nutri-Chunks milk sticks or Nutri-Chunks beef sticks. Fortified with essential nutrients. Nutri-Chunks dog treats. Love in every meal.
Oh my! Deep one for Western away, but she comes out. She comes out. She needs a 10.
Welcome back to the WSL World Junior Championships at Mona Lisa Point here. The beautiful northwest of the Philippines. This is heat number 5 of the round of 16. Winter Vincent out of Australia taking on Huey Vaughan, also out of Australia. Central Coast v the Northern Beaches. It's a pretty big battle, this one. Stace Galbraith in the booth with Di Wacko and Di. It's been a great morning. We've seen some great heats, heaps of tight battles.
Definitely.
Some good scores, some good surfing. Wind's picked up a little bit now, but I actually think it's going to make it a bit more fun.
I think it's way more fun than this morning. To me, like, I love onshore wind, and it gets more like the section to stand up. So I really love this kind of condition. But this heat, it's stacked, and this is very tense moment for you also. I mean, this is a stacked heat.
Look, life's intense, mate. This is just another one of those moments, isn't it? It's it's definitely a big opportunity for both of these surfers. I think that Winter Vincent, no doubt, being runner-up here last year, he's got one thing on his mind. That's going one better. And then Huey, no doubt, he's probably hasn't competed as much as Winter this year, but it doesn't mean he doesn't care. He wants this just as much as anyone in the draw, and his brother's on the world tour, Joel, doing amazing things, and then this is Huey's chance to sort of shine on the big stage, and he's going to get a good opportunity. But we'll see Winter get this heat underway here. Really nice snap in the lip there, beautiful board control, and as you can see, this is why this guy's been touted as one of the favourites to win this event. Unfortunately, comes unstuck there. I don't think he'll mind. I think that there's probably going to be two sets of strategies played out in this heat. I think we'll see times in the heat where the boys look to be really busy, but once they both kind of get their the groundwork in, I think that there's some really good quality waves out there, and I think we'll see them look to kind of be a bit more selective maybe towards the end of this heat. But while we wait for this heat to rev up and get into things, we're going to get down to True on the sideline. G'day, True.
Thanks, Stace. Yeah, Dane, that was a grindy heat. Let's talk small wave surfing straight up. What's the thought process going into that one, and how are you attacking these smaller conditions?
Yeah, it's always tricky when you get to the morning surf and it's like that, and we all thought it was going to be called off, and then Luke came up, he was like, nah, looks like we're running. So it's just kind of getting in that mind space of trying to go as fast as you can. I'm really confident on my boards. I've got a couple of carbon boards that are just going insane. I feel like it's kind of, the speed's kind of separating crew, and yeah, I'm feeling really fast and really lively.
And as well, you and Willem were first and second in the Australia Oceania Pro Junior region. It would have been really cool to share that heat with him.
Yeah, it was sick. Obviously, me and Will had the whole last year. I mean, the whole of our junior surfing career surfing together. And the last couple of events, we both shared finals together at the Tweed Coast Pro in Port Stephens, and ended up 1 and 2 on the rankings. And yeah, to match up with him was pretty cool. Been hanging with him a bit, been going to dinner with them, and it was just, it's always good to have a heat against your fellow Aussie companion, but you wish it was later in the draw, but it is what it is, and that's just how surfing goes.
Into the quarterfinals now, you're one step closer. It feels like you've got, the same team that you had all year throughout that 2025 year, and you had some pretty breakthrough performances. I don't want to speak too soon, but, coming into this one, are you feeling good for a finals appearance?
Yeah, I've been, just trying to take it heat by heat. Obviously had a really good year last year, and I've just been working with my coach, Adam Duffner, and our whole thing the last year has just been put the work boots on and get the job done. And that's kind of been just heat by heat, and just trying to go wave by wave, heat by heat, and not really worry about what's down the line. And if I make the finals, I make the finals. If I don't, on to the next. But yeah, I'm feeling really good, and yeah, everything's feeling good.
Do you feel like there's been like maybe a little something that's kind of added into your recipe for success, or do you think everything's just clicking really well?
Yeah, I think there's my first half of the year last year was super slow and kind of had a little moment where I added a lot of fire to my belly, and I really wanted to prove a lot of people what I could do, and I kind of got a bunch of really good results, and that kind of just lit me up to I got to the ISAs, got to represent my country. That always fires me up, and then to clutch up in the last 2 events at the Pro Juniors last year and get here, which has been my goal for so long. And I think I've just got a lot of fire in the belly and a really good support circle around me. And yeah, I'm just really keen to do my family proud, do my community proud, and just do myself proud.
Easy done, Dane. I mean, it's been a great event so far seeing you surf. I know that you have a lot of people at home watching you. Anything you like to say?
Yeah, shout out to my dad, my siblings, my girlfriend, my nan and pop. I know they're all watching, all the Kingy Border Riders crew, all the community in the Tweed Coast area. Hopefully all you guys are watching, and I'm doing you proud, and also all my family in New Zealand as well. Hopefully you're all watching, and yeah, anyone else watching, all the messages, everything, they all go to me, and they're fueling the fire. So ready to rip in and keep going.
Quarterfinals time. We'll send it back to you.
Thanks, Drew. Great interview there with Dane. He's feeling, sounding relaxed. He's looking relaxed, and beautifully spoken. He does. He represents his community well. And his mum got in maybe yesterday or late last night, the night before, and he's got some great support at home. Works hard with his coach Doof and Jared Terry down there on the north coast of New South Wales. And Dane's one of those kids that it's so awesome to have that, like, in your hometown, someone with that talent and doing the things that they're doing, because then when the people that they train with, they bring everyone else up. But Dane knows too that he's kind of the captain of that group, and so he has to be like a role, he's very young obviously, but he's a role model to a lot of people already, and he does a great job of doing that, and he's really well spoken. He doesn't mince his words, does he? He knows exactly what he wants to do, and he's here to do the job. As we see outside Winter Vincent, beautiful first turn there, coming through to the inside, and an amazing finish.
That was a massive 3-turn combo.
He has just got some swing power that is undeniable, and he makes very, very average waves look very, very good.
Just like you said, it was one of the smaller size waves, but because it was under priority, and wow, 3-turn combo, but a lot of flares in it, and there's no downtime in between turns, so definitely great 3-turn combo.
Yeah, he's obviously a tall kid. He's the tallest kid in the draw. He'd be one of the tallest professional surfers of all time. But he uses that leverage to his advantage. Look at this beautiful surfing here.
Wow. Tags it in the right section, straight into the second. I love the last turn there, just all 3 fins out. Little bit of fin release there. Yeah, just like I said, it's one of the smaller size waves, but still managed to get that flares in the vertical off the top. Beautiful second, setting up for the finishing down and just pushing the tail really hard. All the 3 fins out the back. Beautiful surfing from Winter Vincent, and great scores.
No surprise there to see that score. 8-point ride. Huey Vaughan needs to answer back. He needs to do it quick. He's been sitting out the back waiting patiently. You could see his little blonde mop checking out Winter's ride there from outside. And he goes to the reverse there to get his campaign underway. And a few of these waves have had a few little bonuses on them down the line, and this wave looks like it will have that as well. We'll just be hoping for one more vertical section to get this done. Not the case there. Nevertheless, on the board with the completion, and Huey's just going to have to set his own rhythm in this heat. Obviously, Winter started fantastically, and it looks like he's off on another wave here. You can just see that clear board speed there that Winter's carrying through his turns, even on waves that aren't that quality. He's still getting a lot of water flying off those rails as we check out the drone angle here, Di.
Wow, different approach compared to the last of Winter's wave. More longer wave, a lot of turns, and take a little bit of reverse there, so a lot of variety on this wave. Beautiful surfing from Huey, and probably he wants to get the big finish there, but unfortunately, wave didn't really cooperate. But beautiful turn there, beautiful, upper body movement from Huey, and love that checking turn there. Just eyeing for the section here, and just kick the tail up and get the reverse. Beautifully done.
Really well put together wave, and he's going to get a decent score here. It's a score that'll keep him enthusiastic about the heat, and It's going to be hard, I think, just to kind of find yourself straight on that program that Winter's on. I think Huey's going to have to do his best to build into this heat now from here. He's just got to hope that Winter doesn't get too far ahead of him, which thankfully for Huey's situation, his last 2 rides have been incomplete. But with the difference there in their first 2, scoring manoeuvres, quite clearly advantage there to Winter Vincent, and with good reason. He just incredibly well surfed that 8-point ride.
Definitely, but just like you said, 5.83 is not a bad way to start his campaign. You don't really usually get 8-point ride in the first couple of minutes, right? So it's always have a 5.83 is a good idea. So you kind of want to building up, and then I think that's what Huey's feeling right now. It's just starting, just first half of the heat, and 5.83 is not a bad, bad score.
Yeah, it's definitely a score you could look to build on, and I think he'll obviously know that, and he'll look to kind of his next opportunity. He'll look to try to better or get near Winter's 8, or if not improve it. He will need a certain type of wave, though. Obviously, I think all these guys, Dane Henry mentioned it, like looking for a point of difference. Dane's obviously identified that having that good board speed is going to set you apart from the rest of the pack. I would say that both these surfers in this heat here, probably getting speed and generating speed is not something they're going to be too worried about. So what's the next point of difference that you look for? I think obviously Winter's so strong on the rail. Huey, I think, will look to exploit Winter by going above the lip, but we saw what Winter was capable of last year above the lip too. So it's going to be, it's going to be a good battle.
Definitely, it's going to be a good battle, and then they all know that. They all, 2 of them know that it's going to be a great matchup, and it's going to be hard to, up against each other. So definitely they're going to push the level up in this round of 16, and they'll do everything that they can do to just make it through to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, big time, because I feel like both of these surfers here with this particular heat, they'll both be thinking that whoever gets out of this heat will be, really close to winning the event. I think that both these guys know that. Obviously, there's some fantastic surfers in the event. We just heard from Dane Henry; he's still going in the draw, and there's Lennox Smith surfing really well, but these 2 young fellas, we know how talented they both are, and I think that the rest of the draw would be pretty stoked to see this matchup. They know that one of them's going home.
Right. It's a sad for the Team Australia.
Yeah. We had 2 double ups. We had the Dane and Willem, and now Winter and Huey. But that's just how it goes. It's good to see Huey wanted the wave. Obviously, Winter with priority. He's already got an 8-point ride. Beautiful turn out of the lip there. Incredibly polished surfing, another great snap out of the top. Just the speed in between the 2 manoeuvres is really impressive here. Down the line looking good. Beautiful carve to finish. Oh, excuse me, I probably could have one more on this wave here. Not to be, but a beautiful sequence of turns. And scary thing for Huey is Winter still looks like he's kind of in 2nd or 3rd gear.
Yeah, right. But just like you mentioned, it's super polished, beautiful surfing from Winter. Love the carving down and how he engaging the rail and then using upper board to swing all the way to, all the way back to the white water. Beautiful surfing. Definitely Huey wants that wave, but Winter had the first priority. Beautiful off the top there, all the fins out. And there's no downtime in between turns as well. Beautiful carve there to finish off this wave. So another beautiful, wave from Winter. His backup score is only 4.0, so it'll be a great number.
There it is, Di, a 6.83. A fantastic ride there from Winter.
Wow. Now Huey now needs 9.0.
9-point ride for Huey Vaughan, now the requirement as he takes a look at that wave out the back there. And this has been an exciting heat. We've had a few different types of heats today where some have started a bit slow, others have been kind of a bit more scrappy. This has just been straight up professional surfing, particularly from Winter Vincent. Huey opened up his account with a 5.83, now sits out the back with priority, and he'll be hearing those numbers. He knows he's capable of those numbers, but he also knows too that he's going to have to be super laser focused on what this next wave looks like. It's a requirement already at 9 points. I think he'd be thinking with this much time in the clock, he'd be wanting to do it in one wave.
Yeah, definitely.
Not trying to do it in 2. I think he'd try to look to put the pressure back on Winter, but that's obviously the harder way to go about it. But just with the time remaining on the clock, I don't think there's probably enough to surf your way back into this heat, particularly with how good Winter's surfing. I think you'd need to want to join him in the excellent range pretty soon to make this a heat that will go down to the wire.
definitely, Huey is thinking about what he's going to do on the next wave, and he will be staying patient, waiting for the right ones. Probably he's going to take it to the sky, maybe, and a few whippy turns to get the 9.0, but we haven't seen anyone scoring 9.0 today yet.
No, we haven't, have we? Saw Lennox Smith with the 8.33. And a few rides. Like obviously, Winter's at an 8 in this heat already, so we know there's excellent scores out there. But you're right, Di, there hasn't been a 9 today. I don't actually think there's been a 9 the whole event.
Right.
But I'm not really too worried about that, because if there was one heat where you think it would go down, it would be this one. So
could be this one.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a surprise to see this heat go right up into both of these surfers coming in with some pretty big scores.
A few,
see a couple little sets on the horizon.
A little bit of energy from the ocean. Hopefully it's going to turn into the great opportunities for the both surfers here. Look like they are paddling towards the channel. The Winter is having a look at this one.
A little wider on the bank here, but we have seen some pretty good double ups come from this section as we got Winter with second priority here, up and riding. Beautiful big reverse out of the lip there. You can see how talented this young bloke is. He's got the amazing control of that surfboard. Just made the jump recently from Mayhem over to Sharp Eye, as we see Huey in and out there. Looks like the jump over to those surfboards, it look like they're going pretty well for him so far. As we see Huey's replay here, Di.
Important wave for him. Quick first turn, nice whip in the tight section. And he got this steeper section, but decided to just, pull out. Yeah, that was a good call for him. It wasn't the way that you can actually score a 9-point ride and try to, get the first priority. There's still 30 minutes remaining on the clock, but I don't think it's a long time left.
No, it's really not. And as we see Winter here, found a nice steep section, Di.
Great technique from Winter. Just like you said, he can do the big rail carve turns, and as well as, kick reverses or take it to the sky. So he's got the skill set of everything pretty much.
Yeah, and that's why you see him on the Challenger Series this year. He's doing really well. Rated, I believe, number 10. And obviously they take 10 onto the World Tour. So that's where this kid's at. His level's right there, right on the borderline of looking like he'll be on the World Tour next year. Got a big event in Hawaii coming up. And being a World Junior Champion is definitely something that he wants next to his name.
And definitely he just, super hungry for the title, coming to Philippines just before the CS event at Pipeline. It's always hard to surf Pipeline without any practice. So definitely it means a lot to be here for him.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and it's a great point you make. We've been a few surfers on the Challenger Series that have come here, and they all have to make the jump over to Hawaii after this with a very different environment.
Very different.
Finalist point, very different to Pipeline. But that's just the life of a travelling pro these days, isn't it? You need to be good in all conditions and in all types of waves, and have your equipment, like he's going to go from riding a groveler to riding a 6.8 or 7.0, big second reef Pipeline, hopefully. So, you've got to be able to do it all from 2 foot to 20 foot these days. And
yeah, it's a hard process. You got to surf smaller waves, and you got to surf one of the scariest waves in the world to be able to get the world title.
Yep, big time, which is a great thing. We see the tour go back this year just to a regular season. So
starting at Bells and finishing at Pike. So
that sounds pretty good, doesn't it?
Sounds
pretty
great.
Good. Throw a bit of J-Bay in there, a bit of Tahiti, a bit of Fiji, Trestles.
That's
Snapper.
that's how I grew up watching CG.
Yes.
So I'm loving it.
11 minutes on the clock. Winter Vincent out in front. Huey Vaughan chasing a 9-point ride. He touted this heat on paper to be one of the matchups of the round, and certainly had some fireworks so far.
It's a quiet time. It's a tense moment. Is there going to be a conversation between two?
They're very friendly. They hang out every day and go to dinner and that together. And look, everyone gets on pretty well in the Australian camp. But I don't think right now there's too much going on. I think surfers are the most chatty when it's barreling.
Oh, right.
That's just that
so
like
true,
genuine,
right.
like how was your one? Not from a scoring perspective, but just like, was it,
a good one?
Did you get
not?
in it, kind of thing? Was it a good one? I think that's when you see people the most.
That's so true.
Sort of just like not thinking about the Rashi at a 2 foot right-handed point where you kind of got to work pretty hard for your scores. I think all the energy is just going into like focusing on your wave and trying not to worry about what else is going on. But I mean, if Winter did want to start playing the game, it's probably not a bad time to start chatting, start trying to distract Huey. He's got the medal on him so far. He's got the 2 highest scores of the heat. Huey Vaughan with a big decision here. He does have priority. He does have the next choice of the next best wave that comes through. So maybe it would be the time to say, what did you watch on the plane on the way over here, mate? What movies you been watching?
A little bit of mental games going on. And I've heard a lot of people talking when they are in the first place and just trying to play some mental game in the water. Even they don't react to your conversation. They just keep talking and just putting some pressure.
Yep.
But, Winter already locked in as 8 and 6. Now, is he thinking about getting rid of the 6.83 or trying to, put the pressure on the Huey?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I think we're going to throw down to True on the sideline with young Clancy Dawson. See Dingo, what's he thinking?
Thank you, Stace. Yeah, I'm here with Clancy, who's here to coach and support a lot of the Aussie team. Clancy, this is obviously a really tricky heat. The waves have been pretty slow and 2 really different approaches between Winter and Huey.
Yeah, for sure. It's a bummer that the 2 Aussie boys have matched up this early. Very close to both the lads. So I'm a bit torn right now. It sucks seeing them knowing one's going to lose, but one will go through the quarters, and whoever does, hopefully they can go deep.
2 back-to-back heats full of Aussies as well. We had Dane and Willem in the last one. We saw Lance a little bit earlier on today. So the talent that Team Oz, I guess, are bringing to this event is huge.
Yeah, it's awesome. Like having 3 of the boys into the quarters, and Sierra and Isla coming up, like a lot of strength, and we've helped develop them from a very young age, and it's really cool seeing them as grown-ups here, like doing their thing and seeing how they match up. So, still only halfway through, so long way to go.
Yeah, it's a big event. It's a marathon, not a sprint. There's not much going on right now in regards to the waves, but between Winter and Huey as well, they're obviously 2 very different surfers. Huey's a little bit more sprightly. Winter loves to stay on rail. What's the kind of thought process for each of them, do you think, going into this event?
I think Huey knows like he can win the event going to his strengths, his air game, and he's got massive turns as well, but right now there hasn't really been a proper section for him to punt off, so he's playing he could a really good section. He can get a 9, he can get a 10, so it's definitely not over, but it hasn't been one of those days where there's proper chunky air sections, so he'll be hoping for that. And then Winter, he's a big lad, and he throws a lot of water, and just the angles he creates on a wave is his point of difference, and he's just sticking to that. Like, he's got an air game, he's got heaps of innovation too, but he probably won't go there unless he needs to. He did throw a little one before, but like I said, the sections aren't quite there for it.
Well, we've got just about 7 minutes to go, so we'll send it back to you guys in the booth, but hopefully a couple more waves coming through. We're going to have to pray to the ocean gods.
Thanks, Drew. Thanks, Clancy. Some great insights there, and it's been a little slow at the back end of this heat.
Yeah, last couple minutes, there's nothing on the horizon, just providing, but tense moment for the coach.
Yeah, well, there's matchups, there's battles going down left, right, and centre. No matter who gets out of this heat here, obviously Winter Vincent in the box seat, he will not take on the winner of that last heat. He'll take on the winner of the next one. Will Dean and Iko once another. But yes, there's Aussies scattered throughout the middle part of this draw, and we did see Dane Henry advance out of the heat before, and then this is obviously another double matchup here with Winter and Huey. So Clancy's had a busy morning, but that's why you come here, and the women progressing well on the Australian side of things as well over there on the women's draw. So it's been a good showing so far for everyone from Australia. Lennox Smith got us underway this morning with a great performance. But yeah, it's good to see the talent from all around the world. These are the best under 20 and under surfers from all around the region. All around the world in their respective regions. So and this is where we all kind of congregate once a year for the World Junior Championships. This is the second time we've come to Mona Lisa Point in the Philippines. And then, you see, if you look back on the winners list, it's been all around the world. It's been in Australia, it's been in Brazil, it's been in Indonesia. yeah, it's a fantastic event. Like you said, Di, the names on that trophy, they mean something.
It means something, right? Next to the those legends. This on screen, we have the Japanese surfer coming up and getting ready. Iko Watanabe. We call him Ichi.
Ichi.
Number 1.
I want to know, did he give himself that nickname or did you give it to him?
Someone else gave him the nickname Ichi. It has been there. Everybody calls him Ichi.
Yeah.
He's a great, great person. Always
great
great
surfer.
vibe, great surfer. Super entertaining to watch his surfing. So yeah, cannot wait to his surfing in the next round, coming up against Will Dean from
Will Dean
States.
out of the USA. Yeah, I believe from the east coast of the USA, Will Dean. And yeah, he looked really good in the warm-ups the other day, actually. I didn't catch his heat the other day, but he's obviously in the round of 16 for a reason. Been doing some good surfing in the Rashi.
Yeah, it's a 9th in this one. It's not one of 16. Even you are getting knocked out, you came 9th in the world. So it's a big result.
It is. It is a big result. It's really cool you point that out, because it's like, that is something you should be really proud of, like a 9th in the world of your age group is massive. But it is one of those results where you also too, you're so close but so far. It's,
that's right.
Close to the finals, close to a title, and it's definitely something to be proud of. But you know how competitive all these surfers are. As Huey Vaughan takes a look at this wave, he's going to roll in with the white water here and hopes it gives him a bit of energy down the line, which today has been hitting the reef really nicely. Just a bit of joinery work to start here. As it gets a little steeper down the line, some nice rail work on the inside here. But as Clancy Dawson mentioned, Huey definitely looking for the steeper sections to show his skills above the lip, which at this wave has been a little hard to find, and unfortunately coming unstuck there, you can kind of see the body language not really given the wave, given it what he wanted at that particular moment.
As soon as he took off the wave, he was just eyeing for the section from the start. But he did a great job just engaging the rail, just keep the momentum going and maintain the speed. He was just waiting for the sections to stand up and going for the big air. But unfortunately, this wave didn't really offer the big, meaty sections. He actually threw it. Really unfortunate for Huey, but there's 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah.
It's winding down really quickly.
No, for sure. And I think, one of the greatest things about winter surfing so far, not just in this heat, but even in first round and even last year, just his ability to kind of put those turns in a really tight moment together. Very rarely is he racing down the line trying to look for a section. He always just seems to be able to kind of turn right on top of where his last one was, and all of a sudden he's done 3 turns in the space of, not very much wave, and so that's very, very appealing to the judges. It's to be that quick in the transition out here with how sort of soft the wave can be is definitely one of Winter's superpowers, and he's done that well today.
Yeah, definitely, and he's such a tall guy, and in this smaller condition, and he's able to put the 3 turns in the tight section. That is amazing technique.
Yeah, he was able to exploit that early in the heat, under not necessarily priority, but he didn't have the inside to the point. He was a bit further in and under, and he was able to identify the double ups and do that really well. And with 1:30 on the clock, he's certainly in a very commanding position.
Right, definitely. He's not sitting next to Huey now, but he's probably watching what he is, doing, and he's gonna capitalize first priority with a 1 minute and 15 seconds. Well, it's a good matchup, and I really wanted to watch more of the actions from them.
Yeah, it's a little bit of had a little bit of a moment at the start, didn't it? Obviously, Winter started strong with the 8. Huey answered back with the 5-8-3, and we kind of thought, okay, cool, this could be the way that it goes, and hopefully a few more big exchanges. But it was just Winter. He was like a boa constrictor. Just put the pressure on and started squeezing early, and he's left Huey needing a 9 for the better part of 20 minutes. They're chatting now.
They're chatting now with the 40 seconds.
You're out at dinner, Winter, is what Huey's saying, I think.
Hopefully one more set.
Yeah, I think that, all the fans online watching and friends and family of Huey would love to see him ride maybe one more good quality wave, and I think Winter would be stoked to do that as well. He's only looking to better a 6-8-3, which for someone of his talent is something that he would definitely want to do, just to send a bit of a message to the rest of the competitors, as he just brings that one round pretty casually. Unfortunately, unable to ride out of it. He has left the door slightly ajar for young Huey. There was looked like there was 2 waves in that set, but maybe not hitting the bank as we expected. And there we go, victorious Winter Vincent. A fantastic performance from the surfer from the Northern Beaches of Sydney, Manly, Australia. And showing why he was running up to the world last year and looking to go one better this year. Unfortunately, Huey Vaughan bowing out. 10.16 total was not enough to get the job done. Stay tuned. This is the WSL World Junior Championships. We'll be right back.
Di mabilang ang bonding na nabuo. Kasama ng tamang tamis sa asim sarap na Magnolia Real Mayonnaise. Magnolia, 100 taon na at hihigit pa.
Sit, roll over. Your fur baby deserves delicious and nutritious treats. Give them Nutri-Chunks. Nutri-Chunks milk sticks or Nutri-Chunks beef sticks. Fortified with essential nutrients. Nutri-Chunks dog treats. Love in every meal.
Oh my! Deep one for Western Web. She comes out. She comes out. She needs a 10.
Welcome back to the WSL World Junior Championships presented by Purefoods and Magnolia. This is the round of 16, heat number 6. We're moving through the draw here. Will Dean out of the USA taking on Ichi Watanabe from Japan. We just saw one of the matchups on paper go down. It lived up to its name. One of the scores. We got one excellent score. Winter Vincent convincingly over Huey Vaughan. Stace Galbraith in the studio. Jessie Starling. How are you, Jess?
Yeah, great, Stace.
Great to hang.
It's great to hang.
Been watching you run around out there all morning.
I know, it's been fun running around, actually.
It is nice in the morning, isn't it?
It was
You
really lovely.
You sent your older sister out to barbecue in the afternoon heat.
Yeah, when I got asked, what time of day do you want to do sideline? I took a leaf out of your book and said morning.
You've got to be strategic at these things. So it's a long week. We've got a lot of heats to get through. And, you and I are lucky enough to go up on the east coast of Australia. We're used to hot afternoons, hot mornings. And the mornings here are nice and cool.
They're
Beautiful walk to
lovely,
work in the morning, but the afternoons are red hot.
They are, they're warm. And the
Yeah.
sun, it kind of comes down on an angle here as well. There's no real escaping it.
Nah, there's not a lot of shade. Yeah.
That's all right.
No, I mean,
beautiful
yeah,
part of
bit
the world.
bit of vitamin
Sunsets
D.
are
Yeah.
exceptional.
They are. They've got a bit of a
Yeah.
Hawaii feel about
Yeah,
them.
they
There is a
do.
bit of a mountain in the distance, and you kind of feel like you could be on the North Shore. Could be anywhere. Well, we are. We're on the northwest shore of the Philippines. This is the capital of the north of surfing. Great surf culture here. And Will Dean underway here. Taking off deep up on the point. Snapping his way down the line. He's looking real good in his free surfs. Carrying a ton of speed. A beautiful snap out of the lip there. Spray's still coming down. And he did well there to carry his board speed all the way across that wave. Great way to get his campaign underway.
Yeah, I'm a fan of Will Dean.
Yeah, he's surfing good.
He surfs really good. Never really come across him before. 18 years old out of North America. And yeah, I've been really impressed. He obviously has a good connection with that board. If you have a look at his Instagram, it's been living on the profile for quite a while, that board. Or maybe it's multiple sprays.
Yeah, or
but
it could be a favourite.
It looks really nice under his feet. Great connection between surfer and board. Smaller looking wave to start this one off, but we've seen it steepen up through that inside there time and time again. Starting to slow down a little bit with this high tide coming in, but Will making it look nice and playful. I mean, really great surfing. Just great small wave surfing too. You know, made something out of not a lot on this wave. We haven't really seen a lot of scores being posted on smaller looking waves like this, but Will just carrying really nice speed all the way through. That connection there was, tidy. It was clean. I really liked it. There's that board. You can just see he seems really confident on it. It just doesn't feel like there's a foot wrong with this board. Maybe he's got the little foot divots from surfing it for a while locked in.
Yeah, that is a good feeling. And someone who else is feeling pretty good about himself is with True Starling. Take it away.
Yeah, thank you so much, Stace and JJ Winter. That was probably one of the most anticipated heats for everyone watching here at the beach at Mona Lisa. How was it for you?
Yeah, I was so nervous. Like, I don't really get like the heartbeat nervous when I go into heats, but I was like, my heart was beating because it's hard not to notice Huey this year or past year. He's been going on a tear, and he's one of my good mates, so it's always a hard one. But I I was excited for it.
You started off strong as well with that 8, backed it up with a 6.83. It feels like you've just picked up where you left off from last year.
Yeah, I love this place. I mean, this wave is like, well, one of my favourite waves is Kramis, and like it doesn't have that bowl to it, but if you get the right ones, it kind of is a bit similar. And yeah, I love this wave.
Shows the similarities. Let's talk boards as well. It's dropped off a whole lot since the very first day that you surfed. Is there been a change in the equipment?
Yeah, in my first heat I rode a 77, so a bit more like tail rocker and I think like a single concave, and for good waves. And now I'm on an Inferno. Same size, like same dimensions, just like a different model. And it's a bit flatter and just like it flies. Like Mick Kay, my manager's been telling me this like whole of last year basically about the Inferno. He's got one and he loves it, and I'm pretty sure you'll be happy to see me win a heat on it now.
You're doing him proud. Into the quarterfinals as well. That'll be on tomorrow. We've got a huge day of surfing. After that, feeling the heart rate kind of elevate, what's, the plan to kind of rest and recover coming into the quarters?
Just go back to the hotel, cruise, probably hang out with Lanks and Huey. Like, there's no bad blood after a heat. It is what it is. So hang out with the lads and hop in the pool, I guess, chill out. And yeah, looking forward to tomorrow. I think there's a little bump in the swell, hopefully. So yeah, get to it.
Wake up and see. Is there anything you'd like to say to people at home?
Yeah, just thanks to my sponsors, O'Neill and all those guys. Love you. And all my mates back home, they'll be watching. So yeah, just thanks to everyone for watching.
Thanks so much, Winter. We'll send it back to you guys, Stace and Jesse.
Thank you very much, True, and congratulations, Winter. Yeah, he's on fire. You can tell why he loves this wave. He's he just matches it really, really nicely. Doesn't look like he's forcing anything. And yeah, like you mentioned, he's just had the equipment switch up. And obviously, a great team there at Sharp Eye and a great team at Mayhem where he left. I'll go out on a limb and say I reckon he could ride a wooden door out here and still look pretty good.
Yeah,
at the moment.
absolutely.
He's on fire. But yeah, Will Dean's been keeping busy, Jess.
I like it. I'm a big fan. 2 quick turns, nice and energetic as well. You can see he's not. Sometimes you rock up to events, you can see people be a little lackluster about the wave size, but he's making it work and making it work in a really cool way as well. I love the spring-loaded approach to this surfing. Just 2 quick turns there, but a lot of drive coming off that back foot. You can see he spends a lot of time surfing small waves. He's not phased just by the drop in the energy that we've had in the ocean. 2.5 straight off the bat. I mean, you definitely take that to start a heat.
No, for sure. And I think like you can see, a lot of the heats today have sort of had that. Someone's got a really good wave, and then they've sat and waited and been able to capitalise on that. But I've been surprised. I'll be honest. I've been surprised to not see more heats sort of start like this, where you just get your couple of 5s. The conditions are what they are, and there's not a heap of quality waves. You've got to manufacture your own situation, and this to me seems like the most common way that I would have expected the heats to play out today. And it doesn't put you in a situation where you're going, oh, my heat's over, I've got 10 points, I'm going to win. But it just puts him in a really good position now to kind of just be able to play the priority game and start to think about kind of bettering what is a really, really handy start.
Well, you're not one of the best junior surfers in the world if you can't surf a wave up. And
Totally.
that's what these guys got to be relying on now, especially today. Like Wint said, there might be a little bump in the swell tomorrow morning. Iko, obviously from Japan, surfs a lot of small waves over there. Obviously, they get these great typhoon swells, but this time of year it's quite small and quite cold. So maybe advantage Iko. He's just been surfing in small wave steamers.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? Board short, small waves.
Yeah, normally I would say that, but and I do completely agree with you. But when you come up against someone from the east coast of America, it is absolutely game on. Best small wave surfers in the world come from that part of, and they're just gnarly. They surf waves that don't even break, and some great waves where Will Dean's from on the Outer Banks there. However, when it's not good, it's very bad. About as bad as waves could get. And they produce some of the world's best surfers and also big wave chargers.
Yeah, I feel
it just
like
doesn't make sense.
There's always a highlight reel on social media from the Outer Banks QS.
Yeah.
And at least 1 or 2 days, they're like running from the beach trying to use the run-up speed.
Yeah, a couple of run-ins at Virginia Beach too when that event runs. And, but plenty of good waves around there as well when the seasons are on and getting those hurricanes. So yeah, he definitely knows what he's doing when the waves get good. And same with all the crew from Japan. It's a very similar story. Like some of the best tube riders in the world come from Japan, and that's something that you're going to have to do at the next event that you guys go to, which might be in Hawaii or somewhere else around the world, but not here. Here you got to show your small wave repertoire. And yeah, like you said, both of these surfers well equipped at getting that done.
How cool is that though?
go from surfing in the Philippines on a right-hand point break. If you're on the Challenger Series, hey, guess what? You're going to pipe next week.
Go to Pipeline. That's a tour.
That's a tour.
That's got to show your full bag of tricks there.
Like, there's multiple tours going on, really. Like, even if you look at the Asia QS, that's a full tour. It's actually like kind of the dream tour as well.
Yeah, it's the baby dream tour, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
Really?
Local dream tour.
Indo, Philippines, Taiwan, Japan.
Yep. And
Oz.
not just any old location. We're talking Cloud9, Nias, Cruy.
Yep.
You know, these are spots you go to holiday. And these young crew are lucky enough to have these events in these regions, which a lot of them are co-sanctioned in between Asia and Australia. So you can go over there and surf in them and earn your points and, you know, get on the path to the tour by qualifying for the CS first and then going on from there.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to see. Actually, Eco is a dominant force in those Asia QEs. He always goes really deep in the draw. But it's nice to see him in a different phase, you know, in a different style of competing where it is people his age. He's not coming up against a couple, you know, CT surfers who might be throwing their hat in the ring to keep surfing during that off-season, or Challenger Series surfers who are just exceptional. Eco is going to swing here, though.
Yeah, second wave of the set's been pretty handy. It sort of, you know, draws up a little bit and creates a bit more steeper section, as we see there. Two dynamic, fast turns, keeping his speed down the line. We'd love a couple more here, or at least one more big finish. Been a bit lateral so far. There it is, squares up a bit harder and just absolutely smashes it. Is this Little Marley or Mona Lisa Point? This wave's going forever. Doing air. Bang! Thanks for coming.
Oh, how good's a little fist pump claim?
It's got to feel good.
Finishing there for
Couple
Will
of back-to-back fist pumps.
What sold you more? Which fist pump?
I
kind of liked Eco's.
It's kind of rare for Japanese surfers to show any emotion, so I'm going to go with his.
This was Will on the answer back after Eco's. He would have seen a lot of water surfing from behind that wave. This is nice, though, for Will. He's keeping that speed, that really smooth, drawn-out line that we've just grown to love this event. He's putting up a good fight. This is a great matchup between these two. Beautiful-looking finishing. It's kind of a short, sharp fist bump. Eco's was maybe a little bit more convincing. Not that they have any play in what goes on anyways, but Eco, yeah, I liked that wave a lot. Like you mentioned, a lot of good speed down the line at the start, maybe a little lateral, but made up for it right at the end.
Yeah, that was an awesome exchange. Probably the best exchange of the day as far as, like, you know, they're both going to be great scores.
Yeah.
And no one kind of got left wanting more. They both got the most out of those waves. And this wave here I thought was kind of going to go off into the channel, but it just stayed perfectly on the reef and gave him a couple of great steep sections. You can just see he took a breath there. He knew he was going to get the big finish.
Boom.
Bango. Thanks for coming.
Such a nice pocket all the way through.
Yeah,
that was like exceptional wave selection.
This one at the end did really well to sort of square it up and not get too far out in front of it again. After this floater here, sort of knew he'd done a couple of lateral turns, so he had to get this nose a little more up to the sky, and he did indeed. Absolutely whacked it.
Yeah, Eco looking really good, really good. And what a way to answer back as well, because you hear your competitor, all right, he's locked in 2 5s already. It kind of leaves you being like, all right, I just need to get a 5 or a 6 and I'm straight back in. But he overperformed, went above and beyond. He said, I don't want a 5, give me something more. And that's exactly the way to do it. Will Dean, though, he got a good score as well, that 617, but Eco's looking pretty nice right now.
Yeah, Ika's definitely going to get the better of the exchange, I think, just by way of the speed that he carried through the whole ride. It won't be by a heap, though. It's a 667 up to a 75 for Iko. So both surfers there getting great scores on the board. And Will, importantly, improving his position. And it's left Iko now chasing a 4.34. So, yeah, this is game on.
Yeah, 7-5. These guys would actually, actually all of the competitors, obviously that last heat, there's a lot of attention around it, and fair play, because 2 of the best junior surfers in the world coming up against each other, with Huey Vaughan now out of the draw, the best aerialist in this draw. It would be a big sigh of relief at this point, and you can see these guys not letting the momentum of Winter Vincent really phase them. Winter got an 8 in that last heat, kind of still sitting in 2nd or 3rd gear, and these guys have just been like, we'll show you some excellent surfing as well. So rising to the table for these two, and Eco 7-5, great way to kick off a heat. We're going to look at another replay here of Will Dean's. Went a little slopey after that 2nd turn, but he just has so much speed. He does really well to generate his own speed too when the wave is lacking a little bit, but just surfing nice and tight in the pocket. That's a way to keep your speed up from start to finish. And over exploding on that last one, I loved it.
Straight back into live action here, Jess. So we see Iko's board moving around all over the show. Lead me to believe he got some good stuff done out the back. Little reverse there. He's going to get another little finish. This wave just keeps on giving. Oos. Sakata. Bango.
Yeah, love it. Eco straight on the reef on the inside there too. That's a good feeling when you've got one from out the back and then next minute you're up to your ankles in water on the reef on the inside. That's when you know it's been a good wave. Looked average from out the back, if I'm being honest. I would have left that one thinking it was maybe a fat wave, but Eco just, you can just see he's done the time, looking really sharp on these boards here, surfing beautifully and tight in the pocket. Pretty similar to Will Dean. They're really staying nice and tight in that bowly section. Gives us a bit of flair with a reverse and a little 2-for-1 on this inside and finishing off super strongly. Yeah, Eco 7-5, a 4-3-4, absolutely on this last wave.
Yeah, just like I agree. That wave was rubbish. It just made it look really, really good. Had this weird bend in it the whole way down, and never really gave him like a proper steep section, like a genuine moment. But he made the most of it, and I think he did about every turn you could do in the book there.
I loved that
Shuffle.
quick shift back to the back of the tail pad there.
So Will Dean outside now. He is chasing a score. He is chasing a 6.67 as we see Iko there chuck up a 5.83. Probably the hardest worked 5.83 we've seen all event, but it's just by way of how bad that wave actually was. The judges couldn't go too high on it. They want to see a bit more steep face where possible, but he certainly showed great board control, great board speed.
It was probably the worst wave selection I've seen maybe today, but best surfing I've seen on.
Oh, he lit that thing up.
Yeah, Iko, you can just see he's kind of got that energy on land as well. He's kind of got a lot of swagger.
Yeah.
He's kind of that guy.
Good drip.
Yeah, and he's really carrying that over because although that was, not the best wave selection, he backed himself from start to finish and performed. Loved it.
And not a bad time too. He's only chasing a small score. He knows he's got the single highest score of the heat so far, so obviously just getting that lead, 13.5 on the clock.
Yeah.
And now he can kind of keep sort of adding to that total nicely from here, knowing he's out in front. It's up to Will Dean to make the right decision on the next wave. Will need equaling his best.
Yeah, I know I said at the start I am impressed by Will Dean. I'm having a look. Looks like he usually rides that Lost Surfboards F1 model, and you can see why he's carrying so much speed, because that board, it's all about speed, and he's keeping it nice and tight in the pocket as well. So the young American, a little bit to answer for right now, 6.67, like you mentioned. We've got a couple more heats as well after this. Looking at that next one, Ollie Zets, Connor as well. That's a cool matchup, those two kind of different styles there.
Yeah, we've got the tall natural footer who is representing the Netherlands out of Kauai, and Connor Donegan de Santos from the Canary Islands, and two completely different styles. I think I saw Connor go on the left this morning out there, so we'll see if he brings that into the heat.
Seen a couple go left.
Couple lefts, it hasn't worked.
Yeah, Keone did a nice air, but you're probably not getting more than a 4.
No, I don't think
left.
so. Yeah. Well, when it's a bit bigger and it breaks out the back and it kind of is a bit more dumpy, you could probably see someone doing a big air. I think Bronson actually had a few attempts last year. But, I think we're sticking to the long rides today. Length of ride is where it's at. Everyone knows the length of ride counts.
Oh, absolutely. Just like style.
Oh, well, that's another argument. That's another argument. I think that whether it's written down on a piece of paper or not, I think that just instinctually, I know the judges can be called robots, but they're not. They're actually human.
They're lovely people.
I mean, that's up for debate as well. No, just kidding, of course. But no, style's not in the criteria, but it's in your heart.
It is.
We're going to take a short break here. We'll come back with more philosophical surf chat right after the break.
Di mabilang ang araw na naging espesyal with the best tasting Magnolia Gold Label Vanilla Ice Cream. Magnolia, 100 taon na at hihigit pa. Di mabilang ang bonding na nabuo, kasama ng tamang tamis sa asim sarap na Magnolia Real Mayonnaise. Magnolia, 100 taon na at hihigit pa.
Welcome back to World Junior Championships 2025 edition. Yes, I know it's 2026, but this is the 2025 trophy that we're giving away here. Stacey Galbraith in the studio with Jessie Starling. Jessie, style's not in the criteria.
I was wondering where you were going to go.
But you just know that it matters.
It does matter. It has to.
It has to matter.
Yeah. I would rather watch a beautiful, stylish surfer do maybe less on a wave than an ugly surfer do more.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So it's solved. It's solved.
Yeah. Mystery solved.
Speaking of nice styles, as everyone from Japan does, it's just a matter of fact.
Ooh.
Yiko getting it done there.
On a nothing section.
Another nothing wave, but he's making the most of it. Maybe he needs to think about that next wave and what that looks like, because I don't think he's going to better the 5.83 on that one.
Nah, definitely not. And you know what? Not that there was really, when you saw him paddle in, looked like there was 5.83 on that last wave, but it definitely wasn't on that one. Will chasing the score here.
Working it over. He does need to match his best wave. He's done some good surfing, but they've been on pretty good waves, and so he's going to elect to get out of that one. Make his way back out the back. It's just under 10 minutes on the clock. He's starting to look a little frantic, isn't he, Jess?
Yeah, a little bit. And you can see just these waves are starting to get a little bit slopey out the back here. He was really hoping for that bowling section. Just not much really happening. And you can see that little bit of frustration. It's definitely starting to creep up there for Will Dean. But you just saw those smooth lines from the start. He essentially needs what he's already got.
Yeah.
So it's doable for him. This, again, love you, Eco, but horrible wave selection on this one. Super impressed, however, by the air that he got done on this nothing section here. This was actually, not that there was a massive air, but how he got that on pretty much nothing. It's pretty impressive from Eco. Yeah, went down. Haven't seen him fall this heat, so unfortunately, yeah, that one was never going to better his top two. It comes in, it's a 4.1, but you can see just how ready to go he is.
Yeah, big time. He's fired up, which is good. There's no lack of enthusiasm.
No, and I love that. And these, you know what? We are at a junior event. These guys should have that frothing grum energy about them.
No defense, all attack.
All attack.
Yeah.
No mind games. No, not like just surfing.
Maybe a couple little mind games.
Maybe from a few.
Teenage sort of high school style mind games.
Yeah.
Probably at their peak.
Teenage high school mind games. Wouldn't wish it upon anyone's face.
No. Still scars. We see Connor getting ready there. His younger brother Dylan's been on an absolute tear. Back-to-back ISA World Junior Gold medalist.
Wow.
16 into the 18s.
Wow, pretty cool.
Pretty skits achievement.
How good's an Irish accent with a sprinkle of Spanish in there?
Oh, you could listen to it all day.
Never heard it before.
No, it's a rare mix, isn't it?
I'm a big fan. I was like, oh, that's a combo.
Good combo.
Any other combos?
Not coming to mind. We're pretty straightforward for the rest of the draw, I think. But it's good to have that kind of heritage all over the world. Both great part of the world for surfing too. In the Canary Islands, some great waves. Just don't annoy the locals.
Thinking about the surfers left in the draw, right? Let's stick with the men's right now. Obviously, Lennox Smith moving through, Winter Vincent, or the some of those top guys you really wanted to see, Dane Henry. One of them gets us a free ride to the Challenger Series. Not a free ride, they've earned it with a win. Is there anyone you can see really slotting in there other than Winter? You know, pause that thought. Chat through this wave first.
Yeah, Will Dean, he's seen something down the line because the wave didn't have a lot on the start there. Beautiful snap in the middle part of that wave. Working it through here. He's going to need a big finish. Throws the tail, gets the spin. He's chasing a 6.67. And what that wave lacked in flow, it definitely had some big individual moments from start to finish. So it's going to be definitely a score the judges are going to have to think about. The frustrating thing for Will is he only has one option. He's either going to get the score or he's going to just be in the same position. Well, what I mean by that is with the 6.67, he's not even. If he doesn't, he's not going to improve on his top number. So it's not going to make the requirement any less. He's either going to go to the lead or he's still going to be in exactly the same position.
Yep.
So there's no what's the word I'm looking for here? Consolation prize from this wave. You know, sometimes when you rip a wave and you don't get the score, you can move a bit closer to what you need, and so you're kind of stoked. Whereas this one, it's either just going to be a very black and white, yes or no.
It had all the wow moments it needed for Will Dean. I mean, great first turn. We know that, you know, the judges want to feel something, especially right at the start of this wave, especially on a point break. Came through, we got a little bit of flair. Obviously, we saw this reverse here. Did really well to manage this, and then to regain, you see that shuffle back to the back half of the board, came through, gave us something to think about on the inside as well. So he has ticked essentially all the boxes
Big
here.
time, yeah.
It's just whether or not it had enough wow factor, because when you think about a 667 and maybe back to his 667, maybe it's not quite as good.
Yeah, I think the judges have really been appreciating the combos, like the turns close together. If you can get that done, they're still giving decent scores to waves that have, like, you know, a big start and a big finish. But if there's a lot of daylight in between the major turns, they're haven't been losing their minds over it. So, and as we sort of expected, I think that's the score there, 5.97. So unfortunately, it comes under the requirement, and it leaves Will Dean still chasing, as we mentioned, a 6.67. As we see Oliver and Connor there getting ready for the next heat, getting out the swallowtails, boys.
Heaps of swallowtails today. Lots going down. I feel like you don't come across swallowtails as much anymore.
Yeah, they're definitely the sexiest tail.
I love them.
Yeah,
I think they're
great.
really fun.
Yep, good boards.
Yeah, I feel like maybe more often than not we've seen a swallowtail today. You know what? Might have to put that back in my repertoire. I don't have one at the moment.
Oh, Darren Hanley loves a baby swallow, especially on his longer boards too. You're about to go to Hawaii. Get yourself a 6'4" swallow, baby swallow.
Darren, if you're listening, put an order in.
You just ordered. Maybe 6'2", 6'4", 6'6". Big
Oh,
quid.
3 boards.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
10-foot sunset.
Yeah. I'll be crying.
Same. If you're on the road to work or you're sitting at your desk, you can always check in with Dave Proden on the lineup. He's got some fantastic guests with the big season coming up underway. You can check out Dave and what all the surfers and crew around the grounds have been up to. As we see Will Dean chasing a 667. He's definitely got, he's got a great piece of equipment under his feet there. You can tell it looks like an old favourite. And he's got the skills to do it. He just needs to find himself a wave that gives him, you know, a couple of real big moments back to back. It's, you know, a 667 is no small score on a day like today. We haven't seen too many scores go above it.
I just feel like these underneath waves, even if we think back to Ecos, I mean, Will's showing great surfing here, and these guys are surfing out of their skin, and you can see just how much it means to them, but you're going to be capped at a 5.
Yeah.
Or you're going to be stuck in that 5 range because the judges have been critical about wave size, and it's nothing to do with the surfing. It's honestly got zero to do with it, because even Will's 597, exceptional. He essentially ticked every box, but just the wave, unfortunately, letting him down.
Yeah, exactly. And you make a good point about wave size. It's like on today, there's not too big of a difference between, say, a medium and a set wave. They're very, very similar, but it is that shape and that steepness that it gives you. And I think today we've seen a lot more scoring opportunity than the bigger days. It's sort of sometimes a bit harder to look at just because surfers are having to grovel a bit more. But when they get through to that part of the wave that stands up, you know, the turns are coming in real quick succession, and it sort of cleans up as it comes through the inside. So it's been really nice to watch who's kind of got their small wave act together, as opposed to yesterday, a bit burgery, a bit out the back, heaps of cutties. I've really enjoyed today, but it is still tricky to identify that wave that is going to let you let off a few turns without having to hop around too much.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how the women tackle it, because maybe some of those girls who are enjoying that bigger swell on those first and second days, full different approach today, where we are on the smaller side of the swell, but then you've got people like, you know, thinking about the lady that really stole that opening round, Isla Huppets. It was one big turn. She's going to have to go to a combo of them at this point with these small looking waves. Minute 40 here. Nicer looking cup here for Will.
Yeah, that's a beautiful first turn. You tail that board, driving through that section, lovely. Oh, unfortunately this comes unstuck, but I reckon that wave was going to run away from him anyway. You can see he's got the skills to do it. Just needs to keep trying. He's got himself a nice bit of distance between him and Iko. Iko hasn't really paid attention to want to even come down and sit on him, which I think is probably the wrong thing to do. I think he should be, rather than paddling away from Will, I think he should be either staying still or edging towards him. Obviously, he's going to want to look to better that 5.83, but you don't want to give Will too much room in the lineup sort of to himself. You want to make sure you're kind of trying to do both. You're trying to take the next best wave and sort of cover him off.
Not when he needs the score that he already has, and there is 2 peaks out there.
Yeah, there is. There really is that sort of difference today on the inside and the deeper points. So you see Icho outside all on his lonesome.
Yeah, it's a risk there for Icho, but he's going to back himself and the position he's in. Oh, now he's started to... Oh, no, he's just paddling for a wave. I was going to say now he's started to move further down, but feels like he's just having a look around. He's maybe not happy with that 5.83, but pretty strong performance right now for Icho.
Yeah, it's all well and good to want to better your situation and put on a huge total, but at the end of the day, too, you've got to think about, okay, time remaining on the clock. What have I really got to do? You want to be surfing in the next round.
Yeah,
and sometimes that means being a bit meanie.
Also, I feel like it's just in the competitive surfing handbook. 2 minutes to go, you have priority and the lead, you sit on your competitor.
Yeah, it kind of is in the handbook, isn't it?
It's kind of, it's stock standard competition surfing.
Particularly in a break like this, like you said, that is shifty. You've got to make sure. But he won't need to execute that here. There's only a few seconds left on the clock, and the ocean does look like it's taken a bit of a breather, so it will be Icho Watanabe victorious over the USA's Will Dean. Both surfing great, but it was the 7.5 that set Icho apart. This is the World Junior Championships presented by Magnolia and Purefoods. Do not take a break. We have got more action coming right up around the corner. Paul Evans is going to jump in the studio.
Di mabilang ang umagang pinasigla, kasama ng Magnolia Pure Fresh Milk at Magnolia Chocolate. Magnolia, 100 taon na at hihigit pa.
Oh my! Deep one for Western Web. She comes out. She comes out. She needs a 10.
Di mabilang ang mabuting asal na itinuro. With sulit sarap sustansya, Magnolia Cheesy. Magnolia, 100 taon.
Welcome back to the action here. We'll bring a new heat on deck. Number 7 features Ollie Zets representing Netherlands out of Kauai. Connor Donegan dos Santos from Spain, specifically Lanzarote in the Canary Islands. Comes from the north side of that island, Famara. Good beach bait there, and bunch of amazing reefs as well. And him and his brother have been making some serious splashes in surfing across Europe and beyond in recent years. Love this matchup with Ollie Zets, who done a bit of a tear of his own. Impressive performances and a variety of conditions for him, and he's highly competitive, brings the intensity to all of his heats. Jesse, from the matchups we've seen so far and the sort of way these surfers are competing, anything really leaping out at you in terms of surprises, the way it's gone down, particularly like the surfing in relation to the cons?
Cons?
The conditions.
Oh, right. I was going to say, like, things I'm not enjoying. I was going to say, Paul. Conditions. Look, it's really shifty out there, and it always is when this tide's coming up. It still looks really fun, if I'm being honest. I mean, these guys are under 21. They probably surf small waves more often than they surf big waves. Maybe other than Ollie Zets, who lives in Hawaii. If you came down the beach and saw a fun little right rip bowl, you wouldn't be complaining. You know, so these guys, although it's smaller and it's not that fun-looking size that we saw in those first couple of days, I actually think they'd be really enjoying it.
Yeah, definitely. When you package up the highlights and you put it together, there'll be some really fun ways, big performance sections as well. These two, but watching the round go down, just keeping an eye on the front runners and the markers and the statement performances, particularly where the scores are coming. Here's Connor, backhand attack, super loose and liberated. And he'll make some room at the bottom of the wave. Kicking up some spray into the lip now. Really nice technique for him. Pretty whippy. A flatter board, maintaining speed for him. And he ain't done yet. He'll juice this all the way through. It keeps providing sections. So a nice rhythm to the surfing. Not a lot of downtime, multiple maneuvers. Great start. Ollie Zets replies straight away in the pocket, just whipping around. This is set-up business, really. And he wants that runner and a bit of a lip line to go at. A little bog for him there. The wave is always kind of running out of juice anyway. Advantage, Connor.
As something you notice straight away, wave size. Connor on that bigger looking wave, and what a great first way to start off this heat. It had great pace to it. had that nice bowl back towards him all the way through. Not many waves like this coming through. I'd say maybe 1 or 2 per heat. So definitely advantage Connor being on a wave looking like this, and even better that he completed it all the way through. Love it extra from about this point in, where he starts to get nice and vertical. You can see just the speed coming off the bottom of this board here. Had to kind of grind through this inside section, but there's definitely points being added, especially with a strong finish like this one here from Connor. So a couple of great turns on the board there, and then that was a cool flary first turn. This actually, it had a good amount of size to it at the start, but just the direction of this wave let him down, unfortunately, through this midsection here. You can see it really started to slope out, fatten out ever so slightly here, and then unfortunately with that, just the nose of the board getting buried there.
All right, little under 25 minutes and 30 seconds to go. We reckon the better of the opening exchange is the guy on screen. In the meantime, let's get some updates from the lineup. Surfer out of Japan, Watanabe won the last heat. He's with Dai.
素晴らしいヒート展開でした。最初の半分は少し波を待っている時間が続いたんですが、そこから反撃をして7点をスコアし、そして5点とつなげていきました。まずはヒートを振り返ってみてどうですか？
やっぱりこの30分っていうヒートの中で、その1本は絶対に一番いい波に乗りたいってずっと思ってたので、待ち続けてきたので良かったです。
ラウンド1は少し緊張したというコメント残してましたが、ラウンド16、気持ち的にはリラックスできましたか？
そうですね、結構この重圧も結構気持ちいい感じで楽しめて、いいヒートだったと思います。
板すごく調子良さそうです。これは PU を使ってるんですか？
これシャープアイサーボードの板で、この試合に向けて頼んだんですけど、超急いで3日で作ってもらって、もう超調子いいです。ファイル50めっちゃいいです。ファイル50、はい、っていうモデルです。
He's just enjoying a lot of pressures. He was a little bit nervous in the first round, but now into round of 16, he's enjoying every moment, and he knew that there's gonna be one good wave, and that's exactly what he was looking for, and then that's how he got through the heat. And he's actually sticking to the PU surfboard 50 file from Sharpice, and it's made in Japan. It's made in 3 days just for this competition. So beautifully done from his team. それではたくさんの方見てくれています。とても、見ている方も緊張したと思いますが、何か最後メッセージあれば教えてください。
いつも応援ありがとうございます。ここの波ちょっと自分にも自分のサーフィンのペースに合ってる波質だと思うので、次のヒートも、この調子で頑張りたいと思います。応援よろしくお願いします。
この後はどのように、過ごして、明日に備えますか？
もう僕の泊まってる宿がもう一番山の上で超足腰鍛えられるんで、そこ登って下って、いいトレーニングして寝たいと思います。
ありがとうございます。Good luck in the next round and see you soon. And back to you guys.
Yeah, love it. Thanks, Dai. Really impressed by Iko. Pick up live action right now. Dos Santos belting it again. Great rhythm for the finish. He likes it. The little fist clench. Real even on the opening exchange. It actually went the way of Ollie Zets. We didn't see the start of that wave, did we, when we picked it up?
Yeah.
When we saw the full thing, it's actually pretty solid.
Yeah, there was way more swell out the back. I love being proven wrong, honestly. There was way more swell out the back there for Ollie, and he got some nice turns done in. I also still loved that long wave for Connor, and he's just found another one under priority as well here. A bit of foam to deal with, but you can see he's just got that backside flare. He's really winding up. That turn in particular was pretty special. A lot of spray coming out the back with a finish that's pushing back towards him as well. The fist bump has become the claim of choice worldwide. It really has, but you can see very well rewarded here for Connigan. For Connigan,
I like it.
Mixed his
I think he should go with that.
But I love this surfing. Like I was saying, very well rewarded fist bump because he did some great surfing on this wave. Got a solid looking finish too. So Connigan goes to the lead.
Really nice on that finish. It looked great, didn't it? He enjoyed it as well. Love this heat. Love the action judges. They've lapped it up 7-1 for him. He's feeling good as he paddles back out. Plenty of time on the clock. Love this matchup. These two really focused in with a chance to watch most of this round. Does feel like a bit of an advantage to sort of see the conditions settle in. This morning it was a little bit, everyone figuring things out a touch. Right now, these guys been able to watch, see exactly where the scores are and a better idea of what a runner looks like, what a good wave is. That's what's on the mind of Ollie Zets at the moment as he thinks about his task. 684 is the number that he's facing. And I think someone of his skill set and the confidence he's afforded by virtue of that, he'd be thinking, just give me a wave. Next one, back in the lead, smash it out. But a really evenly poised one so far.
Yeah, I'm a fan. I really like when you get to see just back and forth, you know, when you get to see the leaderboard switching a couple of times, because it's very fun to see someone absolutely dominate and run away with a heat. But we're talking the world's best juniors right now. I really love when you see this matchup. They're going hit for hit, swing for swing. And I think that's what makes it really exciting for the entirety of the 30 minutes, because each of them have that taste of victory for such a short amount of time, and then someone might steal it away. And I actually think it forces these guys to improve and lift.
I've had a thought.
Tell me.
Just thinking about Ichi, winner of the last heat. What's an RB?
Yeah.
Just thinking about conditions that we've got.
Yep.
A little smaller, certainly than the first day. It was kind of solid. There were some bombs. Still some sides out there yesterday. Less energy today, and maybe, you know, we could be finishing the final, even in similar conditions. Will we maybe start to shift a little bit in our minds to some of the front runners? The surface light on their feet. I'm thinking of guys like Ichi. He's so sprightly. He can cover softer sections with ease. He's going to be dangerous.
He really does fit that dark horse character, doesn't he? And you know what? I love Ichi. I think he's a really cool guy. Had pretty poor wave selection in that last heat, but surfed the waves up and got 13.5 points on not very good waves. They weren't the best waves in that heat, and still took away the win. So he's doing that on not the best waves. Imagine what he can do when he's on the best waves. So there's definitely still more room for Ichi to improve, which I think is the scariest part.
Absolutely. Not a lot of pressure on him as well. It'll be one to watch for quarterfinals whenever they happen to run. Still 19 minutes on the clock here to see who's going to our fourth quarterfinal. We're waiting for Ollie Zets to find a second wave. Really good start from him. And then since then, hasn't really had to think about too much. In the meantime, Connor will swing. There's that bottom turn to the top combo and just kind of sweeping that board nice and vert. A little slopey, so just sort of half away from him, hence the lack of interest from Ollie.
Do those two turns improve a 5-5? I quite liked them. They were pretty solid combo there. You can see if we get that little pulse and swell tomorrow morning, some bigger size waves that actually really suit his surfing.
He looks really sharp, dialed in, doesn't he? The speed generation, pretty effortless. And on the backhand, can really sort of amplify that swing off the bottom, frame the turns.
Big fan of these two turns here, especially the drive off that first turn into that second one where he just unleashed even further. Obviously didn't get that inside section. There was not much there, but a lot of good surfing done here just on these two turns. Seen scores go high for single maneuvers. We still have a great looking combo here. I actually think that could challenge the 5-5. I really loved those two turns there for Connor. And he's staying busy. I can appreciate that.
I think you're spot on. That first one almost sort of set the room. He put himself so far back. He had loads to swing at. And that combo looked great, didn't it, in slow motion. Pretty much sort of textbook backhand technique there from Connor. Let's see what the judges make of that from his point of view as well. Just staying in motion where you don't have the priority. Feeling out this lineup. Decent way to get it done. Under that 17.5-minute mark. Just wonder now, Ollie, how long's he had priority for? 6-7 minutes? What time do you just maybe, does that influence your decision making? Do you maybe make a poor choice just based on a little bit of time pressure while the score is going up around you? As you thought, Jess, 5-7-3, an improvement, and you know what? We'll go again. Here he is. Dos Santos once again on the backhand. It's a sluggish wave because he pushed pretty hard. Just buried the nose a touch.
If we're gonna be honest, which is what we should be doing in our,
I wouldn't expect anything less from you.
in our job
all day long.
Yeah,
honesty.
The sit and wait strategy hasn't worked really once this event so far, and as much as I can appreciate wanting to be on the sets, that you just got to make it happen. And those people who are winning heats right now, they're making it happen on anything that's coming through.
Let's talk about spark. Let's talk about
do
fire.
it. Let's do it.
Let's talk about Cassidy. He's got loads of it. He's got real spring in his step, literally mad air game. And super intense as a competitor as well.
He would have really had his eye on Huey as well. A heat, you know, we could have seen a pretty solid air match go down between those two. You'd have to say Luke is probably leading the charge for air games now. Lennox Smith's pretty good as well, but after that 10-point ride in Bolito from Lucas Cassidy.
Yeah, that was madness, wasn't it?
Yeah, thinking he's probably got that front runner.
So final heat of this round to set up our fourth quarter. Prep, getting ready, just kind of keeping an eye on time, but final preparations and the obligatory kind of finger surfing, which is just all part of it, isn't it?
It is, isn't it?
You can't not sort of go like that.
No,
finger surfing.
absolutely not.
Judges do it to each other.
Yep.
While they're describing waves.
You're doing it to me right now.
Everyone's doing it.
It's part of it.
Be a sad day when one of us didn't do some of that. It's a happy day here in the Philippines. It's bright sunshine, it's blue water, it's balmy. There's a little bit of a breeze kind of tickling the surface of the sea. But we've still got some energy, a little dial down. I like the glimmer of optimism for maybe a little pulse tomorrow. That's cool.
Yeah, well, if you look at the period in the swell, it remains the same, but the size of the swell jumps up. We're looking at a 2.7 feet swell right now, potentially 4.1 tomorrow morning.
Oh, here we go. Connor belting, precision, backhand surfing, no downtime at all. Just one turn, link to the next, connects, and inside. Little runner for him. Gives it a hit. He's put a lot into this. He's winning on wave count for sure. That's wave number 5 for the Spaniards. And all he eats, patient out the back. Proof will be in the pudding whether that pays off. He takes off and gets a high 7 or an 8. We'll be thinking genius. If he continues to sit there and let Connor add points on him, we'll question it. Here's another look.
He's already added points once under priority here, so really fast surfer. He's finding a lot of bowls on these smaller looking inside waves, probably the most we've seen in competition maybe today. He has really good wave selection as far as shape goes. Took this one all the way through, had a lot of speed to kick out of that one as well. Tick a box in Stace's eyes there, and I just really love the wind up. You can see really leans into it with his body. And just that hand going in the water on the bottom turn, it's a game changer because that's what's going to give him the drive all the way up to keep that speed, keep that same momentum, and give the judges something to think about because that's where you get to really release on the top half of those turns there. So 5.73, he's staying super busy. I haven't seen too much of Connor's surfing. You'd see a lot more of him than me. Strengths, weaknesses, if any?
Haven't really, in terms of weaknesses, I mean, I've only really seen him surf in sort of similar kind of conditions, but I mean, from where he comes from, it's a place with massive barrels. There's some crazy slabs, so I mean, really some of the heaviest waves in Europe or
really
anywhere,
cool.
really. So
have you been to the Canary Islands?
Yeah.
Oh, dream. That would be really cool.
Yeah, it's a great spot for winter time in Europe, particularly when you get the big swells coming down from the North Atlantic, and you're right out of that zone down there. Quite windy as a place, sort of where the trade winds are kind of born in that region, so it can be quite breezy, but when it's clean, it is amazing, and quite sharp rocks around there.
Careful of the sharp rocks.
Someone else comes from the place with some sharp reefs. Ollie's eats and, well, sat forever with priority, and he has surrendered it very meekly indeed. A weird wave choice. He stumbled and he fell. And he's in a little bit of trouble here. The number goes up for Connor, 6.33. Good total, 13.43. It's been good value for that. He deserves it. He's earned it. He's worked hard. And Ollie decided to be patient. That 7 that Connor got would have just kind of dictated the sort of shape and the wave he was looking for. And ultimately, he waited in vain. He's got a bit to do now, 7.66.
Yeah, he just got a 6.33 on that last wave for Connor. So, yeah, that's kind of nightmare material right now for Ollie Zeitz because you've waited all that time You've taken off on a wave, unfortunately fallen, common mistake, we all fall. But as he's gone to get back on his board, his competitors paddle past him and regain priority. So, yeah, look, now Ollie's kind of got to do what Connor's just done. He's found 6 points under him. He needs to really start to break that score down of that 7-6-6. Next best wave, you've got to think Connor's going to take it. Love to see if this is going to shift Connor's approach, and maybe we won't see him catch a couple more waves, but let's see that wave count go up for Ollie. I'm loving this already, this lift in intensity from him.
Yeah, it's almost just a shift in the roles, isn't it now? And a chance to do some reps, and he needs it. Here goes Ollie Zets, representing the Netherlands in the Philippines, and on a decent wave.
Oh, no.
Doing nice work up until he just gets the timing a little wrong, and you can understand why it's forcing the issue a bit. It's in a little bit of a corner. It's definitely nothing insurmountable. He's still got over 10.5 minutes, but 7-6-6 as a score. It's looming ever larger as the minutes and the seconds tick by. Time for a quick break in the action here. It's the men's round of 16, penultimate heat of that round. We'll bring the women in after we conclude this one. We're settling quarterfinalists. More live action from the Philippines right after this.
Switch na tayo to Nutri-Chocks for small breeds like you. Small bone shakeables para easy to chew. And for easy digestion for your teeny tiny tummy. Fortified with essential nutrients. Nutri-Chocks for small breeds. Love in every meal.
Di mabilang ang uwian na naging kabang-abang. Kasama ang pambansang manok. Magnolia, 100 taon na at hihigit pa.
Welcome back to the action here, picking up heat number 7, men's round of 16 World Junior Championships. It is the Spaniard out of Canary Islands, Connor Donegan dos Santos, with a bit of a sizey lead here. And he's really got work done under priority throughout this heat, Jess. He's been super busy. And when you do that, it just helps to stay in motion. But if you can add to your score, then he's absolutely done that. He'd be feeling pretty good.
And he's put himself in a great position right now. He's got first priority. Ollie Zets having a look on his inside. Any wave he goes, he can shut down. So as far as smart surfing goes and smart decision making, yeah, Connor's really having an exceptional heat right now. This was on its way to being something really nice here. Just really nice rail surfing. You can see just burying that nose there. So he's going to go again here. We'd love a bit of energy right now from Ollie.
Yeah, the busier approach is what he needs to bring. He's nice and sprightly here. Good, vigorous slash off the top. So he kind of just smacks it. Throws some nice spray. Is it up there in the high 7s? Not sure we saw that caliber. And it's the wave really setting the pace. It's been a theme throughout the day. We do need to find some quality sections. Well, these Eats will still be chasing him by the time he gets back in the lineup.
Look, it's not going to be a 7-6-6, but it is a momentum shifter. This is exactly what he needed. A really nice completed ride from start to finish. Started off slopey as well, so he did well to get one of those waves that builds down the line. Unfortunately, just had to get a check turn in, but now starts to open up. 2 really nice turns, kind of bang, bang. Lot of energy in those 2. So like I mentioned, don't think it's going to be that 7. The judges are going to like it though, so it's going to put him right back in this heat here. Like I said, it's a momentum setter. This is going to be a confidence builder. And now that he's got that taste of, oh, I can actually make something happen under the priority of my competitor, just like he did to me, maybe I'm going to do it back to him. So yeah, big step in the right direction here for Ollie Zets.
Yeah, momentum in the heat for sure. Momentum just on the wave. How good does it feel to get that acceleration? Have the feeling of speed and connection with the lip, and you'd be feeling very different about life. Having ridden this wave, 6-7-7, the dividend paid out by the panel, which brings that number down. He needs something real similar, a little less than that now. That's good news. He won't have priority in order to do it, so he'll just keep swinging.
Yeah, another wave. How good does this bowl look through this inside? That looks super fun. It's starting to build down the line here. It's going to be a 2-3-3, but a 6-7-7 under priority as well. That's actually like a Uno reverse card back on Connor, because that I really, like, you want to kind of do that back to your competitor. You get frustrated being like, can't believe I let him find 2 scores under my priority. But now, instead of letting it phase him, he's gone, all right, watch this. I'll do it back to you. So, yeah, this is what I'm talking about. We love these back and forth heats between 2 surfers.
Nadav Atar getting ready. Sizing up the conditions. He's got a tough heat against Lucas Cassidy. He's got some skills. Let's see how he can go about finding his spot in the quarterfinals. That's the prize at stake today. Under 6 minutes in our current heat in the water. Advantage still with the Spaniard, but tell you what, that gap has been closed significantly with a number coming down for Ollie. Looking for 6-6-7 at the moment. Having to try and find that from underneath the priority. And that's not been a problem, actually. We've seen multiple 6s being ridden from second priority in this heat. Now, that question for Connor. What does he do next? Just stick with his game? Does he let the positioning of Ollie kind of play in his mind? He's going to follow him around for a bit, which is kind of standard fare. And he'll have a little look and say, if you want that, no worries, have at it.
Yeah, well played. Smart decision-making there from Connor. You know what? This is when your heart rate goes up, because all you can think is, hurry up. These 5 minutes, hurry up, because I really want this to be over. Connor's surfed an exceptional heat. He really has. He's got big scores. He's also found scores under priority as well. He's built every single time he's got onto his feet. And now it all comes down to playing defense. We know he's incredible in that offensive strategy. And now the shoe's on the other foot. He really has to show us that he has that entire range. He's got the rep to be able to do it in both offense and defense. But Ollie, as we've already seen, he can create and convert something, especially through that inside section. So this is where, like I mentioned, the nerves are going to really start to creep in for Connor. And it's so hard. The only way to get good at situations like this is being in situations like this. So no matter how this plans out, there's going to be a lot of learning for both of these surfers here.
What about positioning with Connor underneath and inside? You happy with that with priority at this stage?
I don't hate it. He could sit wide if he wanted to and just shut down anything. But, I mean, obviously that's the peak that these guys have been getting the waves on. Could leave a little bit more room, but maybe he's also trying to force something there. You can get really tactical with it. We've already seen an interference in this event on the first day for a pretty similar situation to what's going on right now. So, yeah, it could be sitting a little bit wider if he wanted to, but I think he's just applying some pressure.
How close are you allowed to get?
Well, I don't actually know the rules, but as far as I was aware when I was competing, as close as you wanted.
Are you allowed to sit on their board?
No,
sort of
no, come on, Paul. No, I wish.
Sorry, I thought that was mine.
No,
I'm really sorry.
Well, that's your board.
Oh, but hey, I've got priority, I'm just saying.
Whoops.
A little bit of time will tick away here. 3 minutes and 15. And about that on the clock. There's about a point between them. And that has kind of been a reflection of what's gone down so far. The scoreline tells the story, but the momentum shift with Ollie Zets came at a crucial time in the heat. But then, since then, a little quieter. And what he would have wanted was just to keep surfing and keep opportunities coming. Here we go. We've got some lines coming through. Going to be enough to tempt Connor into taking a wave as a block or even a chance to improve.
These guys are hand in hand at this point in time. Look exactly the way that Connor, he's got his board horizontal for trying to block Ollie Zets. So he's really just trying to breathe down his neck right now. Show him that he's there and he doesn't want to let anything slip away. I think it would feel tense out there right now.
Game of chase on the peak. I think Connor will go here and just block this way from Ollie, which he knew. He didn't really paddle for it because he just knew Connor was going. Backhand attack from the Spaniard off the top with that backhand technique, super crisp. He'll just open up. It's just a little wobbly in terms of the lip line out the back, so unable to really find a nice steep pocket. He'll do decent work with the board. He'll stay lively. He'll throw spray. Didn't see anything major in terms of maneuvers, but he did take that opportunity away from Ollie, and that's probably a smart move.
Absolutely. Ollie could have surfed that to a 6.67. I thought he did really well to keep going down the line. That wave was really quick along the reef here, but oh no. I thought this was going to be trouble for Connor there. There might be a little bit more energy out the back too. It's dangerous when you have surfers who can surf waves up, and that's what both of these guys are. Like I mentioned, love just the carry of energy down the line here. Two really nice turns to kick it off, and then through this midsection, it was really crumbly, quite foamy, but he just did really well to manage that speed and even create some more speed to come through this inside, get one nice finishing turn there. I don't think it'll go into his top two. I'm feeling like it probably won't better that 6.33, but still I've been really impressed by his performance. Great decision making. He needed to play a block here, unfortunately for Ollie Zets. But 50 seconds to go, he'd be really hoping that this ocean goes super quiet. But honestly, hats off to both of these guys, especially though to Connor, because I've been really impressed.
Here's the opportunity for Ollie Zets, looking for 6.67 in motion here. Set up, turn, nice pocket for him, good energy. As he uses the rail to throw spray and then into the lip and uses the tail to tap it once again as a combo of turns. He's got a runner of a section.
No.
He'll get a slash off the top. He's got some fire in his belly and he loves it.
Yeah, that is trouble for Connor. When you start and you go back to comparing waves, his 6.77 was basically those two turns at the end. He's just strung together about 5 or 6 of them. So what has been an incredible heat for Connor could potentially come undone in the last 30 seconds here. So we do love a buzzer beater, not scared of one here.
Really clutch surfing from Ollie Zets. He was facing adversity for major portion of that heat. At the beginning, he sat forever with priority. When he finally used it, just fell off on the takeoff essentially. And he's been on the ropes, and that is the way to keep a cool head in the final seconds to get a wave and just belt it. Multiple sections. We're going to get another look here. 6.67 the number, Jess.
Look, I think this is best wave of the heat. I mean, it had really big moments on it. It was a good-looking wave. Just in these pockets as well, you can see it was driving really hard through the calves. But the thing I love most about this wave is this N2 turns. That was a really springy turn again in the pocket here. He actually gets a third one, so 3 nice strong turns back to back. You can see he was really feeling it. Super tight surfing in the pocket here. That board, obviously we spoke about it, he's on a swallowtail epoxy and it seems to be working for him here. I think when you compare it to his other waves, it's definitely his best wave with the heat so far, and he's chasing a score just under his best. So yeah, look, it could go either way. I've been wrong before, happy to admit that, but Ollie Zets, I'm pretty impressed by that last wave.
Yeah, brilliant performance for him. Entertainment for the neutrals as well, really enjoyable. The panel, they're tight-lipped for the moment. Giving us any indication as these nervous moments, a buzzer beater. This will be agony really for both camps.
What are your thoughts?
He's going to get the score.
Yeah.
I think it's his best, as you said quite rightly. And here we go. Yeah, numbers coming in. He's going to get it. 7.17 for him. A really close heat. Commiserations for Connor. Been unlucky, really. Surf well. And all his eats from a situation where he was under all sorts of pressure. He'll get that done. Connor's devoed. Ollie elated. He's through the quarterfinals here. It's brutal. It's relentless. There's not a lot of margin for error. We'll keep it going. Another great looking heat. One of the outstanding performers from day one. Lucas Casti taking on Nadav Atar as well. He's a ripper. Daiwako's going to come in for the call. We'll be right back.
Di mabilang ang bonding na nabuo. Kasama ng tamang tamis sa asim sarap na Magnolia Real Mayonnaise. Magnolia, 100 taon na at hihigit pa.
Sit, roll over. Your fur baby deserves delicious and nutritious treats. Give them Nutri-Chunks. Nutri-Chunks milk sticks or Nutri-Chunks beef sticks. Fortified with essential nutrients. Nutri-Chunks dog treats. Love in every meal.
And into this wave.
Oh my! Deep one for Western Web. She comes out. She comes
Welcome back to the action here. We're going to wrap up men's round of 16 of the World Junior Championships from Mexico. Lucas Cassidy taking on Nadav Atar of Israel. Daiwako back in the booth, mate. Another great looking matchup. Big aerialist, Cassidy, Atar. He's got all sorts as well. A really well-rounded surfer, very dialed in. Can't wait to see this go down.
Definitely, you know, I remember Lucas from Balido Pro just showcasing his air technique. Scored 10-point ride. That was a great one to remember. But what a end in the last heat.
Well, you know what, speaking of that, let's go down and hear from an elated, a delighted, a relieved Ollie Zets. He's with True Starling.
Yes, thank you so much, Paul and Di. Ollie, hey, buzzer beater finish. That was insane.
Oh my God. I was getting so nervous at the end there. Yeah, it was just like, I've been collecting like shells on the beach here, and like kind of every time I get a new one, it's like been adding up luck for me, I feel like. So I was shaking them in my pants and just hoping that like something came, and I got a lined up one with a bunch of turns, and was so stoked.
A new shell per heat?
Yeah, I think that's the call. Just even if my shorts are just like extra heavy, it's like it just adds up, and I feel like it's a good omen.
Part of the luck to keep you grounded. That was a crazy heat between you and Connor. You both were going back to back, but I just felt like at the end, that wave, it was just gifted to you, and you absolutely went to town on it. How did you just kind of approach and go, this is my moment?
Yeah, I've been working on like a lot of breathing. Breathing is super important, and then I don't know, I just been using the luck from the shows. Yeah, I guess that's just my recipe right there. Make it happen.
Love it, keeping it simple. It's a World Junior Championship. You're into the quarterfinals. That's huge. Could be on tomorrow. We'll see, I guess, what it looks like when we wake up. It's, you know, everything is changing. It's different each time, but it feels like maybe the structure and your kind of preparation is the same.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you make your preparation before a heat like an everyday thing, it makes the nerves like a lot less heavy, and then allows you to treat it like an everyday thing. Yeah.
Anything you'd like to say hi, or anyone you'd like to say hi to at home?
I gave a shout out to my grandma and my auntie back in the Netherlands, but today I'll give a shout out to my mom, dad, and sister. Hi guys, hope you're doing good, and hope you're scoring some good waves at home, because it's firing on North Shore right now.
Well, they're getting psyched up watching you move into the quarterfinals. We'll send it back to you, Paul and Di.
Yeah, thanks, Drew. Great job, Ollie Zets. Who doesn't love a buzzer beater? Meanwhile, Cassidy with Spark. Look how quick he's going across the water with loaded up energy. Oh, there's a punt. Able to rotate that with the board quite far away from him. He'll just about managed to cling on to stick it, but serving a bit of notice about heat. Can find ramps absolutely anywhere. No surprise to see him going to the air.
No wonder, you know, he's fired up, and he's still, you know, young. He's still 17 years of age, and he's got a fired up now. And that was a great, you know, wave selection there from Lucas. First down, generating so much speed. Did a little form climb there, and just, you know, eyeing for the section. He wanted to go into the air, and he did. And he right out of it. So I would say that's going to be compression, and that was a great surfing from Lucas Cassidy, showcasing his, you know, air skill.
Yeah, just the early part of this wave. I mean, it looked like it was being fast forwarded. He was just that quick coming around that white water. And they put him on this section. The wave just kind of paused, and it doubled up. He always knew what he was going to do. Widens the stance, has this technique, board quite far away from the body. But he's got enough momentum and speed, and just textbook with rotating around, managing to stick it.
Wow, beautiful air reverse there. It's going to be a great number for Lucas Cassidy. It is a good number, 6.5.
Yeah, great way to kick things off for him. A solid start to the heat. He's not going to hang around or paddle straight into one while he's making his way back to the peak. Whippy stuff out the back. And a real similar kind of turn. And it's complete. Get a little runner through the inside as well. Cassidy, couple of hits. Just squeezing every bit of juice out of the wave. And he's already posted 2 numbers.
Wow. Within a minute, got the 2 waves, and he got 2 air reverses. And like you said, similar approach from the previous waves, but another beautiful air reverse from Lucas, and surfing all the way to the inside and just capitalizing that sections on the inside. And that was great surfing again. It's one of the smaller size waves that breaks along the reef and nice off the white water, generating so much speed. Again, a little bit his surfboard is far away from his body, but he was able to rotate cleanly and surfing all the way to the inside. This wave just kept giving him opportunities to hit. So much speed off the white water. He's just good at creating that speed and into the air. But this is gonna be a good answer back.
Yeah, really nice technique from Atar right here, ripping in a couple of times. Look at the flow, beautiful point break style surfing from him. Variety in the maneuvers, really smooth and powerful, speedy. Good chance of a paddle battle here. I think Cassidy will be way out in front. Let's see if Atar decides to have a swing at him. I'm not sure he will. But that was well surfed and a real different energy to the wave, rather than kind of wait and see in a section and kind of clawing at it for a ramp. He just drove the board rail to rail from the start, which always looks nice for the purists.
Definitely different approach compared to Lucas's waves, but more like classic style of surfing, engaging the rail really nicely and just maintain the speed, maintain the rail, and then, that was a beautiful textbook surfing from Nadav. It's one of the bigger set and beautiful first dunk. I love this drawn out carve from him. Love the third dunk, throwing a lot of sprays. I love how he just sticks to the classic surfing style. So it'll be a good number, but definitely he wanted to get a good finish, but still a lot of damages at the back.
See him just eyeing up exactly where he wants to place these rail turns. That one, the biggest of the displacing water, compressing the body. And again, similar sort of technique, but it's really smooth and controlled. And on that wave, which has got a steep pocket, but then kind of tapers off pretty quick. There's not loads of room in terms of where you're going to find that energy on the wave. I thought that was really precise from him. Numbers good as well, 6.83. It is the high score. Interesting to see how that compares with the air, or the first air particularly that Cassidy did. And it's slightly better.
Right. So judging's loving it then, that is, classic rail game there. 6.83. That is a healthy number. So it's a great matchup right now. 10 minutes in and already seeing a 6.5 and 6.83.
Yeah, pretty evenly poised, really. Just the one wave ridden for Nadav so far. So we'll get a legit combination for the pair of them when he rides this next wave. Priority is with Cassidy. Let's see what he does. Will he be patient?
Yeah, wonder if he's going to change his strategy on the wave, or maybe he sticks to the air game on the next one. Looks like there's something at the back.
Here goes Nadav. So from under Lucas's priority, able to go. Not a lot on offer. Decent decision to take the wave. Not a lot happening on it, or look to just try and keep doing that all the while that Lucas has that priority. Really interesting to see in that last heat how those priority holds paid out, and it kind of put Ollie's Eats some way behind, waiting a while. What a comeback story with a buzzer beater. That was really entertaining. Right now we're looking at the biggest set of the heat so far. Some major energy coming through, and the lineup position needs to be adjusted because they were sitting a little further inside. Cassidy gets his way out to a takeoff spot. Now he's got momentum building, a section in front of him. He'll go over that and around it, back up again. And just trying to force things there. He liberated the fins and the tail completely and just kind of drifted sort of with the lip as it threw with the white water, but unable to control it.
Right. It was unfortunate for him, but I love how he started to open up his campaign because, Nadav is in second, but needing only 4.50. So, Lucas is trying to get rid of the 4.83, so he had to go big, and that's exactly what he did. Unfortunately, he comes unstuck, but he was on the way to the good score, I guess.
Uses the priority, doesn't use it real wisely. As he'll get a 2-5 and he'll hand that back to Nadav. And let's see what he does with it. This one pulsing a little bit. It's what we want to see. See opportunities, ideally just throughout the heats. Right now we're just over 18 on the clock, still plenty of time for scores for each of these surfers. Already seen the air game coming to play for Lucas, and we know he can go much better than that. That first one took him a while to get the recovery. That does cost you points, though. It wasn't super clean, and he even got 6-5 for that. So imagine something bigger and stomp more cleanly. He's going to go excellent for sure.
Yeah, that's for sure, and that's probably he's aiming for right now. And now he's under priority. He's going to get this smaller size waves, probably trying to find the inside ones that breaks nicely along the reef and which has the the steeper sections that he actually takes it to the sky.
Yeah, we've seen the equipment changes pretty much throughout the field. Everyone going on that step down stuff. We're seeing more epoxy, the carbon, those wider noses, the sort of wider templates, and ultimately in smaller waves, that's all about speed generation.
Definitely, it's a great time to change their equipment. But from Iko Watanabe from Japan, he sticks to the PU actually.
It was really interesting.
You
talked about that in the interview. I just thought he was so light on his feet out there. He just seemed to be someone in it, and he didn't make great choices in terms of his wave selection, but he does seem to be someone that, because he's so light on his feet and so quick, even on that equipment, I think he could be really, really dangerous throughout this event as well. There's not a lot of pressure on him as well, certainly outside of Japan anyway. We're not maybe looking at him as one of those real big names on the men's side, but he looked really dangerous.
Definitely, he's getting, he's a super strong competitor as well, and he knows that his strength, and he's just been busy training, practicing in Japan on the smaller size waves. And yeah, he's a big competitor on this kind of waves, definitely, and he's ready.
He's through to quarterfinals. Fans enjoying the action on the beach here. It's pretty warm down there. Finding some shade is a good call. Meanwhile, out in the lineup, the action remains pretty red hot as well. Cassidy with a lead. So slightly confusing, really, in that he does have the lead, but in a way, Natav is in a better position. He's got the high score. He doesn't really have a proper backup wave, and he's got priority as well. So it's sort of one of the vagaries of just how the scoring works. Probably his advantage with the Israeli right now, even though numerically he's currently in second place. Let's see how he goes about finding himself that number. It's a 4-5 is the requirement, but that's not what he's going to try and surf towards. He's still trying to go up 6, 7s, 8s.
Definitely, every heat they scored 6 or 7s. So definitely, Nadav is not looking for a 4.50 just to go into the first place. Definitely, he's just looking for another 6-point range or 7-point range, because Lucas has a skill to get excellent point. He scored 10-point ride at CS events, so higher level of competition. So definitely Nadav is now looking for the good waves and trying to score the 6 or above.
This one just settled down for a moment. It will wrap up the round here. We'll have our 8 quarter-finalists dialed in when it concludes. Looking forward to round 16 for the women as well. One of the outstanding surfers, Arena Rodriguez Vargas, the Peruvian, coming up in that first heat against the Spaniard, Carla Morera de Laval. Here's live action from Atar. So uses the priority. Bit of a bumpy energy out the back, but a nice slap into the lip, pushing with the tail.
Right, different approach. It's a shorter wave on the smaller size waves. It looked not a good looking wave, but still he managed to put 2 turns, especially to the last turn. That was huge. That was a money turn, definitely. So I would say it'll meet the requirement, and it was a great combination.
Yeah, let's see where the number goes for him. Wasn't quite, I think, what he would have been hoping for when he used the priority.
Right.
Should be enough to get him into first place. Let's see how we go. We're going to have a look at the replay here.
Yeah, it looked really tricky wave to serve, but he did everything he could do. And that last turn was amazing. It was huge layback turn. More of a check-in turn on the first turn and just setting up for this last section. He's eyeing for the closing out section there and just pushes the tail, throwing a bucket of spread. It was clean landing as well. So it was a great two-turn combo. Pretty much all the points will come from the last turn.
Still waiting for the judges to deliberate on that. Still looking forward to a round of 16 for the women. Heat number 2 featuring highly rated young American Talia Swindle taking on Vi Inso of Hawaii. Heat number 3, Annette Gonzalez Echebarri taking on Isla Huppets. That promises to be an amazing heat. Heat 4, an all-Japanese affair. Mirai Ikeda and on Matsuoka. And then we're going to see Bella Kenworthy taking on Luara Mandeli. Here's live action from Mexico. Lucas Cassidy, a little stumble. He'll recover it though. He's got a nice looking section here if he can set this up. Little slash to get his line in. Nice vertical stab. A bowl is steep on the inside. It just keeps providing. It's kind of twitchy surfing at the moment. The linkage not quite there. Has he got an explosive finishing maneuver? He'll give it a crack. So many sections.
Wow.
This thing is just running and running, still making his way down the line. He's in pretty shallow waters down there. He went a long way. Quite a lot happened on that wave.
It was a long wave, just like you said. It's a lot of turns on that wave. And he needed to answer back to Nadav because Nadav's last wave's 5.23, enough to go into the lead. Now, Lucas needed 5.57, and I think he's done a lot of damage at the back, and it was one of the bigger size waves, and it had a steeper section, but probably he was looking for the air section on that wave. Yeah, let's take another look on this one. Starting with form climb, little bit stumble there, but like you said, recovery nicely, and this is where everything gets deeper. Nice couple of turns, and just still, he's still waiting for the section to actually stand up. Here, nice floats the section, generating so much speed, and surfing all the way to the inside. And it gets this bonus finishing down there. What did you think of that ride?
Loads of speed. He covered loads of ground. If you look at the maneuvers sort of individually, and then you just look at the kind of flow between them, maybe just a little underpowered. The kind of speed turns, aren't they, a lot of them? You just think about the score and ultimately going all the way up. They are kind of set up turns. There wasn't one where he really got hold of it a little bit on the end, but he more just kind of clicked the board with speed rather than really physically taken on the lip. Be interesting to see where it goes. He only doesn't need a big number, actually. 5.57. So that's the requirement for him. A 5.23 for Atar puts him in first. And that number, the 5.57, I think multiple maneuvers, a lot of content in that, some speeds. He's got a really good chance of getting that, Lucas Cassidy. Let's see, the judges are dropping in numbers. It's pretty close. It's going to be right there. 2 have said yes, 2 have said no, and it's really close. Comes in as 5.5, just under, so not quite there. And it's as we were in terms of the requirement. Nadav with the priority. Cassidy feeling the exertion a bit. He put a lot into that. He went a long way. It's a big paddle back out.
Definitely. It was 0.07
so close.
Under. So close. It was there. But just like you said, probably needed to have one big turn to just score that requirement. But wow, that's super close. Nadav just sitting out there, probably feeling relieved right now.
It was one of those that you wouldn't have been surprised if he got it. Or if
definitely.
He didn't. It was always going to be kind of round about that 5.5, that mid-range sort of stuff. He hasn't shown us his best surfing in this heat yet. I think that we can say. Seen a couple of good punts. The landings haven't been kind of that clean, and we haven't really seen Lucas really just get hold of it in the way that we know he can. That's just down to the sort of waves he's ridden. I mean, he's only had 4, just 3 waves ridden by Nadav. It has been a quiet one, actually, in terms of opportunity. Let's hope with Still 8 minutes and 40 odd seconds to go. It fires up a bit and we see more opportunities. Just still looking forward to women's round of 16, which commences around about 8.5 minutes time. We're going to see in Heat 6, the American Reed Van Wagener taking on Sierra Kerr. Heat 7, Laura Halp of Brazil taking on Catalina Zadiki of Peru. And then wrapping things up, the Basque Yanni Gonzalez Echebarri, Zoe Kaina represent the USA. Great looking matchups in that round. That'll be happening. We've had the call just to keep going here.
Yeah, why not? Because when the set come through the lineup, then there's so many opportunities for all the surfers. And in the last heat, we see a 7-point ride, and pretty much every heat we see a lot of 7s and 8s. So there's still potential out there. A little bit of onshore and a little bit of texture on the surface, but I like the texture on the flat surface. You can hit the section really easy now with the onshore, little bit of onshore wind. So it's still fun out there.
Yeah, absolutely. Really enjoying all of this round, the quality that we've seen. Some big performances and some real clutch moments as well. That last heat in particular. All right, let's have another look at Lucas here. Trying to force something. See how close those numbers are. There's not a lot of split these two, but at the moment he has been second best in this, and he's trying to find that opportunity.
Yeah, and it's also the great playing field for the surfers, because you don't always have to wait for the bigger ones. There's always chances on the inside area where you can actually score the requirement.
He'll just buzz around here from under the prio of Nadav. Have a look. This wave won't be the one he's after, but expect Lucas just to be real busy in anything that looks like a wave, and you only need a mid-5. I mean, he can get that absolutely anything. We've already talked about the air game that he has, even on turns. He can smash out 5-5 or better with no problem at all. Of course, there is a major opportunity for Nadav. It's hard to improve. Having a look at Arena Rodriguez. She's been brilliant. Last couple of seasons, really, has been super impressive. Been great on the Challenger Series. Here goes Cassidy again with some speed and some drive and some spark. Nice and sprightly out the back. Almost a stumble off the bottom, but he recovers it. He's just going so fast, pushing that equipment on softer, smaller waves. He's almost got no right to be going that fast on those underpowered sections, but he's so good at generating the speed. He was busy.
That's good. That's good sign. Staying busy.
Mid-range 5. Did we see it there? That was that one turn that looked nice.
If he had the big finishing down, then I would say yes. But I don't see that requirement on that way. But still, I think I really like how he's staying busy and just take every opportunities, because there's still 5 minutes remaining. But this is important way for Nadav. Will quick in and out.
Yeah, out the back, stood up, had a look, went, nope, I'm going to stay here. I'm going to keep priority. Good call from him. Here's another look at this last wave from the Mexican.
Whippy turns, and then I love the second time. He had a fire, a little bit, broke the rail there, and just lost the momentum there, but still beautiful first turn, generating speed, and into this beautiful off the top, throwing a bucket of sprays. He just needs one more good-looking wave. That's all he needs for the requirement.
You just feel like he's kind of one turn away from the score. He's like, all of his waves, he's just so close to that moment, and he's just been frustrated. It's almost as if the more speed and aggression that he loads up with, the ocean almost kind of backs away from him a little bit somehow, and he just hasn't had that moment where it's just sat there for him and let him go at it. He'll just have to continue to be patient. 4.5 here. And he'll wait for another opportunity, as will Nadav Atar, who's been a bit more strategic, and he's been able to do that because of his good score opening up. Beautiful classical rail surfing, throw and spray, and since then, hasn't had a lot to really think about. He got a 5.23 for the backup. Hello. Some energy out the back. So with first priority, Nadav is heading out to sea. Lucas right next to him is as well. They'll go a little wider to make sure they don't get caught behind on the takeoff section. No interest from the Israeli on this wave. So Lucas Cassidy will snaffle up the opportunity Under 4 minutes on the clock. That's not the wave. Meanwhile, what's behind it? It's Nadav Atar. Opens up. Can't get loads of speed generated first of all, so it's just patient, kind of speculative. Slashes up some spray now into the lip, just kind of punches that. Nice turn done there. Top to bottom surfing on a cupped out section. And you just saw the board just kind of drop down out of the turn on that concave wave face, which always looks cool. He enjoyed it, a little finger flick as well.
Definitely.
Good stuff.
You know, he's just looking to get rid of the 5.23, and it was a good looking wave. First turn, nice. A second turn, more of a checking turn, just, you know, waiting for the section to stand up. But this is where it's tipped up. Love this turn and straight into this vertical off the top. So beautiful combination, and he only needs to better the 5.23. So probably he will do that with that ride, because there was a moment that, you know, you really, judges would love. Really enjoy watching this performance from Nadav. Definitely, he just hit the section really nicely, and really, you know, his surfing is so relaxed and so much maturity in it.
Really crisp, isn't he? You talk about surfing in the pocket, and like we talk a lot about the critical section. He couldn't have been any closer to the steepest part of the wave there, and he had 2 of those moments like that where it just sort of sat up for him. Exactly what we've been saying that Lucas has been looking for kind of happened twice at the end, and because he comboed it as well, he'll get rewarded. He does. He'll extend the lead. 6.27 now for the Israeli. He'll be feeling great. He surfed a really smart heat, great decision making, sharp surfing as well. Attention's turned to Lucas Cassidy. He does not need a big number, 6.61, but what he needs is a good wave.
Definitely, within 2 minutes remaining, he needs one more wave. But you know, Nadav did a great job to score 6.27. Now he's creating a little bit of bigger gap. But Lucas is a surfer that can turn things around in a minute. But the thing is, you need a wave for that.
Flags flying from the Basque Country and from Asturias, 2 regions there on the north coast of Spain. We'll see the Spaniard in the form of Carla Moreira de Val taking on Arena Rodriguez Vargas, the Peruvian, in the opening heat, around a 16 for the women in about a minute's time. Right now, the Israeli Atar has the lead over the Mexican Lucas Cassidy, who's still waiting to find that quality section. He's worked pretty hard in this heat as Lucas. He's caught 7 waves. He's sort of covered so much water. There was that one wave in particular where he went so far down the point. He kind of gave it everything, and that was kind of the decisive moment. He came up a few hundredths short, didn't he? It was really, really close. We knew it was going to be close in terms of the score. He didn't quite get there. And it's been that decision that's kept him second best. Since then, the improvement for Nadav Atar has meant that his requirement is a 6.61. I think he's still kind of looking for the similar sort of wave. He's going to have to go something here, Dai.
A lot of energy in the ocean now.
He's up. All right, this will be his last wave. Off the bottom, off the top, setting up through the mid-section, blows the tail. Nothing left on the wave. It's kind of a kick-out move. Frustration for him. Atar victory lap. Really nice carving. Wow. Belts the lip. Beautifully timed. How about this stuff? Wow, his best wave for sure in this heat. Brilliant flow, rhythm, drive, nice power. He's loving life.
That was a great surfing from Nadav. That was one of the best wave in this heat. He's going to improve his situation on that wave. Wow, that was great surfing.
Bit of a victory lap from him, and just every exchange went his way. He found the better waves. Whatever he did to find that rhythm of the ocean, and just want to put a lid on that and keep it going and bring it back for quarter finals, because that's where he's going. We're going to go to a quick break here. When we come back, women round of 16, a great looking matchup hitting the water. Galbraith coming in for the call as well. We'll be right back.
Di mabilang ang araw na naging espesyal with the best tasting Magnolia Gold Label Vanilla Ice Cream. Magnolia, 100 taon na at hihigit pa. Di mabilang ang bonding na nabuo. Kasama ng tamang tamis sa asim sarap na Magnolia Real Mayonnaise. Magnolia, 100 taon na at hihigit pa.
Welcome back to the WSL World Junior Championships here at Mona Lisa Point in the Philippines. We're straight into women's action after wrapping up the men's round of 16. This is heat number 1 for the ladies. Arena Rodriguez representing Peru, and Maria de Laval representing Spain. Great matchup here as we saw some great action this morning from the men's. Contest director Will Hayden-Smith has called it on for the rest of the afternoon for the women. We are going to try and get through all 8 heats. Stace Galbraith in the booth with Di Wacko. Di, I feel like I haven't seen you in hours, mate. Where have you been?
Definitely. I was around checking surf, just watching every heats pretty much. And they are all exciting heats. A lot of 7s, a lot of 8s, a lot of 6s.
Your boy Iko got through.
Yes.
Ichi.
Stoked. He was stoked. The interesting thing is he sticks to the PU surfboard.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I kind of could see both reasons. Like if you're a really good small wave surfer and you know you've got good technique, PUs they can throw a bit more water.
Definitely.
He was throwing spray everywhere. What was just what's going on there? Is that your house?
Maybe, yeah. I don't know what's going on there.
Very cool.
Yeah.
It's got a bit of everything, that place, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. It's beautiful coastline. It's beautiful restaurants, beautiful cafes, a lot of them.
Well, we're looking to get this heat fired up. We're going to set it down the sideline with True. True, take it away.
Thanks so much, Stace and Nadav. That was huge. You're back here on the glass, and 8.33 to finish that one off would feel really nice.
Yeah, that was a super competitive heat. Lucas, we're both in the same region in North America, and he's one of our top guys there, so I knew it was definitely going to be a super hard heat, very competitive heat. I really like him. He's a really good friend of mine, and I'm bummed we had to meet up in the round of 16, but it is what it is. That's competition. And yeah, I saw the conditions. I'm pretty good in them. They're like my home break in Guiones, Nosara, so I was super confident with my surfing, with my board, with my coach Alex. We had a really good plan, and I knew all I needed was 2 good waves, so I kind of sat the whole heat, and it paid off, so I'm super, super stoked.
When you're competing against someone in your region that you've, seen in the Rashi all year, do you kind of draw on moments where maybe not weaknesses, but little points that you can exploit in heats, and you're like, I know that this is somewhere that I can catch you off guard?
Yeah, usually yes, but I think Lucas is so gnarly. Anyone who's competed against him knows, so there was no mind games for me in that heat. It was just to go out and surf. So yeah, no weak points for him.
You're just building with the confidence, building with the momentum as well. You're into the quarterfinals. That's huge. Talk to me about the people that are here with you. It feels like you've got a really good support team, and the energy right now just feels solid.
Yeah, my parents are here for the first time. It's the first time ever doing a comp internationally together, and it's just been a huge game changer. Mom's meals at home. It's been just a treat, not going out to restaurants. My dad, he's also been treating, so it's been so fun with them. Also, Alex, my coach from Costa Rica, he's here with us and he's part of the family, so we just have a super comfortable home together, and yeah, we've just been loving our time here.
Anything you like to say to people back at home that are watching?
Yeah, to everyone in Costa Rica, I know it's the middle of the night, so thank you to everyone who stayed up. It's a big moment for me, so I'm super stoked, and לכולם בארץ גם, תודה רבה רבה רבה. מאוד מאוד שמח להיות ברבע גמר, זה שלנו, אנחנו עושים את זה וממשיכים. תודה רבה על התמיכה ויאללה.
Thank you so much, Nadav. Stoked to see you in the quarters. We'll send it back to you guys for the first heat of the women's.
Thanks, True. Congratulations, Nadav. And great interview there, mentioning how important it is to travel with good people. Hasn't been out; it's been eating at home, which is a loss because the Mexican's amazing. No, I kid. It is. When you're in the comp mode, it's you got to be locked in.
Definitely, and great to have your family around in the other side of the country. On the earth, so great stuff.
As we see Arena here catching up with the replay, she's had a pretty slow start. She's riding a lot of waves, but slow on the score front. A half a point, a 3, and then a 2-3-3 that we saw there. Just sort of unable to find any real love out of that wave. See a beautiful drone shot here of the coastline. It's Mona Lisa Point. We can see in the centre of the screen, and off into the distance there's a fun little beachy just around the corner. And then Diawacko's left rip bowl just at the bottom of the screen. They're not really firing up today.
Nah, not really firing up. Needs a little more big as well.
Oh, there's one, look at that. Little, not quite.
But a little bit of onshore, a little bit of texture, but I don't really mind with that. Quick in and out from Carla.
Yeah, Carla, she was impressive the other day. She was great technique, great style, and she'll be stoked to get her campaign underway today. I think she was looking real light on her feet, real sparky the other day. So I think these conditions, will suit her a lot. You know, she's kind of tight and really technical. So I think the smaller waves and finding those pockets if she can will definitely play into her advantage. We saw Arena the other day with the excellent ride, and it was a big open face, super powerful surfer. So it's sort of two contrasting styles here. Obviously one goofy, one natural, but even saying that, even if they both were goofy or both were natural, they'd surf so different. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who can get the job done here. Here is Carla taking a look at this wave. Bit of foam on the face she's got to work with. Nice into the lip there as she works this one down the line. Beautiful snap in the lip there. Gets out of that one.
Right, beautiful combination from Carla. You know, she really needed to just start her campaign in this heat. It's been almost 6 minutes, and you know, she hasn't got any wave yet. So definitely great start for Carla. Probably wanted to have one big finishing time, but still, it's a great way to start her campaign.
Yeah, with 7 minutes on the clock and no real major score on the board. 7 minutes gone off the clock, 23 minutes remaining. It's not a bad time to get things going. A 4.5, it's always nice when you start with the highest score of the heat, even if it is a battle of small numbers at this point.
True, you know, just building up and building up some confidence through the scores. You know, 4.5 is actually small. It's not a small score, but I would say it's okay.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's almost a score that you, depending on what the next wave looks like, it could get you right up there. We've seen the wind kind of pick up a little bit this afternoon, which is, I thought it might make it look a little bit better, but it sort of has also made it a bit more challenging, a bit more crumble on the face, maybe harder to identify those waves that are going to just sort of run down the line at a good tempo. A few more sort of waves that are closing out in the channel and a bit more chattery. So a 4.5, like you said, it's not a bad score to keep.
Definitely, you know. To me, it's like scoring the four, like a mid 4 and high 4 means that you are on the right way to the good scores.
Yes.
Definitely, you got the one solid maneuver to get the 4-point range.
Yep.
So definitely 4.5 is it's not going to be a keeper. Probably we're not going to see the 4.5 by the end of this heat, but definitely it's a great way to start.
For sure. See her making her way back out there. She rode a few lefts in her heat the other day. I wonder if she'll ride a few lefts today. Didn't seem to work too well for it, but I think being a young goofy footer, as any goofy footer anywhere around the world, they're always looking for a left. As you know better than anyone.
Yeah, definitely, I'm the goofy footer, always looking for goofy the left, and even at this point, I got a couple of good left actually.
Yeah.
After the contest, and I've seen a few surfers going left today as well, actually.
Yep. Yeah, you can see the keyhole there where the crew paddle out. If you sit a bit higher up on the point, there has been a few lefts there, and even last year there was a few lefts that got ridden. The wind was a lot stronger last year, and I think it was Bronson Mady and maybe one other of the competitors actually trying airs kind of into the wind. And makes sense if you're that good, you know.
It's a right point break, but still, if you can do the big air reverses on the left, then you get the good score. That's for sure.
Yeah, big time. So we see some sets out the back here. We'll see if what the surfers can make of these next couple opportunities that come in. Carla's paddled a bit further up the point with second priority. And yeah, as we mentioned, that wind, just with the bigger waves, kind of not really helping them stay clean. Doing the opposite, making them a bit more ruffled, a bit more closing out.
It's always tricky to be in the first heat of that round.
Of your round, definitely.
Even you watching the other heats, it's sometimes it's really tricky.
It's just different, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just different, and you got to set up the tone and set up the bar for the rest of the heats, and then you're the one who has to surf for that. So it's a bit tricky.
So, Di, you and I go way back. You came out to Australia, and what year was that?
That was 2007.
2007.
Long time ago.
Long time ago. It's quite common for Japanese surfers to come out to Australia, particularly on the Gold Coast.
For now, yes,
Yeah.
a lot of them are coming to Australia, staying on the Gold Coast.
And you went to school, and a lot of the young guys come to school
Yeah.
and learn and then really become a part of the surfing program and the surfing kind of crew over there. To sort of share about that experience with us. How was that for you?
That was a great time, just experiencing the surfing program. And you guys have the best surfing programs.
Yeah, pretty spoiled.
Yeah.
Carla up and riding now, the second priority. She's a little bit deeper on the point. This wave has a couple of nice sections to tag. Nice first turn. Better second turn there down the line.
Great combo.
Get out of that wave there.
It was one of the small size waves, but still, the last down, it was huge. It was powerful. It was power in it and throwing a lot of spread out the back. So definitely it was a great call from Carla. She was under priority, so that was a good strategy. Just getting all the opportunities that you can get.
Yeah, for sure. And like you said, she's got the 4.5, which is the highest score of the heat so far. If she can add to that, get something around that similar kind of range already, she's putting Ariana kind of on the back foot. Will be chasing, a score that you need to, have a think about as she looks at the left and opts not to go. Probably the right call, just where she's sitting on the reef. She is sitting in the perfect spot for the rights. Like I said, we have seen some lefts ridden throughout this event and last year, but they definitely seem to be a bit suited a bit further up. As we expected there, a decent score coming in for Carla, a 5.17.
That is a healthy number for Carla.
It's a really good wave there. And under priority too, which is that's got to hurt Ariana. She's had her scratching her head going, am I in the right spot? Starting to put a bit of doubt on her strategy.
Yeah, definitely. It's time for her to start thinking of doubting herself whether she's in the right position, because Carla's getting those 4, 5, and 5s on the inside area. So, but I gotta say, you have to stick to the original plan for the couple minutes and trying to get one of the wave that you are looking for.
Because she knows she's capable of those high scores, like you said. So yeah, you just got to stick to your program and believe in your lineups. Check it out, but it is a hard place to line up with because it's very sort of diagonal as far as we're on a point that runs along the reef. The wave doesn't come straight in, so the lineup can be a little tricky. And behind us is just this big green hill, so it's sort of you've got to be careful. There's no massive telegraph poles or big trees or anything like that. There's obviously the restaurants and the houses on the beachfront, but as Phil McNamara always told us, you kind of need two.
Definitely to line up, right?
To line up against. Yep.
Yeah, I had a surf, but this is an important way for Arena.
Bit soft there to start. She has identified a bit of a double up down the line as she keeps her board moving through the inside, but unfortunately no further love in that wave. But sorry, Di, you were saying?
Oh yeah, I had a surf the last couple of days. I saw you filming yesterday after the competition, and I found out that it's like you said, it's really tricky to identify where to sit in the water, because the water is moving quite often, and then there's a lot of restaurants, but it's kind of far away to actually make it as a landmark. So it's a tricky.
Yeah, it's not obviously as far out as Sunset Beach or anything like that, but it isn't as close to the beach as what it looks like on the camera. Right. It is, like you said, it is a big distance. And obviously at sunset you've got the huge big dome in the mountain. That kind of helps. But nothing like that in the hills here. It's all very lush, very green. Everything kind of looks the same. Arena Rodriguez down the line here. Good board speed. Nice snap out of the top there. That's more like it from Arena, what we're used to seeing. Bit of joinery work through the middle here as she'll get the double up through the inside. Nice small wave surfing here from Arena. And gets the finish. So that's a great timing to get a wave for her. She's really put herself in this heat now. As we see Carla out the back. Catch you up on that full ride if there was any more than that. She'll kick out a bit earlier than Arena and look to get priority as we come up to the halfway mark in this heat. It is Carla out in the lead and Arena chasing her at this point. Here's the replay, Di.
Racing down the line, trying to get the vertical off the top. She did on that was a great first turn, and she was, able to stick to the wave and just surfing all the way to the inside, and it gets this finishing turn. So just like you said, she did a great job on that wave. But this is the last wave for Carla, trying to get rid of the 4.5. Nice couple of turns. I really like the second turn, but unfortunately waves shut down on her. So it's nothing major, exchange to me for the two waves, but definitely a good number for Arena is on the way.
Talia Swindle there warming up for her heat coming up against Vahiti Mahana Inso from Hawaii. Talia Swindle representing the USA, but no doubt these two spend a lot of time together, traveling the world, doing all the events, so they'll be well and truly up to speed on each other's sort of process and strategies, and there'll be no surprises. They'll know a fair bit about each other.
Definitely, a lot of Hawaiian surfers spend in the States for the national camps.
Yep. Arena here looking at a nice wave down the line. Just going a bit hard on that soft little section there, but a score came in for her last ride. Probably a little bit less than what I was expecting it to be. It was a 3.83, so it's sort of, it helps her situation, but not as much as probably what she would have liked.
Well, she's slowly, building the scores right here. So definitely she's building up some confidence in this heat. First half of the heat, she was kind of struggling to know where to sit, but now she's figuring out where and what kind of wave she should get. And definitely she's just aiming to get one of those the inside ones that doubles up.
Doubles up, yep, for sure. But they look like fun waves to surf, Like
it
if
is.
you had that out front of your house, you'd be stoked.
Definitely, I'll be stoked to surf every day.
But in a heat, it's a different story. A lot harder to identify. So when you get a hold of one of those waves, you've got to make the most of it. I think we'll see Carla look to kind of exploit that, because I wouldn't say she's even put herself on like one of those really good waves yet. She's sort of had to manufacture the scores that she's had so far. She's done a good job, 5.17 and a 4.5. Like you said, not huge scores, but depending on how the heat plays out, there could be some keepers there.
Yeah, definitely 5.17 will be keeper, because we are just reaching halfway through in this heat. And yeah, just like you mentioned, those 4.5 and 5.17 for Carla is one of the shorter waves, and there's some longer waves that gives you a lot of steeper sections. So definitely two of them needs to get on those better looking waves.
Yeah, exactly. Trying to extract the most they can out of this lineup. As we look further down the heat draw, we see Talia Swindle in the red there, getting ready in the next heat. That's 12 minutes away, but as we move down the line, there was a few double ups for the Aussie boys and the Brazilians in the men's. As well, look down the heat draw here for the women's. Heat number 4, Mirai versus Anon, all coming out of Japan. Now that's cruel, because they're the only two girls left in the draw, and they're both in the same heat.
It's bummer for us, but still, it's a great heat. It's going to be a great heat. Mirai and also Anon, they surfing on the CS Tour 2025. They're doing great. Different competitor, I would say. More powerful surfing from Anon and more precise surfing from Mirai. So different approach. And I think now it's going to coach Mirai for the heat. And there's one more coach from Japan, Kaisa Kawamura. And I'm pretty sure he's going to coach Anon, so it's going to be an interesting battle.
Yep, for sure. Looking forward to that one coming up a bit later on. As we see from Peru, Arena Rodriguez likes to look at this wave. Good speed down the line. Beautiful snap in the foam there. But the wave only, unfortunately, allowing one nice manoeuvre. You'd have to think that's going to still leave her in a very similar position. Top score at the moment is a 3.83, and that was for a series of what we thought were pretty okay turns, so I don't see that score going higher than that one at the moment. So that leaves Carla out the back. She's going to make a decision here. The decision is to go the wave. It's got a little bit of foam on the face. She'll cut through that and hope it sort of cleans itself up down the line. It's not going to happen, so she'll kick out of that wave.
Wow, she's keeping herself busy. This is on the inside waves, trying to getting into this inside bonus section, but she did a good job to just stay in the pocket and get the big finish now.
Yeah, big finish, but unfortunately the finish was also the start. Wasn't a lot going on that wave, but you can understand why she went the wave. We've seen a lot of waves today. I think of Rickson back in the men's division and a few other waves that got really good down the line, and if they have that nice double up, they actually get you heaps of scoring opportunity. And she had the nice little check turn at the start, but unfortunately probably needed a couple more if she really wanted to push up into that 5 range, which is where she needs at the moment. She's chasing a 5.84.
Ooh.
The second last score was 3.77, so that didn't really, it obviously went into her top 2, but it doesn't improve her situation. She's still chasing the same number. And
yeah, probably you need a big 2-turn combo to get to 5.84.
Oh, this is where it just gets frustrating. You know, you've got a 3.83, a 3.77, now a 3.73 for the last ride, which is this wave here. You're just really excited to try and break out of that, aren't you?
So that was a 3.77, one single maneuver. You know, she did what she could do on that wave because this wave didn't really offer the steeper section, but she hit it really hard, you know, using her back really well, pushing and releasing the fins. So she did everything she could do on the wave, but definitely needs to be on the better waves.
For sure. As we come down to 8 minutes 45 on the clock, yeah, you just got to try and find yourself an opportunity that gives you that chance. And it's easier said than done.
Right. True.
It's a couple of fun waves out there. When you're watching, you kind of see it all, but when you're out there on your own, you can't be everywhere.
And it's a pretty big playing field actually in the water.
Oh, it's massive, isn't it?
It's massive. It looks really small field so that you can easily identify where to sit. But actually, once you are in the water, it's actually a big field, and you have to paddle a long time to go up the point as well.
Yep.
So.
Even just saw the wave from Lennox Smith's seat this morning, even paddling into the wave. I think he took about 30 strokes before he actually caught the wave. You know, like he saw it out the back, but it didn't really hit the reef until the inside, but he could tell it was going to be a good wave, so he obviously tried his hardest to catch it. And yeah, just sort of some of the waves break a bit further out and they want to take you out, and then the other ones, they sort of come underneath you.
Exactly.
There's a massive difference between sort of those two different locations, not just left and right, but in and out as well.
Definitely. It's, you know, it's, if you're aiming for the bigger ones, you gotta stay at the point. But if you want the inside one, then you have to be sitting in the really like further inside to actually, you know, to be able to paddle into it. But if you know, sitting out back, you're not gonna be able to get those inside ones.
Yeah.
That's how much there's a big space in
big
between.
Difference. No, definitely. Time just seems to be melting away here. 7 minutes 15 on the clock. You can see sort of Carla moving just sort of across and down the point a little bit, just sort of covering off Arena here. She's doing a really good job out in the lead, a 5.17 and a 4.5.
Yeah, definitely. You know, she's staying patient with the first priority. She's just utilizing that first priority to maintain her situation in this heat. She's still young, you know, young surfer.
Yeah.
But she's competing really well.
Really smart, yeah. You can see, a lot of, we mentioned, you know, yesterday, everyone on the World Tour is pretty much got a coach these days, and a similar situation here. There's a lot of support. And just as I say that, there's a young lady on screen who came here completely by herself.
Wow.
Which is rare to see these days, you know. That used to be the most common way to do things, you know. But Vi's come here solo, and I'm sure she's got great support back at home. I know for a fact she does, but just being here by herself, I think is pretty awesome, actually. You just get in your own routines. Obviously, you've got plenty of friends in the draw and other people to go and maybe hang out with if you want to grab a dinner or a surf or whatever. But when it comes to the heat, you're just kind of on your own. And yeah, I could definitely see that being a benefit to some people. Some people prefer a bit more quiet and a bit more, you know, just take it as they come and figure it out for themselves. And it seems to be working for her so far. She'll be coming up in the next heat. As we see out the back, a nice looking set wave here. Carla's done really well to get some good scores on some pretty average waves, so to hopefully see this one lining up well, she'll be excited about putting a bigger score on the board. Lovely bottom turn there, nice snap in the lip, and she does. She gets the third opportunity, and as this wave races down the line, she makes absolutely light work of it. She'll hope to get one more big finish on the inside, and she does. Beautifully surfed wave there for Carla. She'll be stoked with that. Outside now, Arena on a bigger looking wave. Big snap, heaps of board speed down the line. She needs this wave to get her into the heat, and she gets the finish.
Right.
What a great exchange dive.
Interesting exchange, you know, both of them on a bigger set and better looking waves, and they finished the waves really well. So it's going to be an interesting exchange from Carla and Arena, and this is the last wave from Carla. I like how she didn't rush anything here, just waited and waited for the wave to actually stand up, and here nice first turn and straight into the second, and she was waiting for the section actually stand up again here, and surfing all the way to the inside, and she gets this bonus section and right out of it super clean. So it was a great surfing, great techniques, great read on the wave. So she checked all the boxes here and trying to get rid of the 4.50 now, but I gotta say she's gonna you know, she's gonna get rid of the 4.5 with this wave to me.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to come down to the backup at this point. You know, like, obviously this is a great wave here and amazing style. I can't help but see a lot of influence from Erin Brooks in her surfing. I don't think it's just the blonde hair. It's the upper body rotation. It's the hands. It's the style and the nice bent knees. And then out the back, a big wave here, as we'll see Arena's power on full display dive.
Finally, you know, she's on the better looking wave. And the first turn was a big, she's throwing a bucket of sprays and it's surfing all the way to the inside. And it's also she gets to the last section here on the inside. So beautifully done, beautiful combination. It's gonna be a good exchange.
Yeah, it's really going to come down to the 517 and the 383 at this point, because we do think that both surfers are going to improve here. So Carla improves her situation quite substantially, a 5.67 there, so that leaves Arena chasing a 7.
Wow,
it's
that's a huge number.
It's
7.
It's a big number for today, and particularly how the conditions are. I think, if I'm critical, I think Arena had the wave to do it, and she was just a little. The wave, she had to kind of be lateral, you know, always down the line, always down the line. It never really gave her the chance to kind of square up and really bang it. So it's a really well surfed wave, but I'm interested to see where the judges kind of fit that in. I think it'll be a good score, maybe the best score of the heat, but I don't know if it'll go all the way up to 7. And there it is, a 6.5 for Arena.
Wow.
It is the best wave of the heat so far. 2.5 minutes on the clock. She only needs a 4.34 as we see some motion out the back. Carla cleverly didn't have priority, but she did have the inside to the right point. Oh, wow.
Wow, that was one of the biggest turns in this heat.
Insane.
Well, this is very important wave for Arena.
Super important. Nice turn out of the top there. Another good snap in the lip. Probably be looking for one more, you'd think.
Oh, 4.34. You know, you can get 4.34 by 2 turns, that's for sure. So she did 2 turns on that wave. That's pretty good, 2 turns. But Carla's last wave, only 1 maneuver, was huge.
I don't think that she will better die. What do you think?
Well, it was.
I gotta psycho turn. Probably the best turn of the heat.
And then this one, she needed the 4.34 at the moment. Did it 2 turns, and sometimes 2 turns are enough to get 4-point range. Yeah. So she did a great job on that one. But last wave for Carla,
maybe she will. The judges have been really liking the one big turn, and as they should. A turn like that was, that was proper. It wasn't like the small wave kind of groveling that we've seen. So there it is. It is a slight improvement, a 5.73. I guess the point I was going to make was that regardless of whether that score was it or not, she did a great job to take that wave off Arena, because that section was so nice to hit, and most surfers in the draw would have been able to get that 4-point requirement just on that section. It was a beautiful section to hit and relatively easy compared to some of the chattery sections that we've seen today, and so that's why she was able to get so dynamic on it. But it was just great awareness from Carla to realise that you don't need priority to go the wave. You need the inside on a right-hand point. You do see a lot of younger kids, a lot of young competitors that haven't used priority that much, and I'm not suggesting this about Carla, but they just paddle as fast as they can back to the top of the point.
And then
get priority, and then think about coming back down. All you need is the inside, and so it was great awareness there from Carla to sort of get that done.
smart competitor. Now she's nicely done on that wave. 5.73. That is a good number. Looks like there's gonna be not enough time for Rena now.
10 seconds on the clock. 4.9 the requirement. The young Spaniard is nervously looking at the beach as we see Arena up out the back. I'm not too sure what she got done. Didn't see a fist pump or a fist claim, so body language suggesting maybe not a lot got done there. I think that the judges have locked that in already, potentially.
What important wave?
0.33. Yeah, that sounds about right. Unfortunately, not getting to the open face there. So at this point, unless we've missed something, it will be Carla Morera de Laval victorious here in the heat number 1 of the round of 16. She's through to the quarterfinals representing Spain. She will be stoked. All her teammates and coaches cheering on from the beach. We're going to take a short break here at the World Junior Championships presented by Purefoods and Magnolia. Do not go anywhere. We are going to go into heat number 2 of the round of 16. It will feature Talia Swindle and Vahitimana Inso representing Hawaii. Stay tuned.
Switch na tayo to Nutri-Chunks for small breeds like you. Small bone shakeables para easy to chew. And for easy digestion for your teeny tiny tummy. Fortified with essential nutrients. Nutri-Chunks for small breeds. Love in every meal.
Di mabilang ang uwian na naging kabang-abang. Kasama ang pambansak manok. Magnolia, 100 taon na at hihigit pa.
Welcome back to the WSL World Junior Championships. We're here at Mona Lisa Point in the Philippines, and this is round of 16 action in the ladies. This is heat number 2. Talia Swindle representing the USA. Vahitimana Inso representing Hawaii. A cracker matchup here. One natural, one goofy footer. And it's been a fun day of surfing so far. We've seen some big scores, some buzzer beaters, some grindy moments. We've seen some outrageous ripping. Stace had it all. Stace Galbraith in the booth with Jessie Starling. Jessie, we're straight into action here. Talia Swindle.
Yeah, big heat on our hands here, Stace and Talia. She's a heavy-footed power surfer. When she gets a good-looking section, she really knows how to unload on it. This one, however, just a little sleepy to start. Got a little bit of work done here, so it's good to get the feelers out. But yeah, just a small score, that 3-1-7. But loving this matchup between these two women.
It is a great matchup, but while we're waiting for this one to really get underway, True, take it away.
Yeah, that was so stressful. I knew I had to push a little bit to make this heat because Arena is very good. But yeah, I'm just very happy that I made it through and that I'm happy that I'm in the quarterfinals.
As well, matching up against Arena, she had an 8-1-7 in the earlier rounds as well. Did you kind of have that in the back of your mind when you were matching up with her?
Yeah, everyone here is amazing, so you have to do really good to make the heat. Arena is an amazing surfer, and yeah, I definitely saw her and I was kind of nervous, but yeah, I'm very happy.
Did it inspire you to go big?
Yeah, it did. I knew I had to go big.
It's moments like that as well. The round of 16, there's big stakes. Getting into the quarterfinals is huge. How are you feeling right now about that, moving into, what could be quarterfinals tomorrow?
I'm feeling very excited for tomorrow, and I'm ready, and I'm going to give it my all.
I love it. Is there anything you'd like to say to friends, family, fans at home that are watching?
Muchísimas gracias otra vez a todos los que me estáis mirando, gracias a mi padre, que ojalá estuviese aquí, y a mi abuela, que se ha levantado temprano. Gracias a todos mis sponsors, a los de Lanzarote, y nada, muchísimas gracias por todo.
Gracias. We'll take it back to you guys.
Gracias indeed, True.
I liked that.
Muy bien. I did hear the word Lanzarote in there, so I think she's from the Canaries as well. Crazy part of the world, beautiful waves. nice people.
Yeah, Paul and I were talking about the Canary Islands.
Sick zone. I've
Have you
never
been?
Never been. Looks
Ah.
amazing. I've been to the Azores. I've never been to the Canaries. Azores is Portuguese. The Canaries is obviously Spanish, but they're kind of geographically sort of close in the grand scheme of things. Yeah, just all those waves out there. It's like kind of like a winter-looking Hawaii. Heaps big mountains, crazy reef
Cool.
breaks, like a couple angry locals, a couple happy locals.
Love that.
Yeah, it's got it all.
You need that everywhere you go.
Yeah. No, exactly. Narrabeen.
Yeah, Narrabeen.
Vi here, up and riding. Nice first turn, even better second one. Really tried to kick that one out as she brings it through to the inside. Both of these young surfers growing up with beautiful waves on their doorstep. And I would go out on a limb and say that these are the kind of conditions that would bring out their most kind of effort, I would say.
Yeah.
Both of them are used to having their waves push them along, and here you got to work for it, but that's all part of the fun and games, isn't it?
Pretty convinced by Vi's performance in that first heat this morning. She was looking really sharp. You know what? She was looking really sharp for someone who comes from part of the world where the waves are really heavy, really strong, especially at the start of the season that Hawaii has had already. To then come here and obviously have this dying swell, she just really showed her repertoire. Shows that she's got it all dialed.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, she's got the right equipment for it, obviously, riding the Mayhems there. And Matt Byler's been based out of San Clemente in California. He's very well versed in making boards that do everything, but they're particularly helping you generate a bit of speed.
Yeah.
A lot of the lads riding boards down there at T Street in San Clemente. That wave certainly doesn't give you too much help. You need to have really sharp equipment, and a wave like this, you definitely need to be in really good tune with your board. Up and riding here, Talia out the back. Lovely second bottom turn, carrying the speed really well. Oh, so hard to cut through that water like that she did just there. That was a beautiful
Nice.
combination of turns as she keeps her flow going down the line, showing that beautiful point break pedigree and a massive finish there. That is one of the most well-constructed waves we've seen all day, and straight behind into a big exchange. Vi here, 2 nice turns. She'll hope to get a double up and add some more points to this wave. And she gets the up and over there to finish.
Oh, how good's a back-to-back? You know what? She would have seen the start of that wave from Talia and think, wow, I got to answer back. She is
big
so
time.
powerful. That real backside attack out here, she's making it look really fun. Obviously didn't get that clean green face, but I think definitely still got a little something special at the end there. But Talia Swindle just read that wave perfectly. You know, and I love when you're competing and you know that you've got a good start of the wave, and your competitors right there be like, watch this.
Yeah,
And you go
I'm
through
still
the
more
inside.
in the tank here.
Yeah.
Take us through it, Jess.
Oh, I loved it. I mean, just the way that she kind of came through this and said, hey, girl, and then came through and just absolutely belted it. That turn, she throws so much water off that back foot. Kind of stuck in a couple of foamy sections here, but made up for it with that big finishing click there. Just really nice technique as well. You can see she really swings her arm into it to try and generate just that little bit extra power through those bottom turns. And she's just got this really cool style, I'm going to say. You know, it's not that...
drops the shoulders, doesn't she?
Yeah, it's something different. And I feel like it's when she does those end turns, it's unexpected with how well she connects with it, because she looks really relaxed in her surfing. So Talia, big scores already dropping.
The turn at the start of that wave, the foam climb, is like the most high-risk maneuver for the lowest reward, really. But what you do get out of it is that speed that it like slingshots you in down the line. It's not like a scoring maneuver. It's just a beautiful turn that joins all the dots and got her out on the open face. That cutback was amazing, ripping a huge cutty there in what is a challenging face. It's not a clean wave, obviously. She had a lot of work to do there. So that was a great ride. And then Vi behind got the 5.5. So heat on here, 6.67 to a 5.5. Game on.
Game on. Interesting, you know, these guys would have been competing against each other for a little while now, talking Challenger Series. Talia, though, she's not mucking around. She knows the talent of her competitor. She's up and riding again.
Nice slash there. Talia got the jump on her in round 1. That was obviously a 3-person heat, with Emily Jenkinson in 3rd in that heat. And then Talia now off to a good start in this heat here. Behind on that wave, she's in and out. She'll look to get herself back to the top of the takeoff zone.
Oh, we're getting a little bit feisty. We're going to see a bit of energy really start to come out of the ladies here. This was always going to be a big heat. You look at names on paper, these two ladies, absolute powerhouses. Vahiti starting to wind up into these turns here. She's getting these good-looking bowls. She just has that ability, same as Talia, to make her turns look bigger on the kind of slopier sections there. Saved herself a lot of energy not fighting for that inside was because it wasn't going to have it, but great wave found on the paddle back out here for Talia Swindle.
I think I might have missed those first 2 turns. They were great.
Yeah, we
great
kind
surfing.
of popped up during this here and then came through this inside. I love when you find someone, they're getting in rhythm in a heat. Cool little tail out the back moment on that second to last turn there, but on the paddle back out, found that wave. There could be a nice little loop to find out there.
Yeah, big time. It's we saw it in the last heat too with Carla and Arena, a lot like racing to get to the very top of the point, sort of taking their time on the way back out. And admittedly, they didn't get huge scores, but they got sort of some better opportunity a bit further down. So, yeah, I don't think anyone in this heat, as you can tell, the wave count's pretty high for this early in the heat compared to what we've seen. So no one really looking to rush to get back out the back there. As we see a 5.4 locked in for Talia's second ride. So a 6.67 paired with the 5.4. It's a really good start to this heat, and that's left Vaihiti chasing a 6.58.
Just to touch on it quickly, big win for young Carla.
Massive. Yeah.
Considering the run and just like what the last 12 months has been like for Arena Rodriguez.
Totally.
For that young surfer coming from Spain to come through, Carla just, you know, that would have been a lot of pressure coming up against someone like Arena who's consistently building her profile.
Totally.
And was laying down some serious hammers on her back end.
Yeah, she looked really
You called her. You said you're impressed by her
Yeah,
surfing.
she's very impressive. Great technique. Doesn't look like she gets too flustered, which is cool. Looks like she's got a cool head. And, yeah, some great surfing and really, really nice to watch. Beautiful style. She got a few lefts the other day that were really cool, but they're only 3-point rides, so we're going to shelve them for the rest of this event, I think. But, you know, if you found her in an event with a long left-hand point attached to it, I reckon that should be a walk-up start.
Yeah, fair game for that last one of Carla. She obviously will come up against whoever one of these ladies is. And honestly, you'd be keeping an eye on her at this point in the draw going to quarters because Arena, big power surfer, same as both of these ladies. So it's going to be a pretty evenly matched round of 16 to a quarterfinal heat for young Carla.
I like that. She can just keep the same kind of sort of thing. You know, she's like, okay, well, if I can beat Arena, I can beat one of these two. You know, I'm just going to stick to my strategy and hope that it goes my way, you know, because there's nothing worse than kind of having someone that you think, oh, you know, should I change what I'm doing or whatever. It's just like, nah, she's got a great point of difference with her own unique style. And, yeah, it's cool to watch. As we see Vaihiti here, beautiful looking wave, nice turn in the lip. Probably didn't get the projection she was chasing, but a nice second turn there. She comes through the inside, beautiful setup carve to keep the speed going down the line and gets the tag to finish. She's chasing a 6.58 as we see Talia there in and out of that one. I heard that.
Yeah. I love the wave, but it just didn't have that little... I felt like maybe let her bottom turns go a little too early. Her tail was staying too far under the lip there. Did well to have the completed ride, but I think there was a couple of points left begging on that wave.
Yeah, I agree. It's like the unfortunate thing was there's probably the right canvas. It just didn't quite get her timing right, and she'll know that. You know, everyone that's... had the pleasure of doing a nice backhand Rio, you know when they click and you certainly know when they don't because you just don't get that kind of speed out of the turn. You find yourself kind of resetting. That was a nice turn there, but probably not the section she was looking for. I really like that carve too.
Yeah, same.
It just, the section there didn't quite give her the coping that she was chasing.
Yeah, it was just a little bit under. And I think that first turn unfortunately set her up for that as well. Maybe could have gone into a nice big driving carve, then straight back into the bowl. But how do you, I mean, it's so hard because you see a section like, oh, I'm going to hit it. Yeah,
well, the tricky thing is the foam on the face. It's so hard to cut through and like throw water and like make it actually look impactful. So, yeah, it's not like a massive mistake by any chance. It's more just the fact that the wave and how the timing came together. She's chasing the highest or second highest score of the heat right now. She's chasing a 6.58, and it just unfortunately can't really see it going that high just because you really want to start as strong as you can.
It probably had 6.58 on it.
It had good points in it for sure.
Just with that bowl and the pace of the wave and a strong finishing section, it wasn't like you were going all the way through the inside just to tag it one more time. It actually had a big bowl coming back towards her. So if she can find a wave like that again, maybe just connect with it that little bit better. It's looking like it's definitely going to come in short, so that 5-1-7. So still a great scoreline, but yeah, 6-5-8. Just like you said, when you're on your backhand, you know exactly what that feeling is like when you click with something. You're like, oh yeah, that was good.
Yep. No, you're right. It's definitely it's bread and butter surfing, but it doesn't mean it doesn't feel just as good as everything else. It's especially in small waves like this. When you link a couple of nice turns together, you know when you've done it and you know when you haven't. And she's gonna get herself back out the back and try and reposition herself and find another opportunity. Just coming up to the halfway mark in this heat now. It is Talia Swindle in control. You see the top scores there on the screen from the two surfers at the moment, 6-6-7 and a 5-4. Vahiti of 5-5. She is chasing a 6.58. More than capable of getting that score, but this event so far has been a little tricky for Vahiti. She had a really great round 2 heat. And sort of was just finding her feet in round 1, so she's kind of 50-50 at this point. Sort of, I wouldn't, you see some surfers go on these amazing rolls. I think she's sort of yet to find that momentum. We know we've got the big scores. She's got the big scores in her for sure. But it is a funny little lineup to get really comfortable with.
She was saying, when she came in from her heat this morning, where she got that pretty solid heat win, she was like, I finally made a heat this year, and you can tell.
The year's only 14 days old.
Yeah, exactly. But you can tell, I think, just based on the season, obviously she said, I'm having a bit of a rough trot on the challenges.
Yep.
And you can tell when that starts to really creep in your mind, I haven't made a heat.
Yep.
And obviously the goal is to make heats, but first year on the Challenger Series, you'd hate for that energy to still creep over to a completely different series.
Totally.
You know, and just, okay, let's take the Challenger Series. I haven't made a heat and just park that for a minute, because I'm actually here to win a world junior title. It's a completely different series. I've got a completely different crop of surfers. I mean, she'd come up against Italia a couple of times over in the Changers, but yeah, it feels like needs to maybe change that headspace a little bit. But you'd see it with, people you've coached. It's so easy to get caught up in that.
And the worst thing about it is it's one wave that can make a difference.
Yeah.
You're one wave away from all of that just not even existing. But that's what also makes it just as frustrating, because when it's not going your way, you're like, I know I'm right there. I just, for whatever reason, the universe won't let me back into the winner's circle. And it's, it can be very frustrating. But like you said, it sort of doesn't, it's hard to shake it. Like if you're not making heats on the Changers, do you worry about, it's hard not to think about, because it's still competition. So yeah, it's a hard one, but yeah, you've got to reset. She's obviously had some fantastic results. She's an ISA under 18 gold medalist. Under 18, under 16, 18 I think. Not sure. Gold medalist, ISA. Big win. If you can win that many heats at that comp, you've done something right.
Yeah.
So yeah, she's obviously got the winning ability.
Yeah, she might even find a little one underneath here for Vi. We've seen a couple of scores being had on this inside section here, but not that one.
In and out on that occasion. You see a bit of motion out the back here.
Yeah, I'm looking forward actually to seeing Vi over at Pipe in that next Challenger Series. Excited to see Talia in it too, actually.
Yeah.
And what kind of swell we're going to get. Maybe is it that perfect straight in swell we're going to get Pipe and backdoor? Is it going to be backdoor or Pipe? Obviously they had the QS recently that kind of just came down to turns.
Yeah, I think the opening round was really good, or opening 2 rounds maybe, then it was about a week off and finished up on the sandbar, so it's sort of, anything's possible as we see Vahiti here. Nice looking wave with plenty of speed and a couple of backhand hits, sort of reminiscent of the earlier ride, didn't quite have the flow that she was hoping.
I like the connection better though on those first couple of turns in comparison to that last wave there for Vi. So she's starting to build a little bit of energy. It's crazy how much momentum plays in competitive sport, especially surfing. So I feel like she's just trying to shift that momentum back her way. 5.5, that high mark, 6.58, especially someone of her talent. It's not a big ask. Talia though, really just holding it down here. Had a good bowl to start off this wave here. That connection, that's what we're talking about, just that click feeling. Had even a great one on that foamy section there too, and then came through the inside. You can see just sometimes that white water, when it gets a bit bigger, has a crazy amount of power. It knocks you off. Sometimes when it's small, it doesn't have just enough. So came through. And like I mentioned, I even love just that second connection on the foam here. But then on the inside, sometimes it's just so easy to get stuck on that back foot. you shift that weight backwards, it's not as easy to come out in front of that foam there. So unfortunately, not a completed third turn. It's not going to go into the top two, but I think as far as like those first two connections, the momentum, it's on its way back up.
Talia Swindle here out the back. So they've got some energy on it. She's going to hope it cleans up through the inside, which it does not. So she kicks out. I'm not too sure of Vahiti's position. I think that she might be a little bit further down. So I think Talia has identified that and gone, you know what, I'll take priority back. Thank you very much. As we are coming down to the 10-minute mark here. Beautiful drone shot. That's the Kahuna restaurant on the left.
You could do a couple laps with your new headphones in that pool.
I could do a couple of laps. There's 15, 20 metres there. Just 2 laps.
Up and back.
Up and back.
That's a start.
Yep.
It'll do.
Left my headphones on the beach the other evening and walked back the next morning. They were still there.
That's a win, Stace.
Beautiful neighbourhood.
That's a win.
Thought they might have ended up on the local hound, but nah. Stoked.
Yeah, saw you repping them this morning. I was like, oh, it's a good day when Stacey's got his headphones out, got the tunes going, walking to work.
Locked in early.
Locked in early.
I was locked in early actually. Idiot. So we hear Huppets family, Marcus Huppets there with his middle daughter, Isla. Big family support at home, no doubt, tuning in.
I'm looking forward to that next heat. Annette Gonzalez Echebarri taking on Isla Huppets. You know what? Big power surfers in this round.
Yeah, big time.
And just that big 9-point ride is obviously, it's the highlight clip of this event so far. It's the biggest score of this event so far. She'll be looking to get another excellent score to come into the round of 16. Send her in the quarterfinals. This is the round she got knocked in last year. So a lot of people, bit of redemption in this round here, but Vi, she's going to keep swinging.
Talia didn't like it. Vahiti did. Will it pay off? Nice sliding snap in the lip there. Great second bottom turn. Beautiful carve out of lip. There's waves nice and clean. Talia Swindle, what was going through your mind? This is a great looking wave. Maybe she saw a better one out the back. Vahiti, couple of very, very nice turns there. She is definitely going to be asking a question to the judges on that wave. It's her best ride.
Wow.
Will it go up as high as a 6.58?
Wow, under priority too. That was unfortunately a little bit silly. Hopefully this one's better looking shape for here for Talia.
Let's take this one down the line. Oh no. It's
the worst feeling as a competitive surfer.
All she can hope is that it comes under the score, obviously, because it was certainly some great surfing. And not only that, I think that the wave would have suited Talia really well as well. You know, even though goofy versus natural, sometimes you're looking for different waves. That wave just had a beautiful tempo. Talia's only looking at better, a 5.4 as well. So a little surprising to see her elect to leave that wave, and good awareness there from Vahiti to swing and go.
Gonna put this on the table. Was it the best shape wave we've probably seen this heat?
For sure. Yeah, Talia 667 was a hard wave to surf, and she sort of surfed it up. Here's a replay here, Jess.
Yeah, lovely first turn, and then you can just see now it really starts to open up here for Vi, and it's just easy surfing. I mean, turn after turn in that nice bowl there, came through the inside, didn't want to muck around with the reef and keep going through, but it was an easy yes to take this wave.
Yeah.
I mean, Vi, she would have been licking her lips seeing that Talia was like, oh, I actually don't want that wave. And this one just...
Oh, it would have been Christmas.
It was, and you know what? How many of these waves have we seen really run like with this pace and that bowl all the way down the point? We've seen a lot of big scores had with 1 or 2 turns, but
Yeah,
this is
not many.
under prio too. I mean, touche, fair enough.
Yeah.
Take that wave if you don't have priority. She would have been absolutely kicking herself if she had seen Talia on it. So, yeah, it could be a moment in the heat where it does start to swing the other way.
Yeah, well, there it is.
It is.
7.43, and that's going to hurt if you're Talia Swindell or a part of her support network. That's a tough one to swallow. She even looked at the wave and thought, nah, you know what, not for me.
We had this combo the other day when you say it's the worst when you come into the beach and your coach is like, why didn't you take that wave?
Yeah.
We're going to have that debrief on the beach, probably.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. And, you've got to back your decision making, but sometimes also, too, you need to look yourself in the mirror and go, I made the wrong one.
Yeah.
And but the good thing is there's still 6 minutes 45 on the clock, and this is where you learn a lot about yourself. Can you bounce back from what was a bit of a shocker?
Absolutely, you can bounce
So
back.
here we go. We'll see what the last part of this heat offers, as we saw Annette Gonzalez there warming up for that heat. Just Bit of a knee brace there, coming back from a bit of an injury. See how she fares in the smaller stuff. She looked on fire in round one. No dramas there.
Looked great in her early round heat.
Yep. And, yeah, I mean, if you wanted to be real nasty about it, you just paddle straight past the surfer and just sort of sit like 2 feet in front of them. out
Really puff your chest.
Really kind of just hold your head up high.
Authority.
Yeah, yep. But yeah, it's still heat on. Obviously, Talia's got a great score as her first sort of scoring wave, the 6.67. She is chasing a 6.23. She's more than capable of it. But yeah, getting back to your point, it wasn't, and maybe that's where Talia's kind of rhythm was a bit out. Her wave, the 6.67, was a lot taller. It wasn't that small, a double up, real nice shape. So maybe she wasn't too tuned into those styles of waves. Whereas her 6.67 was like pretty wonky, pretty big, kind of off the bank a little bit. She had to kind of work real hard and get through some pretty hard looking sections. Whereas that wave, like you said, it was the best shaped wave. It was
so
just
good.
Peeled just perfectly and allowed that like combination of major maneuvers. So yeah, it's
you know what? That's good signs as far as the bank goes, because obviously they had that big storm here in December. It started to really fill in those finger-looking like holes in the reef that make the point break what it is. But obviously we had that big swell on that first day. Good signs with this north swell that we're starting to see it really link up all the way through again, because that wave there for Vi is kind of the Mona Lisa point that we know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it's really competitive, and it's sort of it's a bit more dynamic than say the last couple of days that have been a bit bigger. We've seen one or two huge turns, obviously Isla Huppets and a few other moments that have been great, but more often than not we've seen a lot of cutbacks and a lot of waves, and people are working real hard to get their scores, whereas today being a bit smaller, it's actually hitting that inside section a lot better, like you said. So yeah, great signs for the rest of the afternoon, and potentially tomorrow as well. Tomorrow the forecast looks very similar. Maybe even a fraction bigger.
Yeah, I was going to say that same period in the swell, but they're saying more swell for the morning.
Yeah, exactly. So we could look to power through another big day tomorrow.
Low tide as well.
We need that.
Dreamy.
Yeah, because Thursday, Friday is looking petite, and then
it's kind of looking petite on the weekend as well.
Yeah,
now
Sunday doesn't look too bad, but we'll just have to wait and see, won't we?
A little wait and see moment.
Yeah, wait and
golf.
I put your name down. You in?
Yeah, I'm in.
4-ball, best ball.
I don't know what that means, but I'm in.
Yeah, you're in.
Yeah, sweet.
Yep.
Oh, get ready.
I think there's going to be like 20 of us.
You know what's so funny is I always think to myself, I'm not competitive anymore. And then
you met yourself?
You put yourself in a competitive environment,
you're going to throw your back out.
Yeah.
3.5 minutes on the clock. Vaihiti Mahana out in the lead at the moment. She was very aware, very clever on that last exchange. Managed to get the best wave of the heat under second priority from Talia. Have a thought for young Talia Swindle at the moment. She would be replaying that decision in her head every second. And that's all part of it, isn't it? When you put the Rashi on, you know it's possible that these things can happen. Can you rectify the situation? If you're going to make mistakes, make them quick.
Oh, God.
But in this situation, with no waves breaking, how can you move on? You're out there alone with your thoughts.
I think I saw her say an MA 15 plus where when we saw her on the drone angle there. It is so frustrating when you're in this position. You're like, I had the win, and I just
no need
let
for
it.
lip reading.
No, definitely not. But when you let it slip through your fingers and it's no one else's fault but your own, you're like, oh, no way. And you know what? You kind of have to go hats off to you.
Yeah.
Because I made that mistake and you just absolutely took advantage of it, you know? Yeah, it is a bit of heartbreaking. You can see that. The emotions are really pouring out right now.
2.5 minutes on the clock. Ocean's just having a bit of a breather.
And that's even more frustrating.
Oh, big time.
You go, come on, just give me a wave.
I'm sick of sitting here with my thoughts.
Yeah.
I just want to surf.
Please get me out of my head.
Let me surf.
Yeah, I know. Oh, it's frustrating. And it's not just frustrating for her. She's got a whole community of people who would be supporting her, and everyone be going, no. You know, it's as much as people say it's an individual sport, it is a team sport.
Yeah, it is. It's a healthy mix of both. But in this situation, you are out there drawing your lonesome.
Unfortunately.
No one's going to do it for you. Minute 45 on the clock.
I'd say that's a Stace Galbraith quote.
What, no one's going to do it for you?
Yeah, I reckon I've heard that a lot.
Really?
Over my years of being friends with you.
Am I that much of a football coach?
You are.
I am.
You are.
I am.
I love it.
I got it from Strata Wazaluki. Wazaluki. Raspberry.
It's a good one. I really appreciate it. Yeah, no one's going to do it for you.
Yep. 1 minute 15 on the clock. Can Talia Swindle rectify the bobble from the halfway point in this heat? It is Vahiti Mahana Inso from Hawaii out in front with a 7.43 and a 5.5. Talia Swindle with a 6.67. She only needs a 6.27. And the reason why we say only is we know she's capable of these big scores, but will she get the canvas that lets her do it? Time will tell. The clock is just melting into the ground. This would feel like an eternity for Vahiti. It would feel like 1 second for Talia.
I feel like all of these competitors, obviously no one likes losing, right? All of them want to win, but you can kind of, after a little while, come to terms with losing in a way, but I feel like this is the ones that linger. Everyone's got a couple of heats that they just can't move past. Everyone thinks about a couple. I still have one that like stings when I think about it.
If we didn't have 20 seconds left on the clock, I would love to hear about it. So hold that thought. I've still got one as well, actually.
It's this one I mean, and I feel like this might be one of those heats for Talia that you're going to look back on and be like, that hurts.
Yeah.
I want to erase that from my memory, but it just kind of lingers like an annoying little mosquito.
Commiserations to Talia Swindle. Congratulations to Vahiti Mahana Inso representing Hawaii. She'll be stoked with that victory. There's the official scores on the screen from heat number 2, the round of 16. Vahiti Mahana will go through to the quarterfinals, and we will say goodbye to Talia Swindle. We're going to take a short break here at the WSL World Junior Championships. Do not go anywhere. Heat number 3 coming right up. The waves are cooking.
Di mabilang ang bonding na nabuo. Kasama ng tamang tamis sa asim sarap na Magnolia Real Mayonnaise. Magnolia, 100 taon na at hihigit pa.
Sit, roll over. Your fur baby deserves delicious and nutritious treats. Give them Nutri-Chunks. Nutri-Chunks milk sticks or Nutri-Chunks beef sticks. Fortified with essential nutrients. Nutri-Chunks dog treats. Love in every meal.
And into this wave.
Oh my! Deep one for Western Web. She comes out. She comes out. She needs a 10.
Picking up the action here, live from the Philippines. Round of 16 for the women. Heat number 3. Annette Gonzalez Echevarri from Euskadi taking on Isla Huppets from Australia. I'm Paul Evans. Joined by JJ Starling. A great looking matchup. We've been talking up the 9, haven't we? But that was another round, another day. This is today. This is the present. She needs to bring some of that stuff again. It's going to be a tough heat for Isla.
Yeah, let's see it. That 9, it's living rent-free in my head at this point. Just that tail, the way it drifted over a big coping. No big copings out there. Not quite like that one that we saw that day. So Isla Huppets, she's going to need to show us that she's got a little bit more variety. You know, she can get some big scores with maybe 1 or 2 turns. But Annette Gonzalez, she's kind of been on a roll. Actually, the Echevarri sisters have been on a roll for the last couple of months. We're thinking ISA gold for Yanire, second in Brazil for Annette. Quite emotive surfers, but I feel like when they tap into that, special things happen.
Yeah, they look really comfortable on the road, don't they? Different venues, different types of ways, pretty well-rounded. They're rolling with a sort of strong crew as well. It's been a bit of a push, a major story last few years. It's been the Spanish. Going back to the last Olympics, really, and what they've been able to do. And a bunch of talent, particularly around about that 20 years old age group, particularly with these two at the moment, the 2 sisters, both here representing. It is the younger of the 2, Annette. And she likes to just compete and kind of bring out the fire from her own performances, really. That's where she draws a lot of her motivation. So let's put a bit of a marker on this, and will we read into the early positioning with Isla on the inside and Annette sort of drifting?
Well, Annette's already taken a 0.5, so I feel like she can kind of play around a little bit here.
Here she
Come
goes.
on, Paul. No.
And another quick speculative look.
Gonna keep you on your toes, Paul.
It's a
Gonna
long
keep
day.
it.
It's a long day, isn't it? Well, for the surfers, getting ready to surf their heat, trying to stay cool for a start, but also trying to keep an eye on things. It's quite a good spot really for vision, isn't it? If you think all of these sort of places where a lot of the surfers are staying here, and places to eat, is right in front of the waves. It's kind of an easy one. They're real close to shore as well. So we're getting good vision on the lineup from land. Let's get some insights from the water, because Vi just surfed a great heat, strong heat on the backhand. Let's hear from her. She's with True.
Thank you so much, Paul. Yeah, that was an incredible heat by Haiti. I mean, you pretty much commanded it from the start.
Oh, yeah. I was pretty nervous, to be honest. I was super nervous. I kept trying, every wave I possibly could, and I just kind of had to tell myself to hold my composure, and I was lucky enough. Talia didn't go on that wave with Pryor, and I was able to get the 7-4 and get the lead, because, I don't know, I was just it was pretty slow out there, but for us, I feel like we were going back-to-back every wave, and it was kind of fun. I felt like the little competitive, fire in me kind of came out in that heat.
It's nice to see it as well when you kind of go back-to-back with someone and they help you lift throughout the rest of that heat, and then you think, oh, okay, I'm like really in this, and oh, I'm actually in the lead, and I'm, holding on to it throughout the whole time, adding that pressure for yourself in that one, being so nervous. What was something that you were just like, okay, I'm just going to surf and do my best here?
Yeah, I feel like this whole year in Challenger, I really wasn't able to surf like myself and feel comfortable in a jersey. So the one thing coming to this comp was just more heat time, and hopefully I can keep doing that, just keep making heats and just keep learning. That's the main thing I really wanted to do in this comp, and especially getting ready for pipe. And Talia is such a great competitor. I've been surfing against her since we were 11 years old at, the little contest back in California, and she's one of my good friends, and she surfs amazing, and I knew it was going to be a hard heat, and it was fun kind of going back and forth a little bit with her, and yeah, it was great to share that heat with her.
And let's talk about pipe as well. It's a bit of a different warm-up going into that Challenger Series event, but this event is just as important. So was it an easy decision to be over here in the World Junior Champs?
Yeah, for me, this means so much to me. I really want to do well here, and main thing, just keep learning and keep trying to feel comfortable in a heat and in a jersey. But for me, I'm really kind of honing in on this contest just because it means so much to have a world title, and especially just you only have so many years here, and I still have a couple more years after this, but just I haven't felt very comfortable on my backhand either a lot, and I've been working really hard this year just after Challenger, and I finally feel really confident and comfortable on my backhand, and so I just want to prove to myself that I can make heats on my backhand.
Everything seems to be flowing. Is there anything you'd like to say to anyone back at home that's watching?
Yeah, hi everyone at home. Thank you so much for the support, and just thank you everyone here as well who's kind of been like family and helping me out here as I'm, just here alone. It feels really nice to feel like there's family here with me, even though they're not.
Thank you so much. We'll send it back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, True. She's good value for a quarter-final spot. That's what she's earned herself here. We'll pick things up in the water. Have a look at the surfer out of Basque Country. Annette Echabari on the paddle back. A couple of quick waves early on from her. Nothing of great significance. She's just posted a 2-point ride as well. Isla Huppets playing the patient game, Jess.
Yeah, seemingly quite quiet here for Isla. She's actually not really competitive. Well, she probably has, everyone does have their own kind of nerves that go through them, but she seems to be this, and always has this really confident competitor. She'll wait until she finds a wave that she really likes and wants to be able to do something pretty proper on it. I really would love to know if that 9 is adding pressure to her. She's kind of got all these eyes on her right now because of the standard she set for herself. So it is this massive compliment to her and her surfing, but, do big performances like that add pressure to try and back it up?
Live action. Here goes Echabari. Snipping a couple of times. A little bit of tape on the front knee. Doesn't seem to be showing any kind of discomfort. So far, still trying to tap in different approaches. She's on the buzz, under priority. Just trying to scratch something together. Meanwhile, pretty cool approach from Huppets. She's just chill. I just wonder if you do sit there kind of staunch and your opponents move in and not really getting much from it. If you just add stick. Yeah, I knew that. Yeah. I knew that wave wasn't good. Told you.
Yeah,
See?
Told you that one. See how I didn't pull the trigger? Yeah, might add a little bit of confidence to the game. But then again, Paul, we've seen a lot of scores under prio. Just, like you mentioned, a couple of swings on this wave here from Annette. I like it. She's obviously on an epoxy. It's looking pretty fast under her feet there. But, yeah, she's got a bit of an injury that she's battling with on her front knee. We're actually we were saying, oh, twins, when I saw her out there with Julian, who's her coach, Julian Lasser. But yeah, maybe the plan is just to stay busy, because at the same time we have seen that sit and wait strategy not pay off, but it seemingly did for a couple of people. But frustrated there, Paul.
Little sign of emotion then.
I love it. I
Yeah.
love it. Bring out the emotion.
So 3-3-3, we're going to speculate, is that towards our panel? Is that someone has given a positioning? Is she responding to them? Interesting.
Yeah, maybe.
Is it just general with the universe?
Maybe just with the universe, or maybe just frustrated that she doesn't have higher than a 3 right now, but your competitor doesn't have a wave right now. So in comparison, maybe she's doing that back like, haha, I've got 5 points. You know, in comparison to the, I told you shouldn't go that wave. But yeah, I don't know. I actually think it's maybe more lethal when these sisters show emotion, because that's when they usually start to open up and do something well. I've just fully jinxed her in that moment, but I feel like when you see these sisters even get slightly a little bit angry, in a sense, usually a couple waves after that you see them really belt the next section.
Overall energy at the moment, not sure I like where it's going from Annette. She's taken off on kind of nothing waves. I don't really know why. And at some point, what you don't want to do is take one of those little waves, surf yourself into a hole for a 2, and then look out the back and see a set with a couple of opportunities, and one of them could have been yours. You were grubbing around on the inside. I'm not sure about that approach. Hasn't paid for her so far in the 3s and in the 2s. And at some stage, though, Isla will need to ride a wave. She's in second, just 10 minutes gone on this one, and there's nothing of any significance that has interested her. Net pretty close behind her now, just lurking. She'll go deeper, go past on the inside.
This is a total topic change, but just on that angle there, did you see the mansion in the background? You couldn't join us, unfortunately, on the first day, but that's where the opening ceremony was, and it's absolutely beautiful up
Thanks
there.
for
The
rubbing it
athletes,
in.
yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, cool.
The athletes were loving it.
But you missed me loads, yeah? Everyone was like, this is not the same.
No, honestly, I did miss you, Paul. It wasn't the same. I'm glad you're here now. You're welcome. Good books?
Thank you. Yeah, it looked like a lot of fun.
That was cool. It's always cool. The Philippines do some of the best opening ceremonies in the world. The dance performances are exceptional. Closing ceremonies, exceptional as well. They really love to showcase their culture here in this part of the world, and I love coming back year in, year out.
Here goes Chibati again, just tangled once more. Quite repetitive, the way she's taken off on kind of nothing waves. You're wondering what is she seeing to even paddle into that stand up. So we're not seeing anything at all from here.
Yeah, it looks like really short wind swell at this point. Now she's going to find herself a bowly wave.
All right, first turn is better, a bit more convincing, a bit more conviction to the maneuvers. And a little room to swing it inside. She'll just chop the line back and let the wave get steeper in front of her. Just getting a touch caught. Able to kind of force the nose of the board down. Actually using the hand just to sort of push it. She looks, just in terms of body language, just a little bit frustrated.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, here's Isla's first wave.
Yeah, love to see Isla Huppets up and riding here. Starts with a bit of a slower carve there. She's got more speed to work with this wave. Love when it bends back towards her here, because you can see she really starts to push into it. Similar thing, a bit of a hung up during that section before the end turn there, but got a nice click with it. So waited a long time for that wave, Paul, and got a nice end turn in, but potentially, you know, could have surfed a wave like that in the last 13 minutes previous, but nonetheless got a really great completed ride. This was a good-looking bowl here for Annette. You can see got a bit of nice work done, especially out the back. Went a little sleepy through this inside section. Now let's remember she's nursing a knee injury here, and you can see maybe not super confident during that turn. Came through the inside. I'm not going to call that a ride out for Annette, but just that body talk. She's just got that style you can really remember in your head there. She really uses her complete upper body to drive and add momentum to her turns. And then came through here, just looked like maybe that board throwing her knee slightly off center. You can see she quickly shifted her weight backwards to then go over forward. So she's got confidence on her knee in those low gravity, I guess, situations. It's not going to add too much, just a 4.83, but Isla Huppets, she looks in a good mid-range score.
Yeah, 7 waves for Annette. The 7th of them, the best, but then right behind that, the 5, 6, 7 in for Isla. So good arrows from her in terms of the strategy, waiting, being patient. She waited for something significant, and she gets it. Impressive number, really, to post. A lot of energy in the ocean. We have a look at Mirai Akida, coming up an all Japanese affair, and on Matsuoka.
Oh, all Japanese affair. Those two ladies really good friends. You can see Sumomo Sato, now Omura, sitting there now, still competes herself, but she's taken on a bit of a coaching role for the juniors. I love that. I love that idea of paying it forward and helping out that next generation, and no one better to do it than now. She's an incredible surfer and actually one of Stace's first athletes that he's worked with. Pretty cool.
Oh, she would have learned some good coaching tactics from Stace, right?
Yeah, great.
Oh, great insights.
Great insights. Actually, I did a couple sessions with Stace myself. I loved it. He's a brutal coach. It was great.
A moment of reflection and calm. And a moment to take a break from the action here. A little under 15 and a half minutes to go in our third heat of the round of 16 for the women. Who's going to the quarterfinals? We'll find out in this heat. And we'll continue with the action. An all Japanese affair in heat number 4. That's coming at you right after the break.
Di mabilang ang araw na naging espesyal. With the best tasting Magnolia Gold Label Vanilla Ice Cream. Magnolia, 100 taon na at hihigit pa. Di mabilang ang bonding na nabuo. Kasama ng tamang tamis sa asim sarap na Magnolia Real Mayonnaise. Magnolia, 100 taon na at hihigit pa.
Welcome back to the Philippines World Juniors in the water. One of our stand-up performers for the opening round, Isla Huppets. Going all right in this one. Really different approaches, different energy too. Huppets, cool as you like, pretty staunch, holding the priority, using it, getting the high score, 5, 6, 7. On the flip side of that, the Basque Echebarri buzzing around, been busy. He's not really done a lot with all that energy other than get a little frustrated, slap the water a bit, and just kind of look a little bit cheesed off. Her fortunes, they've improved. Her last wave, much better. 4.83. Is that the kind of energy kick she needs? She sits in second priority, a little bit seaward to the right of your shot as well. She's further out and further over. And Isla Huppets only needing a small number in second on the scoreboard, but in a commanding position with that high score and with the first priority as well. And it looks like she's going to continue this theme of just being super patient, and it's not really much of a decision to make, right? There's not a lot coming through to tempt her.
There hasn't really been any great waves rolling through this heat. Obviously, we saw actually a couple come through in that last heat with Talia and Vi, and both of those ladies getting an opportunity to really showcase their surfing. It's kind of turned into a bit of a wind swell. What feels like it feels with this period dropping, we're seeing a lot more waves roll through, but those waves of real consequence, they're a bit few and far between. I like the looks of this, though, for Isla Huppets here. Hoping this is going to be that bowl that we like to see through this inside section.
Nice double-up runner for Isla Huppets here on the rail, extending that turn. Pretty similar to the turn she did on her opening wave, where she had good timing. Just nice positioning on the wave itself, always in that sweet spot just to juice it. She'll do that again here with a quick hit. And then some speed and being busy. There's not a lot more she could really do with that wave. Getting a finishing turn, which I don't think will be deemed complete. But other than that, some nice moments on the wave.
Yeah, it does get frustrating as a surfer. There was nice moments on the wave. Totally agree. Aligned. The thing that I find frustrating, especially when you're competing in times like this, is that heat before we saw a couple of bigger looking waves, nice looking bowls, and you're like, oh yeah, I'm on. You know, you're thinking this is going to be fun, this is going to be exciting. It's just been a little bit lackluster as far as quality coming through in this heat, but the ladies doing really well with the cards that they've been dealt. Isla really loved this first carve. She used this first bowl and just held that line all the way through, drew it all the way back, which sometimes we see a lot of top third carves, but Isla trying to use that entire wave of the face there, and then came through this inside section, got a nice snap up and over, and then a little bit more through this inside. I love that turn, sorry. I understand why she wanted to chase this end section in through here. But yeah, Isla, it's going to take her to the lead every day of the week. That first carve though, yeah, I really loved that. And just the way she used her board in a different way compared to some of her competitors, and a cool finner through the inside here. So small wave surfing on point here for Isla Huppets.
Energy in the ocean, a little diffuse and scattered and nebulous. Energy from Isla Huppets, very much going in the right direction. She knows what she wants to do. She's not over surfing the wave. She's not trying to pack in too many turns. It's nicely timed and paced. She lets the maneuvers breathe. It's going to be a helpful number. It will almost certainly, well, it will send her to first place. She's going to be in the lead here. Really different sort of fortunes from these two. So she'll go and put a number now on a net, 5.58, 10.5 on the clock. Not a big number for her, just in the context of a scoreboard, without putting what's just happened in this heat into consideration. And she's just looked a little bit frustrated. No need to feel that at all at this stage. She's very much in the game here. She's really a couple of waves away from quarterfinals. A chance to stay alive in this competition, because while her opponent was outstanding in the early rounds, she's not done a lot herself in this heat really in terms of overall numbers, just into double figuredom. So let's see how Annette goes with this priority.
Yeah, it's still wide open here, Paul. 5.58 is what she's chasing. We haven't seen anything really blown out of the water. And there's been great small wave surfing, and they've done really well, like I mentioned, with what the cards that they've been dealt in this heat. But in every single heat, we've seen at least one set roll through. So it is really going to come down to, okay, is it going to come through? And if it does, who's on it? Because that has really been the make or break of every heat. And Annette, she's going to go this one, though.
Yeah, here we go. Just patient before the first turn, but it's nice. She maintains the speeds. All right, through here, it's steep. Just forcing it a bit. It's not mega convincing. She did pretty well out the back. Actually stuck that layback in as well, but the flow element not really there.
Loved the first turn. I was actually pleasantly surprised with that. She throws heaps of water. I actually don't think she needed to lay into that turn. I think there was a section there she really just could have hit. Unpopular opinion, Paul, but you know what? Like I said, you got to be honest. I don't think laybacks score very well. I don't. And I think that's across the board here. She did really well in this section. That first turn, there's a really nice amount of water that comes off that back foot. I understand why she went for that, wanted to give variety, but I think a big top turn could have really been nice and convincing. And like I said, I don't know. I just have this thing, I don't think laybacks score super high. But yeah, a nice turn out the top, a carve to fit in here. But she had a good bowl. She had maybe waited a half beat longer. Could have done a big finner, one of those big finishing turns that we know that she's got in her repertoire. She's used it as ammunition in the past. A 5.58, I'm thinking probably not going to go there, but it could. I don't think it's the best wave of the heat, but I love that she's trying to give the judges a bit of variety to work with. But I think if she just waits for it to steep up just that half beat longer, she could do something pretty special with that end section and her talent.
Yeah, I get what you're saying there. If you think about sort of narrative from the surf, and is it telling us a story, that last turn kind of suggests she's maybe forcing things a little bit. And generally speaking, it's not what we like to see in terms of real quality surf. And it's going to be a helpful number for her. It is her best, 5.33. So as a high score, she'll bring down the requirement she needs. It's a 5.08 she's looking for now, pending any improvement, of course, from Isla. And here she is. Now, opening section is set up stuff. That was nice, gives it a good hit, and then some speeds. All right, this one will line up through and inside, and she'll go into the lip again and again. So a couple of nice turns comboed for a finish on the inside, a steeper section, the speed as well, a real contrast, covering a lot of ground. She looks like she's in a bit of a different gear.
Yeah, this is what I mean. Just waiting that half beat longer, you can really start to do something special. Annette goes to do it with that there. You can see a little bit of frustration starting to pour out now, but just those 3 sections there for Isla, she just surfed and pushed a little bit harder, and getting that tail out the back, it's a real point of difference. Obviously that 9 had that big tail, that drift up and under on a big section. She's showing that she can do that as well on these smaller looking waves, but actually read this wave great here for Isla. Stuck to this power source and then now watch it bowl up through this middle bit. That's a great looking turn here for Isla. Love that hand going back, and she's got this cool style. She almost points her front hand during her turns. Comes through again, 2 big finners through that inside there. So we've got the 3 best turns of the heat probably on this one wave, and just reading this wave perfectly. That turn there, that's just money. And you know what? That's her go-to turn. It's got her excellence already in this event, so why go away from it? So Isla staying composed, staying herself, and surfing really smart here, Paul.
She's looked really good throughout this, even when she's not been surfing. As weird as that sounds, she's looked in control of just the lineup and opportunities, and she's taken a major one here. 7.83 for her. Really, really good number. And a bit of a nightmare heat really for Annette continues. Well, just gets much worse actually. 8.17 is what now she's chasing down. She needs to go into the excellent range. So that's the requirement for her. She'll have to try and find a set way. The chance to be patient will be hers priority, but we saw the body language. The head kind of slumped at the end of her last wave. I thought we saw that sort of stuff really early in this. It might be to do with some discomfort, which is speculating. She does have that strapping on the knee, and maybe she's feeling a bit of pain, but I thought she looked like she was already kind of not feeling this heat very early on in it.
I get that, Paul. I'm with you on that. It felt like there was already a defeated body language earlier on, maybe based on the waves. They weren't what she was hoping they were going to be. She's got the talent to be locking in big scores, especially in conditions like this, but I get you, and sometimes that mentality, it's going to lose you a heat from really early on. You know, you've got to stay in control, and as hard as it is to do sometimes, you've got to be that glass half full, especially in man-on-man heats, because like we saw in that last one with Vi, there's a turning point in every heat. And it potentially in that one was that last wave for Isla, where that was the turning point. She's locked in, she's got control. But there could still be another one where we see Annette really get a fight back. So, yeah, these 2-man heats, you do have to be that ray of sunshine. Well, you don't have to be, but it helps to be a glass half full type of person, because you never know when that next wave is going to come through.
Yeah, impressive performance in a number of different ways for Isla Huppets. Got a big bomb and smashed out a big score early on, but in a completely different ocean really out here, and she's shown and she's got plenty of other useful tools in the kit as well out here. Just that patience at the start of the heat, not being tempted into anything subpar, with a clear idea in her mind of what a good wave looked like. So that's part of it, kind of half the story, but then to be able to find a wave and to produce real quality surfing in pretty tough conditions, really. Getting 7.83 out here with that wave. Almost had a feel to it, like the setup stuff at the beginning. It's almost like she knew what was coming down the end. I mean, by the end of the wave, you feel like she kind of almost made that wave happen down on the inside. So it sounds odd, but definitely just feels like she's really dialed in with what's going on. And being able to do that when it's kind of pumping is cool, but being able to do that when it's pretty marginal, that's really impressive.
Oh, super impressive. To be that well-rounded surfer, this is what we're talking about. She's got a real target on her back, because she's set this standard for the event. She is the lady who got that 9-point ride for one turn in the opening round, and guess what? She can do it in small waves too. Like you mentioned, creating those moments for herself. It's cool to see, and now she's kind of the one to watch, and how cool that she's set that standard for herself. And if you're a competitor who's going to come up against Isla Huppets, you'd be worried. You'd be definitely nervous, because she's looking really good. And I feel like we still haven't really seen her click out of this first gear. She still seems to be cruising through, and I'd love to see her, you know, in these deeper rounds keep lifting, because it's fun to watch.
Crucial moment here for the Basque, looking for an excellent score. She's got a quality wave here. What's she going to do? She'll slide the tail and fall off. So Her frustration will continue. She's going to be in all sorts now. Less than 2 minutes by the time she gets even close to the lineup. She has second priority. Here is Isla just heading in her general direction, looking to control this. She's been dominant across the board. The scoreline, she's got a massive lead. The lineup management, the selection, just the surfing obviously she's been doing on the waves as well. She's been streets ahead. You've got to feel for Annette really. It's sort of unraveled for her in this heat.
It happens, unfortunately. It's such a funny sport. Like when you actually think about it as a whole, whether it's competing or people trying to learn to surf, it is just one of those sports where you just have to keep showing up. You know, how many times have you had someone learning to surf come to you and be like, oh, like how did you get to where you are? And you just have to be like, you just have to keep surfing. Like sometimes it's the most frustrating thing in the world, but at the end of the day, we all love it, and you keep showing up. And even in competitive surfing, you take these heats and then you just show up. You never know. The next heat we see Annette surfing, she could have a 20-point combo. It's just one of those sports that continuously leaves you guessing sometimes. So, yeah, it's frustrating right now for Annette because we know how much she wanted to take home that trophy. She's got a couple more years in these juniors as well, but good news is Pipe is like next week. So she's got another competition. She's got a whole different, really, I don't know the word I'm looking for is Paul, but just environment to prepare for. And I think it's exciting. It's exciting for Annette and her career at this point in time because she's pretty close to qualifying. She's in the top 7 at this point. So let's see if Annette can get it done.
Bit of a nightmare for the Europeans across the board today. It's not been a great day for the European surfers generally. And that theme will continue here. It will be Isla Huppets through the quarterfinals. Very good value for that as well. And plenty of strings in her bow, showing us what she can do in terms of reading a tricky lineup, delivering high quality surfing in underpowered conditions. We already know she's brought the highlights reel stuff early on with a crazy big turn on a solid wave, and now she's through the quarters with a different kind of confidence and momentum. She's a quiet achiever. She's on a roll here. She will be through the quarterfinals. We'll keep rolling with the action. An all-Japanese affair hitting the water. Akeda taking on Matsuoka. We'll bring in Daiwaka for the call. We'll be right back.
Di mabilang ang bonding na nabuo. Kasama ng tamang tamis sa asim sarap na Magnolia Real Mayonnaise. Magnolia, 100 taon na at hihigit pa.
Sit, roll over. Your fur baby deserves delicious and nutritious treats. Give them Nutri-Chunks. Nutri-Chunks milk sticks or Nutri-Chunks beef sticks. Fortified with essential nutrients. Nutri-Chunks dog treats. Love in every meal.
And into this wave.
Oh my! Deep one for Western away, but she comes out. She comes out. She needs a 10.
Welcome back to the action here from the Philippines. And we'll set up heat 4, the round of 16 for the women. Who's going to quarterfinal from our Japanese pair, Mirai Akeda, taking on Anon Matsuoka. And who better to join me in the booth to break it down than Daiwaka, mate? What do you think of this matchup? Tell us more about these two. Where do their strengths lie? And who, at this stage, are you liking in these conditions to go to quarterfinals?
Wow, there's
lots of questions there, mate.
Lots
Sorry.
of questions, right? But it's a tense heat for me to see these ladies in a round of 16 matching up in this round. So sad to say we have to say goodbye to one of them. But straight up, Anon is up and riding on her backhand. She's known as a powerful surfer on her backhand. She was recently, actually, Mirai and Anon spent quite time together in Hawaii before they came to this Philippines, this event. And then, just like it said, Anon has a powerful, stylish surfing, and Mirai is more like a precise surfing, I would say. And then, yeah, these ladies are really strong and well-known surfers in Japan.
All right, love to see how this matchup's going to play out right now. Here we go. This is Mirai Really nice speed, drivey turn on the rail. And again, up into that lip. Nice vertical stab, makes room off the bottom. And a good spring in there, step, good energy. Just kind of bounding into the turn. Looked for a finish turn that wasn't really there, but she went a long way, and she definitely got the best of these opening couple of minutes.
Good looking wave. It was beautiful checking turn to start with. Nice flow to section, come around. Eyeing for the last section here. Gets the fin out. It's a great time there. Probably she was looking for one more turn in, but a little bit mistimed there. A lot of bumps, and it's hard to just get the finishing turn there, but still beautiful surfing from Mirai. And these ladies live in a different spot in Japan, you know. Wow, it's a great matchup.
She's on the paddle back here, just under 26.5 minutes to go. Let's go hear from Isla Huppets. She's with True.
Thank you, Paul. Isla, that was a pretty stacked heat between you and Annette. You're both incredible surfers, but you got the jump on her in the end.
Yeah, Annette's such an amazing surfer, so I was pretty nervous the whole heat, but glad I got it done.
It's tricky out there. The conditions have been changing throughout the day. There's kind of slow moments. There's moments when there is waves and opportunities. What's your thought process going into that heat, and what was the, I guess, the heat plan?
Well, I watched for quite a bit, and it was like pretty on and off heats, and I kind of was like, there was a lot of waves heat before, so I thought mine was going to be pretty slow, so I was happy to just wait for the right wave to come, and then I think I only stood up on 3, but they were all decent ones, so that was my game plan.
You made them all count. Let's talk about boards as well. I know that you're working really hard on making sure your equipment is getting the best out of yourself and your surfing. What are you riding at the moment, and I guess what's been the magic board?
Well, just on boards, huge shout out to Adam and everyone at the board lab. My boards are feeling so amazing. Today, I rode like the Inferno Youth because it's pretty grovelly out there, but other than that, I've been on the Synergies and I've been really loving all my boards, so yeah.
And as well, coming here to a World Junior Championships, it's obviously a big deal, into the quarterfinals. What does it mean for you to find yourself in what could be a potential finals day?
I mean, yeah, that sounds pretty cool. I made the quarters last year, so I'd definitely be keen to go further.
Let's see it, Isla. Anything you'd like to say to the big family back home that are watching?
Just thanks to everyone at home watching. I'm sure all my family, and including Miller's, at my house at the moment, so thanks for tuning in.
Thanks, Isla. We'll send it back to you guys.
Yeah, job well done for Isla Huppets. Looks absolutely lethal, doesn't she? Quarters last time around. She'll match at least that performance. During the break, this was Anon.
Beautiful surfing from Anon. Throwing a lot of sprays on the first turn and straight into the second. Beautiful third turn as well. She was trying to get one more turn in. Unfortunately, couldn't quite find the momentum there, but beautifully done with Anon. A lot of powerful surfing, lot of waters coming out of the wave, and then beautiful second turn and straight into the third. So beautiful 3-turn combo. Great answer back from Anon.
Really nice. Surfing with authority, finding good sections, pushing pretty hard. We've got a 5, 6, 7 locked in for her for that. Pretty decent number early on, still in their heat. So kind of similar on the high scores, just over a point in it. I think that's a fair reflection. But it's impressive to be able to get that much power and juice out of pretty small kind of conditions. You've got to find those steep bits. She's done that so far. And she's up again here. Anon building up that speed and being patient, getting a nice vert stab on the backhand to finish. Meanwhile, here goes Mirai into the bottom turn, pushing, realizing the waves not really there. She wants priority rather than stick with that. Good call.
Beautiful surfing again from Anon, but in Japan we don't really have this kind of point break surfing, but we do have smaller size waves. So these ladies are really used to this kind of condition. Really love the first more of a check-in turn, just setting up for this last section. It was one of the biggest turns in this heat so far. So it's going to be a great backup for Matsuoka. Put a lot of pressures to Mirai Ikeda. In Mirai's corner, there's now Omura, who is still competing on the QS event, and now is an official coach for Team Japan. We'll be watching her surfing. Beautiful single maneuver from Mirai. Just one single maneuver, but judges are liking those bigger turns, so definitely great job for Mirai.
Yeah, one quick maneuver for her. You saw in the shot that just speeding past on the paddle, and Non was like, all right, give me priority, I'll take it. So Mirai, just that one quick maneuver done. It's not going to be a big number for her, and when she gets in the lineup, it will be a Non who will have control in terms of priority. She's got the high score as well. So far, definitely advantage with the Goofy. She's showing a bit more flow. Just a little bit of a better read. This decision to go on this short wave.
Yeah, it was quick in and out. A beautiful one single maneuver on the last wave. Landed. Stick to landing nicely, so it'll be a good number for Mirai again. Looks like good backup for Non, 4.73. So in about 9 minutes in this heat, 5.67, 4.73 for Non. So it's a great start for Matsuoka.
Well, we know someone is going to quarterfinals from this pair. Still plenty of time left to go in this heat, though. Definitely don't want to start thinking about potential finals date as yet. Just think about the next set. We've got some energy die. That's good news. Out the back here, we see lines marching through. It has been a busier heat with waves compared to the last one. And I definitely think, having watched that, these two have been very aware how slow that heat was, and just thinking, let's not hang around with priority for too long. They'll be a little bit caught inside by a wave which pushes wide, but good to see a bit of a pulse coming through. Both of them being busier, 7 waves ridden already in this.
Yeah, there's a lot of sets coming through in this heat compared to the last one. They served against each other so many times in the past, so they know each other better than anyone in the draw. So it's kind of hard to serve against one of your good friends in the earlier. It's not an earlier round, but it's round of 16. So one of them has to say goodbye to this event.
Yeah, good move on the scoreboard from a Non, just adding a bit of pressure, getting the 4-7-3. All right, here goes Mirai. And a decent looking face to work with, dynamic off the bottom, nice off the top. Good speed, good spring, incomplete for a finish. It's kind of a softer inside anyway, but she would have loved just to stick that. But before that, I thought a really positive response.
Definitely, it was one of the small size waves, but still she found the great looking wall to hit. And unfortunately goes down on the last one, but mistakes we don't really see from Mirai. She's really precise and really smart competitor here. More of a checking turn to start with. Nice turn there, and love this vertical off the top and into this last section. Unfortunately comes on stuck, but beautiful surfing. You can tell that she's got the skill to get the good scores. Beautiful surfing. Love how deep bottom turn straight into the vertical off the top, and then big last section. Unfortunately goes down on that one.
Yeah, 3-7 for her last wave. Might have been a little bit more there if she got the completion. She's still chasing numbers here. 5-9 is the requirement for Mirai. Priority with a Non. She's calm. She's building up good momentum. She's made good choices so far. She'll look for another set wave as well. The backhand against the forehand is favouring the Goofy at the moment.
A little bit of a changing in the strategy for Mirai now. She's paddling towards the upper point, a little bit in creating a space from Non. I'm curious how that's going to turn out in this heat. Non has first priority.
Time ticking away inside, 18 minutes remaining here. An all-Japanese clash in the 4th heat of the round of 16 for the women. And the conditions, they've changed throughout the day. We've got a little more texture from some wind on the face. We do have some sets coming through as well. There are scores available in between for surfers able to generate their own speed. We've been talking about changes in equipment that we've seen throughout the day. Pretty good call to try and do that. Trying to find that speed. Both of these two seem to be able to, no problem at all generating speed in these conditions. Very adept small wave surfers. I have been impressed though in the 3 waves that Anon's ridden with that power that you identified. How she's able to do that in smaller conditions, something's not easy to do. By contrast from Mirai, I think she just needs to combo up a couple of those turns. She's got a lot of flair, doesn't she?
Right.
She's dynamic. Just a couple of stumbles. There's been a couple of moments for her.
Yeah, you know, at this level of competition, you don't really want to be making mistakes on every race, you know. Sometimes you lose your confidence through that mistakes. But this is the World Junior Championships, and they're here for a reason. They are the best in their region, so probably they know how to manage the emotions or how to adapt the condition like this. So hopefully Mirai is going to be on the better looking waves and just put everything together.
Yeah, a little bit more time will just tick away with this priority hold from Anon Matsuoka. She's on the left of your screen, so deeper than her, and a pretty conventional position for the non-priority surfer to go a little deeper, to try and find something further up, maybe a smaller wave. It just hugs the reef a little better. That's what we're looking for. You'll see surfers regularly just checking round and just seeing positioning where they are. Have I drifted? Is the current pulling me one way or the other? Doesn't seem to be a lot out there in terms of the rip today, so surfers nevertheless will definitely just use those markers. Real close to shore, you can see from the drone shot. They're not a long way off the beach at all, so it shouldn't be too tricky with lining up.
There's a quite big, you know, spacing between Anon and Mirai at the moment, so they're definitely going to be some different strategies going on, because before the heat they are sitting in a different spot. They are not talking to each other, so it's fully on. So probably they have the different strategy. It looks like Anon's going to take this one with her first priority.
Yeah, uses it on a good wave. Well, she got the block done, so she stopped Mirai from scoring, but lost the balance.
Right, so that wasn't the thing that we see from Anon often. A little bit of, I wouldn't say it's a mistake, because she was able to block Mirai from that wave, and that wave looked really good. So now Mirai has first priority. Needing a score 5.90 has to be the best, highest score in this heat. So that's a couple big turn has to be done on that wave to get 5.90. Pretty much she needs to get 6. So it's not a small score. Definitely needs to have a decent wave.
Yeah, decent time to get priority back from her. Over 14 minutes still remaining in this heat. Here's Mandeli, Brazil, getting her prep done. Getting ready for her heat against Bella Kenworthy, who was real good in the opening round. She's had a couple of days just kind of watching. She'll be back at the action in about 14 minutes time. Heat number 5 for women's elimination round coming up soon. Mandeli was impressive with her flow through yesterday. She surfed well, showed a bit of grit as well. Let's see how she goes against Bella Kenworthy, who has been a bit of a role, particularly last year, what she's been able to achieve, surfing at the very highest level, and looking like she can definitely hold her own with the very best in the world here. Looking for a world title, that'll be huge for her. Great to see surfers from CT level here in the juniors, looking for the world title, something where your name just becomes eternal, really, on an illustrious list. Some incredible champions, many of whom have gone on to win world titles as well. Our flight cam, we're just taking the scene here at Mona Lisa Point. It's all gone a bit calm at the moment. Not a lot of action out on the water. The situation is our leader, Anon, the Goofy. She's in second priority. It's not a massive margin, but that number of a 5.9, as you mentioned, that Mariah's looking for to try and find that energy in a heat. She hasn't shown it yet. She's going to need to bring us her best. A quality wave, that's half the job done. She just needs to find one of those.
Definitely, you know, her surfing is there because the 4.50 she got on the first wave. That was on one of the smaller size waves. This is important wave for Anon. Quick in and out. So, well, that was a, you know, she pulled the trigger. I think that was a good call because she was under priority and she gets to she can get on the waves, any waves right now. So definitely, and then especially when those waves breaking inside, you don't really know if it's gonna turn into the good waves unless you take off on them. So I reckon it's a great call for her to just get on the waves, any waves.
Yeah, she's going to be speculative here. Why not? Meanwhile, a different approach from Mirai. She's going to have to be patient. Her task, in a way, is relatively simple in terms of in her own mind. She wants a 6. So what's a 6 look like? She's going to need something with a bit of quality. She's going to need a couple of turns. As we see Bella with dad, Jason Kenworthy, making their preparations to go out and deal with these conditions and really shine. Here's some speedy surfing from Anon. Just kind of plugging away. Never really got the chance to tee off on that wave that Mirai showed no interest in at all. And the reason for that, she didn't feel it was worth a 6 or better. I think it was a good call, good decision not to go. Hanging on to that priority still, plenty of time.
It becomes a tense moment when there's no waves coming through the lineup. You know, you have to wait for the wave, and sometimes you get lost in the lineup. Super easy when there's no waves coming. So this is the last wave from Anon, just trying to get rid of the 4.73. You know, the wave didn't have the steeper walls all the way to the inside, but did a couple of turns at the back. Nice slushy turns there, and she is up and riding again.
Yeah, in full flow here goes Anon. Gets a little caught there, but she'll recover it. Will she? No, the wave will go deep and wide. She'll kick out, so she's been busy just staying in motion. Good decision from her. She's got her work done in terms of scoring early on. A bit of a cushion, definitely not insurmountable. Let's get another look.
Floats the section, and a nice turn there. Try to find the steeper section, but unfortunately wave didn't really steep up for her. But just like you said, you know, it's a good idea to just stay busy, you know, getting waves by waves, put a lot of pressures to Mirai Ikeda. So definitely it's a great call from Anon Matsuoka, just staying busy.
Mandeli taking in the scene, getting psyched. Just looking at the lineup, good call with these 10 minutes to go. See exactly what's happened in terms of rhythm. You almost wouldn't mind a quiet one before your heat. That generally tends to think, oh, I might get a pulse. If you saw loads of sets coming through now, that could be ominous. Meanwhile, here we go. Anon again, the goofy on the backhands. Little float for her. She's just going to keep doing that. I think it's a pretty good call. Why not? See if she can find something. Think about that low number, 473. She can bash out a big turn on the backhand. Nice vertical stab in a little double up pocket. That'll be an improvement. The potential's there for it.
We are reaching the high tide mark in about a couple of hours, so probably it's going to be tricky to select the good ones, because if you race down the line, it's so easy to get to the channel. The wave, where you know waves can get really fatter, so it's gonna be tricky to select the right ones, especially on those inside ones.
All right. A picture of calm and focus. She scans that line up, waiting to identify right now. Just managing the thoughts in her head with the situation in mind of what she needs. Really remains unchanged. So all of this surfing that Anon's done in the last 6-7 minutes of this heat hasn't really changed anything. Hasn't moved the scoreboard along at all. But what has happened is time has ticked away, but still plenty of time in terms of hanging with that priority. Crucial to have it right now. You see Mandeli, the Brazilian, should be taking on Bella Kenworthy. And about 8 minutes time making her way down the beach here. It's going to be tough to come up with someone as accomplished as Bella. She's definitely got the skill sets to post scores out here. She's already been able to do that.
Yeah, she seems very relaxed, talking to seems very relaxed and looks very ready for the coming up heat.
7 minutes on the clock now. It's still the priority holds for Mirai. There she is. Good call from her not to really look at anything, not to be sold anything by Anon. But at some stage she needs to ride a wave if she wants to keep surfing for a shot for a World Junior title here. Quarterfinals is the prize available for getting through this heat. Her opponent, Anon Matsuoka, the goofy foot with the power, did work early on. 5, 6, 7 is the highlight from this heat. It was the second wave that Anon rode. You see Bella Kenworthy heading down the beach. And one of those names, when you look at the draw, just coming into the event, big profile, very well known, and was really dynamic in what she's been able to do in terms of progression. Also a bit of a charger as well. It's not looking like that today. It will be just trying to really just find 2 set waves really. Don't need to overcomplicate it. It's kind of basic stuff. We've been going back through competitions from when we really first started out. It's kind of the name of the game. That's what we're looking at here today. There's that calm approach from Mirai. He's had to stay calm for now for a while, and she's just starting to think maybe a bit of anxiety building in her. Where is my wave?
Definitely, a lot of pressures and a lot of doubts building up. She's been waiting for the ones for about 10-15 minutes, but she's just managing her emotions really well. It's really simple. If she gets on the better waves, and she's got the skill set of getting those 5.90, and then she knows it. So definitely that's how she can stay calm, just focusing on her surfing, just think about what she should do on the next wave. Definitely. So she's got the skill. Only thing she needs is just a wave. It's been really quiet. Not many sets rolling through the lineup, so it's a hard moment for 2 of them actually. Anon is in the first place, but I don't think she feels safe at the moment. I just hope one or 2 more sets coming through for these ladies to just showcasing more surfing.
4.5 on the clock here at Mona Lisa Point, heat number 4 for around a 16 for the women. We're looking to send a surfer to our second quarterfinal to take on Isla Huppets. Put on different sort of a clinic really in the previous heat early on, just going mad in the opening round, big wave, crazy turn, 9 points, and then in an ocean, which was sort of tricky. Great reading of it, great way to dial in and be in tune with conditions and getting good numbers. Their momentum and their confidence, they'll be swelled from that performance. And she's sitting and waiting for one of these 2 from above. We'll see these 2 head out to sea. Now that tends to make us think there's something coming. It's got some energy. Here we go, crucial moment for Mirai. She's waited ages with priority. What's she going to do with it? 5.9 the requirement. First turn off the top, overcooks it, just overdoes it. And after waiting all of that time, nightmare stuff from Mirai. Here we go, Anon right behind her though, with some speed and drive. This wave, a touch soft outside, little double up section for her. She narrows up the stance to get the speed and then puts the foot back on the tail block to go up into the lip and do that. So just punches a finish. Nightmare for Mirai. What happened?
Wow, unfortunate for Mirai. She was on the way to the good score, but on the first section, she pushes too much probably. She was just aiming and focusing on the first stand, and that's exactly what you want for the 6-point range. She did great, but Anon had a great goal on this one. Floats the sections, generating so much speed, maintain the speed, stay in the pocket. And here comes that inside section, gets this big last finish. So great job from Anon. This floats over Milai and get into the second turn. She did great job to just stay calm, didn't rush anything in between turns. She was just waiting there for the waves just stand up for her, and this is exactly what she did on the last turn. That was a great combination, great run for Anon Matsuoka.
Yeah, inside 2 minutes now. Priority back with Mirai. Good news from her point of view. No improvement from Anon there. 4.27. So a little under the low score. The scoreboard is as it was. The requirement 5.9. 1:45 on the clock for this woman. Mirai Ihira to fire up here and bring something. But after waiting all of that time, it's understandable. Just your mind just slowing down a bit, and then you get that wave and just overthink it a bit and just force it. Totally forgivable, but not what you want to do in terms of finding that score. We're seeing a little bit of interest shown now. She might get one more opportunity. Let's hope she does, just from the point of view of spectators.
It looks like there's a few sets rolling through, Not really good-looking waves, maybe. Well, really, it's tense moment for really, stressful moment for Mirai.
Final minute here, and if it stays like this, I think she'll look back at a couple of moments in this heat where she's fallen, and these kind of conditions, it's kind of marginal. You don't get afforded the chance to make many mistakes against the surf of the quality of Anon Matsuoka, but here's a chance. She's paddling really hard. That double up bowl just won't let her in. And that'll be frustration from her, and because of that paddle, how vigorous it was, she went for the wave. That means priority will switch over to Anon, and she'll control this now. Final 30 seconds, and Mirai, she's had a bit of a shocker.
Wow, that definitely now Anon has with the first priority. She will be chasing anywhere, Mirai goes. Just she's not gonna let Mirai go on the next set, but looks like there's a few sets coming through. Is there gonna be enough time? No takers on the first one.
Yeah, counting down here, and even on that wave, didn't get a chance to spin and go it and just force Anon to make a decision. Mirai is up after the horn here, and well done to Anon, who used her power game on the backhand early on, took major opportunities, and did well. Get past her friend to get into quarterfinals. Isla Huppets will wait for her in the second quarter. We're all wrapped up for week number 4, the round of 16 for the women. Coming up, Bella Kenworthy of the CT taking on Luara Mandeli from Brazil. More live action from the Philippines real soon.
Di mabilang ang umagang pinasigla, kasama ng Magnolia Pure Fresh Milk at Magnolia Chocolate. Magnolia, 100 taon na at hihigit pa.
Oh my! Deep one for Western Web. She comes out. She comes out. She needs a 10.
Di mabilang ang mabuting asal na itinuro. Sulit sarap sustansya, Magnolia Cheesy. Magnolia, 100 taon na at hihigit pa.
Welcome back to the WSL WJC, as you were calling it, Di. I like that, WJC, presented by Purefoods and Magnolia. Bella Kenworthy out of the United States taking on Laura Mandeli from Brazil. The wind's picked up here the afternoon, and the action is still pouring in thick and fast. Stacey Galbraith in the booth, but Di.
Hey.
I've got to be honest,
Right.
What did I miss? I went and had a little kip.
Well, this condition has been a little bit changed, a little bit slower in the last heat. Not many sets coming through, but once the set coming through the lineup, then, always.
And how was Paul? He was fantastic yesterday. How's he been today?
Fantastic,
Okay.
again. Always.
Had some rough travel to get here, he did, old Paul Evans. Our little matey. He's doing all right.
He's doing great.
He's all right. Got the CT surfer in this heat, the only CT surfer in the draw. We were lucky enough to have Luana Silva in this event last year, and she went on all the way to win, and then went on to get a spot on the tour. Actually, she found out here that Stephanie Gilmore was going to take some bit of a sabbatical, a bit more annual leave, and so then that's where the spot became available.
Right.
And it's cool to see Bella here this year. I mean, what an awesome opportunity it is for Laura to go up against someone of Bella's level.
Definitely, it's a great opportunity to surf up against that CT surfer.
So when are we going to see someone from Japan on the men's side crack it?
Definitely soon.
Where's Hiroto? Where's he at? What number?
Somewhere just out of the qualification line. That's what I know. But definitely, if he does good in these last two events, pipe, then he'll be on the tour. And he is in Hawaii at the moment.
That'd be cool. Obviously, Kanoa's on the tour representing Japan, but as we know, he came obviously, parents from Japan, and he was born in Japan, wasn't he, Kanoa? And then moved to Huntington when he was really young. He's obviously represented the United States for a very long time, and now flipped over to Japan. But there's a lot of guys from Japan that have just been knocking on the door for a very, very long time. Masatoshi Ono got a few wild cards, didn't he? But was never on the tour full time.
Masatoshi Ono was the first generation that actually fall into the QS and trying to qualify for the CT, and he was that close. Definitely he surfed in a couple of CT events back in the days when we had a CT in Japan.
I remember that video. Under the bridge there. And also to the beach breaks.
So it's been a while since Japanese surfers trying to make it to the CT tour, but it's close.
So close. They got lots of big results all around the world in other events, but I know they want to do it on the world tour. We're waiting for this heat to get underway. True Starling down on the glass, take it away.
Thank you, Stace. I'm here down with Anon Matsuoka. Anon, that was a pretty crazy heat between you and Mirai, and to share that with her would have been really special.
I'm happy to be into next round, but Mirai she's a good surfer, and then I know she when I was young, and she's one of my favorite surfer. But it was fun battle with Mirai, and then
As well, the conditions have changed a lot. It feels like it's getting a little bit weaker, but you just managed to identify the good ones out there. Talk to me about, I guess, the lineups, because it feels like the last few days it's changed. So what were you lining up with, and where were you identifying the best waves?
Every day different condition, and then but I focus to watch the good wave and catch the wave. Before into the heat, I talked to my coach, and then there is a inside ball looks really good, so I wanted riding that wave. And then I got that waves, and then happy. But it's so hard. It's a little slow at the end of heat, and
Anon, you're into the quarterfinals, which is amazing. A big congratulations. Is there anything you'd like to say to friends, family, fans, anyone supporting you at home in Japan?
ライブで応援してくれてる皆さんありがとうございます。ラウンドオブ16勝てて次クォーターに行くことができたので、もうすごく調子がいいので、このボードとこのラユニオンで自分のサーフィンを思い切り発揮して次もラウンドアップできるように頑張ります。応援よろしくお願いします。
Thank you, Anon. We'll send it back to you, Stace and Di.
Great interview. Thanks, True. Thanks, Anon. Great English there.
Great English there.
How hard is it to learn English coming from Japan? Because I can tell you right now, coming from Australia, learning Japanese is real hard.
I think Japanese is one of the hardest languages.
It's very hard. But it feels like it doesn't have a lot of words, if that makes sense. I feel like a lot of similar. But then again, I'm just coming back to my grade 5, 6, and 7 of learning it at school, and maybe that was only the entry level. But I do remember finding it very challenging.
It is challenging, but for us, it's challenging to learn English.
Yeah, I bet. Well, English, that's right. English has so many different words that mean the same thing.
Right. True.
So many of the same words that mean the same thing, but spelt the same, I should say, or spelt differently, but mean completely different things. But very complex language. I can't even explain it. It's that complex. That's Paul's job. He's the linguist. Out the back, Bella Kenworthy. Up and riding, keeping her flow down the line. Unfortunately, that wave is not offering a lot of steep face there.
Not a big, exchange between Brett and Bella and Laura. on the last waves, the waves didn't really steep up for them, so they need to get back out and probably just reset, regroup.
So how did you end up having an interest in English? Was it just through surfing, or did you have anyone speaking English at home, like a sibling or mum or dad, or anyone that was traveling a lot, or where did that come from?
Oh, come from surfing. That's all,
surfing.
Just traveling around the world.
Yeah.
And yeah, we need English to communicate
for sure.
in the surfing world.
Yeah, well, according to the rule book, it is the official language. If you're at an event, the commentators, 95% of the time, it's English all day. And when you start traveling to places like Brazil and Japan, you will notice that obviously it's the other way around, but for most part, you do hear a lot of English over the speakers, just by way of, going to all these different countries, South Africa, Australia, America, and parts of, obviously the UK and lots of good events up that way. So, yeah, it's I do respect it highly, though. I look at people like Samuel and Miguel Pupo. They actually came to Australia as well when they were younger, spent some time in Sydney.
Right.
Yeah, and they learn English and surfing, more coaching and surfing down there, and then and going to school as well. So yeah, I mean, they both speak perfect English. It's amazing from such a young age. Speaking of Brazil, Laura Mandelli up and riding. Nice finish on that wave there. She found the flow really nice on that wave, and then Bella Kenworthy behind. It's just a matter of finding those little power pockets. Then there's one there. Nice turn there from Kenworthy up in the lip. And she gets a steep finish there. Nice little drift to the fins right in front of Laura's face. It's got to feel nice, Di.
Wow. Staying busy, that's a good idea and a great combination from Bella. Racing down the line, beautiful off the top. And again, there's a finishing down. A little bit of fin release there. So great combination from Bella Kimberley, just showcasing the high level of surfing.
Yeah, absolutely. And getting back to Japanese surfers, obviously on the women's side, we've seen Amuro Suzuki with some success on the World Tour and at the Olympics.
And the Olympics.
Bronze medal at home?
Yes,
yeah.
Bronze medal. And then world champ in the World Junior Championships.
And the World Junior Championships, that's right, yeah. As we see here, replay of Laura's ride. Nice swooping turn there. Pretty small wave. She's doing well to keep her board moving down the line. And a nice snap there to finish. So she's riding a JS yesterday, and I think that she is on another one today, and I reckon she's on the same tech that Lennox Smith was riding this morning.
Is that a carbon surfboard?
That's right, yeah.
It's a great day to have a carbon surfboard under your feet. Definitely it works really well. If you push it, it drives so much speed. So definitely this is the kind of condition that you need, this carbon surfboard.
Nice finish there. Obviously having to work pretty hard to get the board going. It was a 3.5 for her second wave, which was her first sort of score of any substance on the board. And then Bella Kenworthy was able to just get sections that were a little bit steeper, let her deal with the wave a bit better. Didn't have to work as hard to keep the momentum going down the line. 5.5 there for Bella. Should be stoked with that.
Definitely, condition like this, if you get 5.5, that is a keeper definitely, and you build up the confidence through that point as well. So 5.50 feels like it's a 7 point ride.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. In conditions that are somewhat deteriorating, I think that you'll take a 5.5 and be pretty stoked with that. As we see Bella moving up the beach there a little bit. There has been some waves up the top of the point throughout the day, especially compared to the start of the day where the crew were kind of a bit more up the top. Now they're with the afternoon tide sort of filling in, it has come like way down to that end section. Where Isla Huppets and Annette Gonzalez was sitting was way off the end, but that's where the best waves were, so they'd identified that. But you see Bella trying to create a bit of space here with second priority, go a bit further up the point. See if she can put a bit more of a score on in her second tally and then put a bit more pressure on Laura.
I think it's a good idea for Bella to just paddle up a point because the tide is pushing in, right? In a couple of hours, we're reaching the high tide mark. And then as the water push in, so easy to get to the further section, So easy to get to this channel. So it's a good idea to just take off deep, race down the line, and then get into this inside section. So.
Lots of fun activations out on the town. Lots of fun things to do. Sierra Kerr warming up there in the athlete zone. She's got Josh Kerr, obviously her father, a World Championship Tour big wave event winner, as well as multiple finalists and multiple top 10 finishes on the World Tour in his time. One of the most exciting surfers of his generation. It's no surprise to see Sierra following in his footsteps. Better golfer though. I think Sierra taught Josh everything he knows about golf. But yeah, she's been looking sharp, and I know that Josh is super proud of watching his young daughter do her thing. She's had a couple of bit of a health, not feeling a bit under the weather to start the week this week, so hopefully she's feeling a bit better now and is able to kind of get out there and surf nice and free.
Definitely, it's always great to have your mentor father with you, just traveling around the world.
Great jet ski partner.
Right, that's right. And then, Josh Carr is still competing.
Yeah.
I mean, last year.
Yeah, that's right.
He was competing. And then he was on the CS event a couple of times.
Yep. As we see Bella Kenworthy up and riding now. Nice snap out of the top. She's identified another great wave here with some great sections to work with. She's got 3 nice turns in a row here. She surfs this one off into the sunset. She'll be hoping to get one more in. And that's a great ride there. She's done well to surf that wave. There's Laura just in and out. No love on that wave, so she'll get back out the back and reposition herself.
Wow, definitely it was a great surfing from Bella. She just paddled up the point. She got that wave, one of the better wave, and then she got the couple of turns down at the back. So definitely great combination. And I like how she's just staying super busy in this heat.
Yeah. So I think you can kind of afford to do when the conditions get a little bit like this. I think early this morning, we saw Lennox Smith waiting a lot. Winter Vincent was pretty patient, and a few of the guys able to identify those bigger set waves and not ride too many. It seemed to be paying off. Whereas this afternoon, with the waves the way they are, I think you've got to roll the dice a bit and then make the best of what you can.
Definitely, roll the dice. Got to be the key point in this kind of condition. She did exactly what she needs to on that wave. She just hit the section every time and no downtime in between, and all the way to the inside. It's a beautiful surfing from Bella Kenworthy. It's going to be good number.
Yeah, it's going to be a good score. You probably think it's going to be the best wave of the heat at this point. She's going to put herself in a pretty commanding position over Laura Mandelli from Brazil.
Now Laura has fast priority. There's still 15 minutes left, plenty of time left to get 2 more waves. Rolla has only 3.50. Probably needs to get into this 4-point range, 5-point range to build up some confidence back.
Yeah, exactly. You just want to not let the heat get too far away from you. Obviously, the requirement at the moment at 8.17, I don't think we've seen a score like that for a long time now, so I think she'll look to try to chip away and do that in 2 waves. Yeah, you just want to join the heat, even if you can get yourself, a 4.55 on the board, and then just start to get yourself in a bit more of a rhythm and not lose concentration.
Definitely. And sometimes, when you in the heat and you need a bigger requirement, you kind of focusing on getting one wave and trying to get the requirement, but sometimes you gotta just surf and building up the confidence, and that's exactly what she's doing now on that wave.
Nice carve there. This wave looks like it's got a nice section down the line for her to deal with. Snapping in the lip. And that'll be the end of that wave there. So we'll see what the judges make of that wave. Certainly didn't have the length of ride or the same amount of sections as Bella, so I don't think they'll go too crazy. Her last ride being a 6.17, the best score of the heat. Bella's built nicely into this heat. There's no real surprise when you see someone that's been competing on the Challenger Series and then the World Tour. It's kind of like economy class versus premium economy versus first class. Every tour is just that much better than the one behind it, and Bella being on the tour, that's the premium. That's the first class ride. That's where you learn the most. The waves are the hardest to surf. The waves are also the best. You're also surfing against competitors that might be, twice your age and twice as experienced. You just learn so much. So it's good to see Bella in this event, and I'm sure Laura's relishing in the opportunity to surf against her. What did you like against this? About this wave dive?
Well, she managed to get the 2 turns in, and definitely it'll be her best score. So she's gonna be back in the game again, building some confidence back. But on the screen we have Bella up and riding all the way to the inside. So we are not too sure. We missed the first bit of the wave. Still, she's surfing all the way to the inside. So definitely there's some damage at the back on that wave. And she's gonna trying to get rid of the 5-5-0 to create more space to Rora.
There we go, Laura out the back now. She's found a nice roll in. Again, this wave is looking like it could have some good opportunity down the line. We'll see what she can make of it. Nice carving slash out the top there. This section's begging for it. Bang. And another 2-turn combo there from Laura. Her last wave was a 4.07, so she is starting to chip away at that requirement.
I think she's on the right way, She's doing great. Now, similar approach compared to the last wave, but definitely I reckon it's a better looking wave and better looking maneuvers. So it'll be another similar scores to a 4.07.
If she can get, like you said, keep chipping away at that, bring that requirement down, get it to a bit more of a realistic number for today's conditions. It's just do what you've got to do to get it done. Bella didn't improve on her last wave. It was a 4.63. She rode the wave for a long time, so she's way down the point here, but here's a replay dive.
A nice first turn, and she wanted to come around the section, but gets to the point where the inside double up walking and trying to get one more turn and all the way surfing all the way to the inside and gets the finishing time, but definitely she didn't have the moment that where she could just hit the section really vertical compared to the last 6-point ride and 5-point ride. So that's why she got the 4.63, but beautiful combination from Bella.
We're going to throw it down to True Starling on the sideline, who's with Purefoods. True, what's going on down there? Some ice cream maybe?
Hey, Stace, I wish it was ice cream. It's actually quite hot down here, but I'm in the Purefoods zone and I'm feeling like something a little bit more substantial. There's hot dogs, burgers, some skewers. I actually saw you eating a hot dog yesterday, Stace, and it looked really good. So there's so much going on. We've got beanbags to chill out on. I actually think there's a cheeky little DJ set over there as well, which we might get a little insight into later today or maybe for finals day at some point. But it was a little bit slow with waves. I can see the ocean's gone a bit flat, so I was like, why not bring us down here? There's so much going on the beach. We've got a couple more heats left this afternoon, so if you're around and Mona Lisa, come down, enjoy the women's. We've got a CT surfer out there now as well. She's showing us all how it's done, isn't she?
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, I whacked a hot dog today as well. Fantastic. Tomato sauce, bit of mustard. Thanks for coming.
I was actually even thinking about going over to that little drop machine thing that they have there as well in the Magnolia zone.
Yeah. Have a go. Why don't we do it live on TV right now? Go. Let's go.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
All right.
Let's see how it goes.
It
I'll give it I don't know. They still have to set it up.
No, it only takes not too long. There's no sets coming.
I'm going to have to line it up.
Yeah, here we go.
Can I have a go, please?
This is great.
Stace,
yes.
You've set me up for failure here, I
No,
think.
you're going to do great.
Can I have a go, please?
So this is like a F1 testing simulation where you kind of looks really simple, but it's quite hard because you can't actually see.
I'm not stoked with you
what's
right
going,
now.
what's actually going on.
And I know you've done it yesterday.
I'm going to put my mic down, so I'm out.
What was that? Yep. All right, let's go. Let's see it, True. No pressure. Still slow out in the water out there, so we're going to keep a close eye on True Starling. Oh, it's one. I think there's eight drops. Oh, 0-2. Come on, Truesy. 2 hands. There it is. 2 hands for beginners. Oh, nice. That'll do. I feel like they're nunchucks. They're kind of scary. Nice. Bang. Beautiful. Well done. Round of applause.
Nice.
I'm never doing that again.
Well done, True.
Thank you, Stace.
Thanks for your efforts.
Di.
Enjoy the hot dog. Yeah, your boy went 8 from 8 yesterday.
I gotta try it out today or tomorrow. That looks fun.
Good timing here. We willed this wave in. Laura Mandelli up and riding. Finding much joy in that wave. Nice connection there from Bella Kenworthy. She didn't really have to pump through the middle of that wave, which is going to be a key indication for the judges that she's carrying some nice board speed. I would, you know, you don't really see Bella surfing waves like this too much on the World Tour. Obviously, the quality of the locations around the world, you know, places like Bells Beach and stuff like that, generally generating your own speed. Whereas you come to this location, you see the work rate of all the surfers, men and women. And it's a part of your skill set. You have to be able to surf small waves good. It's not always pumping.
Right.
And I would say for both the surfers here that, particularly Bella, she's had to work really hard. So I think even just for her, that wave there, to not have the pumping in between the turns would have felt really nice and just a bit more professional, a bit more what she's used to. You know, she doesn't want to be taking a step back. She doesn't want to be going back to the NSSA. She wants to win a World Junior title and get back on the tour and start taking some names. And you just see on the World Tour, even in smaller waves, how, you know, Stephanie Gilmore and Carissa Moore, they just are just so fluid and flowing, even when the waves are small. And I really like this wave here at Bella. This is much more like the Bella Kenworthy we're used to seeing. Great combination of major manoeuvres dive.
Definitely beautiful surfing. You know, this wave had a more flair in it, you know, a lot more steeper section to actually hit. Beautiful turns there, and I love the carving turn. After this, throw it more like a carving slashy turn, but throwing a lot of sprays into the vertical off the top to finish off. But like you said, you know, on the CT tour, they surf at the best of the best. But I think you don't have to, you know, practice surfing smaller waves to be good at small waves.
Yes, yes.
You know, all the Hawaiians, they surf bigger waves, but they surf so good on the smaller waves.
Yeah, exactly. Or if you know, you say someone like John, he grew up obviously on the North Shore of Hawaii, who's amazing at all those waves there, but later in his career, that's where he put in the time. You know, he used to wait for snapper to get really small to spend time there,
right.
You know, to hone that and just to get, you know, 5% better. You know, like you said, they're already really talented and they know what they're doing. They can do all the airs and the carves and everything like that. But there are those small differences, and you see the really, really elite small wave surfers like Philippe Toledo, or even Ethan Ewing. Ethan Ewing, if it's 2 foot or 20 foot, he still looks exactly the same.
Right.
Heaps of speed, heaps of control, knows where the power in the wave is, never looking for the power. And I think that last wave there at Bella Kenworthy, she was just perfect in the pocket every time from rail to rail, no flat hopping at all, and it shows in the score. You know, none of the turns that she did was something that she's never had to do before. It was more the flow and the connection and the whole thing, and a 7.83 bordering on an excellent score there. So that's left Laura Mandelli chasing a 9.3. Nice turn off the top there. And a much bigger requirement now, so Laura's really going to have to start fighting hard. You know, the fours won't cut it anymore. She's really going to have to start to get up in that 6-7 zone if she really wants to chip away at this heat.
Right, you don't really want to be trying to get the 9.03 on the one wave, but time is ticking. You know, it's 5 minutes left on the clock, and 9 points right is really, really high, you know, requirement in this condition. But just like you said, when the steep section comes up, you don't really want to be moving your surfboard a lot. You gotta stay in the pocket, just wait and just engage the rail and drive through the bottom turn and just hit the section really hard.
Yeah,
that's exactly what it was doing, and then showcasing her skill set.
Have you got a favourite from the men's that's showcased that today?
Winter Vincent.
Yes.
You know?
My favourite's been Rickson.
Right.
From Brazil. Just
that was a great hit.
No pumping, all drive, you know, like, and it's such a hard thing to do because into small waves, you know, your heart rate's up, the energy's up, you want to get going, but it can actually like take away from your performance. You know, sometimes it can leave your board sort of out of timing, and yeah, it's always really clear when someone has a great relationship with their board and small waves, because they make it look like you want to wax up your own board and go and surf.
Right.
They make it look so fun. When really we know days like this it can be a lot more challenging than it looks. So yeah, we've seen some really good displays of small wave surfing today, and yeah, like we've said all day, if you want to make it on the World Tour, you do have to have it all. You know, you won't really surf conditions like this too often, but I've seen days where Winky Pop looks not too different to this at Bells Beach. You know, it's not always 10 foot and offshore.
You know, even on the Challenger Series event, there is sometimes the time that you have to surf the smaller waves.
Yeah, for sure.
Looking back in the 2025 season, there was some stage in Portugal. Ericeira, there was smaller days.
Even Newcastle, there was a few small days. I think about when Ethan Ewing won Bells, it wasn't very big.
Right.
He surfed against Ryan Callanan at 2 foot Winky Pop. You know, so yeah, you have to have it all for sure.
Definitely. very important wave for Laura, needing a big score.
Under priority too, so she's got a bit of extra freedom on this wave. She got this wave just by positioning herself a little bit wider of Bella. Really nice opening turn, but unfortunately unable to secure any more major turns down the line, which is a bit of a bummer because the first turn was really nice.
Definitely really nice and powerful carving turn from Lola, but definitely need to have that kind of, you know, turns, 2 more probably to get the 9-point ride. I mean, the time is winding down, 2 minutes and 20 seconds left, so there's not much time left. Hopefully there's gonna be another set coming through. It was actually not a smaller size waves, one of the medium set, and loved the first down, like you said, a lot of power in it, a lot of flares in it, and but definitely she needed to have one more turn. But beautiful technique from Lola, just pushing the tail really hard to, you know, to be able to throw a lot of sprays. Beautiful read on this wave. Unfortunately, you know, couldn't really ride out of it. She's up and riding again.
Riding again now. She's going to need to keep this board moving down the line as she does. Let's see, that section at the start had a lot of foam in it, so she did well to get through it and find another bit of wave to work with down the line. Massive Larry to finish. Nice, strong finishing turn. See what the judges make of that ride with just under 90 seconds left on the clock. It has been all Bella Kenworthy this heat from the get-go. 5-5 to start, 6-1-7 into a 7-8-3. Laura Mandeli's been fighting hard, Di. This will be one of her better waves.
Definitely, you know, she had a moment in the end that's more vertical turn right here. There was a big turn, a lot of power, a lot of risks in that wave. But this is a replay of last Bella.
Bella just trying to get in a couple extra waves before the heat's over. Why not? She's in a pretty commanding position here. I think she'll just be looking to having a good time, keep feeling out her equipment and get ready for what could be a big finals day coming up in the very near future. 30 seconds left on the clock.
This is going to be more of a victory lap, probably.
Great surf heat there from the World Tour competitor, Bella Kenworthy. Had a great first year on the tour. She had the, I believe, I'm going to get Jessie Starling, the statistician, to correct me here, but I believe she had the benefit of re-qualifying but not making the cut. So I actually think that's like a dream result. As a rookie, you can kind of go away and make sure that you've got it together. You know you've had some great moments, but consistency may be an issue. And so you get some time to work on that, get better at your surf, and come here, win a World Junior title. Why not? And start the year strong, and that's what she's done so far. She moves on through to the quarterfinals. There's your official score sheet there. Bella Kenworthy taking it out over Brazil's Lara Mandeli. We are going to take a very short break here and next bring up heat number 6 of the round of 16 at the WSL WJC, presented by Purefoods and Magnolia. Do not go anywhere. Heat 6 coming right up.
Start right, grow right. For my 4-legged bundles of joy, Nutri-Chunks. High-protein puppy dog food with active boost, prebiotics, and goodness of real meat. Fortified with essential nutrients. Nutri-Chunks for puppies. Love in every meal.
Di mabilang ang umagang pinasigla. Kasama ng Magnolia Pure Fresh Milk at Magnolia Chocolate. Magnolia, 100 taon na at hihigit pa.
Welcome back to Mona Lisa Point. Well, thanks for joining us. If you've joined us all day, it's been a great day of action and another stacked heat. Reed Van Wagner taking on Sierra Kerr, USA v Australia. This is heat number 6 of the round of 16 of the WSL World Junior Championships, presented by Magnolia and Purefoods. We We've seen some red hot action all day. Yeah, there's been some slow heats. Yes, there's been some cutbacks, but then amongst all of that, there has been some pretty fun double ups and some pretty fun waves. Definitely worth tagging. And we've got to see a full repertoire from a lot of our surfers here. Who's got their small wave act together? Who doesn't? It's an important question, Jesse Starling, and we will get to the bottom of it by the event's end. My name is Stace Galbraith. Thanks for tuning in. Reed Van Wagner getting us underway here from the outside. Sierra Kerr opting to let this wave go. Time will tell whether that's the right decision or not. Reed had a bit of a wobbly start. Came good in her repechage heat yesterday. And here we'll see her again. Similar path for Sierra Kerr, actually.
Yeah, saw these two in the opening round together.
That's right.
Actually, so they had, unfortunately, the powerful force of Isla Huppets in that opening round. Both sent to the elimination round. Rematch again in the round of 16 between these two ladies. So I'm excited. Really, really different surfers. Obviously, Reed, very powerful, that goofy footer stature, really strong surfer. Sierra, that little bit more lightweight, more twitchy, definitely has that air game. She's that 4-time stab high champion. But Reed, yeah, pretty solid start here. She's already surfed. Maybe she hasn't. Maybe I'm getting my days all merging into one. But this wave here through the inside, can see just making something out of nothing.
No, you're right. There was a few heats this morning from yesterday that we didn't finish, but I don't think she was in one.
I don't think she.
No, she wasn't. But it's a fair call.
Yeah.
You haven't completely lost your marbles.
Just almost.
Just almost.
Just almost.
Yeah.
No, I like it though. I mean, it's a pretty small
Losing your
wave.
marbles?
Yeah, it's really fun. You should try it sometime.
That's mate. You're getting my slipstream, bro. True Starling on the glass. What's cooking?
Thank you, Stace. Yeah, it feels like I'm back here again with Bella. I mean, you've had a great year already, but in this event, in regards to the World Junior Championships, into the corners, another tick.
Yeah, super happy to make that one. The waves were super tricky, but happy I got a few.
It's tough out there, and when we're talking about conditions like this, it obviously is a completely different mindset, a different approach in these waves. What's one thing that kind of helps you get through heats when it is so small and slow?
Yeah, I was kind of just thinking ride as many waves as possible and hope like if I caught a bunch of waves, one wave would like end up giving me a couple sections. So yeah, that was kind of my game plan.
And you've had a few months off in regards to, you know, from one event or the last event on the CT to this one, to the next one starting in April. What's been the most fun that you've had in regards to that season off, I guess?
Yeah, it's been super nice to take a break from competing. I've just gone on a bunch of surf trips and just had a lot of fun. But it's definitely nice to be back in the jersey. I missed it, so happy to be here.
And obviously the World Junior Championships is such a big deal. To be able to be a World Junior champion is huge and such an honour as well. How much does it mean to you if you were to have that your name on that title list?
Yeah, it would definitely mean a lot. I feel like it's a very big accomplishment to be a World Junior champ. My goal was to kind of just come here and like get back in the jersey and like compete again, but I mean taking a win would be like amazing, so yeah.
Still competitive, still want to win. Bella, is there anything you like to say to anyone at home?
Just thanks everyone that stayed up and watched. Love you guys.
Thank you so much. We'll send it back to you, Jesse and Stace.
Thank you, True. Thanks, Bella. Yeah, it's
a long time off.
Yeah, it's a really long time off, but I think you just, I don't know, I know she's only still super young, but you would go back to just complete grom mode. Surf trips. You'd be stoked.
God, yeah.
So, yeah, I think you'd make the most of it. But, yeah, you do need to keep sharp, you know, and this is a great place to keep sharp. You know, she's surfing against the world's best 20 and under females, and it's a great place to see sort of where you're at as we see one of the very best up and riding right here, Sierra Kerr. Beautiful snap out of the lip there. Did well to keep the board going down the line. Again, another surfer riding JS is here, and they've looked pretty red hot all day.
Well, the World Junior title was won on that model last year.
Yeah, well, why not keep the ball rolling?
You ever surfed one of those JS models?
I have, yeah, loved it.
Yeah?
I surfed it at South Stratty and Snapper and absolutely loved it. That exact construction. Not a swallowtail, though. Do love a swallowtail.
Love a swallowtail. I noticed that Sierra, she rides the glass Felipe's in there too, maybe to make the board a little bit heavier.
I guess, yeah, you know, your boy Joel, he loves glass fins.
Yep. I love glass fins. It's all I
yeah,
ride.
I'm more interested in like the shape of the fin, and I think when you're riding like a wider board, riding a fin with a bit more of that kind of rake in it, which the Felipe fin sort of does have compared to say a Mick fin, it's going to help for sure. I would never do that, just for the record. What about you? That little fan thing that just went, yeah.
I'm not going to lie.
You'd do
I
it.
was getting so distracted.
I thought he was stalling. I thought he was going to plummet into the ocean.
I was going, you were talking about fins, I'm going, This is bad. This is bad. I thought he was going to go down too.
Going to clean up Riz's drone.
No, I would never do that either, personally.
Nah, not stoked on
Yeah,
that.
no.
Nah. But whatever.
Yeah.
Everyone, have your fun. Not for me.
No, I agree.
I'll go surfing. Thank you. Sierra Kerr up and
Absolutely.
riding, and the boards here, they're definitely, you can see people reaching for these different types of constructions today, and with good reason. Super zappy, super whippy, keeping that momentum going down the line. And nothing too crazy coming out of the board on that wave or out of the wave itself from Sierra. A 3.5 for Reed, a 4.5 for Sierra, and then a score to come.
You know what? You give the Quiver a good run for the money this week.
Yeah.
Thinking about that opening round, there were some big, heavy sections. Probably could have gone a step up on that first day in the afternoon.
Yep.
And then now you've got your epoxy small wave board out there.
Yeah.
So you're really testing everything, and it'd probably help you find the little nooks and crannies that need refining in your boards as well. But Sierra looking sharp.
Yeah, big time.
On this JS. It's that kind of combo of board. I've never been on one, but I've always been really curious by that model. But she's looking nice again. Like, it's a really small wave, but these ladies, they're pushing each other because they're making something out of nothing because they know the strength of their competitor in the water. So Sierra obviously has this global name, this global recognition. Unfortunately had a bit of a year that she's had health issues. So it's nice to see her back in full form here.
Yeah, for sure. It's it's cool to see her competing and enjoying it. It's nothing worse than not being at your best, and it's good to see her out in the water and having a good time.
Now, I heard you went 8 for 8 on the F1 testing machine yesterday.
I did. I went 8 from 8, yeah.
Yeah, I heard True did the same too.
Yeah, she did great.
Yeah, pretty impressive. I'm actually quite bad at those like fast twitch things.
You're bad at them?
Yeah, not great.
Yeah.
Love to work on them.
My missus is real good at them, and she's better than me. And it really shits me to tears.
That's the best thing I've heard.
You know the one, the dot one? You go...
Yes!
Yeah, we go to time zone with the kids, and she canes me. Yeah, and it really, really grinds my gears down. No, good on her. Well done, babe. Miss you, love you. Hello to the kids home. They're probably tuning in. Big Sierra Kerr fans.
Oh, epic.
It's evening at home. Probably all hell's breaking loose at dinner time. I'm working hard out here though. And Sierra Kerr is too, getting the wave count up, a 5.17 on that last one.
Yeah, 5.17. Wow, small. Really did surf that wave up, wasn't it?
Yeah, she did. That was cool. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't expecting to go that high, but now when I think about it, it was 3 pretty nice turns in quick succession, so you take that. And it's just one of those days where if you're doing this, you kind of, you win the first exchange by a point, only small scores, and then you get the next one in, and now it's back to Reed. If she doesn't really kind of throw a hat in the ring here, I know there's 20 minutes left on the clock, but it's been a real momentum day as we see Sierra here going to the lip. Probably just would have liked a kilometre or two more speed there to get that board around, but that's all right. Good to see the intention, because I think Sierra more than anyone knows when she paddles out that people are expecting it. And she's obviously a traditional surfing, does a lot of talking as well, and she's obviously great on the rail, but I think that she would like to go to the air more. We've seen her in the wave
100%.
pool events, which she's obviously been, won, I think 4 times is the number, a couple of juniors and a couple of open titles. She's obviously got the the consistency there. We see the clips on Instagram, the backflips, the different grabs, all that stuff, and I wouldn't say this is the greatest air ramp in the world, but it definitely has some fun little sections, and she's a surfer that could definitely exploit that. And I'd love to see her perform to that level, because I'd love the judges to have the opportunity to kind of set the bar for everyone else.
Took the words out of my mouth. We haven't really seen... We've got this exceptionally talented crop of young men and women, and with the likes of Bronson Mady last year, obviously the bar was set at this wave. We haven't really seen that much of it this year. We've seen... Obviously, it's been a little bit smaller today, but with the talent of the juniors that we have, probably more airs could be thrown in the ring. I obviously can't back that because I'm not doing the talented airs that these guys are doing. But what I've been told is, what I've been trying to learn and understand a little bit more, and it's a big reason why Sierra's leading the charge in airs for females, is her ability to do it in small waves because of how hard it is to do it in small waves.
Totally, yeah. And getting back to equipment, it's just so important to have that that's driving you down the line and get you to where you want to go. And she's obviously one of the best, if not the best, in the world right now for the female side of things doing these airs. So yeah, it's like you hear Dane Henry talk about it a lot. Doing it in a jersey feels really good.
Yeah,
You know, there's
oh my
that extra.
God,
You know,
yeah.
Julian Wilson used to talk about it a lot as well. He truly believed that he did his best airs in jerseys. I think Instagram would probably argue otherwise. But it's just that feeling that you get from putting it on and performing under pressure. You know, it is a good feeling. And you think about some of the stuff that Julian's done in a jersey, and he's also done some crazy stuff out of a jersey as well. But it is, it's like you're not doing it for anyone else other than yourself. And it's a real achievement.
I really think Julian set a trend last year with like a big, lofty straight air in
big
competition
time.
because
Yep.
people just started pulling them out of the bag in a jersey, left, right, and centre after that massive one at Burleigh that he did.
Big time.
And then it just continued, not just through this championship tour, but through to the Challenger Series, back through the qualifying series. Let's see it in the juniors because honestly, there's that straight airs are sick.
Yeah,
They're
big time.
so fun to watch.
Yep, and technically it can be just as hard as a rotating air, just because you have to stop your board from spinning. You have to stop your body from spinning, and so that's why the judges really rewarded that air of Julian, and they'll reward an air anywhere in the world. A big styled straight air is you know, at times can be just as difficult as a spin, you know, depending on what the other surfer's doing in your heat, because you know, people like Filipe Toledo, unfortunately, we've kind of become numb to his psychotic airs because he does them all the time.
Same
which is
as
it's sort of,
Italo.
it's like his
Yeah.
downfall in a way, you know. But if you can have a point of difference to that, why not? You know, it's something that you should. Everyone's thinking it. You know, how can I look different to my competitor? And Julian's certainly always been the master of that.
It's all about that. You know what? I was having a real deep dive think about it the other day, and I was like, it really is just, it's all about creativity and setting yourself apart from someone else. And I actually call it, it's a really random analogy, but I call it finding your rats. There's a brand called Subi, and they had this runway back in the day, and they were this cool denim jean brand, and then they had a runway and they unleashed all these rats onto the runway, and it got publicity everywhere. So everyone just needs to find their rats.
Everyone needs to rip up their jeans and get back to Oxford Street.
I've been loving what's my rats at the moment?
100%. Yeah. What's your moment?
Yeah, and like these guys will be thinking with their surfing as well. What is separating them from the rest of the field? Right now, I'd say power separating Reed from Sierra. But with the talent of Sierra, you're going to have to almost outcompete her as well.
Yeah, and I think too, they're the coolest matchups that you see, and they're the ones that spark the most conversation because it's so, you know, crazy difference of opinions. It's like, well, this person did their best surfing and this person did their best surfing. They're two completely different things. You know, who should win? And that's why we're down here and they're up there. But they're the battles that you want to see. And I getting back to it, I think Sierra's done a lot of her best sort of event wins on the rail, which is great. She's got the trophies in the cabinet, but I still think that, deep down, just like personally, she would love to, you know, and I don't know if she'll do it here at this event or the next event or whenever it may come, but I know she's got, it's a massive compliment. I think she's got a lot more to give, you know, and there's obviously different factors to that too. I know she's finding her feet again after having a bit of a slow year and things like that, but yeah, she's definitely got the skill set and the desire. And with a heat like this where she's got a bit of a start over a competitor, I think this is where you will start to see her take a few more risks if she can find those opportunities.
So that little side alley I took you down?
Loved
for
it.
a moment there.
That was great.
Yeah.
I was just back in Sydney.
No, it's cool. It's cool to see, and I think it'll.
You know, they're Australian.
Yeah, they're sick. I want
They're
a
kind
pair.
of back, but they're not new owners though, so kind of, you know.
Yeah, they're really cool. Actually, they're really cool.
Couple studs,
some cool designs on the back
Low-
of the jeans
low
as well.
waist,
Yep.
yep.
Bit of a fringe on the bottom of the jean too.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's cool.
Yep.
It's really cool, and I've been learning about it too. But I feel like this is what we're going to see. And I feel like if you want to be at that best level, probably all of those best surfers have asked themselves that same thing. And the guys who are doing exceptionally well and have that little bit of separation, it really does come down to that individuality. You know, you think about Ethan, you immediately align him with rail surfing.
Totally. Yep. That's his brand. That's his thing, and he's the absolute number one.
Couple local brands down the beach. There's some really cool handmade jewelry going on down there. There's some tie-dye bags. Just going to put it out there for maybe a gift for someone's children.
Yep, thank you very much.
You're
yep,
welcome.
I've been eyeing off those bracelets and necklaces for sure.
I've been having a look as well.
Have you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Been saying, maybe that'll be nice for Stacey's kids.
Oh, sweetheart. Yeah, sure. Well, it's always good to go home with a few, little trinkets.
Little prezzies.
Couple prezzies. Rather than just grabbing it at the airport. supporting the locals. Outside, Reed, take a look at this wave. She's got a bit of a bubble that she needs to get over. She's done that with no worries there. Comes off the bottom. Nice turn in the lip. Timing looked really good on that section from the drone angle. And she needs a 6.17 at this stage. She hasn't been able to better the 3.5 after a couple of attempts. A little redirection there off the foam. And we'll wait and see what the judges think of that wave. But from that angle, it certainly looked like one of her better rides.
It'd be cool to see from that front on, because I agree that first turn looked really nice and spicy. Just want to see what that damage looks like from front on, because that's what the judges are definitely going to be looking at. 617's a pretty solid number. Oh, right on cue. The boys working hard.
Oh,
That's nice.
Looks better.
Yeah, a
from
lot
that
of
angle.
water out the back there for Reed. Pretty sure she gets one more turn in during this inside. It's just a little bit under, and you can see she redirects to get a frontside turn in. Love the outside turn. 617. It's probably the biggest wave that's come through when you think in comparison back to the 517 of Sierra Kerr. But yeah, Reed, she's got to use that power to her advantage here, because with water like that on a pretty soft section, it's very well done.
Yeah, she did well there to kind of just put a bow on that wave in some description, because she knew the first turn was strong enough. You can't just sort of, leave that wave with nothing at the end. You sort of had to get something done. So you'll take the little foam climb. Leave the judges with something to think about. 617's the score she's chasing. Catalina getting ready for the next heat there. That'll be heat number 7 of the round of 16. We are going to try and get through all 8 heats. Will Hayden Smith has been very staunch with his directions this afternoon. There will be no restarts unless there are no waves. We are looking at the forecast really closely here. We'll see how the next couple of days pan out. The more heats we can get done today, the better position we'll put ourselves in for the remainder of the event. We've got a few days up our sleeves, but a few of those days look pretty small.
Yeah, mate, tomorrow morning is probably the best of it, really, for the rest of the window. So we'll definitely be keeping a close eye on that. Looking at a couple scores trickling in here. That last one of Reed, it's going to lower the requirements. Her best so far, that 4.13. 5.54. If she gets a turn out the back like she did and a better one on the inside, it's definitely doable. She's going to have a go here.
Yeah, she's going to want to look to improve again. Probably a little under what she was hoping. Still needs the best wave of the heat of 5.54, as you mentioned. And this is Sierra Kerr's last wave. Jessie.
Yeah, not much happening on this one here. Got through to the inside. She's got that jam. Has a bit of a trademark turn there for Sierra. Unfortunately, it was a bit fat at the start here. She's doing, like we've talked about, that equipment. It's really generating her a lot of speed here. But yeah, just that wave, unfortunately, a little bit lackluster. But Reed on something with a bit of energy here.
A bit of energy in this wave here. Beautiful bottom turn. Doing well to keep this board moving down the line. And a big turn there in the sunset. And she'll be stoked with that wave. No doubt her best ride, and it will give the judges something to think about. Excited to see the replay here. Sierra Kerr won't wait around. Nice carve out of the top of the lip there. This wave sort of flattening out. Sierra will get out of there.
Yeah, we have been talking about it. There's a turning point in every single one of these heats. Sometimes it goes straight towards the winner and they keep on going. But yeah, Reed, something pretty special on that last one. You can see it started off so well here for Sierra, and then just that wave, unfortunately, again, just wave selection letting her down. We've got that afternoon glimmer coming on through here from this sunset. We get these incredible sunsets here every afternoon at La Union. And Reed surfing that wave all the way down. A 5.54 is the question, so it has to be her best wave of the heat so far. Pretty slopey first section, but just using her power to make it look like it's really special. That was a critical connection with a quick up and over at that finishing turn here. I think it's going there.
Yeah, I think it is too. Just on account of these two turns here. That was a nice turn through the lip. Pushing plenty of power. Did well not to get too hung up. And then this section here just gave her everything she was hoping for. And did well just to sort of mongrel up and get the finish done. Quickly dumping out the end of that wave there. It's a little close out. Hard to hit the section.
Yeah, big score.
6.33. Turn the heat. 9 minutes on the clock. Sierra Kerr now chasing a 5.3. As she makes her way back to the takeoff. Still plenty of time remaining, but it has been, like you mentioned, it's just been a rhythm thing. Sierra Kerr stood up 4 times in the last couple of minutes and hasn't been able to score above a 3. She hasn't been able to better her situation, which, look, it's not anything alarming. It's just frustrating for her. You know, you just want to, you roll the dice, you try these opportunities, you're looking for these little double ups, and they're just not really showing up at the moment for her as we look for the surface to reposition themselves. We'll throw it down to True on the sideline. True, what's up?
Give you all a different angle. The surfers are pretty much pulling off basically right where I am, and they are coming in so close to the shore, but I don't know if you can see, there's actually a whole heap of rocks that are sticking out on the sand, and then also like just underneath the water's level there as well. So it's really showing the expertise of the surfers to know when to hit it and when to kick out and kind of save themselves and their boards. Obviously, we've seen the conditions has dropped off a little bit. It's now getting a little bit windier as well.
Talk us through this one of Sierra.
Whoa, okay. I'm looking out the back. Sierra, she's looking like she's on a really cool board. That epoxy is so smooth. I love watching this live action. Oh, belts it right there. Loving the claims. That claim was awesome. I mean, Sierra's obviously really feeling it. She's loving how she's feeling and performing in this heat. So I can't wait to see more. I think Sierra, you know, she's a World Junior Champion already. Are we going to see number 2?
5.3 the requirement on the spot, yes or no?
Yeah, I reckon she's got it.
Yeah, I reckon
I was
too.
feeling the energy down here, Stace.
The claim got ya.
Yeah, it did.
Sucked
It
you
got
right
me.
in.
I love it. I love a bit of passion.
It was a worthy bit of passion. And again, I think it kind of came from the frustration from the earlier attempts. Thank you, True.
Thank you, Stace.
Great sideline reporting there. It's the claims, they can come from anywhere. You know, it's not so much, oh, I'm claiming it because I think it's a 10. I'm claiming it because I'm just a bit eggy on myself because I just tried 4 times to get a score and I didn't. And here I am, I put this one together, and thanks for coming.
Yeah, thanks for coming. This is exactly what Sierra was chasing. And sometimes you just need to surf yourself into rhythm. She got 4 waves, nothing happened, and then found this little gem and just teed off on it 4 times. And that's exactly what I think it was. I think it was a pump yourself up claim. These first slashes, these were just really set up turns to really start to rip into these end sections here. Comes all the way through the inside. And then best turn of the wave so far.
Oof.
Just lovely looking finner there.
Outside,
Ooh.
Reed, big section unfortunately going down. As my dear friend Jake Patterson would say, not at this level.
Not at this level, Stace.
No.
Let's see what she got done out the back, though. She is, like we mentioned, such a powerful surfer, and it's turns like that. She just gets so much spray off that back foot on really not much sections here. So came through this inside, had a big opportunity there, Stace, to build. But she's back on the chase right now.
Yep, in a big way. 7.67 for Sierra Kerr's put her right back in the lead. 6.52 now the requirement for Reed. Laura Rupp getting ready there. Riding the same board that Winter Vincent rode. The same board that Taj Burrow deemed the Stab in the Dark winner of 2000 and I don't remember. 2021 maybe? 22, 21?
Don't look at me.
21.
I don't know.
21. 21? I think it was 21.
Go with 21.
Yep. And it's a good surfboard. I like that surfboard too.
Yeah, you actually test out a lot of surfboards.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a pest with the surfboards. I'm a bit lucky.
What do you what would you be on out there this afternoon?
Probably an Inferno 72, I reckon.
Sick.
Yeah.
Sierra, she's feeling it. She's up and running again.
Bango. Nice turn there. Sorry, I just sort of went a bit blank because I was just thinking about what my backup and my next backup would be. Sarah Kerr falling off on the rocks there. Hopefully she's not hitting the bottom as True mentioned. But yeah, then
You're stuck in your quiver.
I'd probably have that board as my backup and then a little DHD Nexus just sitting there just in case I needed some sort of quad angle to sort of get into. But yeah, pretty spoiled back at home. Got some great boards. And we're on the Goldie. We're just surrounded by the best shapers in the world.
We're so lucky.
Yeah.
We are. We really are so lucky.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so funny. You just went down this little tangent.
Yeah, I just went deep. Just got lost in it.
Oh, goodness. You can see that next heat starting to get ready. Catalina Zirakwai taking on Laura Rupp, who honestly, you wouldn't be surprised if Laura Rupp took home the win here. She's so good at surfing. Just a kind of a small inside wave here for Sierra. Couple of nice sections here, though. That was a good, nice snap. And came through again. This inside section that True was talking about, it's steepest through there, but it gets really shallow. So we saw Sierra's weight just a little bit too much on that front foot. The nose went down there, and so unfortunately so did Sierra. But that 7.67, yeah, it's really solidifying her right now. 4 minutes to go. Reed needs a 6.52, so has to be better than her best wave. And Sierra's just kind of surfed herself into rhythm here.
Yeah, big time. She's done a good job there. And then always nice to come from behind and get yourself back in the lead. We saw that. She was chasing the score, and she absolutely got it. She got it and some. That was the 7-6-7. Fallen there in the last one, which was a 4-2-3, which is a bummer. Sort of tells me that if she was to make that last turn, she would have improved on the 5-1-7 and made the job even trickier for Reed. So just leaving the door slightly ajar there for our competitor out of the United States. Speaking of surfboards, she's on the Chris Borst design, so there's some world title energy in there.
Have you surfed Chris Borst designs?
I've never surfed one. No, you're making me feel bad about that.
This might be a new alleyway for you to go down.
Yeah, good. Oh, thanks. Yeah, cheers.
You're welcome. Just content ideas left, right, and centre for
Thank
these
you.
days.
Yeah,
Bam,
no
bam,
worries.
bam.
Yeah, yep. You never know where your next deal's going to come from.
You never know.
No, you got to be.
It could be Chris Borst designs.
It could be. It could be.
You're welcome.
Thank you. He seems like a pretty cool dude. He's a bit of a skate lord. And, I love seeing, a crew like John Florence riding Parzels which looks like it'll be just start to finish of his career. It doesn't look like he's going anywhere. And Katie Simmers is like the same.
Yeah,
I think they've all had their moments where they do a bit of flirting, but they always come back home.
Yeah,
and
they
stayed
do.
on the same boards. And, pretty cool story, that.
I actually think it's pretty good to try some boards.
Yeah.
And figure it out and then go back to your shaper and be like, hey, I tried this and it was really fast. Maybe we could tweak it a little bit.
Yeah, which is funny because some shapers just won't do that.
No,
They won't
some
even-
shapers won't.
No, if you're Geordie Smith and you're John Parzell, it's no chance, mate.
Yeah.
Unless John's not on the tour. I might let you have a couple. But now John's going to be back on the tour next year. No more Parzells.
John back on the tour. That is exciting.
Isn't it what?
From the opening round?
Yeah, from Bells. Yeah.
But you know how the format changes
Oh,
next year?
that's a really good
Or this year?
question. What the injury wild card's an interesting one. I'd have to look that up. I think they do.
it is the opening round.
They do have to come through that opening round, which, to be honest, it won't be a drama.
I'm excited.
I think a lot of people
How
are making
good.
a bit of noise about that, but when you're a three-time world champ, which John and Gabriel are, I think they're going to make minced meat of whoever they've got. Sorry, haven't seen a heat draw yet, but they're going to be tough.
I'm thinking it's more exciting for some of the rookies that we're going to see on tour. Probably going to be solidified in the next couple of weeks.
Yes, it
some
is,
of those
isn't it?
rookies that we're going to see on tour. But imagine your first ever CT. You rock up Bells Beach. It's pumping.
As Neil
and
Ridgway
you're
would
there.
say, the whips are cracking.
The
It's
whips
10 foot
are
and
cracking.
offshore,
Yep.
and you've got John Florence.
And you're Luke Thompson pulling up, and you've got John Florence in your first heat.
Oh, yeah, bro.
Yeah, bro. How
you don't
exciting.
make it out of that heat, it's straight to the jaw, eh? Wowee. But yeah, that's the reality of qualifying for the tour.
Pretty cool to
Doesn't
see.
get any easier coming off the Chang'e onto the tour. Gets,
Harder.
I would say, 20 times harder.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's one thing to get there, it's another thing to stay there.
Yes.
I'd say that's the difficult part of the job, is staying there.
Joel didn't find it too difficult.
Well, it's not about him.
It is. He's first year.
Yeah, he killed
You're
it.
talking about rookies?
Killed
Him
it.
with Geordie Smith, first comp. See you later, bruv. 8.83 pipeline. Cop that. Geordie might have finished the year in world number one if Joel didn't do that to him.
Hey, you're not wrong.
No?
Yeah, you're not wrong. Whoa, putting some feelers out there, Stace.
Good on him. Taking it to the big boys. You have to.
You got to.
You have
It's the
to.
CT.
It is.
You got to stamp your authority one way or another.
10 seconds on the clock. Sarah Kerr is stamping her authority all over this heat. It's 6.52 is a requirement for Reed. There is a little lump here. There is something else behind it, but there's not enough time. She will have to go. Unfortunately, that will be the end of her run here at the 2025 edition of the World Junior Championships. I know it's 26, but we're crowning the 25 champs, and Sierra Kerr is on the way to a second World Junior title. She moves on through to the quarterfinals. There's the official scores. Thanks for tuning in to the World Junior Championships here at Mona Lisa Point. Do not take a break, because we are, and you are going to hang around, because we've got another fantastic heat coming right up. Laura Raab taking on Catalina Zaraquai from Peru. Stay tuned.
Start right, grow right. For my four-legged bundles of joy, Nutri-Chunks. High-protein puppy dog food with active boost, prebiotics, and goodness of real meat. Fortified with essential nutrients. Nutri-Chunks for puppies. Love in every meal.
Di mabilang ang umagang pinasigla. Kasama ng Magnolia Pure Fresh Milk at Magnolia Chocolate. Magnolia, 100 taon na at hihigit pa.
We're looking at solidifying our quarterfinals here at the World Junior Championships. This is round 16, heat number 7. Laura Rupp from Brazil taking on Catalina Ziriquai out of Peru. It's been a big day of surf, and we already know our men's quarterfinalists, 2 more heats, and we will have our ladies solidified as well. 30 minutes on the clock between these two. I'm Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Paul. Paul, what are you making of today?
Been really tough, actually, in terms of conditions for surfers. I think it's been a totally different sort of skill set. It's not like you get many opportunities with the sets. Can't make a lot of mistakes. I think we've seen surfers with that real nagging consistency. They've really shone.
I agree. It's staying busy out there. It's been a great way to get the job done. Laura Rupp, she got it started early. We kind of been seeing these early starts. And that's a nice looking bowl here for Catalina. Great opening turn there, Paul.
Yeah, been impressed with her this morning. She had to wait a while for this heat. It's going to be a tough one for her, but she needs to stick to her weapons. Showing a few of them on this. Got that nice polished style, pretty sprightly and light on her feet as well. Do see some similarities in the way these two are going to approach it. Laura with a bit more experience at higher level with what she's been able to do on the Challenger Series with a few laps there. But I like the look of the matchup, and I think it's going to be interesting to see how Laura goes about this. She's watched all of this round, taken on insights and kind of knowledge from seeing some of the top seeds and how they've fared out here. Just trying to apply that, really. Trying to push when it's required and dial it back a bit when less so.
True's fired up and ready to take on Sierra in that post-heat interview boots.
Thanks, Jessie. Yeah. Sierra, that was a great heat into the quarterfinals. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, pretty good. It was pretty tough out there, so most of the time you were just like either hoping for a wave or hoping that there wasn't going to be a wave. So yeah, it was kind of just like on and off.
It's really tricky. Obviously, we've had 3 days of surfing already. It feels like each heat I'm seeing you on a different board. What are you riding now?
Yeah, I actually have been on different boards every time, but right now I'm just on a little half and half carbon epoxy. 5.5, was it yesterday or this morning? Whenever I surfed last, I was on a 5.6 version of this. So yeah, I'm liking these boards, especially in these conditions.
It's tough, it's tricky. Sometimes it's hard to be, I guess, motivated to go out there in preparation when you're at home and seeing small, kind of slow waves. How important do you think it is to actually, bite that bullet and go, yeah, I'm just going to go out for a quick half an hour at home to prepare for moments like this?
Yeah, it's kind of similar to where my house is in Cali, and Reed actually lives there too, so we live like 10 minutes away there, and it kind of gets like this a lot, so I've surfed waves like this a lot there.
And as well, you've got friends and family over in Cali. You have friends and family in Oz as well. Is there anything you'd like to say?
Yeah, say hi to all my family. Last time I said hi to Mom, and my brother was like, why didn't you say hi to me? So hi, everybody. Love you guys.
Thank you so much, Sierra. Sierra, into the quarterfinals. We'll send it to you, Jessie and Paul.
Thank you, True. Thank you, Sierra. Pretty cool to see Sierra moving on through to a quarterfinals here. She's trying to be one of the few that has 2 World Junior titles to their name. And it'd be pretty cool to be able to do it here, especially considering just that last year she's had. It would be a real nice moment for resilience and just working through the hard times.
What a way to kick off this season, the calendar year. Anyway, we saw what Luana Silva was able to do last year. Got a real kind of boost from getting the glory here, getting that win. And it kind of inspired her to new heights as well away from this. That winning's a habit, isn't it? And at this level, it's a pretty good habit to get into.
Winning's a habit. I like that a lot. I'm a big fan of that one, actually, Paul. I'm going to start to use that. You know what? I'm getting great quotes from everyone, left, right, and centre. I've heard pressure's a privilege. I like it. I'm a fan. Right now, though, a bit of pressure on Laura Rupp. She's chasing a 2.68 for the lead. 5.5 to kick off for Catalina. Interestingly enough, Paul, this time last year, met up in this round. These two ladies we're kind of just pressing rewind right now. Laura getting the jump on Catalina. So we love a good revenge story and wanting to get redemption on someone who knocked you out in this round last year.
It's interesting to see where surfers find their motivation, where they draw that inspiration from. Are you motivated by the kind of prize that waits at the end of it, surfing towards glory, or revenge? A pretty good motive as well. Drawing some of that energy and say, all right, I've had 12 months to smart on that. Now I'm going to get you back.
And you know what? Some athletes use that to their advantage. And potentially even, if you think about some of the best in not just surfing, but in some other sports, thinking about basketball, Michael Jordan supposedly used to make up scenarios in his head to make him play better. So maybe this form of revenge and wanting to get redemption on a certain competitor, it does make you lift. And I feel like, you know, it does start to trickle through in our sport as well. Rivalries are a massive part in developing good surfers.
The longest you've ever held a grudge for, and who is it against, and how did you resolve it?
It's not resolved, and probably if you cross, I'm very protective of my sister. You hurt my sister, I'll never forgive you.
Okay.
That's the kind of
noted
protective I am, and I'll hold grudges in that sense. But yeah, Shrew's pretty strong herself. But yeah, I just don't have time for people if you want to hurt my family. But anywho, Catalina finishing off another ride here. So she's got a grudge of her own. She wants to make it through this heat. Now, can you think of any more, I guess, redemption stories in the sport that you've seen gone through? Maybe an underdog just trying to beat their idol?
I think a lot of early career stuff's pretty formative, particularly when you're thinking about surfers. And some of these battles that maybe we don't really know so much about. Obviously, the spotlight's on them when they get to the pro ranks, but you do hear quite a lot about surfers say, oh, yeah, you know, so-and-so used to beat me a lot when we were young. And that still seems like maybe even more significant for them because emotionally kind of unprepared when you're young and kind of looms large for a while. Obviously, we're dealing with juniors here, but everyone here with a bit more experience. But I think some of those surfers growing up in kind of the same town or nearby towns, I think that makes some really interesting rivalries that sort of manifest at the elite level.
Yeah, I love it. Really worldly juniors as well, super experienced, just like this lady on your screen, Laura Rupp, on the Challenger Series, and just consistently competes at such a high level. This is her best way by far, taking it all the way through here for our young Brazilian surfer. Every single year she's competed, another little revenge story for you, Paul. This is her 4th consecutive World Junior title, and every single year she's competed, she's been knocked in the quarterfinals. So she might have her own personal little redemption to try and break the barrier of quarters.
I thought she was quite unlucky last year. I thought she was one of the outstanding surfers early on in the draw.
Yeah, she was. She was exceptional, actually, and then it got really tricky as soon as it got to the quarterfinals. We had a really great underdog story of young Rosie Smart, came through, got a 3rd place. Arena Rodriguez got a 3rd place as well. But sometimes it's those, you know, she's had this quarterfinal barrier for years now. You got to think maybe this might be the year she finally breaks through.
Yeah, she's got a really good opportunity here. We're talking about the sort of steep learning curve that she's made and the improvements of late. That'll serve her well here as we just get another look at Catalina. Interesting to see her approach on this wave. The push and the power not really there, so being able to be quite light on your feet. I think she's really good at that. It's definitely one of the skill sets. The bottom turn is really precise, but she just manages to be pretty nimble, and that allows you to be in the pocket. And whenever you're there, you're really maximising scoring potential when there's not loads of that on offer. Pretty vital attribute to have. This was Laura just trying to find speed out the back, a little bit of downtime, and then quickly realising, well, that's not my way. But she did identify some sections, just kind of flowing into her surfing. It's still kind of early in this heat for her, inside the first 10 minutes or so, but at this stage already, she kind of wanted to have already made her mark. I think that turn would have felt pretty nice for her, just to kind of give it full treatment, really push quite hard with that back foot. It's a nice feeling.
Oh, good looking speed here for our young Peruvian surfer, Catalina. Going pretty hard at that section there, coming undone, unfortunately. So we're going to see her kind of go back to the drawing board. We've got some scores to lock in. Early numbers are saying that Laura Rupp is about to lock in the best wave of the heat. We'll see one more judge get that score in, and we'll have a proper situation on our hands. But I really love, you know, the story of both of these ladies. There's this idea of redemption that we've been talking about. Catalina, though, she's a part of this really cool crop of talented juniors coming out of Peru alongside Arena Rodriguez. And they're really, again, kind of feeding off each other's energy. And she wants to build and fly that flag here.
Yeah, absolutely. Loads of talent from that region. Really competitive as well. Mad variety of waves they've got to hone their skills. And that talent pool real deep from the region. You see the disappointment. She can't quite get the finishing turn done. And those little adjustments, those small mistakes, just leaving maybe a couple of even fractions of a point, even decimals, could prove costly Laura building a bit of momentum here.
Yeah, she definitely is. 6-point ride with that last wave. So 2.83 to back it up. That one's definitely going to be out of the picture in the next 18 and a half minutes. So young Catalina needs to kind of stay regrouped. But you can see it's a vibe down here. Everybody loves it being a part of the World Juniors, and just Filipinos and just their passion for surfing. It's growing so quickly. We love coming back to this part of the world. This is the second year that we're going to be crowning a World Junior Champion here, which is pretty exciting. 2 brand new World Junior Champions this year. Laura Rupp wanting to be one of those surfers herself, kind of stuck behind the whitewater here, but we know she's got a really strong power game when she gets onto this open face. We've seen these nice bowls start to run through the end of these sections here, so she's hoping she's picked off one that has just that lot of downtime. Gets the completion though here for Laura, so she's going to get that 283. Just surfing with so much speed here for the young Peruvian. Catalina goes up for a good looking finish in front of her competitor. She was out the back, so that must have been a pretty long wave there for the young surfer from Peru.
Yeah, right in front of Laura as well, wasn't it? And then she fancies a paddle battle here. She's a few meters back behind the Brazilian, but she's having a go.
She's probably got length on Laura, but I'd say Laura might have her in power. But there is a little bit of a channel that can suck you back out there, so you can use that to your advantage. Couple of waves to break down here, Paul.
Yeah, I like the approach. I think this is not the time to be patient out the back. Just be busy. She's sitting on a 2 at the moment. Needs to make connection. So good call to go this, I think. And also to stick with it as well. Early on, you're thinking, kind of questioning the decision. But it's a nice, clean finish. A decent click. At this stage, you're thinking, that was pretty decent. But then,
oh, wow.
Right behind her, we saw Catalina. Look at this action.
How's the catch-up? Wow, she is really putting in the hard yards here. Catalina wants priority. I love a paddle battle. I wish we saw them more in the sport, to be honest.
We should have at least one a heat.
One a heat, at least.
You shouldn't be able to get through unless you've had a paddle battle.
I just think they are excellent because they force you to dig deep. And it's kind of showing who wants it more.
Well, the fact that Catalina took it on, she was some way back and she started going, I thought she must fancy herself here in terms of overhauling Laura. She's nearly done that. Not quite.
Who? I wonder who's going to get priority here. Laura's kind of edged out in front, so the judge is going to give her that. But look at these numbers. 7-8-3 here, Paul, for this last waiver from Catalina.
Yeah, well, just thinking of her strengths. I mean, we touched on it at the start of the heat, but that's a really nice slice. She gets that board to pivot, so she can go really steep. The pocket here, it's not real long. You've got to be pretty tight. And that's exactly what she does for this finish turn. Almost like using the ankles and the feet just to tweak that board out for the finish. And it's dynamic. And it's just a little bit extra. And on a day when the ocean's a bit lackluster, if you can bring a bit of fizz, a bit of spark, if you can kind of add some energy of your own, I think it's exactly what she's doing. And I'm not sure that wave felt like nearly an 8 when she kind of paddled into it when she was halfway through. But in the end, the score that she got, she's deserves that for the sort of surfing she did. Well done.
Definitely. She created that for herself. And you know what? We spoke about that right at the start. Those guys who've just been hustling that little bit harder, they're usually the people that have been getting through today. It just feels like you got to make it happen for yourself. You can't really be sitting and waiting for those opportunities to come to you. You need to go and get them. And Catalina surfed herself into a beautiful rhythm at this point. Laura chasing a 7-3-4, but it doesn't feel crazy considering the type of surfer she is.
Yeah, she could be in a bit of a spot here, though. I just think Catalina's going to show us a bit more as well. She's sitting on that 5-5. I expect her to improve.
Yeah, she's going to have a go, but it's a small looking wave. I love the fact that she's keeping on swinging because I feel like you've seen a lot of people surf themselves into momentum in that way. But you got to also back yourself in that decision.
That's a terrible decision to use priority. That's madness. What's she thinking?
Yeah, just I don't like. I know it was a horrible wave to take, but I don't hate the decision to keep catching waves because taking a look at that last heat, Sierra Kerr just kept swinging. I think she caught maybe 4 bad waves back to back and then paddled into this gem. And there's this old saying that the more waves you catch, the more waves you catch, which means the more opportunities you have.
How old is that saying?
Really old, like 2016. Like, it's super old.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I don't think I mean, hindsight's a
You haven't
wonderful
come
thing.
across that one in your career before?
No,
Oh.
I just think Laura, that she kind of snatched at that wave, didn't offer anything at all of quality. She spurned priority and handed it right back to Catalina's on a bit of a tear. All the momentum is with her. And you can see the desire as well from that paddle battle. She didn't really need to do that. She's always like an outsider to go and overtake Laura on that paddle back, but she went for it anyway. Confidence is up. She feels like she's got energy. I think she feels like she can beat Laura here, and momentum very much with her. That score coming in as well. After you've exerted yourself like that, you paddled all that. She was kind of sprinting, right, the whole way.
Yeah.
Then you hear
Great endurance.
you basically nearly got an 8-point ride. How
Yeah.
good does that feel?
Oh.
And that tiredness, that's gone.
Yeah, it is. You're kind of feeling on top of the world at this point in time. Got another young surfer, Zoe Kiner. She's going to be coming up against the ISA gold medalist, Yanire Gonzalez Echebarri, who unfortunately little sister got knocked out earlier in this round. Might add a little bit more fuel to her fire to keep flying the flag for her family and her country. Pretty much lost a lot of the European surfers today.
A nightmare.
Yeah, it's been an
Absolute
annihilation.
shocker.
It's actually been a little bit of heartbreak, hasn't it? Because it's kind of been all momentum their way this year, especially on the women's side of things. When you think about the Challenger Series, especially, it didn't really, unfortunately, didn't go their way here.
Not at all. No, it's hard to really find a pattern there, but it's been a tough day.
Brazil's had a good day. Laura, she wants to keep adding to it here. That's that power surfing we're used to seeing. Needs something pretty special on this inside. She's wanting it to, do exactly that. Bowl up nicely here for Laura. 2 turns and a fist pump. So she's loving that one, Paul. 7.34, the requirement. Straight away, thoughts?
Quite hard when it's backlit like that for us, just for our cameras, just to see how critical. It's a bit of spark to the surf. It's going to be a good number for her. I'm not sure I'll throw that immediately just from seeing it live. Here she goes. The set-up turn outside is a bit of chop. She does well just to keep the speed going. That's a nice turn, but it's kind of on the face, just sort of a chop. So from here, still waiting to really build up points. It's a pretty nice combo of turns on the inside. I thought the last turn was a little bit sort of after the fact. I think it's nice surfing. I'm not really sure I'm seeing that mid-range 7, but let's see what the judges think.
Yeah, I don't hate that turn. I feel like she obviously manufactured it, but did it in a way that was quite convincing just with her power. But then this inside section, this is exactly what she needed this wave to do. And here, Paul, you got to back yourself in situations like this, and you can see that's exactly what she's done with her surfing. Really extended off that first turn, a little bit more compressed through the second. So she knew completing that ride was going to be really critical. But, yeah, judges, no indications.
Well, let's compare it with the 783. I'm pretty sure that's what they're doing. Think about what the board did in the lip for Catalina.
Yeah, it's not the 783 because even that wave was better as well. It was a bigger looking wave, but the surfing she's done on that wave, it was a lot more powerful, I'm going to say, in comparison to Catalina's, but Catalina's was really nice and top to bottom.
Yeah, I think Catalina's got that slight element of surprise.
Yep.
There's just something with Laura. You kind of feel like you know a little bit what's coming.
Yep.
I mean, it's good, like you said, she does have the power, but it just feels a little bit, I don't want to say predictable, but it's hard of her to surprise us. And I think with Catalina, she's just showing something a little different. Every time she comes off the bottom, she's actually picking up speed off the bottom turn. I think she's good value at the moment for the lead, but Laura's coming back at her.
Yeah, well, looking at that wave as Laura paddled in, it probably didn't look then much more of a 4, really. So she surfed that wave up pretty much by 2, almost 2.5 points. That last wave being a 6-2-3. So definitely has the power. But right now, Catalina needs to outsmart Laura in the sense that she needs to really play her cards right. And we've seen it come undone for a lot of people in these dying stages of the heat, thinking back to Talia Swindle in one of the earlier rounds. I mean, just those split decisions, they make or break everything.
Yeah, absolutely. And how do you keep that calm approach? You've got to have sort of so many things in your head. You want to be excited and fired up about what you're able to do. At the same time, you want to be kind of cold and clinical with your thinking, not get too emotional and let that get involved. Things have gone on in the heat that lead you up to that point. They're kind of inconsequential in a way. It's real easy for us just to kind of explain how to kind of think your way through. But when you're out there, obviously emotions are going to play a part.
Yeah, you never really know how you're going to act until you're in that situation yourself. And even if you're someone like Catalina and your heart rate's up and you're like, oh, just take a couple deep breaths. Sometimes that doesn't even do the trick. So, it's only once you kind of have a couple more heats under your belt and know exactly how to calm yourself down or work yourself up or exactly what you need to do in that situation and what works for you. But that's why these guys are juniors still. But they've obviously figured out in some way, shape or form because they're competing for a world title, which is pretty big this week. Obviously, Laura wants to take it back to Brazil for a second year with Luana Silva taking it home last year. And that really just rocketed her into a credible 12 months. We saw her in 2 finals after the back of winning this. So she wants to see another title go home to Brazil. Maybe trying to force a little bit of a priority change there. You could see her throw her hands up. Are you convinced by it, Paul?
Not at all. Not in the least bit, no.
No, she's going to have another swing here. So trying to stay busy on her feet right now. Sticks to a carve to start that one off. But you can see those shoulders are dropping, and it's never a good sign when you see an athlete's shoulders drop at the back of a wave.
Yeah, I mean, it's also might sound a little strange, but when you kind of get close to a requirement, but maybe a point or so off, and you probably feel in your own mind, you're kind of judging yourself, I've asked a question, I'm thereabouts, maybe I'm going to get it. When it doesn't come through, just wonder what that does to your momentum as well. And you think, how many waves of that sort of quality are there going to be left in the remaining minutes of the heat? I'm not sure. Maybe, just the energy from Laura at the moment. She's going to have to just stay real positive here. She's still got a great opportunity, but it is getting tougher as time ticks away.
Yeah, 7 minutes to go here. So Laura, like we said, mentioning that, needing that 7-1-1. Yanire gearing up on the beach there with Julian Lasser. A couple of boards. We've got looking like a carbon board. And then another just PU number. So this is going to be an interesting next heat coming up. Similar looking heat to this heat. Very different types of surfing. Very different types of competitors. And again, we've got that one really heavy-footed power surfer coming up against Zoe Kiner, who's really young but really impressive. Those two never met in competition ever before. So there's obviously a couple firsts going down in this event, but you'd have to think it'd be nerve-wracking for either one because you never really know what your competitor's going to do.
Yeah, I think just looking at conditions, looking at the way the heats have gone, particularly this afternoon, I don't think you need to think too much about the opponent today. I think you're really just trying to match yourself with the ocean. It's not as if everyone's getting sort of multiple bomb set waves and it really is coming down to kind of technical differences. It's kind of about finding those opportunities and maximizing them. It's generally just with the law of chance going to kind of favor one of the surfers. How do you become that person? Well, that's to do with like the relationship you've had with the ocean ever since you first started surfing. Obviously, everyone at this level, they'll know that, there's something that happens when they paddle out that they find that connection and kind of got to sort of manifest that in your heat. You got 30 minutes. You need to get something going. But I think really just trying to not think too much about your opponent, trying to focus on finding the best waves. Time taken away here for Laura.
Are you a supporter in believing that you connect with some waves better than others and some places better than others?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Well, I think you sort of tell yourself a bit of a story as well. Yeah. I think you can convince yourself, I'm going good here, or on the flip side of that, and it might not necessarily be the case. I mean, it obviously depends on how much experience you've got. Surfers that were here last year, obviously they've done some time here, but it does seem to be one of those venues with sort of a little bit of everything. There's nothing really particularly distinct about the sort of wave. It doesn't necessarily suit one type of surfer. I think today it's just all about finding the bigger waves with the energy.
Place with the best story for you? Where's your best connection around the world?
Yeah, good question. I quite like where I live.
I love where you live.
Well, yeah.
Great part of the world.
It's obviously not where I'm from, so I kind of moved there for a reason. So anytime you do that, it's kind of like a pull factor, you know. So
I did the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel you. No, I agree. I love that part of the world. It's a really beautiful part of the world. Fun waves in the south of France there. 4 minutes to go here. Laura chasing a number. Connects with a good-looking section to start this one off. 7-1-1 is the requirement. Got a bit of speed here. Needs this wave to really cooperate with her to try and get excellence. This is better. Good-looking turn in the pocket. Another to finish it off. Not sure if she's convinced on that one as well, but a lot of speed. I love how much speed Catalina is surfing with. It's a bit of a magic board, that one. Hasn't changed her equipment once during all the different conditions that we've had here. So 3 minutes 40, Catalina's getting close to getting redemption back on Laura.
Yeah, I'm not sure what she did at the start of that wave, but if it wasn't much, I think she might have made a bit of an error here in handing over priority to Laura by taking that wave. It's easy when we've seen the ride go down, but if she didn't get major turns down out the back, I'm not sure she's going to add. We'll wait and see how all of that goes down, but it looks like Laura will be making her way to snaffle priority, and with about 3 minutes, I think the door could have been left open significantly here. Thinking about, well, here we go. Here's this last wave from Catalina. An interesting choice, isn't it, to go on this one. It is a bit bumpy, a little crumbly. There's a nice kind of vicious snap, but then she kind of stops herself before she gets going again. The work on the inside, just not quite there. Trying to fit the twofer in. Laura, feeling the energy here. Surfing's nice and crisp, but she's really patient. Style's really good. When you're thinking about sevens, you do need a bit more wow. And at this stage, you kind of always felt going through the motions a touch. There was the moment where she showed a bit of spark, but there's not loads happening with what the board's doing on that kind of turn. It's whippy. It's pretty quick. There's not a lot happening, not a lot of water being displaced. I think this is going to come up well short, but she might be in a decent position with a couple to go if she's out the back with Prio.
She's doing well to link these waves all the way through and keep that momentum moving forward. And the thing I love the most is her board's still looking fast even where there's dead sections. So that's a really good sign. The thing is, I just don't, like you mentioned, Paul, I don't think there was that wow factor there. But Catalina, she actually betters on that last wave. So drops to 5.5, locks in a 5.83. So now that requirement for Laura goes back up. It's a 7.44. I don't see it being a 7.44. It had that beautiful carve at the start, a nice looking snap during the middle, but it needs to be a little bit more nervous times for the support crew on the beach right now. Believe that's Catalina's dad, and he would be feeling this as well. He wants that win just as much as she does. We're going to have a paddle here. It's priority to Catalina. She's going to snap on this foam, playing a bit of defense with 90 seconds on the clock. There wasn't 7.5 points on that wave, so a bit of a mistake there from Catalina.
Yeah, let's see if she can be made to pay for it. Some days you're thinking with how consistent the ocean is, leaving someone with a requirement and priority, not a good call. Today, you'd probably just favour the fact by kind of law of averages, probably isn't a wave of that magnitude. If you really had to guess, going to come through. We'll see if it does. We'll see where Laura is, but her work will still be ahead of her here as we'll go into that final minute. Nervous moments. You'd hate to be on the beach and the support crew, wouldn't you?
Oh, absolutely. Especially when there's history here. You can see Catalina's dad was just thinking what we were thinking with that last wave. Why'd you take that wave? Laura, she's up and riding here, chasing a 7.44. Nearly an 8 is what she's looking for, and that's not going to be it. The wave not delivering for Laura Rupp. There's 30 seconds to go. 20 actually. This clock is really winding down. We're going to have a paddle here from our young Peruvian. She's thinking, just in case, let's get a wave here if I need a score. She's out the back. 10 seconds to go. It doesn't really feel like there's anything coming right now, and it looks like we're going to see a 1-1 ratio between these two surfers in woman-on-woman heats, because Laura Rupp, unfortunately, is going to bow out of competition. Catalina Ziraquai, the young Peruvian surfer, did what she's probably been thinking about doing for the last 12 months. She's a quarterfinalist here at the World Junior Championships. The flag for Peru lives on to live another day. We're going to welcome in Dai Wacko. He's going to join Paul Evans to take you through what is the last heat of the round, and it's a pretty big one. Yanire Gonzalez, Echebarri, Zoe Kaina. Don't go anywhere. The World Junior Championships will be right back.
Di mabilang ang bonding na nabuo. Kasama ng tamang tamis sa asim sarap na Magnolia Real Mayonnaise. Magnolia, 100 taon na at hihigit pa.
Sit, Roll over. Your fur baby deserves delicious and nutritious treats. Give them Nutri-Chunks. Nutri-Chunks milk sticks or Nutri-Chunks beef sticks. Fortified with essential nutrients. Nutri-Chunks dog treats. Love in every meal.
Straight back out priority and into this way.
Oh my! Deep one for Western Web. She comes out. She comes out. She needs a 10.
Welcome back to the action here. Last heat of the day, hitting the water, checking out Yanni Gonzalez Echebarri from Euskadi, Zoe Kaina representing the USA. I'm Paul Evans, joined now by Diet Wacko. Been a big day today, mate. It's been kind of tough in terms of finding good ways, but nevertheless, quality has really risen to the top. We've seen some great surfing go down.
Definitely, it's been a big day and a lot of changing in the conditions, but this is the last heat of the day, number 3, so it's a huge day, but that was a great finish in the last heat. This is the last 30-minute heat.
Yeah, Catalina there. She'll be delighted with a tough battle against Laura Haupt, who didn't do a lot wrong, the Brazilian, just literally outmaneuvered. Just in terms of that final section, really, it just came down to turns on sections, as is often the way in surf competitions. Here goes Zoe, quick in and out for her. So we've already seen the younger sister Annette go down. She had a frustrating heat. Had a bit of a shocker actually, out of rhythm throughout the heat. Let's see if older sister Yanni can make amends. In the meantime, let's go and hear from Catalina with Truzy.
Thanks, Paul. Catalina, that was a pretty big heat for you. It was a rematch from last year between you and Laura. She ended up getting the jump on you and moving into the quarters, but it's a bit of a redemption time for you, and you're into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I'm super happy to have made this heat. Last year I got the heat with Laura too, and yeah, I just really wanted to make it this time. I caught a good couple waves. It's really difficult conditions, but yeah, it was fun, and I'm just super happy to have made it.
And as well, you know, being the second last heat of the day, you've waited a really long time to surf this heat. There's a lot of anticipation with the round of 16. You know, how did you keep yourself in form and in the zone to prepare?
Well, I was like seeing the conditions a lot of time, and I saw that the second waves were better, so I kind of just waited for them, and I got a really good one. And yeah, I've been just resting and coming to the beach, and I saw my friends heat, and yeah, just seeing the conditions a lot.
And as well, I mean, it's been a big event so far, and we're only on day 3. Into the quarterfinals is going to be huge. It's a wake up and see kind of moment for tomorrow. Equipment is looking really good. You're looking in tune. What do you feel like has been, you know, the biggest thing that's helped you stay in form for this event?
Well, I don't know. I'm just, this board is really working for me. It's really good. I think I'm going to use it in my heat also, maybe tomorrow. And yeah, just stay confident, trust in myself, and have fun.
Is there anything you'd like to say to team and family back home that are watching you?
Bueno, saludar a todos los que me están viendo. Es muy tarde en Perú, entonces no sé, solo gracias, saludos a mi mamá, a mi hermano, a mi hermana, a todos mis amigos y gracias a todos mis auspiciadores.
Thank you so much, Catalina. We'll send it back to you guys, Paul and Di.
Yeah, thanks, Drew. Catalina, delighted to make it through to quarters on the cusp of something really quite special here in the Philippines. Pick up on this replay here. This was Yanni.
Beautiful back end attack. Beautiful off the top. First and second, beautifully done. A lot of sprays. That was a great surfing from Janir. Beautiful off the top, throwing buckets of sprays. Love how she just stay in the pocket, keeping it really tight in the section. Beautiful first and second turn and into the third turn. So beautifully done by Janil Gonzalez. And straight up, we have Zoe up and riding. I mean, this is the replay of the last of Zoe. Again, beautiful surfing. So both of them, you know, on their backhand attack, really enjoying watching the goofy footers going their backhand attack.
Yeah, both surfers, same stance. So in terms of just comparing the technique for the judging panel, slightly clearer picture. I think in terms of approach into this one, I think Yanni is not going to kind of let this heat go on around her. I think she'll be really focused on being involved in every exchange, having, you know, some kind of input, whether it's just forcing a question about priority, whatever it is, ideally add into her score. But I think she's going to want to be energetic in this. End of the day, smaller conditions, a fading swell. It's easy, having watched the day go down, and quite a lot of friends as well, and kind of crew, stable mates, they've been out of competition. I think just bring that energy as well. Be a little bit relentless out here. It's half an hour to get yourself into quarterfinals. I think she'll be really fired up by what's gone on and also what's available out in the water, because there is still some energy out there. She's got priority. She's on the peak here. She does have a good score locked in from her first ride, 5.83. It's exactly how she wanted to start the heat, and she'll look to back that up right now. Here she goes. Echebarri. A quick clip, and then the wave is sort of flattered to deceive, didn't it? Looked good when it stood up. Just goes to show how tricky the lineup can be to read, and she won't add much to her total there, and just hands a bit of an opportunity to Zoe Kaina.
Yeah, it was. I wouldn't say it was a mistake, because condition like this, you never know unless you take off the wave. So you gotta roll the dice first, and then see how it turns into the great wave. But this is Zoe up and riding.
Yeah, an opportunity for her here. A crumbly section. Sort of similar, actually, to what we just saw Yanni ride in terms of that wave. Looked nice on the outside, and then just kind of shut down pretty quickly. So, not a great use of priority either from her. It will be back with the Basque. And now she'll be looking to try and find a wave. At this stage, still early. Thinking about your strategy, get a couple of scores locked in. She'll be looking for something that mid-range number, something around about what she got with her first wave, that high 5 that she nailed. Anything like that, she'll try and grab that opportunity, try and put a bit of early pressure on. It's tough today to come from behind. We've seen it happen a couple of times, but generally it's been surfers able to find that momentum early. That's been really valuable. Here's another look at that last wave from Zoe. Just comparing the techniques of these two, they're both on their backhand. What sort of differences are you seeing between them in terms of what they're bringing with their surfing? We'll revisit that. We'll stick with the live action right now. Here's Zoe. So from under priority, being busy, a smaller way, but she's really light on her feet. And she'll just offer up the board a couple of times. So just looking really to stay in motion. But yeah, I'm just thinking about the contrast between the two goofies here. What are you seeing, Dai?
Definitely more power surfing in a genuine surfing. You know, she's been surfing on the CS tour as well, and she's been experiencing a lot of different type of heats. So definitely there's a difference between her and Zoe in the power-wise, but Zoe has this whippy turns in the tight pocket. So definitely, like you said, different approach. And when the steeper section comes up to you, both of them can get a good points, good scores. So it's just whether if you can get a good wave, and then if you can get the steeper section, then you'll definitely, both of them are capable of getting a good scores.
We're mentioning the Europeans have had a bit of a shocker of a day today. What about the Japanese crew? What's your thoughts on how Japan's gone today overall? You're pretty happy with the performances and the results?
Yes, I am super happy, super stoked for the Japanese crew to just making it to the quarterfinals, two of them. But looks like Zoe up and riding again, staying busy. Quick in and out, so not much big turns on that wave. But yeah, I'm super stoked. You know, Anon and Iko made it to quarterfinals. It is a good result. Iko 5th place, but definitely they really want to go further in the deeper in the draw. Possibly, you know, for the world title, definitely. But they are doing great.
Yeah, I mean, you get yourself into quarters, it's a result, but you're so close. You'd be thinking about going all the way. Meanwhile, picking up live action here. Real whippy, real light, real sprightly, rapid fire backhand turns from Zoe Kaina. And she is not hanging around. She's realized the early running done in that first exchange by Echebarri. And she's like, I'm getting involved here. I'm going to catch waves. I'm going to be relentless.
You know, Zoe's still 15 years old, really, really young, coming up like a next generation of surfing. But she has got the great skill on her backhand. She's staying busy in this heat, just getting wave by wave, and she's trying to building up and just getting to the rhythm with the ocean. So that's a great, strategy from Zoe. Such a young age, but still, there's a lot of maturity in the surfing. So beautiful technique from Zoe, kinda.
Yeah, looking to build familiarity with the spot during her heat. She's catching waves. She's gaining insights into where these sections are going to come and looking to just try and apply a bit of pressure from that no priority situation. Seen it happen all day long. Surfers trying to catch waves where possible. We have had periods where it's only really been the sets and then long lulls, but right now it does seem like there are a couple of wider ones with that higher tide. You see that illustrated on that drone shot as we look back how close they are to the shore. So that high tide in the afternoon, bringing our surfers close in. There's a little shelf, a shallow shelf. We will get a double up. Maybe some of these smaller ones that don't quite hit the peak can get a runner to take you down the point there. As we see these two looking back on this golden afternoon light. Beautiful afternoon here at Mona Lisa Point. 18 minutes on the clock, plenty of time. Looking at numbers, a 3-5 for Zoe for her last wave. It'll count for her as a backup score. At the moment she's in the lead, but that high score and that priority are with Yanni.
Yanni only needs 2.0, so that's pretty much nothing for her. Probably she doesn't think about getting those requirements now, trying to wait for the right ones, trying to get the similar scores to her first wave, 5.83, right?
She's been patient for a couple of minutes, and with Zoe buzzing around a bit, catching smaller waves without a lot of power, I think the obvious thing, and if and when she does get a good set wave, it immediately provides like a contrast for the judges. You can suddenly see, okay, this is much more of a kind of a legit wave, and that's exactly what Yanni's trying to plug into here, is just wait for a bit of quality. Don't be tempted. She surrendered priority previously. She got it straight back. There was no real consequence in terms of a score, but I think just taking on those intelligence and those learnings from the heat, she'll feel, right, let's wait for something legit now. I got the 5.83. That's kind of solid with what's available out here, and she'll look to find more quality. The view back to our judging panel as they cast an eye over proceedings here.
Now I'm wondering what Zoe is gonna, do, because after getting the smaller ones, pretty much 3 waves in a row, probably she now knows that she needs to be on the bigger size set because she's getting 3s and 2s, so she definitely needs to, get into the 5-point range to go into the first place safely. So definitely now Zoe needs to change a little bit of a plan out here.
Definitely. Yeah, I totally see what you're saying. I think the tactic's been good. I don't mind it at all to be busy, but at some point you look at the returns that the judging panel was paying out for smaller, softer waves. Not loads there for her. So a chance to try and find something of a little bit more meaningful. We've got some energy outside here, though. Will we see some interest from the Basque Echebarri? She's heading out to sea, and then she'll turn a little deeper and spin. She looks like she's in a pretty good spot here to come from behind this takeoff section. Echebarri off the bottom, hits it. Nice turn with a bit of sting to it. This one's stickier, but she'll just about deal with it. And now a little runner section is exactly the wave she's been waiting for. Really nice rhythm, good backhand, crisp turns. Well done. And that's really nice as well from Zoe. So we just picked up the finishing turn from her. She gave it a good crack. So a nice exchange, but thinking about that more patient approach from Echebarri, it paid off with that wave.
Definitely, great surfing from Jenny's last wave. She was waiting for this wave quite a long time. Beautiful first. I love how she just pushed it under the lip so that she can throw a lot of sprays. And then, this wave just kept providing walls and all the way to the inside and gets a big finish. So great surfing. But really enjoying watching this performance from Zoe as well. There's a little bit of setting turn for this section. It was a vertical off the top, beautiful big turn from Zoe. Definitely she's gonna, get rid of the 3.504 with that ride.
Yeah, great looking wave, wasn't it? Really like that double up. You sort of can't help but make the obvious comparison in terms of the spray It's not what they're being judged on as such, but just the impact that the turns make. She's not throwing as much of it as Yanni. Let's see how these numbers go. It's going to be good for the Basque. 6-3-3 for her. So a great call to hold that priority and wait for some quality. And she goes into the lead by some margin. Here goes Zoe. Her last number, it's a helpful one. Her requirement, 6.99. She's got some speed. And she got a section through to the inside.
Wow.
Super vert with a hit. So not as many turns we've seen. 1 or 2 maneuver waves pay off. I like that approach.
Definitely, I enjoy watching it. The performance from Zoe again. So last wave for Zoe is 5.17 with a pretty much one single maneuver. But the last wave and the last section, that was much bigger, bigger turn than the previous one. Well, let's take another look. This one, setting up turns, a couple of them, just waiting for the section to stand up. And this is where wave stepped up. That last turn was amazing. That was a big turn for the finishing turn. So definitely it'll be another great number for Zoe. Probably needed to have one more big attack at the back to get into the 5 and 6 point range, but still great surfing and a great finishing turn here. Just all the fins out the back. Beautiful. Well-controlled surfing.
Yeah, really dynamic. She did so well to bring it in and just connect that and get that moment on the inside. It's the 4.83 for her. Pretty much most of that score coming on that last turn. A really dynamic tail release, backhand whipping re-entry. But it's still a bit short of what she needs. Couple of points shy. The other bad news, of course, is priority will remain with our Basque surfer, Echebarri. She sits in the lineup, and now she can kind of think about her overall situation and a platform that's been built in her own mind. Anything less than at least mid-range won't interest her. Her low score is that 5.83. Bit of control of the lineup.
Yeah, well served from Janir. 6.33 and 5.83 in this kind of condition is a strong combination from her. So now she will be holding on to the first priority for quite a bit. Definitely, she's not gonna let the wave go. Ooh.
Okay, she decides to spin. Some interest from Zoe. Was it a sell? Very much so. Let's see what happens. In a great sell. So showed interest and a late decision by Echebarri to go. Not a great one, actually.
Yeah, it was a great sell from Zoe. It was, but there's 11 minutes and 10 seconds, still plenty of time left, so it's not really worth waiting for, and it's holding on to the first priority for the 10 minutes. So it was, I don't know. Would you say it was a mistake?
Yeah, not a great decision, was it? I mean, it's obvious when we've seen the wave. It's very easy to say, strange decision to go, but actually even just live, quite curious to see her suddenly spin. We can't see what she's looking at. As she's looking down the line, just from our tight camera angle, we can't exactly see what she's seeing, and obviously something piqued her interest. Tell you what, throughout the day today, thinking of priority decisions, there aren't many surfers that have made poor decisions and kind of got away with it. It has been a day we do need to be smart, whether with the priority and using it or not doing so. It's been a few moments with some sort of questionable decision making. I think that's just a reflection of conditions, how tricky it's been to read. I'm just thinking of surfers like Isla Huppets that just made great calls, whether she had priority and when she didn't. She looked like she was always kind of in control of her thoughts, and they were very much dialed in rhythm with what's happening in the ocean. The other end of that, we've seen surfers make wild decisions, really. They look at waves, don't go, and let their opponent smash out a score. Get a Swindle in particular. Really curious decision from her to let her opponent go. She's absolutely delighted with the gift. All right, I think a question being asked, a raised hand there. There's something of a paddle from Zoe. And so Yanni's asking the question, and she will get the priority and she'll use it. So once again, priority decisions, well, they're part of it. Surfing is the main part, and that was nice and crisp from Yanni.
Yeah, it was a short wave, but definitely great combination in such a tight section. And then that wave actually had a steeper section than previous waves, but I'm not too sure if it's gonna better her situation. 5.83. It was only 2-turn combo. She had a better looking wave before, so definitely it'll be a good number, but I'm not too sure if it's gonna better her situation.
Yeah, the bad news is from Zoe's point of view, she's got priority, so that's good. Inside that 9 minutes, but the number that she needs is something better than anything we've seen so far in this heat. And as you get into last 8 or so minutes in a heat, and you've got to bring something that's not yet been achieved by either of you, it does feel tough. But again, just in terms of that decision making, taking this wave, I guess she saw this section and thought it might double up, but I don't know. She's thinking a 6 or better. She obviously saw it there. Didn't look like that ultimately the way the wave played out.
Maybe she wanted to go up a little bit earlier, a little bit late to the section. So probably if she could have gone earlier, then probably bigger section and bigger hits. So it could be better than the 5.83, but it was a little too late to the section. So definitely, a couple good scores on the way, though.
Wow, numbers in. She does get not only an improvement, she actually gets her high score, so 6-3-7. The combo of backhand turns getting really rewarded. It turns out to be a great call to go. Well, first of all, to appeal and ask for that priority. I mean, it would have switched anyway without the appeal. Having got that priority from a paddle, a mistake from Zoe to capitalize and to really turn the screw. That requirement now, it's big for the youngster. 7.53 is what Zoe's after.
That was a crucial mistake from Zoe. You know, Zoe had a first priority, but she just had a little stroke, and then Janelle got the first priority and got the 6.37. So that is the highest score in this heat, and it was such a short wave compared to the previous waves. So definitely, she did a great job on that wave, putting the 2 turns in.
That's these narrow margins at this level that are so crucial, and being able just to add more pressure and points at this stage. Hadn't done any scoring for a little while, Yanni, just in the context of this heat, to be able to just be involved at this stage, just to move things along a bit and make it even tougher. We're already talking about it's a number that we haven't seen yet, and it's gone up now, so she needs up mid-7s or better at least to come back tomorrow for a call or whatever we have got in store. Quarterfinals and potential finals day. We can, finish everything from quarters. Let's see what the ocean provides us, but a platform for something truly historic in a young surfer's career over here in the Philippines. 6 minutes on the clock, golden hour down on the beach here at Mona Lisa Point. Beautiful evening, a little breeze. It's cooled down a touch. It's still pretty balmy out there, and a great place to just drink it all in, watch the surfing, soak up the vibes, but it's nervy out on the water with so much at stake this last heat of the day. Surfers waiting a long time to go out and take it on. And then you've got to go out and perform as well. I've been pretty impressed overall with both of these, actually. At the moment, it is Yanni with the better of it, and that requirement for Zoe down towards 5.5 minutes. It's a tall order to find that 7.5.
7.53, that is a really, really, high score for the requirement. Condition like this, you need to have one of the sets that actually has a steeper section, but looks like there's some lines coming through the lineup, and Zoe is up and riding.
Yeah, from wider, had a little look around. It's her priority. Here's a section. She'll hit that. She'll want another one, and it won't be there for her.
Yeah, I love the performance, but definitely she need that twice, and then probably she could have get the 7.53, but with the one single maneuver, I wouldn't say it will be the requirement.
Thinking of positioning, we've been talking about it all event. The surfer in second priority going deeper has to force a decision then out of the surfer that's wide. It's exactly what happened there. So Yanni able to show real interest in that wave. Well, she was going to take it for sure. And then Zoe, you saw her look. And it's interesting to think how much influence was just that motion and that movement from Yanni in forcing Zoe, making her go, okay, this is a wave. Like, you see her look there.
definitely there's a moment that she wasn't focusing on that wave, and probably that gave her the space to actually unable to come around a section. But definitely beautiful, beautiful turn from Zoe. It comes in a 4.23, so which means if she does that twice on the one wave, then it can't be a 7.53.
Inside 4 minutes here, we've seen some really good, smart, competitive surfing from the Basque Echebarri. She got priority and she will use it again here. So each of these crucial decisions going her way. That wave, sticky, tough. So not a great way to use that priority in terms of adding to her own score, but in terms of just taking away opportunities from her opponent.
Just like you said, it wasn't the wave that she wanted to use her first priority. It wasn't, the wave didn't have the steeper section. But now it's, Zoe has a chance to get the requirement. She has fast priority, but she actually went left on this one. A nice couple of turns. Didn't have the steeper section to hit, so I don't think it's gonna be top 2 scores of her. So it comes in at 2.87. So it's 3 minutes left. So he has fast priority. She can get one more wave for a 7.53.
Yeah, she may get sort of maximum kind of 2 opportunities maybe in these last couple of minutes here, but a situation, a predicament sort of crystallizes, really kind of becomes a little simpler, at least in her own mind, what she needs to do. She needs the high score of the heat, so she needs something quite exceptional. In order to do that, a quality wave will need to be a set wave. No point in going anything in terms of a smaller one, an inside one. It needs to be something legit. In order to do that, she's going to have to find a little bit of luck with the ocean, first of all. And then she's going to need to go combos on the backhand. She's got surfing to do it.
Definitely.
I love the timing that she's shown. I think in terms of that, particularly early on in this heat, that one inside section that she set up, she did it so well. If she gets a runner with multiple sections, some energy on the outside. Inside 2 minutes on the clock, a bit of motion from our surfers heading out to sea, out to the peak. Are we going to get another set come through as we round out the day here?
Well, I'm hoping to see one more set for both of the surfers. They just reposition themselves. First priority with Zoe, but definitely, Janine just sitting next to her, just, pushing a little bit of pressure.
Mate, look out the back die.
There's some energy.
Oh, are we setting up for a dramatic finish here? Priority with Zoe Kainat. She needs a number. It's a big one, 7.53. Here's a big wave. Is it a wave of consequence? She won't go it. Yani is able to get there, and she'll take it from slightly further inside. There's a little bit of wobble, but there are steeper sections. Hasn't quite been able to unleash on it. So whether that was the decision not to go, whether she just couldn't quite get there, that bit worked out okay for Zoe. Now what's left out the back? 45 seconds.
Yeah, he had a moment, but after the first section, it was kind of tricky wave to surf on it. So definitely it wasn't the wave that she can get better than the 6.33. But 30 seconds left, so it's all about Zoe now with the first priority.
It's not looking good for her, is it? Time will tick away here, and can't see loads happening out the back. She needs something quite special. She surfed well, but ultimately been a little bit out-thought and out-fought by Yani Gonzalez Echebarri, who's probably come off best through every exchange. She would have identified that as what she needed to do, is just be tough to beat. Try and surf without making mistakes, and out of tough conditions, you have to say well done to get pretty solid numbers for her. Finding yourself a couple of sixes, essentially, it's a pretty good return in terms of the conditions out there, and that's a way of finding confidence for quarterfinals. She's already had success competitively recently. That'll wrap up our last heat of the day. It will be the Basque getting one for Europe. We're going to go to a break here. When we come back, stay tuned because we got the post-show, all the big talking points from today. We'll be right back.
Start right, grow right. For my four-legged bundles of joy, Nutri-Chunks. High-protein puppy dog food with active boost, prebiotics, and goodness of real meat. Fortified with essential nutrients. Nutri-Chunks for puppies. Love in every meal.
Di mabilang ang umagang pinasigla. Kasama ng Magnolia Pure Fresh Milk at Magnolia Chocolate. Magnolia, 100 taon na at hihigit pa.
And it's a very warm welcome into the post-show WSL World Junior Championships live from the Philippines. A big day of competition in terms of heats that we've run. We've smashed out a couple of rounds. We finished off women's elimination, men's round of 16, and now women's round of 16. The big takeaway in terms of our bracket is the quarterfinalists are set. What that also means is potentially we could come back in a day and crown champions now. Our most recently minted quarterfinalist is the Basque Yanire Gonzalez Echebarri. Took her time to come in. I thought she surfed and competed really well in tough conditions against an opponent who's sprightly and lively. And after a tough day for the Europeans, she'll be absolutely delighted with that. She'll be thinking about going all the way for a win here. She knows she's got the surfing to do it. Some tough surfers coming up in the quarters, though, and beyond for ultimately whoever is able to get the win here. It's Keone Lassa gives her the interview hat. We'll get her thoughts very shortly. But Dai, in terms of today for you, what are some of your takeaways from what we've learned today?
Well, it was the condition has been changed compared to the last couple of days. Day one we had a bigger surf. Today we had a smaller surf, but it's breaking really nicely along the reefs. So I can see all the surfers' performances really well. They, we watched all the great actions, and the men's side one of the standout surfers is probably Vincent, showcasing his maturity in surfing, and definitely a lot of more great actions.
Time to get down and hear from Yanni Gonzalez Echebarri. She's with True.
Paul, that was a really tough heat, a tricky one in regards to waves, but it's good to get it done in tricky conditions.
Yeah, I'm super happy to end the day like this. I was all the day waiting for if I will make my heat or not, because they were doubting a little bit, so I'm super happy to end the day like this.
It's tough when you're waiting all day and you're thinking, am I on, am I off, am I on, am I off? Are you in your mind in the zone to be surfing that heat no matter what?
Yeah, I'm always if it was on. My coach said you never know, so it's better to be on, and then if it's off, but it's better than get ready and get the boards ready and stay focused.
You've had a great year as well already, and you're backing it up with a quarterfinals appearance too, which potentially on tomorrow we'll wake up and see what happens. But how important is it for you to be in the quarters final here at the World Junior Championships?
It's actually really important. It's my last year in the juniors, so I just want to achieve my dream and be the World Junior Champion. My last year, I am World Champion in the ISA, but I want to finish my junior year really good. So I'm hoping for go heat by heat, but always in the trophy in my mind.
It's been a big day. I'm sure that you have friends and family that have been waiting all day to watch you surf that heat.
Bai, bueno, egunon danoi, eskerrik asko ikusteagatik, oso pozik egun hola bukatzeagatik. Pena bat Keonitan ete galdu dituela, baina bueno, oso guztua eta bihar arte. Agur?
Thank you, Yanire. We'll send it back to you, Paul and Dai.
Yeah, thanks, True. Thank you. Good job to Yanni. Keone Lassa giving it 6-7s in the background there. Cheeky. I like it though. They've enjoyed that. They would have enjoyed that performance. A crucial one, getting her into quarters. She's clear about the goal. She wants to go all the way for the win here. She's on the cusp of something real, real big. Let's look back on today and dive into our top 5 moments. Breaking it all down here in the post-show. And moment number 5. A strong squad out of Peru, represented by Catalina Zadiki. High score for her. Women's elimination rounds. Absolutely belting this.
Definitely, that was one of the highlights heat, her 733, which currently stands as the highest single wave of the day.
In moment number 4, Sierra Kerr under a bit of pressure, just showing her quality shining through, Dai.
Definitely, definitely she wants to get through this heat into the finals day, and she's feeling it on that wave. Definitely, incredible performances from Sierra.
She's already been a World Junior Champ. She'd love to do it again. All right, last man standing for the Japanese contingent, Iko Watanabe. He ripped it, mate.
Definitely, he's finally showcasing his skill sets. He's just whippy turns with a lot of powers in it. So I'm super stoked for him to just get through and into the quarterfinals. That was a beautiful surfing from Iko.
Major dark horse energy from him. I love the whip that he creates. He just looked like he was really enjoying himself out there as well, didn't he? We talked about equipment quite a bit today, just sticking with that high performance blade. Speaking of high performance, massive numbers for Lennox Smith. First heat of this round and he blazed. And this was past a tough opponent in the form of Lucas Skinner.
Definitely. This morning he was in the first heat of the round of 16. He's showcasing how it's done, and he's done and he's coming third last year. Definitely looking to get that world title this time.
Yeah, he enjoyed that. And then let's pick up this moment. Ollie Zets in a bit of a corner, a clutch situation. I loved in the postie. He's talking about lucky seashells that he found on the beach, and he jangles them in his pocket, and it allows him to do this.
And he doesn't care if it weighs a little bit heavier. It definitely works really well for him. 6.67 in the last 42 seconds.
You can see how much it means. You can see the passion. You can see how much it means to all of our surfers here, but they know when you get at this stage of competition, you're setting yourself up for quarters, and you're on the cusp of something really quite huge here. Finals day, whenever that happens, we could run all the way through. So you're 3 heats away from becoming a world champion. Career-defining stuff. Just from what we've seen today, any changes in your mind? Who favourites are for you? Any surfers that have made a move in terms of putting their hand up for the trophy?
By watching the performances from today, I would say Iko is on the way to the good result. He's just fired up and he's ready. And well, I gotta stick with the Vincent. His performance was on point. He was on fire. He's showcasing the high level of surfing. So yeah, Vincent is my pick.
Yeah, only the best 8 men and 8 women remain on the cusp of crowning champions here. We're going to come back tomorrow morning, 7:30 call for a potential 8 a.m. start. In the meantime, we're going to send you out with some highlights to remind you everything that went down today. Check for more at worldsurfleague.com. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow.
See you,
Thanks, Dai.
See you tomorrow. Thanks.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.